Chapter 226. Shocking the Emperor Lord. Convey my orders. Stop attacking the other god worlds, and speed up the harvest of faith that has already been conquered. The Shadow Lord gave his order. All the upper gods present were shocked. Why would the Shadow Lord suddenly give such an order? After returning to God World, Lei Luo carved some details about the Shadow God system onto a jade slip. He then handed it over to the God Emperor of Creation for him to communicate with the God Alliance. He then took the Moon Goddess back to Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. If he could take another step on the Sky Spirit Archmage path, his chances of dealing with the Shadow God system would be even greater. The initial God World. As the strongest God World, the initial God World occupied a dominant position in the world system. The God Summoning Order was issued by the Emperor Lord. This God, the most powerful existence in the entire world system, was in an extremely difficult situation. He originally had great confidence in the invasion of God World. However, after the initial God World fell in such a short period of time, he immediately became extremely worried. In order to break through the initial God World so quickly, initial God World hadn't even had time to ask for help from the outside world. This meant that the initial God World was on a completely different level from the God system in the outside world. Even though they used their power to deal with the initial God World, and they could defeat it, it would not be easy for them. They had to go through a long-term tug-of-war. This was because the world origin's repulsive and suppressive force was very strong. But the foreign god system had done it. This meant that the high-end combat power of the foreign god system completely surpassed that of the initial God World. Level 21. Level 22? Even a level 23 god would be a match for it. If it really was a level 23 or higher god, this god system would definitely not be a match for it. Even he was stuck at the peak level of a god. The difference of one level was already very big, let alone several levels. Moreover, it was a special Shinto organization like the God system. Reporting to the Emperor Lord. The three God worlds next to us just sent a cross-border message. The power that was originally attacking the barrier of their God world suddenly retreated. Just as the Emperor Lord was discussing the reconstruction of the Void Teleportation Array with the many gods under his command, an immortal suddenly reported to him. What? They've retreated? He was extremely surprised. These three god worlds were the next targets of the foreign god system, and they were currently breaking through the barrier. Once the barrier of God World was broken, the god armies outside would immediately invade. But now, they had actually retreated. This was a little strange. According to the intelligence they had received before, the attacks of the outside world's god system would not stop. The dozens of worlds that had fallen before had all fallen just like that. Emperor Lord, could this god system be plotting something? That's right. They just destroyed all the void teleportation arrays. It's obvious that they want to destroy them one by one. Could it be that they want to attack us directly? There's a very high possibility. They've conquered the initial world, and it's terrifying that they've discovered the truth of our god worlds. The other 8 initial worlds will also become their next targets. With all the teleportation arrays destroyed, they won't be able to gather their strength to fight against the outside world's god systems. They'll definitely destroy our initial worlds as soon as possible. But so what? Even if the outside world's god system wants to attack us, it will be very difficult for them to withstand it. Without the void teleportation array, they can only fight on their own. This move is too ruthless. Many gods began to discuss. These divine lords and sacred lords were usually gods above rank 15. All of them had the ability to mend the sky. Any one of them was much stronger than Emperor Lord. Emperor Lord, why don't we let all the gods of the god world fly out of their respective god worlds and gather in our initial god world? That way, we can increase our strength as much as possible. Someone suggested. This is meaningless. Without the void teleportation array, the nearest god world would take a few years to reach. The furthest is impossible without a few hundred years. When that time comes, it will be too late. The void teleportation array has been destroyed, and the god system outside the world cannot be used. Their attack speed will definitely be greatly reduced. You're thinking too much. The level of this world's god system is clearly much higher than ours. Perhaps they have already been in various places and are secretly building teleportation arrays. There should be teleportation arrays. Otherwise, it would not be able to explain why they were able to invade so many god worlds in just a few decades. Faced with the divine lords and sacred lords' quarrels, the Emperor Lord had a headache. This was because he could not make up his mind. If he made a wrong decision, the consequences would be disastrous. Reporting to the Emperor Lord, there has been a major discovery in God World. Suddenly, another god entered the hall and reported the latest intelligence. God World. This God World seems to be very weak. Right? The other side of this god world's god system shouldn't have been attacked so early. What major discoveries did this god world make? The divine lords and sacred lords present were extremely curious. In their eyes, god world was nothing. It was too weak. However, what they were interested in were its major discoveries. What discoveries? The Emperor Lord said indifferently. Emperor Lord, this is the message from the Creator's God's world. That God hurriedly loosened a jade slip. After the Emperor Lord probed the information on the jade slip, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Shadow God System. The Emperor Lord has the cultivation of at least a level 23 god. This is an exiled god system. It mainly invades the weak world system and reaps faith. As he watched, the Emperor Lord's expression became very serious. If this information was true, then to the high-level mages and immortals of the entire world system, it would definitely be a disaster. Once the world system was occupied by the Shadow God system, and the sacrifice of faith was made, a high-level mage and god would be able to survive. The Emperor Lord's face was gloomy as he announced the information in the jade slip. This was a piece of desperate news. Chapter 227, The Actions of the Shadow God System. But at the same time, it could also unite all the gods. Because if they did not unite, what awaited them would be a disaster of destruction. As for escaping, where to? Even though the gods had the ability to survive in the void, even a peak level 12 god, like the Emperor Lord, did not have the ability to escape the world system because it had a crystal wall that could stop him. He estimated that to have the ability to surpass the crystal wall system, one must at least have the power of a peak level 21 god. After all the divine lords and sacred lords finished reading, they all quieted down. The information was really despairing. A Shadow Master god above level 23. A harvesting method of faith sacrifice. To every god present, it was suffocating. Emperor Lord, God world is just a low-level world of gods. They don't even have a level 15 god. What ability do they have to obtain such important information? Finally, some divine lords began to question because this information was too depressing. They would rather that this information was fake and was fabricated by God world. I feel that it is possible that it is false. Although the God Emperor of creation said that there is a powerful existence that surpasses a level 15 god in their creation God world. Even if they are able to capture a god of the Shadow God system, it is almost impossible to obtain the memories and information of that god. One must know that the organizational structure of the god system is not comparable to our path of God. Even if they are gods, they still have to believe in the main god. The main god will definitely have a defensive power in the mind of the god. If this shadow main god is really a level 23 god or above, then how did that powerful existence break through the defenses of a level 23 god or above and obtain this confidential information? Another lord also spoke up. So, this is definitely the creation god world making up nonsense. Perhaps the creation god world has already been infiltrated by the outside world's god system. That's why they released this kind of false information. In order to make us panic. That's right. This information absolutely cannot be trusted. I don't believe that the outside world's god system is so powerful. If it's really that powerful, the god system outside the world can completely overpower our entire world system. Why would they withdraw their troops from the other god worlds? Other divine lords and sacred lords also began to speak. However, there were also some divine lords and sacred lords whose expressions were very dark. Suddenly, a god said, if this was done by the god system outside the world, why would they say that they are offering their faith? The entire place fell silent because this was also very illogical. If the god system outside the world really wanted to create terrifying pressure and panic, forcing the various major god worlds to submit, the best way would be to display great power. But they would definitely not let people know about it. This was because this would force the god worlds into despair and panic. Even if the shadow god system occupied the entire god world, it would still be impossible to force people to submit to faith. The only result would be that the gods would fight to the end. Suddenly, the Emperor Lord, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Is there a possibility that there is a truly powerful existence hidden in the creation god world that broke through the shadow defense and obtained this information from the consciousness of the subordinate god? The entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened because the Emperor Lord's idea was truly too bold. To be able to break through the Shadow Emperor's soul defense. Wouldn't that powerful existence very likely be on the same level as him? Suddenly, someone thought of why the Shadow God system would suddenly withdraw from the three god worlds. Could it be because of that powerful existence? In the blink of an eye, more than 40 years had passed. Lei Luo had been cultivating in Moon God Palace. To him, the longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be. As long as he took another step, his advantage over the Shadow God system would improve. Every once in a while, the God Emperor of Creation would personally come to Moon God Palace to report the latest situation to him. Actually, Lei Luo was quite helpless, because the God Emperor of Creation's attitude had changed too drastically. He became incomparably reverent. It was as if he had become Lei Luo's subordinate. His transformation was naturally a series of guesses made by the God Alliance. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Because of Lei Luo, this mysterious existence, the Shadow God system had stopped its attacks. For more than 40 years, the Shadow God system had not done anything. If not for the fact that the Emperor Lord could not cross the distant void and come to the creation God world, the #1 expert of this world system would have come to visit long ago. That day, Lei Luo was flipping through a book when the God Emperor of Creation suddenly came again. He brought an unexpected piece of news. Senior, according to the information obtained by the God Alliance, the Shadow God system is preparing to carry out a faith sacrifice. It seems that they are planning to withdraw from our world system in advance. The God Emperor of Creation said. What do you think the reason is behind this? Lei Luo said. There are two possible reasons. The first is Senior's deterrence. The Shadow God system is a powerful exiled God system, and it is usually based on benefits. If one is unable to obtain the greatest benefits and instead has to bear a huge loss, they will definitely give up. The Shadow God system probably took this into consideration. The second reason is that the Shadow God system is being pursued by a system called the Radiant God system. Perhaps it is because the Shadow God system sensed danger and decided to retreat. The God Emperor of Creation said. Could the Shadow God system be doing this on purpose to numb us? The Moon Goddess said from the side. The God Emperor of Creation was stunned. It was not impossible. Once the Shadow God system carries out the sacrifice of faith, there will be a huge number of mages in so many God worlds. The God Emperor of Creation said in a deep voice. If the Shadow God system is really as the Moon Goddess said, then it must be testing our reaction. Let's wait and see, Lei Luo said calmly. Under the current situation, it was impossible for him to make a move. Unless the Shadow God system directly attacked the creation God world, he would definitely not make a move. He was not confident. If it was really a scheme of the Shadow God system, if he made a move, he would just fall into a trap. If something happened to him, then the entire world system would really be finished. Chapter 228, The Probing of the Emperor Lord. Thus, at this moment, it would be wise for him not to make a move. Yes, Senior. The God Emperor of Creation had only come to report on the specific situation so soon after he left. Moon Goddess, your cultivation speed is quite fast, Lei Luo said with a smile. The Moon Goddess was now a level 6 god. This speed was very fast. It's all thanks to the cultivation environment provided by Senior. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? The Moon Goddess said. Cultivating in the Osmanthus Palace was much faster than before. The most peculiar thing was that there were some strange memories in her mind. There was even an invisible power that appeared out of thin air, causing her cultivation speed to become extremely astonishing. She did not hide it from Lei Luo and told him about her situation. Don't worry. This is not a bad thing. It seems that your cultivation speed will become faster and faster, Lei Luo said with a smile. He was basically certain that it was the stimulation of the Moon Goddess's laurel tree and the Moonlight God's aura that had caused the Moon Goddess's rich foundation and accumulation in her previous life to gradually be released. In addition, using his elemental eye, Lei Luo was able to see that her bloodline had become much stronger and more active than before. Next, the Moon Goddess might enter a period of rapid eruption within the Shadow God system. Emperor Lord, the sacrifice of faith is ready. It can be carried out at any time. Within the enormous, majestic palace, a powerful god bowed to the Emperor Lord on his throne. Within the Shadow God system, those who were able to become high-level gods were at least at the 18th step or higher. Gods were at the 12th to 17th step. Demigods were at the 12th step or lower. Let's begin our plan, the Emperor Lord said calmly. Yes. The high-level god bowed. Very quickly, the fate of high-level gods rang out within the dozens of god-level worlds that had been conquered. After decades of management, these dozens of god worlds had basically completed the ownership of their faith. They were not ordinary mages, sky spirit archmages, or gods. All of them had submitted to the Shadow God system. They had given up their faith to the great Emperor Lord. Only in this way could they survive. Unfortunately, they did not know that the Shadow God system did not want their faith, but everything about them. At that moment, in the countless shadows of the god worlds, there were trillions of creatures gathered. The strength of these creatures, if placed in the earth realm, would definitely be at the level of an ultimate mage. They did not know what this prayer meant. They only treated it as a normal prayer because such a collective prayer had been carried out many times. Unfortunately, this time it was different. As the sacrificial ritual of faith was activated, an invisible power spread in the shadows, and all the believers seemed to fall into an indescribable fanaticism. Gradually, blood began to appear in their pores, and blood also began to flow from their 7 orifices. However, under the incomparably fanatical atmosphere, coupled with their souls being guided by an invisible will, they continued to pray hysterically. In the end, balls of blood mist appeared and gathered into a terrifying blood tide. As for those praying, their bodies withered as if they had lost all their essence. The stronger the existence, the stronger and denser the blood mist formed. The boundless blood mist diffused in the shadows, and was then extracted by a strange force. Through a strange passage, it entered the shadow god's system. 1 day later, the sacrificial ritual of faith had completely ended. Very quickly, countless black-armored shadow gods left these god worlds and returned to the shadow god system. A few days later, along with a dense blood light bursting out from the shadow god system, a huge blood-colored array diagram was formed in the void. The entire blood-red array formation was shockingly huge. In the next moment, as the blood-red array formation shook, the void distorted and was swallowed by the shadow god system sphere. Then, the void returned to normal, and the blood-red array formation completely dissipated. More than an hour later, near the void teleportation array outside God World, a huge vortex appeared, finally forming a huge blood-red array formation. Soon after, an enormous sphere leapt out from within. It was the shadow god system sphere. In just a short hour, it had traversed an endless distance and arrived outside God World. This world system is a powerful existence. Since you aren't coming, I can only come personally. The Emperor Lord's power had been projected across the distance. Such a weak world system was truly too rare. He couldn't give up just like that because the Shadow God system urgently needed to replenish a large amount of faith energy. Just those dozens of God worlds were far from enough. If he gave up on this world system and retreated, the terrifying Shadow God system wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the end, the Radiant God system might catch up. Thus, they had to press down on this world no matter what. And the only obstacle was that mysterious god. In the past few decades, the Shadow God system had been infiltrating other god systems. In particular, some gods, who were afraid of death, had secretly joined the Shadow God system to pass on information to them. The Emperor Lord had finally locked onto that powerful existence that was living in seclusion in God World. He dared to take the initiative to find him. So he was naturally confident. That powerful existence didn't dare to make a move. So it must be because he was afraid of the Shadow God system's power. Thus, his cultivation level couldn't surpass level 23 gods. As long as it didn't surpass level 23 gods, then he was absolutely not afraid, because when a god organization dealt with a single god from the path of God, it was basically crushing those of the same level. This was the power of a group. Of course, the god organization also had a disadvantage, which was that they didn't have enough flexibility, and a single god expert could advance and retreat at will. Once they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop them. Thus, this time, the Emperor Lord was prepared to come up with a plan. Taking advantage of the situation where the mysterious god was caught off guard, he would directly teleport the Shadow God system sphere to the vicinity of God World, and then surround and kill them. This creation God World was very weak, and it didn't have the support of other God Worlds. Therefore, in a sense, the Shadow God system only needed one to deal with a mysterious god. Thus, the Emperor Lord was absolutely confident. Very quickly, the enormous Shadow God system sphere suddenly shook, and a ball of shadow enveloped the sphere. It was as if it had disappeared into the void, and its whereabouts were concealed. It silently and quickly entered the creation God World. Chapter 229, a spell that shattered the Shadow Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the people of the God World did not know that a great battle was about to begin. In Moon God Palace, Lei Luo slowly opened his eyes. It had not been easy. He had just taken another step. The 61st step. The reason he had taken this step so quickly was that it was much faster than the 60th step. The main reason was that, under the pressure, even his cultivation time had greatly increased. He had not expected that his cultivation speed to actually increase so much. And he had finally broken through to the 61st step of the Heavenly Spirit Realm so quickly. However, when he broke through this time, He felt that there was a problem. The origin of the creation god world was a little weak. That was not right. Not only was the origin world of the creation god world a little weak, even the origin of the entire world system was a little weak. With his cultivation base, he could faintly sense the origin plane of this world system. Although he had a check-in system, his cultivation breakthrough wouldn't be restricted to the origin plane. But there would be a limit to his cultivation speed. I didn't expect this plane to be so weak. I'm afraid that it can at most give birth to a level 21 godly spirit. Lei Luo shook his head. It was like a room that only allowed a 1.8 meter person to grow. If it was more than 1.8 meters, then one could only hunch over. That was very uncomfortable. Lei Luo, on the other hand, was far more than 1.8 meters. That was even more painful. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, Lei Luo felt as if he was being restricted. He secretly sighed. He didn't think that he would surpass the limit of the origin plane so quickly. The best way was to leave this plane and enter a higher level world system plane. However, Lei Luo didn't have such plans for the time being. If he went to a higher level world system plane, he would face an even more powerful existence. That would be too risky. Moreover, if he were to travel outside the world, it would be very easy for him to meet an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, Lei Luo would rather spend more time and increase his strength to a higher level before going out to explore. At this moment, Lei Luo suddenly froze. He hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully sensed. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a shocked expression. His expression became extremely cold and stern. Shadow God System, since you all voluntarily came to our doorstep. If it wasn't for his breakthrough and being able to sense the existence of the plane's origin, he wouldn't have been able to sense that the Shadow God System was rapidly approaching the divine world. I might not be able to guarantee victory as a 60th level Heavenly Spirit Cultivator, but I'm now a 61st level Heavenly Spirit Cultivator. Lei Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. He naturally wouldn't allow this battle to take place in the God's spiritual world. If such a large-scale battle broke out, the God's spiritual world would probably be riddled with holes, and the billions of life forms in the creation God world would be completely wiped out. The next moment, Lei Luo's body moved, and he quickly flew out of the God's spiritual world. With his strength, it was very easy for him to pass through the barrier of the divine world. Soon, his body appeared outside the divine world. Behind him was the enormous divine world, which was emitting endless light and operating at all times. Below the creation God world was a boundless ocean. Many worlds were like islands. Located in this boundless ocean, there was a small area, which was the Dead Sea. This was the situation of the entire world system plane. All the divine worlds were floating above the endless ocean. In a sense, this endless ocean was the most vast area, and it belonged to the true surface layer of the plane. Of course, in the ocean below the divine world, there was a strange layer of separation, let alone the gods who wanted to descend. Even the sky spirit experts of the great sky realm would be affected by this layer of separation. With this barrier, even the godly spirits of the shadow god system would not be able to break through it. Once they forcefully broke through, it would be the counterattack of the entire world elemental plane. Because of this, the shadow god system had conquered dozens of godly spirit worlds. But they did not attack the countless worlds below. Of course, the main reason was that the world below was too weak. How many ultimate mages and above could there be? Lei Luo's gaze withdrew from the ocean below and landed on the hidden shadow, which was rapidly flying towards the shadow god system in the divine world. Suddenly, Lei Luo took out a sword. Star-slaying sword. Then, without any hesitation, he cast star magic. This was his strongest spell. He stabbed with his sword. A terrifying sword-light soared into the sky, extending for an unknown number of thousands of miles. It illuminated this pitch-black void. Resplendent, dazzling, the void rumbled. The shadow god system, which was rapidly advancing, suddenly shook and rushed out from the shadows. Rings of light appeared, rippling out one after another. In the end, it actually reached several hundred rings of light, each of which contained incredible power. At this moment, within the divine kingdom, a violent alarm sounded. Energy response, 2.49. Peak stage rank 24 deities attack. The divine kingdom's defenses cannot withstand it. A god responsible for the divine kingdom's defenses let out a terrified roar. Countless shadow gods all revealed looks of terror. The shadow gods were no longer able to remain calm. Impossible. Isn't he at most a rank 22 deity? How can he have the attack power of a peak stage rank 24 deity? The main shadow god completely emerged from the shadows and let out a disbelieving sound. Then, He suddenly opened his arms, and his body actually began to twist and turn, as if turning into a pure shadow, fusing into the entire divine kingdom. In an instant, the entire divine kingdom sphere actually began to twist and change, finally turning into a terrifying figure that was 10,000 li tall. Countless rings of light intertwined around it. And soon after, the terrifying figure let out a roar and fiercely punched towards the sword light. Along with this attack, the endless void shook. It caused the distant creation god world to feel as if it was being pulled by a terrifying amount of energy. This meant that the power produced by this punch had far surpassed the creation god world itself, which was why it had a gravitational effect on the creation god system. Such a shock caused countless people in the creation god world to panic. The god emperor of creation felt that something was wrong. This was because this shock was no longer just an earthquake. It was affected by the forces of the outside world. He quickly communicated with the origin of the god world and sent out his senses. This was one of the abilities of the Lord of the world of gods. Although he was only a level 15 god, with the blessing of the origin of the world of gods, he could reach the power of a level 16 god. Chapter 230, Killing the Shadow Master God with a Single Strike. The battle with the Lord of Hell turned out the way it did mainly because the Lord of Hell had activated the power of the Dead Sea. The power of the Dead Sea covered an area, and the God Emperor of Creation was unable to obtain the support of the Heavenly Realm's origin. Otherwise, the Lord of Hell would not have been able to threaten him. Very quickly, the God Emperor of Creation used the power of the origin of the godly spirit world to sense the situation outside the world. The next moment, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because he saw an extremely terrifying scene. It was an indescribably huge human figure standing in the void as he threw a punch. This punch caused him to tremble in terror. It was hard to imagine how powerful this punch was. It was definitely able to pierce through the god's spiritual world with one punch. However, his attention was immediately attracted by another terrifying sword chi. This was because that terrifying punch was meant to deal with that sword chi. Boom! The terrifying sword chi collided with the giant's punch. The void was shaking. The terrifying collision force of the creation god world stirred and shook. It was as if it was about to disintegrate. The god emperor of creation only felt his mind rumble, and his sensing power was about to be cut off. Fortunately, he had relied on the origin of the god world to sense it. If he had sensed it directly, he was afraid that the terrifying power generated from the collision would have shattered his mind. It was too terrifying. This was definitely not a battle between level 20 gods. It was a battle between level 20 gods and above. That terrifying figure, judging from his aura, it was definitely the shadow god system. And the person using the demonic sword to attack was very likely that senior. At this moment, he became incomparably nervous. Could that senior deal with the shadow god system? If he couldn't withstand it, the creation god world would be completely destroyed, and the entire world system would most likely fall into complete ruin. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he saw an incomparably shocking and pleasantly surprised scene. This was because that terrifying magic instantly tore apart the hundreds of light rings around the giant's body. Under the strangulation, they turned into countless rays of light that shot out like fireworks. In the end, only the giant's head was left. The giant's head let out a mournful roar as it suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood chi. It turned into a terrifying blood chi and shot towards the creation god world in all directions. Suddenly, a huge black tortoise shadow appeared in the void and blocked the horrifying blood light. Standing in the seventh layer of the angel holy light shield, Lei Luo looked at the head in the distance. It wasn't a real head, but it was made of countless worlds. This was the core area of the shadow god system. The other areas had been shattered by Lei Luo's star magic. Almost 90% of the shadow god system had been destroyed. After the shadow god spat out blood, he turned around and ran. He had to run. That mysterious expert had reached the peak of the 24th level. He was no longer someone he could contend against. His god system had already suffered heavy losses. More than 90% of the god system under him had been destroyed. His heart was bleeding. If he had known this would happen, he would never have taken the initiative to attack. Instead, he would have immediately withdrawn from this world system plane. The losses were too heavy. Even if he could escape, without more than 100,000 years, his shadow god system would not be able to recover. But could he escape? No. If Lei Luo only had the cultivation base of a level 60 sky level spirit cultivator, perhaps the shadow god system would have had a chance. But the shadow god system's luck was too bad. He had attacked just as Lei Luo had broken through to the level 61 sky level spirit cultivator. He had practically delivered himself to Lei Luo's doorstep. Lei Luo looked at the shadow god who had escaped and revealed a cold smile. His body moved, and he used the sun god bird magic. With a few ups and downs, he stopped the Shadow Lord God. Shadow God, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lei Luo sent out a calm thought. They came from different races, and even different worlds, and their languages weren't even similar. However, under the communication of this thought, there were indeed no obstacles. Respected expert, let me go! This is your wisest choice. The Shadow God sent out a cold thought in reply, although he wasn't a match for Lei Luo. As a sovereign who roamed the endless void, he believed that he had the ability to perish together with Lei Luo. What if I don't? Lei Luo said calmly. Then perish together. The Shadow God roared. Lei Luo laughed. Then I'll really give it a try. Let's see if you can drag me down with you. He unleashed the most powerful magic technique of the four endings of heaven and earth. This was the first time he had used it. In an instant, his attacks, his physical defense, and his spiritual defense all reached an absolutely invincible level, as long as the Shadow God's attacks didn't exceed his level. Reaching the level of a rank 26 god, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage to him. This was where his confidence lay. You forced me to do this. Let's perish together. The Shadow God was in absolute despair. He had originally thought that he could force Lei Luo to give up on his pursuit, but now it seemed that the other party wanted to kill him. In this sort of situation, it would be very difficult for him to escape. In the end, he might even die from exhaustion. As an extremely vicious wandering sovereign who had destroyed countless world systems, he wasn't afraid of death at all. Thus, he didn't hesitate to use the method of mutual destruction. In an instant, a terrifying light suddenly shot out from the enormous head, charging towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo frowned. He felt that he couldn't dodge. In addition, it was too fast. Thus, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The terrifying light struck him. Boundless light raged. The power contained within this light was extremely strange. It was actually aimed at the soul level. However, Lei Luo had unleashed the power of death, and his spiritual defense was virtually invincible. In addition, the power of this light was at most at the peak of the rank 25 god level. Thus, it was unable to break through his spiritual defense. As the light dissipated, Lei Luo was completely unharmed. At the same time, after unleashing this terrifying attack, the enormous head controlled by the Shadow God began to disintegrate. Even his divine spark and other parts of his body began to melt. However, his consciousness still existed. It hadn't completely disintegrated yet. Originally, he had thought that this attack of his would definitely be able to completely annihilate his opponent. But when he saw that Lei Luo was completely unharmed, he was completely shocked. No, that's impossible. That spell of mine definitely has the power of a level 25 god. How could you possibly withstand it? The Shadow God let out a hysterical roar. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The opponent was not a peak level 24 god, but a level 25, or even a level 26 god. Chapter 231, The Book of Rebirth. At this moment, his heart went cold. Very quickly, the head controlled by the Shadow God turned into a sheet of light, and then vanished into thin air. Everything about the Shadow God had vanished. Lei Luo frowned. He had caught an extremely weak, strange ripple. It was as if it didn't exist, but he could keenly sense it. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. The void distorted, and then a drop of black blood appeared. This drop of black blood seemed to have no life left. It just floated there, but it didn't disappear in the earlier annihilation. Right at this moment, the drop of black blood suddenly shook. It actually exploded with an intense light, instantly disappearing into the void. Lei Luo revealed a look of surprise. What the hell? This Shadow God wasn't completely dead? Even if the Shadow God was a level 23 god, his body and soul had all been destroyed, leaving behind only this drop of black blood. How could he still be alive? It was completely impossible. Lei Luo grabbed out with his large hand, scooping up the drop of black blood. Very quickly, a drop of black blood appeared in Lei Luo's palm. He charged left and right, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape. Respected, powerful god, if you completely kill me, there won't be any benefits. On the contrary, you will bring trouble upon yourself. Do you know why my Shadow God system has become a wandering god world? It isn't because my Shadow God system is a wandering sovereign, but because I was pursued by an extremely powerful god system, the Radiant Light. This is because I obtained one of their treasures. If I die at your hands, they will lock onto you. Then you will have no path in the heavens, no path to the earth, and forever become the target of the Radiant Light system. all the way to the end. The shadow god's voice suddenly rang out from within the black blood. Lei Luo completely ignored it. Instead, he directly used the soul-absorbing codex to interrogate the shadow god. If the shadow god had been in his peak state, perhaps it would have been a bit difficult to interrogate him. But now, things were different. The shadow god only had a single drop of black blood left. Very quickly, Lei Luo easily obtained the information he wanted. The shadow god's consciousness was completely annihilated. Lei Luo opened his eyes. He let out a long breath, revealing a look of shock. The Book of Rebirth? He did not hesitate to crush this drop of black blood. Then, a ray of light appeared, transforming into a strange book. This book was completely red, as if it had been made of flesh and blood. There were 4 strange words on it. With one look, he knew the meaning of this word. He even knew the usage and effects of this book. It was used for rebirth, as long as a sliver of the soul was integrated into this Book of Rebirth. After death, leaving behind a bit of blood or cells, it would be able to make the Book of Rebirth take effect and resurrect people. The reason the Shadow God system could be so powerful and brazenly invade a world system was because of this Book of Rebirth. This was because fallen gods, as long as they retrieved their corpses, would be able to immediately come back to life. All they needed to do was consume the power of faith. And this time, the Shadow God seemed to be relying on the Book of Rebirth, as well as that drop of black blood, to complete his rebirth. Unfortunately, Lei Luo noticed something strange. This thing is very troublesome. Lei Luo was both happy and troubled. This Book of Rebirth was very powerful. It could make people drip blood and be reborn. But at the same time, it would also cause great trouble. This book was said to be owned by the powerful divine world, the Radiant God system. The Shadow God had also obtained it by chance, and then was chased by the Radiant God system until it ran all over the universe. According to the memories of the Shadow God, there was only one god in the Radiant God system that was chasing after them. It was said that it was at least a level 26 god. In addition, the Radiant God in this Radiant God system was a level 29 god. I hope that the pursuers will arrive a little later. Lei Luo sighed in his heart. Although the Shadow God was confident that it would take at least 1,000 years for the pursuing god to be able to find this world system. What if he couldn't place his hopes on someone else arriving late? Thus, Lei Luo had to speed up his cultivation. As soon as possible, he would advance to the 62nd step, the 63rd step, the 64th step. At the very least, he had to be able to fight against the Radiant Sovereign. His opponent was no mere pursuer. A level 26 god was a threat, but it wouldn't be fatal. He could also cultivate and quickly increase his strength. It was possible that before the pursuers arrived, he could already have cultivated to level 63 or 64, which should be comparable to level 27 or 28. But the problem was, after killing the pursuers of the Radiant God system, what would happen? The Radiant Sovereign would definitely be the first to know. When that time came, he would lead the entire God system over. How could he withstand it? Thus, if he wanted to protect himself, he had to cultivate to the 66th step at the very least. Even the 67th step would be safest. He was only at the 61st step, which was equivalent to walking to the 6th step. This 6th step had to be completed within 1,000 years. It was truly too difficult. This was because the further one walked on the path of the sky-level spirit cultivator, the more difficult it became. Wait! In another 300 years or so, after 1,000 years, I'll be able to enter the land of power Upanishads again? Lei Luo suddenly had an idea. As long as he could enter the land of power Upanishads, his spiritual consciousness would be able to increase by a lot, and his cultivation speed would also be greatly increased. Thus, Lei Luo pocketed the Book of Rebirth, turned around, and flew toward the god's spiritual world. The god emperor of creation retracted his senses as he was extremely shocked. The powerful Shadow God system that threatened the entire world and almost destroyed dozens of deity worlds had vanished just like that. That senior was truly too powerful. He believed that if news of this spread, the entire world system would probably be shocked. He suddenly felt extremely proud because he was the only one who had personally witnessed this shocking battle. After returning to the Moon God Palace, Lei Luo prepared to move. It was a little inconvenient for him to continue cultivating in the creation god world. After all, the God Emperor of Creation knew that he was cultivating in the Moon God Palace. So he was afraid that more gods would come to visit him in the future. He didn't want to be disturbed. Thus, he planned to take Wei and the others to starting world No. 1. The level of the origin of this world was much higher than that of the world of gods. Therefore, it was still a little beneficial to his cultivation. Of course, The main reason was that the high-level mages and gods of this world had been sacrificed by faith. The only ones left were some ordinary mages. If he was cultivating in this world, he would not be disturbed so easily. Chapter 232, Heading to Incipient World Number 1. Chapter 232, Heading to Incipient World No. 1. Lei Luo talked to the moon god for a while to see if she was willing to leave the world god's spiritual world. After all, this moon god, Delina, wasn't ordinary in her previous life. She was worth a lot. Precursor, I'm willing, the moon god, Delina, said without thinking. Cultivating with the precursor would be 10,000 times better than cultivating alone. Lei Luo nodded, and then went to the heavenly palace of Power Upanishad. After the cloak moth left, he didn't know if it would come back again. Thus, he planned to tell Xueli. He didn't expect that after he saw Xueli, she would leave with him. Xueli, if you leave, what will happen to the heavenly palace of Power Upanishad? Lei Luo was surprised. It's not like our Xue family doesn't have other people. Anyway, it's not interesting to be the great empress, Xueli said. Then you should think it through, Lei Luo said. Brother, I thought it through, Xueli said resolutely. Just like that, Xueli left a letter and followed Lei Luo out of the heavenly palace of Power Upanishad. By the time the great elder of the Xue family, Xueli's mother, and the others found out, Xueli was nowhere to be seen. Outside the world creator's spiritual world, Lei Luo's figure appeared out of thin air. As for Wei and the others, they were all stored into the world left behind by the devouring treasure box. Compared to the system space, the inner world was not as monotonous. At least there was heaven and earth, spirit trees, spirit flowers, spirit herbs, and so on. But the system space was empty. Back then, Little Flame had stayed in there for hundreds of years and almost collapsed. Later on, it refused to enter the system space even if it was beaten to death. Lei Luo found the direction of the first initial god's spiritual world and cast the innate magic of the divine sun bird. Flying quickly, the initial god's spiritual world was very far away from the first god's spiritual world. There were more than 30 spiritual worlds in between. If not for the innate magic of the divine sun bird, Lei Luo could only rely on his normal flying speed. Without more than 10 years, he would not have been able to cross such a vast distance. But now, he had only spent a month's time to arrive outside the initial god's spiritual world. Compared to the world creation god's spiritual world, this spiritual world is much bigger. Lei Luo looked at the huge god's spiritual world in the distance, emitting a bright light. However, in this god's spiritual world, he could see some gaps. Those were left behind when the Shadow Divine World system attacked the first Divine World. It had not been repaired. Raylo entered the first Divine World through a gap. Whether it was the strength of the world's origin or the density of the elements, they were far from what the Divine World could compare to. Unfortunately, when he scanned with his spiritual sense, he did not sense any existences above the ultimate mage level. All that was left were ordinary creatures. It was equivalent to a modern civilization with advanced technology suddenly regressing to the Roman Empire's era. Raylo directly arrived at the center of the first world, which was the original palace. It was still floating in the sky, and it was incomparably huge. However, there was no one inside the palace because everyone in the Divine Palace had been sacrificed by faith. The people in the Divine Palace were told not to have any cultivation below the sky-level spirit cultivator. From now on, you can live here. Lei Luo revealed a smile. Such a good place completely belonged to him. Thus, he released everyone from the inner world. After they knew that this was the place to practice magic in the future, they were all very happy. It was a really beautiful place. It was like a fairyland. Lei Luo directly cast the 7th layer of Angel Holy Light Shield, enveloping the entire palace. He also set up a god-trapping array and transplanted the tree of the moon god, Osmanthus, into a palace. After doing this, Lei Luo made other arrangements, such as repairing the gaps in the initial world. He had planned to use the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire initial world. However, it was a bit difficult. The initial world was too big. Perhaps it wouldn't be a problem to use the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire world. However, if he used it to envelop the one initial world, he would need to reach the 3rd level. After everything was settled, Lei Luo went into seclusion. As for the others, they naturally trained hard. After all, they realized that their strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. To powerful cultivators, perhaps 300 years was nothing. But to the countless creatures in the initial world, they were many generations of gods. Even the battle between the Dharma gods more than 300 years ago had become a legend. Due to the loss of high-level mages, these new generations of living beings were all groping their way forward. There was no other way. Those sects that possessed profound magic basically had all kinds of defensive formations. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to enter. Therefore, more than 300 years had passed. But the progress of the mages in the first world was not particularly fast. The strongest one was only at the level of an archmage. The main reason was that there was no advanced magic codex. As the magic gradually recovered, there was also a frenzy of exploration of the ruins. At this time, Wei and the others who were cultivating in the Divine Palace also left the Divine Palace one after another. In this boundless divine world, they performed miracles and brought back children with good aptitude. This was Lei Luo's requirement for them. Their cultivation levels were considered not bad. The weakest of them had already reached the level of a god. The reason why they were so fast was because of the moon god Osmanthus tree's miraculous effects. In addition to sufficient resources, the one who progressed the fastest was the moon god, who had already become a level 12 god. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. Xueli had stepped out of the level 37 sky-level spirit cultivator. Little Fire, this divine dragon, had already stepped out of the level 41 sky-level spirit cultivator path. It had almost reached its limit. Back then, the Lord of Hell had only reached level 41. And the bloodline level of the Lord of Hell was actually very high. Lei Luo's requirement for Little Fire was to reach level 42. Once it was completed, it would be able to break through to the Tao God world. Otherwise, he would continue to endure. As for Xueli, her requirements were a little lower. She just needed to reach the 39th level. Lei Luo's training results were also very average. After 300 years, he had only reached the 3rd step. From the 61st step, he had reached the 64th step. It was getting harder and harder. He was still 3 steps away from his previous goal of reaching the 67th step. He estimated that it would take him at least 500 years. And that was a conservative estimate. Fortunately, the time for the key to the Land of Profound to cool down was getting closer and closer. Other than that, he was quite apprehensive. He was worried that the pursuers of the Radiant God would track him down. Chapter 233, Level 2 Scholar entering the land of Upanishads again. The Shadow Master God had died in his hands, and the page of the Book of Rebirth had fallen into his hands. The Radiant God's pursuer would definitely catch up to him. With the cultivation base of a level 64 sky-level spirit cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with the pursuer. However, it wouldn't be enough to deal with the powerful Radiant organization. If it was not possible, he could only pick up and run. Outside the first initial world, an aircraft was rapidly approaching. We are finally reaching the initial world. It took more than 300 years for our God Alliance to repair the Void Teleportation Array to the first initial world. Yes, without the Void Teleportation Array, the communication between the God and the God's world is really not easy. The Shadow God system has carried out a sacrifice of faith. All the high-level mages in the first initial world have died. I wonder how far the magic in this world has declined. More than 300 years have passed. I wonder how far it has recovered. It's very difficult to recover. However, when we repair the Void Portal, our God Alliance will be able to relocate a portion of the sects and rebuild the magic in the first initial world. There were many people sitting on the aircraft. They were sent by the Spirit Alliance to repair the Void Portal. They had been flying in the void for more than 10 years before they finally reached the vicinity of the initial world. Suddenly, the situation of the initial world stunned everyone in the aircraft. It was actually enveloped by an indescribably huge angel light shield. What's going on? Could this be a defensive array? How is that possible? To cover such a huge godly world like the initial world, how many massive defenses were needed? Absolutely impossible. How did they come up with such resources? But what's with this angel light shield? It can't have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that another powerful external force has occupied the initial world? Quick! Let's quickly send this news back to the Spirit Alliance. The people in the flying transport felt that things were not looking good. If the initial world was really occupied by an external force, the Void Teleportation Array would not be able to be repaired. Meanwhile, in the second starting world, the monarch received a message from the Void Teleportation Array Restorer. The first thing he did was to contact the masters of the other 8 starting worlds. After analyzing the results and judging from the description of the battle given by the Creator God Emperor, the master of the starting God world, he was basically certain that this angel light shield should have been set up by that mysterious expert who had once hidden in the Creator God world. That mysterious expert had once used a powerful defense like the Angel Holy Light Shield during the Shadow Main God's duel. Thus, the Imperial Emperor immediately made a decision to repair the Void Teleportation Array, but not to disturb the First Initial World. Since that senior had hidden himself in the First Initial World and used the Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire First Initial World, it meant that senior did not want anyone to disturb the development of the First Initial World. In the end, after those Array Formation Restorers repaired the Void Teleportation Array, they teleported back. Lei Luo knew that the Void Teleportation Array was repaired. Every once in a while, he would sweep the void outside the world, with his cultivation base of a level 64 sky-level spirit cultivator. His soul consciousness could already detect the location of the Void Teleportation Array. On this day, Lei Luo finished his cultivation and walked out of the place. The current Divine Palace wasn't as quiet as it had been 300 years ago. In recent decades, Wei and the others had brought back many children and accepted them as their disciples. Now, it was much livelier. Of course, the divine technique was too powerful. A few hundred people was still a small number. Even if there were millions of people living in this divine palace, it was still very spacious. One had to know that the arcane heavenly palace could accommodate tens of millions of people. And this divine palace was much higher than the arcane heavenly palace. The development of magic in the divine world is still too slow. Lei Luo's consciousness moved and swept across the entire divine world. Although a large number of ultimate mages and even mage god level mages had been born, this was the divine world, a place that once had countless gods. A mere mage god was too insignificant. It's about time to open those palaces, Lei Luo thought. Although the countless divine techniques would definitely cause chaos in the godly spirit world and war to break out. How could one become stronger without experiencing storms? I want to open the most ordinary palaces. Lei Luo quickly came up with an idea. The next moment, with a thought, a powerful power radiated through the entire divine world. He forbade him from opening the divine palaces by force. In an instant, rays of light could no longer be sealed. They shot up into the sky, causing countless countries and forces in the divine world to be shaken. For a moment, a large number of battles broke out. Whoever could occupy a divine palace had the right to rise. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lei Luo. He started a new round of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Luo suddenly found that the key to the land of Upanishads had cooled down again. Thus, he didn't hesitate to enter the land of Upanishads. Soon, Lei Luo's soul consciousness had entered the land of Upanishads again. Silver codex piled up like a mountain. Golden runes formed an ocean. It was still so familiar. This place could help him improve his soul consciousness quickly. Lei Luo was very happy. At this moment, an elf-like administrator appeared in the sky. Hello! I'm the administrator of the Land of Power Upanishads. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 scholar. You will receive the following privileges. Privilege 1, you can enter the Land of Upanishads once every 900 years. Privilege 2, you can stay in the Land of Upanishads for 2 months at a time. Privilege 3, you can view one divine level codex at random each time. Privilege 4, you will receive a chance to listen to and explain the codex once. The manager's voice rang out. Lei Luo smiled. It was probably because he had written a pretty good divine comedy the last time that he had raised the level of the scholars in the Land of Upanishads. It wasn't bad. In the future, if he could have more codex, wouldn't he be able to continuously increase the level of the scholars? Moreover, this time, he had added a fourth authority to listen to the explanation of the codex. To be honest, he couldn't see the codex from last time. Until now, he couldn't remember a single word. It was too strange. This shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances. Chapter 234, Radiant God Pursuer. Chapter 234, Radiant God Pursuer. His cultivation wasn't too bad, but he actually couldn't understand it. He wasn't a high-level existence to understand it. Manager, I'll read the codex, Lei Luo said to the manager. Please wait a moment, said the manager who looked like an elf. Not long after, the manager took out a codex. Lei Luo looked at the name of the codex. It was very strange. He couldn't even understand the mysterious meaning of the name. He really didn't know what kind of brain wrote this codex. When Lei Luo took out the codex, there was already a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. Administrator, I want to use the opportunity to listen to the explanation of the codex. Lei Luo simply flipped through the contents of the codex. But he still could not understand it. So he directly made a request to the administrator. Please wait a moment. The administrator's voice sounded. Not long after, A mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the space where Leilua was. The content of the explanation happened to be on the codex in his hand. It was strange. Originally, he could not understand it. But after it was explained, he actually understood a little bit. Gradually, Leilua became engrossed in listening. His rich thoughts were distracted by the voice that was explaining the codex. And it was as if he was traveling through the world of the codex. After an unknown amount of time, Leilua suddenly woke up. The voice in his head had slowly faded away. Leilua looked at the time. It had already been 5 days. However, he felt like only a few minutes had passed. The strange thing was that in his mind, he was able to understand the context of what was being said by the voice. And he held on to what he understood. As for what he could not understand, he could not even remember it. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember the codex nor the things the voice had said. Moreover, what shocked him was that his soul consciousness actually increased by a lot. Compared to the last time he looked at the codex for a month, his gains were much greater. From this, it could be seen that listening to someone explain was indeed very beneficial. Unfortunately, the time was too short. However, he was very curious as to who that mysterious voice was. Next, Leilua began to read the codex. This time, he understood it a little. It was no longer like the last time, where he would forget it at a glance and leave behind some memories. It was just that it would be vague for you to remember. Anyway, it felt very special. Leilua read profusely, and he repeatedly understood everything. He was surprised to feel that he seemed to have made some progress. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, he knew that after repeated study and recitation, he could really understand more. Just like that, in the next month or so, Leilua fell into a studying frenzy. Moreover, after understanding the profound meaning of the codex, it also had several great benefits to the soul. Soon, Leilua returned to the mountain of books, picked up a silver book, and entered the sea of golden runes. This time, he wrote another book. After he finished writing, it was the same as the previous 2 times. As the light descended, his soul consciousness was strengthened greatly. This time, the harvest from entering the land of Upanishads was much higher than the previous 2 times. The main reason was that his soul had improved a lot while he was explaining and reading the codex. Moreover, it was 6 months this time, which was much longer than the previous one. After the strengthening of his soul consciousness was over, Leilua's soul returned to his body. Phew! Leilua exhaled deeply. He could clearly feel the changes after his soul had been strengthened. After that, Leilua cultivated for a while. Sure enough, he had changed a lot. The feeling of cultivating quickly came back. 200 years later, at the edge of the world element, a powerful golden figure stepped out from the crystal wall element. This golden figure was dressed in golden armor. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he actually had a pair of white wings on his back. He was like an angel from the Book of Legends. Circles of golden holy light spread out from his body. Within this golden holy light, there seemed to be a large number of voices chanting and praying. This Shadow Sovereign really is able to escape. However, do you really think that the maze you created will be able to confuse me? The golden armored god let out a cold laugh. He had to admit that this Shadow Sovereign was truly formidable in escaping. He had spent thousands of years, but he had actually been unable to catch up to the Shadow Sovereign. However, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the Shadow Sovereign. Suddenly, he opened his palm and took out a strange pearl. It was as if there was an eyeball hidden within it. Impossible. The Shadow God system has come to this world, but there are no traces of them leaving. This means that the Shadow God system hasn't left. But why are there no traces of their existence? After a long time, the golden armored god revealed a puzzled expression. The next moment, he flew towards a floating world. It only took him a few days to arrive at this floating world. But after scanning it with his divine will, he discovered that the cultivation level of this world was too low. Could it be that the Shadow God system has carried out a face sacrifice? The golden armored god immediately understood. Although the plain origin of this world system wasn't particularly strong, it was absolutely impossible that it didn't even have gods. It could only mean that he had once suffered a sacrifice of faith. Thus, he left this god world and flew towards other worlds. If nothing unexpected happened, this world would have already been plundered by the Shadow God system. The situation wasn't optimistic. Of course, he didn't care. His goal was to capture the Shadow Main God and retrieve the Book of Rebirth. 5 years later, in the 5th primal world, the main race of this god world called themselves shamans. Among the 8 primal worlds, their strength could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, All the shamans in the sorcerer god's temple were looking at the golden figure in the hall in fear. This golden figure was too powerful. The master of the sorcerer god was a powerful existence at the peak of level 19. But in front of this golden figure, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. With just a glance, the master of the sorcerer god knelt on the ground. I'm here to chase after the shadow god spirit system's radiant god. I don't wish to use soul-absorbing methods. So tell me everything you know about the shadow god spirit system. The radiant figure sent out a powerful thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to use soul-absorbing methods, but that this method was very troublesome to use, and he might not be able to obtain complete information. Sir, the shadow god system has already been destroyed, the sorcerer god master hurriedly said. Then, he had to reveal the information he originally knew. Impossible. The plain origin of your world system is so weak, and it can at most give birth to a level 21 god. How can it contend against the shadow god system? The golden figure's thought moved, and he absolutely did not believe it. Chapter 235. The first god was about to arrive. My lord, this is true. It is said that this reclusive expert is very likely to be in the first world, the sorcerer god hurriedly said. The golden figure's eyes flickered. If what this person said was true, then that mysterious existence was at least a level 25 existence. However, there was another possibility. That was that the Shadow Sovereign hadn't truly died. Because of the existence of the Book of Rebirth, the Shadow Sovereign had the ability to resurrect. If that mysterious expert hadn't discovered this area, the Shadow Sovereign would most likely have hidden and was currently undergoing rebirth. It was very difficult for the Shadow Sovereign world, which was in the midst of rebirth, to sense it. The rebirth technique had a very special concealment effect, concealing the aura of the person who had been reborn. The golden figure decided to first go to the place where the Shadow Sovereign had died. If he could track down the traces of the Book of Rebirth, that would be the best. But if the Book of Rebirth fell into the hands of that mysterious expert, then he could only make a long-term plan. The Shadow Sovereign had not escaped death. He had died in the hands of that mysterious expert. This meant that this person's cultivation level had probably reached the level of a level 26 god. Only in this way could he discover the existence of the Book of Rebirth. He was not confident enough to deal with this mysterious expert. After grasping the Book of Rebirth, the expert of this world system had an advantage. Even if he was a level 27 god, he might not be able to take back the Book of Rebirth. The golden figure willed, and with a wave of his hand, all the gods present, including the sorcerer god lord, disappeared. They were all absorbed into his divine kingdom. It was different from the gods, who wanted to open up an inner world. The divine kingdom created by the gods did not require a source stone. Instead, it was a resource called the World Stone, which was much more common than the spatial source stone. One could open up a divine kingdom with a world stone and sufficient power of faith. The sphere of the shadow god system back then was constructed from a large number of divine kingdoms. Because the god system had been cultivated for many years, all the god kingdoms would form a huge god kingdom with the main god as the core. The golden figure left the fifth incipient world and flew directly to the first incipient world. Then, he forced the sorcerer god master to activate the void teleportation array and directly teleported to the void teleportation array in the world of gods. After 600 to 700 years, almost all the void teleportation arrays had been repaired. The golden figure naturally did not want to waste time flying. Arriving at the place where there had been a great battle after the creator's godly spirit world, the golden figure once again took out the crystal ball. The eyes inside were slightly flickering. Even if hundreds of years had passed, and he loved you, the golden figure was actually able to see the great battle that had happened here through these eyes. This was the record of the origin. Because that great battle had been too high-end, it was enough to leave a deep mark on the origin of the plane. It wouldn't disappear for hundreds of years. It should be the magic power of a level 25 god. However, how could the last level of the Shadow Sovereign be unharmed? It really is a bit special. The golden figure frowned. Although what he saw with his eyes was very blurry, he was so powerful that he was able to analyze very valuable information. I can't attack directly. If I alert the enemy, they'll probably run away. That way, it'll be even more difficult to track down the Shadow Sovereign. The golden figure quickly made his decision. And so, with a flash, he disappeared, entering his own divine kingdom. He knelt down in front of an enormous statue and began to pray. This statue seemed to be formed from light, incomparably dazzling and sacred. In fact, there was even a pair of wings on the back of this statue. Clearly, it was of the same race as this golden figure. Suddenly, the god suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Forgo, have you found the Shadow God system? Answer the great sovereign of light. Your most loyal subordinate, Forgo, has already found the location of the Book of Rebirth. The Shadow Sovereign is already dead, and the technique of rebirth has fallen into the hands of another powerful god. It is possible that he has the cultivation of a level 26 god. Forgo isn't completely confident. I hope that the great sovereign will be able to assist him. The golden figure, the god of Forgo, hurriedly said, I will send the god of power, Austin, to come and support you. After the idol finished speaking, it closed its eyes. Farewell, great sovereign. The golden figure, the god of Forgo, respectfully sent him off. In his heart, he felt very high and new. This was because the god of power, Austin, was at the level of a 28th tier god. He could be said to be the #1 god under the great god of light. He had grasped a powerful divine artifact, the spear of the perishing god, and his combat power was extremely strong. Lei Luo did not know that the god of light had already entered this world system. He had even locked onto his position. That day, even if he knew, he would not be too worried, because he had been in Li for more than 200 years. He had taken 4 more steps and reached the terrifying level of a level 68 sky-level spirit cultivator. Taking 4 steps in 200 years was absolutely shocking. He had only taken 4 steps in 300 years. And these 4 steps were definitely much more difficult than the 4 steps of sending money. But he had only used over 200 years to complete it. This was the astonishing benefit of entering the arcane pocket realm. With his current strength, even if the Radiant Sovereign came personally, he shouldn't be a match for him. Of course, Lei Luo definitely wouldn't be arrogant. Perhaps the information the Shadow Sovereign had wasn't complete. Perhaps the Radiant Sovereign had concealed his strength and reached the 30th rank. Perhaps even the Radiant Sovereign had an even more powerful backer behind him. In short, the world was vast, and there were countless experts. One could never think that one was strong enough. There were many strong people, and he was still very weak. He could not be compared to the owner of the devouring treasure box, in spite of the fact that he was already dead. Therefore, he still had to keep a low profile and learn magic. He had to know how to hide himself and be good at disguising. This was the best way to protect himself. In the past 200 years, the changes in the #1 godly spirit world were undoubtedly very great. This was because many sky-level mages had already been born. Although it was estimated that it would still take another 1,000 years, or even a few thousand years, before the birth of a godly spirit, the level of mages had increased rapidly in the end. In the Divine Palace, the number of disciples that Wei and the others had beckoned had already exceeded 1,000. The strongest had already reached the middle sky level. Compared to this deep palace, the resources were too abundant, so the cultivation speed of these disciples was very fast. Chapter 236, The God of Power, Austin. Chapter 236, The God of Power, Austin. I hope that when I leave this world system in the future, this first world will be able to completely recover. Raylo looked at the flourishing divine world and revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, because he had a strange premonition. This premonition didn't mean that any danger had occurred, but that he had been mysteriously targeted. Could it be that the Radiant God chasing after the Shadow God system has arrived? Lei Luo's heart moved. Based on the Shadow Sovereign's estimation, that God would need at least 1,000 years or more to find a trace. It had only been 700 years. Lei Luo shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. He just waited for that God to come knocking on his door. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to look for it. Not only was it troublesome, but it was also easy to encounter danger. This was his old nest, so his safety was guaranteed. System, I want to sign in, Lei Luo suddenly murmured to himself. Signing in every day had long since become a habit. He basically wouldn't miss a single day. However, in the past few hundred years, his luck was very ordinary. He didn't get anything good. Even when he came to the Divine Palace for the first time in the first Divine World, he didn't get anything good. Even when he came to the Divine Palace for the first time in the first Divine World, he didn't get anything good. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully checking in. You are rewarded with a Divination Codex. This was the sound of a system notification ringing in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo was a little surprised. A Prophecy Codex? It sounded pretty good. He hurriedly checked the introduction of the Cosmic Prophecy Codex. The Prophecy Codex could deduce the past that was related to oneself, the information of the present and the future. Under specific information, could deduce the past of others, the information of the present and the future. When cultivated to the extreme, could deduce all things, becoming truly omniscient. It was omnipotent. Lei Luo was completely shocked after reading it. This prophecy codex was extraordinarily powerful. He quickly took out the prophecy codex and used it. This prophecy codex did not have many layers. It was completely based on one's own cultivation level and understanding of the prophecy codex. I can give it a try. Lei Luo's heart moved. Hence, he immediately activated the prophecy codex. Immediately, a strange compass appeared in his mind with countless information flashing on it. This was the core of the prophecy codex. Without this, there was no way to deduce. At this moment, Lei Luo had a deep understanding of the strange compass. As he converted the strange premonition into data information, he applied it to the compass. Instantly, countless strange information and images appeared. This was the result of the prophecy codex's deduction. Leroy needed to find what he needed from these things. The more information there was, the harder it was to identify. After an unknown amount of time, Leroy was suddenly attracted by a group of images. It was a statue made of wireless, holy light in a huge temple. In front of the statue, there was a golden armored figure with white wings kneeling. Answer the great sovereign of light. Your most loyal subordinate, Forgo, has already found the location of the Book of Rebirth. The Shadow Sovereign has already fallen, and the Book of Rebirth has fallen into the hands of another powerful god. It is possible that the Book of Rebirth has the cultivation of a level 26 god. Forgo does not have complete confidence. I hope that the great sovereign will be able to provide assistance. This golden figure, the god of Forgo, spoke. I will send the god of power, Austin, to come and support you. After the god of light finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Raylo was astonished. It was indeed the god of light. Moreover, this god had locked onto the possession. Although he didn't know how the other party knew that he had the Book of Rebirth, Raylo knew that this battle was inevitable. Needless to say, the value of the Book of Rebirth was extremely important even to Lei Luo. It was a powerful treasure that could allow a person to be revived. Although the second level of the Spirit Replenishing Codex was also able to achieve this level, and was even more powerful, the Book of Rebirth wasn't limited to individual use. As long as one fused a strand of one's soul into the Book of Rebirth, one would be able to obtain the right to be reborn. However, the main god of light didn't directly come over. Instead, he sent the god of power, Austin. In other words, the enemy I have to face is the god of power, Austin, and that golden god, Raylo said as he pondered. Of course, after he finished off these two gods, the main god of light would definitely personally make a move. He didn't think that the main god of light would give up on the Book of Rebirth. He might even use other methods when he knew he couldn't deal with him. How troublesome. If it wasn't for the Book of Rebirth's immense value, he would have wanted to return the Book of Rebirth to the main god of light to avoid this trouble. The master of the devouring treasure box said 4 don'ts. Don't meddle in other matters. Don't show off. Don't be greedy. And don't believe in women. Am I greedy now? Lei Luo sighed in his heart. It was easy to say, but it was hard to do. How could he not want the benefits that were right on the tip of his tongue? This was like being struck by lightning. For the next 10 years or so, Lei Luo would read his fortune every day. One day, Lei Luo saw an image of a powerful golden figure crossing the planar crystal wall system and descending into this world system. The god of power of the radiant god system, Austin, had arrived. A few days later, a beam of light shot out from the void teleportation array outside the first initial world, and 2 golden figures flew out from it. The defensive strength of this angel holy light shield should be at the level of a peak level 27 god. Austin, the god of power, looked at the huge angel holy light shield in the distance and said in a deep voice, Lord God of power, are you confident? The golden god, Forgo, asked. Don't worry. The difference between ours and the path of the gods is enormous. That is, they are unable to rely on the power of a group. This is the reason why the path of the gods will be defeated by us when we are on the same level. Soon, an enormous divine kingdom appeared behind him. The divine kingdom of the golden god, Forgo, had fused together as well. This was a special characteristic of the divine system. Generally speaking, high gods would unconditionally dominate the lower gods. Let us first be courteous before we attack, said the god of power, Austin, in a clear voice. Instantly, his body became incomparably large, and he strode towards the number 1 primordial world. His roiling aura rippled through the void, allowing him to display his supreme divine might to his heart's content. However, after such a terrifying force struck the angel holy light shield, it had completely weakened. There was no effect inside the incipient world at all. Chapter 237, The Submission of the Main God of Light. Respected God, I am Austin, the god of power from the Radiant God system. I have come under the command of my main god to find the Book of Divine Items of the Radiant God System. The Book of Rebirth. I hope that you can return the item to us. You will forever have the friendship of the Radiant God System. A vast voice was transmitted over. However, all of it was blocked by the Angel Holy Light Shield. Only Raylo could hear it. He did this naturally because he didn't want to cause panic among the living beings in the divine world. How much is the friendship worth? How much is the Book of Rebirth worth? The Shadow Main God has caused a great disaster to our world system. This Book of Rebirth can be considered as compensation, Raylo said calmly. Respected powerful deity, the Shadow Sovereign System is willing to compensate you for any losses caused to your world system. The prerequisite is that you return the Book of Rebirth to us, said the God of Power, Austin, in a low voice. That won't do. There's no such thing in this world. The Book of Rebirth was obtained from the Shadow Sovereign, so it naturally is the Shadow Sovereign's compensation to our world system. As for what you want to retrieve, you can ask the Shadow Sovereign, Raylo said with a smile. If that's the case, does your excellency not wish to return the Book of Rebirth to our Radiant God System? Said the God of Power, Austin, in a threatening tone. The Book of Rebirth doesn't belong to your Radiant God System. I obtained it with my own ability. Why should I return it to you? Raylo said calmly. There was nothing wrong with that. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to protect the Book of Rebirth. The God of Power, Austin, naturally knew that it was impossible to retrieve the Book of Rebirth so easily. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't give up so easily. A treasure that could resurrect people endlessly would be coveted by any faction. At the next moment, the God of Power, Austin, suddenly stepped into the void and punched towards the Angel Holy Light Shield. The terrifying power tore through everything, almost causing the entire void to distort and explode. The power of a level 28 god was far beyond what this plane could withstand. In other words, if it was in the void, with the power of the God of Power, Austin, he could easily destroy a god's world. Boom! The terrifying power suddenly struck the Angel Holy Light Shield. However, Lei Luo's Angel Holy Light Shield didn't move after being twisted and shaken for a while. Even in the protected first initial world, there was no movement at all. This was the power of the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield. As long as the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield wasn't destroyed, nothing inside would be affected, and no power could penetrate it. How powerful was Lei Luo's 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield? He had used the Sky level Spirit Cultivator cultivation base of a level 68 god. At level 61, it was equivalent to a level 25 god. At level 68, it was definitely comparable to a level 31 god, or even a level 32 god. Therefore, although Austin, the God of Power, was a level 28 god, it was difficult for him to reach level 29 even if he gathered the power of all the gods under him. This was because only when a sovereign used the power of the divine system would he be able to unleash power that surpassed his own level. When the God of Power, Austin, saw that the angelic holy light shield hadn't been broken and that it hadn't even been affected, he was completely stunned. How can the defense of this angelic holy light shield be so powerful? Although this wasn't his most powerful punch, to block it, he had to at least have the cultivation of a peak 28th rank god. I don't believe that I can't even break this turtle shell, growled the God of Power, Austin. A bronze battle spear appeared in his hand. This was the fallen god's spear. It was an extremely powerful weapon of war. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it had the mystical character of being able to break through solid walls and be sharp. Boom! He suddenly activated his terrifying power and threw out the fallen god's spear in his hand. Instantly, the spear of the fallen god turned into a shocking ray of light, piercing through everything. Wrapped in the powerful divine magic power, it instantly shot onto the Angel Holy Light Shield. The Angel Holy Light Shield twisted violently, as if it was about to be penetrated. But in the end, it did not break. What was even stranger was that the spear of the fallen god was actually wrapped up by the Angel Holy Light Shield and then disappeared. The God of Power, Austin, was stunned. His divine weapon, the spear of the fallen god, had actually been lost. At this moment, he knew what kind of terrifying existence he was dealing with. Without thinking, he turned around and wanted to escape. But suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded by his ear. It is impolite not to reciprocate. In the next moment, a graceful beam shot out from the Angel Holy Light Shield and pierced through Austin's body, nailing him to the void. It was the spear of the fallen god. It was such a strange occurrence. You are a level 29 god. No, definitely not a level 29 god. You should be a level 30 god. Austin looked at the gray-robed figure walking out from the distant first initial world, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This place of such weak origin actually had a level 30 god. This was even more powerful than the main god of light. Even if he gathered the power of the entire god system, it would still be difficult to deal with such a terrifying existence. Raylo came to Austin's side, grabbed his head, and activated the soul-absorbing codex. Of course, other than checking the information of the god of light system, he mainly wanted to exchange blows with the main god of light and warn him at the same time. If this radiant god continued to pester him, he would be very irritated. Soon, Raylo's powerful soul descended into the mind of the god of power. Austin. This was a golden world, covered by countless golden lights, forming a powerful spiritual defense. Unspeakable prayers rang out. As Raylo descended, it was as if a defense was activated, and a gigantic god's figure appeared. Boom! Two terrifying wills collided. Even though this was the main field of the Radiant Sovereign, Raylo's level was clearly higher. Respected expert, how about we end this matter here? The Radiant Sovereign sent out a thought. This was because he could sense how powerful Raylo was. He was at least a level higher than him. This was extremely terrifying. It meant that there was no hope for their Radiant Spirit system to retrieve the Book of Rebirth. Chapter 238, Surpassing the Divine World. To deal with the master of an intelligent divine system, not provoking a powerful enemy was the wisest choice. Let go of his soul defense and reveal everything about your Radiant Divine System to me, Lei Luo said indifferently. How was it possible to give up just like that? Who knew if the Radiant God system was using a roundabout tactic? Thus, the best method was to grasp a large amount of secrets about the Radiant God system. This is impossible! How could the Radiant Sovereign allow the secrets of the Radiant God system to be revealed? This concerned the life and death of the Radiant God world. The Power God's level was high enough to grasp a large amount of secrets about the Radiant God system. Then this shows that you are insincere. Since that's the case, then I can only come and take a look myself, Raylo said calmly. Then, he suddenly used his most powerful strength, and even used the 4 ultimate abilities of heaven and earth. Below the high level of the 4 ultimate abilities of heaven and earth, not only was the defense of the soul strong, but the high level of the soul had also reached the ability to absolutely break through the defense. The level of this god of light was inferior to his, so it would be extremely easy for him to break through the god of power soul defense. In an instant, Raylo's soul seemed to receive an unimaginable amplification. It suddenly became incomparably violent, instantly tearing through the defense of the god of power. Austin. A powerful force overpowered the main god of light, and he punched out. Instantly, the faith incarnation of the main god of light collapsed. A soul defense was completely shattered. Everything about the god of power, Austin, as well as the secrets of the god of light, were revealed before Raylo. In an extremely distant world system, golden light filled the entire world, and countless voices of prayer resounded. Anyone who entered would be unconsciously brainwashed and immersed in it. Suddenly, the entire golden world shook, and it was as if a great existence was enraged. Damn it! Damn it to the extreme! In the core area, a golden figure roared angrily. However, after a long while, the golden figure gradually quieted down. This is a level 32, or even a level 33 god. I can't get the Book of Rebirth back, the golden figure said helplessly. He was only a level 29 god. Even if he combined the power of a god, he could only fight against a level 30 god. However, against a level 32 or even level 33 peak god, he was helpless. If he angered such an existence, the glory god would be destroyed. The other party must already have detailed information about the glory god system. If he dared to spread the secret of the Book of Rebirth, this super god would take revenge on his god system. I can only wait. When the ancestor god recovers, I'll definitely be able to take back the Book of God, the main god of light thought to himself. The winged humans were very powerful. The god system he controlled was only one of the very powerful branches. Above them was the mighty ancestor god. He had been in seclusion for countless years. As long as the ancestor god could break through to a great realm above the Tao god level, he would definitely be able to recover. At that time, it would be time to take back the Book of Rebirth. On the other side, Lei Luo retracted his palm and let out a long breath. He had grasped a secret that countless shadow gods were unable to grasp. There's actually a powerful elder god above the radiant god. He entered the winged human race's elder god world to enter seclusion and cultivate more than 100,000 years ago, preparing to break through to the realm above the Tao god level. Lei Luo's face revealed a hint of surprise. His cautiousness was indeed correct. There really was an even more powerful existence above the radiant gods god system. To be able to break through to the realm above the god level, one had to be at least a level 33 god. Generally speaking, reaching level 33 was the limit. Reaching level 33 and level 34 was almost impossible. It was still very difficult even if one walked the path of sky-level spirit cultivator beyond level 33 before breaking through to a god. For example, the god of power, Austin, who had just used the soul-absorbing codex, had walked the 43rd step on the path of sky-level spirit cultivator. However, when he reached the 28th step on the path of the god, it was almost impossible for him to advance. Although breaking through the limits of the god was hundreds of times harder than the path of the sky-level spirit cultivator, it was almost negligible. Therefore, the possibility of this winged human ancestor god being a level 33 god was the highest. It was very difficult for him to surpass the level of a level 33 god. It's been almost 100,000 years, and he hasn't recovered yet. He might even have fallen. Lei Luo shook his head. Of course, he couldn't completely think that way. Yet he suddenly broke through and was about to come out of seclusion. Thus, he had to be on guard against this. If the winged human ancestor god really broke through to the realm above the god level, then he had to be careful. It seems that my strength is still not enough. I have to continue training. Lei Luo sighed. The higher the level of training, the more he felt that his strength was not enough. Beyond the sky was still the sky. This was not a joke. It was reality. He was still only a god. What about above the god level? Who knew how many levels there were above the god level? There was no limit to learning. Similarly, there was no limit to training. Raylo pulled out the spear of the fallen god from the god of power, Austin. Soon, Austin's body began to collapse, finally turning into endless light. Raylo turned around and left, returning to the first incipient world. Time flew by. The peaceful life of practicing magic passed by so quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed. Although he had entered the land of profound meaning twice, and his soul had become much stronger, he found that the level of the origin of the plane was too low, and it was becoming more and more of a burden to him. Simply strengthening the soul was not very useful anymore. In more than 2,000 years, he had only taken 9 steps. He had just reached the 77th level as a sky-level spirit cultivator. He was still 23 steps away from reaching the 100th levels. However, level 23 was the most difficult to walk through. This was because he had actually been stuck between the 77th level to the 78th level for more than 400 years. He wondered if it was time for him to leave this world system and cultivate in a higher world system. However, he still decided to wait until he broke through to the 78th level sky-level spirit cultivator before he left. This was because his strength would be stronger, and he would have the ability to protect himself. After more than 2,000 years of development in the first initial world, although it had not recovered to its peak, it had already begun to give birth to gods. The number of people in the divine palace had already exceeded 100,000, so the number of gods was naturally the highest. Chapter 239, Opening the Hidden World Within the Origin. As for Wei and the others, the weakest had already reached more than a dozen gods. Among them, the moon god's advancement was the most terrifying. She was now a level 20 god. This kind of breakthrough speed surprised even Lei Luo. It was very obvious that the moon god's memories and foundations from her past life were recovering faster. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the divine palace. Fortunately, Lei Luo had already made arrangements, so it didn't cause too much of an impact. The other people in the divine palace were also used to it. Lei Luo was feeling a little numb because the moon god had broken through again. She had broken through to a level 21 god. This was already the limit of this world system. Even if the moon goddess wanted to break through, there was no other way. She wasn't like Lei Luo, who had the system. Even if she had the foundation of her previous life, she would still be affected by the world system's origin. Moreover, Lei Luo, who had the system, would also be affected, but only slightly. Very soon, the moon goddess appeared in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo felt that the moon god was very different. This was because the influence of the past life on the current moon god was getting bigger and bigger. Senior, I just recovered a lot of memories from my past life, the moon god said. She had known about her past life since 1,000 years ago. According to the memories of my past life, I used to be from this world. However, the world at that time was different from the current one. It was much larger and much more powerful than the current one. There were even existences that surpassed gods. In my past life, I was the powerful princess of the divine court. My father was a great existence that surpassed gods. Later, when the alien races invaded, in order to protect the inheritance, the Lord of the Divine Court cut off a small part of the world and used a supreme forbidden magic to teleport it out. If there are no accidents, the current world system was formed from that small part of the world that was teleported out. The moon god continued to speak. Raylo revealed a surprised expression. Had the moon god's memories been awakened so much? If this world system was really formed from a small part of another powerful world system, it could be seen that the original world system was absolutely beyond imagination. However, this was also normal. After all, it could give birth to existences that surpass God's. Other than awakening these memories, I can also sense a hidden inner world. There are large amounts of cultivation resources stored inside. Enough for me to cultivate to a level that surpassed God's in my previous life. The moon god said. Isn't that great? You can just open that hidden inner world, Lei Luo said with a smile. Senior, I'm afraid that won't do. In my previous life, I had a cultivation level of a level 31 god. But in the end, I died because there was a foreign god lurking inside. After this world was teleported, he suddenly attacked. In my previous life, I was ambushed and severely injured. In the end, I risked my life to close that inner world. And in my previous life, I died because of that. The moon god shook her head. Lei Luo finally understood why the moon god, Delina, had said that. The fact that the moon god had been able to successfully attack a level 31 god in his previous life meant that the intruder's cultivation had reached at least level 31. Moreover, countless years had passed. Who knew if the intruder had died or not? It was fine if he had died. But if he hadn't, once the inner world was opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was because the inner world had resources that could allow one to cultivate a realm beyond that of a deity. Once that alien deity didn't die, his strength would increase greatly, and he might even break through to a realm beyond that of a deity. That would be extremely terrifying. It's fine. With me here. Just open it, Lei Luo said with a smile. His current cultivation level had reached level 77. Logically speaking, he should be able to deal with existences that surpass God's. Right? Of course. This was a theoretical judgment. As for what the truth was, he would only know after giving it a try. No matter how powerful an alien god that was sealed in the inner world was, it should only be at the level that had just surpassed God's. He couldn't be any stronger. Therefore, he wanted to know how powerful an existence above the level of a god was. If there really was an existence above the level of a god in the inner world, that would be the best. However, he felt that the possibility wasn't high, because the realm above the level of a god wasn't so easy to break through. Senior, are you sure? Said the moon god, Delina, in surprise. Of course. I want to see how powerful an existence above the deity level is. I hope that the inner world you mentioned has such an existence, Lei Luo said with a smile. The moon god, Delina, knew that a senior would never brag. Since she had such confidence, she must be sure of herself. She nodded immediately. Thus, the two of them left the divine palace, left the first incipient world, and came to the void. The moon god suddenly released all of his power. And soon after, the bloodline power in his body began to stir. It was as if a valve had been opened, and a strange power was released from his body. Strange ribbons formed around him. These ribbons wandered around and interweaved. Finally, they formed a huge strange array diagram in the void. This formation was extremely complicated, and even with the moon god's power, it seemed to be extremely difficult. Lei Luo did not go up to help, because this formation that originated from her bloodline and power from her previous life was not something that outsiders could help with. After an unknown amount of time, the moon god, Delina, seemed to have reached her limit. She had finally completed the construction of the huge and responsible formation. As soon as it was completed, the entire void trembled, and an intense vein-like vibration radiated into the entire world system. Lei Luo revealed a surprised expression, because he could faintly sense that a world hidden deep within the plane's origin was gradually emerging. But as this world emerged, it seemed as if a terrifying consciousness had awakened. So it's hidden in the world's origin. No wonder I didn't notice it before. Lei Luo revealed a smile. In the entire world system, other than the world's origin, there were almost no secrets to him. He had even gone to the depths of the sea of bitterness, and had even signed up for the sword of hell. This was because the world system's origin could not be destroyed or controlled. If he forcefully controlled it, there was only one possibility, and that was the destruction of the world. If it merged with the origin, it would become a part of the origin of the world and become the world's spokesperson. It was similar to God. Therefore, He did not forcefully probe the secret of the origin of the world. Naturally, he did not discover this world, which was very normal. Boom! As that world completely emerged, the powerful sealing power gradually faded. The opening was irreversible. Soon, an extremely powerful will was transmitted from this inner world. Ha ha ha! I can finally get out! Chapter 240. Enter the inner world and train crazily. Boom! A terrifying powerful existence finally broke through that world and completely descended into the void. This was a very terrifying humanoid creature. Its entire body was covered in green carapace. It looked as if it was an insect person. However, because its body was extremely huge, it looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Lei Luo shook his head in disappointment after sensing the aura of this powerful creature. It wasn't the powerful existence above the gods that he had imagined. It was only a level 33 god. Although it was very powerful, he felt that he could crush it to death with a single finger. What a familiar aura! You must be Princess Bing Luo of the Divine Court from beyond the heavens. Right. I didn't expect you to be reincarnated. You even regained your memories and opened up this inner world for me. Do you know how I've spent these millions of years? The giant insect man expert's gaze landed on the moon god. Delina. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. You're only a level 21 god. It's no wonder that the origin of this world is so weak. However, I still have to thank you for letting me out. Therefore, I'll let you die a quick death. Ha ha ha. The insect god shook his head and laughed arrogantly. The moon god, Delina, turned pale. After all, the aura of this insect god was too terrifying. As he laughed wildly, it was as if the entire world system was trembling. Are you done? Lei Luo said calmly. Little guy, are you talking to me? The insect god's strange compound eyes landed on Lei Luo's body. It was as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at Lei Luo. His strange gaze swept over, as if wanting to probe Lei Luo's strength. Of course. You stayed in that inner world for millions of years. Why haven't you broken through to the realm above the Tao God level? Lei Luo sighed and said, You're too useless. You've disappointed me. The insect god was stunned. What did he hear? A puny human actually said that he was too useless. Arrogant human. I will let you know the miserable fate of daring to mock me. The insect god was completely provoked and let out a terrifying roar. He suddenly raised his hand. It was not a hand, because this hand was like a mantis sickle. It was filled with sharp saw teeth. As it cut, even the void was torn apart. Lei Luo smiled, and his body moved. He rose into the air and dodged this attack, then landed on the head of the insect god. Then, he stepped down. Boom! The insect god felt the entire world shake and shake, squeezing his body. Then, an extremely terrifying power surged into his body, completely suppressing his own power. He was actually unable to move. His entire body lay in the void. The insect god's entire body trembled, because he knew that he had hit an iron plate. Moreover, it was a very large iron plate. This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed gods. When the moon god, Delina, saw this scene, her beautiful eyes lit up. Senior was really too powerful. His strength seemed to have no limits, and he could always defeat powerful enemies. Lei Luo couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the insect god. He directly used the soul-absorbing codex that worked every time and began to probe the information in the insect god's mind. After a long time, Lei Luo finally stopped. He took a long breath and sorted out the huge amount of information he had just obtained. As an existence that had lived for millions of years, one could imagine how many memories he had. Of course, the last few hundred years were very, very simple. What Lei Luo needed was information on the race of this insect man god. The race of this insect man god was called the mantis human race. It was a branch of the mantis human race among the insect man race. The gods were good at disguising themselves, which was why they had infiltrated the evacuation team of the extraterrestrial divine court. The insect man race that invaded the great world was very powerful. Among them, the locust human race, the bee human race, and the moth human race were the most powerful. They all had terrifying existences that surpassed the gods. As for the otherworldly divine court, there was only the otherworldly emperor lord, who was a god-level existence. However, in that great battle back then, the otherworldly emperor lord fought 1 against 3. In the end, he could not defeat them, so he had no choice but to cut off a small part of the otherworldly world and teleport out. As for what happened in the otherworldly world after that, the mantis humans did not know either. After Lei Luo completely killed the mantis human god, he brought the moon god, Delina, into the inner world. There were still many cultivation resources in the inner world. Although millions of years had passed, the mantis human god had not been completely exhausted, because after he reached level 33, he could no longer cultivate. Even if there were resources above the god level, the mantis human god did not dare to use them, because if the breakthrough was not successful, then it was the path of death. This inner world was very large, but it could not compare to the inner world of the devouring treasure box's owner. It could be seen that the devouring treasure box's owner's strength surpassed that of the inner world's owner. At the center of this inner world, there was a huge strange platform. There were complex patterns on it, and one could tell at a glance that it was a teleportation. Senior, if there are no accidents, I should be able to open this teleportation array and form a spatial tunnel to connect to the great world beyond the heavens. The moon goddess said with a smile. Let's talk about it in the future. Lei Luo said with a smile. He decided to wait until he had cultivated to the level 78 sky level spirit cultivator before talking about it. If there were no accidents, the possibility of the extraterrestrial god lord dying was very high. There was a high possibility that he had already informed many others beyond the world. Millions of years had passed, and no one knew how powerful the bug humans were. Therefore, he felt that it was better to be more cautious and try to increase his strength before going over. Yes, Senior. The moon god, Delina, nodded. Also, in the future, cultivate in this inner world. Lei Luo added. Although the low registration of the origin of the world had an impact on the cultivation of magic, there were two main aspects. One was the cultivation speed. The closer one was to the limit, the slower the cultivation speed would be. The other was the cultivation resources. They couldn't give birth to the treasures of a high-level world without high-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How could a god break through? The reason why the mantis human god could break through to the 33rd level in this inner world was mainly because of the massive amount of cultivation resources. The mantis human god had risen by 2 levels in a few million years. Therefore, with sufficient resources, the moon god could still cultivate, but it would be a very, very slow process. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. Lei Luo had finally broken through to level 78. As for breaking through again, it was almost impossible. And in these 200 years, the moon god, Delina, was still at level 21. Chapter 241, Landing in the Great Beyond World. Lei Luo finally decided to let the moon god, Delina, activate the teleportation array and go to the Great Beyond World to take a look. Of course, the main reason was that the origin of the Great Beyond World was high enough. This Great Beyond World was different from the current world system. It was a very complete world. There were 3 worlds. There were heaven, earth, and man. The heavenly realm was a world inhabited by gods. The human world was a world inhabited by beings below the level of gods. Only those who reached the level of gods could fly into the world of gods. The earthly realm was different from the earthly realm of this world. Instead, it was a piece of underworld. It was the home of the dead, and where beings could be reincarnated. In reality, only a world at the level of a great world could be considered a complete world. However, the current world system was incomplete. It was formed from a small world that had been cut out. Lei Luo had already arranged everything for the first initial world. He brought Wei and the others along, leaving behind only the disciples and grand disciples that they had nurtured. In the inner world, Lei Luo and the moon god, Delina, stood on the huge teleportation platform. As the moon god activated the teleportation array, a strange space passage was formed in an instant. Lei Luo and the moon god flew into the vortex at the same time. Not long after, the vortex gradually disappeared and then completely calmed down, and the entire inner world was completely sealed. Lei Luo and the moon god flew in the spatial passage for more than 10 hours. But they still did not reach the end. If they did not use the teleportation array and relied on flying in the void, how many years would it take? Suddenly, the spatial passage became extremely unstable. Lei Luo knew that they were about to reach the exit. Soon, the two of them were pushed out by a powerful force. Lei Luo's powerful spiritual sense spread out, sensing everything in the surroundings. This was an incomparably desolate world. The spiritual chi in the void was extremely dull. The land was also extremely barren. This is the great world beyond the heavens? Rero was a little surprised because when he sent his consciousness out, a region of 10 million miles was filled with this kind of desolate world. This was very terrifying. How could this be? The moon god, Delina, was also a little puzzled. This place was completely different from the great world beyond the heavens in her memories. From the traces I sensed, this place should have once had a battle that surpassed the level of gods, which resulted in this kind of world environment that is difficult to recover from, Raylo said. His spiritual sense extended all the way until it finally had a little bit of life in a region of 30 million miles. The spiritual energy was also slightly denser. It was not until 40 million miles that some intelligent races appeared. Judging from the appearance and bloodline aura of the races, they were very similar to the races in the original world system. Soon, Lei Luo brought the moon god and used the magic of the divine sun bird to travel quickly. His current divine sun bird's innate magic had already reached the 4th level, and each time, it could cross millions of miles. Therefore, he brought the moon god, Delina, and easily traveled more than 50 million miles away. There was a big city here, which was at least the largest city within a radius of hundreds of miles. There were at least 10 million people here. The cultivation level was not weak either. There were immortal level existences, but the strongest one was only a level 12 god. Lei Luo was a little confused. Didn't they say that they had been invaded by the bug humans? This didn't look like it at all. Moreover, gods and mortals were mixed together. It didn't seem like the moon god said that gods had to ascend to the world of gods. Mortals and below lived in the human world. Lei Luo's spiritual sense moved and scanned the countless books in the city. But after a while, he frowned because the history recorded in the city was only 1,000,000 years old. 1,000,000 years ago, it was called a natural disaster. The current intelligent civilization was developed after the natural disaster by the remaining intelligent gods. However, there was no record of the specific situation of the natural disaster. If the natural disaster was related to the invasion of the arachnid race, that was already 7 million years ago. Moreover, in the records of this large city, the arachnid race was also present. But it was at the western pole. Lei Luo used his spiritual sense to probe over another 10 million kilometers, and finally found traces of the arachnid race. However, the cultivation level of the insect human race was not higher than that of the human race and the orc race. They were on the same level. Moreover, he looked through the information of the insect human race's books. Surprisingly, he was only at the time of the natural disaster. After the invasion of the insect human race, another natural disaster occurred in this great world. It's completely changed, Lei Luo said to the moon god. The moon god also received a lot of information, but it wasn't as fast as Lei Luo. Moreover, the gods that originally existed are gone. All the gods and mortals are living together. Lei Luo sighed again. With this, it became impossible for them to find any traces of the past. Senior, what should we do? The moon god, Delina, didn't pay too much attention to it. Although she had awakened many memories from her previous life, she didn't have too many feelings for everything in her previous life. In a sense, she was already a completely new individual. Those memories were just some data and information. Let's find a place to cultivate first, Lei Luo said. The origin of this great world was very high, and it far surpassed the original world system. It would definitely be a much faster process if he cultivated there. The moon god naturally had no objections. Very quickly, Lei Luo found a place that was very suitable for cultivation. This was because no living beings dared to enter that area. This was a forbidden area that spanned thousands of miles. To ordinary gods, it was a forbidden area. But to Lei Luo and the moon god, it was nothing. After the two arrived, they did not change the special environment here. Lei Luo took out the inner world of the owner of the devouring treasure box and transformed it into a cave world. He even transformed an area outside into the entrance of the cave, using all kinds of arrays and god-trapping arrays to seal it. After setting everything up, Lei Luo, the moon god, Delina, and Wei started their leisurely cultivation life. The cultivation speed had recovered a lot, and Lei Luo was in a great mood. Moreover, life was not monotonous. After all, there were many beautiful wives accompanying him. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. On this day, Lei Luo sat on a rattan chair, basking in the sun and reading a book. It was very comfortable. If possible, he hoped that this leisurely cultivation life could last forever. There was no conflict and no killing. The gods could live forever, and Lei Luo and his wives could live like this forever. Unfortunately, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Even if one had no ambitions, malevolent people with evil intentions would still try to disrupt the peace. Chapter 242, Hilary, Descendant of the Emperor. Chapter 242, Hilary, Descendant of the Emperor. Outside the forbidden area, a red-clothed figure speedily flew through the sky and landed at the edge of the forbidden area. It was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Her expression was flustered and carried a bone-deep hatred. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few more figures flew over at high speed. Their auras were not bad, and they were at least at the level of the great sky realm. In this great world, because the origin of the world was very high, the suppression on the level of mages was very strong. As a result, the performance of a small sky realm sky level mage was equivalent to that of a divine mage in the divine world. Only when one reached the level of the great sky realm could one be considered as a strong person. Moreover, in this great world, above the great sky realm, there was the super sky realm. Only the super heavens could be considered as an elite. Ha ha ha! Hillary, you won't be able to escape. Come back with us. As long as you become my young master sex slave, you will have a chance to live, a middle-aged man said with a smile. In his opinion, this Hillary was already in his hands. She wouldn't be able to escape. Ahead was the Black Mountain forbidden ground. Even a god would die without a doubt in there. You, Black Death God, dared to destroy my family. As long as Hillary, don't die, I will definitely take revenge. The girl's eyes were filled with blood and tears. Between her brows, there was actually a faintly discernible strange black pattern. In the next moment, she turned around and charged into the Black Mountain forbidden ground. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on his face. You're courting death. Let's go! After saying that, he flew away with his men. When the girl entered the forbidden area, she immediately felt as if the world was spinning. She felt as if she had entered an isolated world. Moreover, the sound that seemed to resonate between heaven and earth was like the wailing of ghosts and gods, causing people to tremble. Hillary shuddered, gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and directly knelt down. Elder God of Black Mountain, I am Hillary of Heaven's City. I am the only descendant of my family. I came from the only surviving branch of the royal family of the Dali Empire over 100,000 years ago. Not long ago, my family met with a calamity. I was the only one who escaped. I implore you, Elder God, to take me in. When I have the ability to take revenge, I will leave on my own, she shouted. Unfortunately, there was no response. The ghostly wails became even more intense and even got closer, as if something terrifying was approaching. More than 100,000 years ago, when the Dali Empire was destroyed, you didn't take action. 50,000 years ago, when the 13 holy knights were in a desperate situation, you didn't take action. 18,000 years ago, the Hama clan was destroyed, but you didn't take action. Elder God of Black Mountain, all I ask for is temporary protection. Are you so heartless towards your own descendants? Hillary's voice and aura were like the blood of a cuckoo. There was still no response. Only the wails of ghosts and gods grew stronger. Hillary was completely in despair. Was this Black Mountain ancestral god really the old ancestor who had once established the Dali Empire? Why couldn't he even agree to such a small request of hers? Black Mountain ancestral god. It should be the zombie in the Black Mountain cave. Hearing the girl's mournful voice, Raylo couldn't help but shake his head. This place could be called a forbidden area because there was a terrifying zombie there. However, this zombie was unable to leave the forbidden area in the Black Mountain. This zombie was extremely powerful. It was also considered a level 15 god. The strange thing was that this zombie actually didn't have any self-awareness. Moreover, the powerful corpse's aura could contaminate all life that entered the forbidden area and could turn them into puppets. Even gods were no exception. However, from the information left behind in the cave abode, this zombie was originally the founding emperor of the Dali Empire. After practicing some forbidden magic, it was finally turned into a corpse without any self-awareness. Unfortunately, your ancestral god is long gone. Lei Luo's eyes flashed. He casually pointed out with his finger. And a ray of light shot into the void. Hillary felt even more despair. She knew that if the Black Mountain ancestral god had been willing to respond, the Dali Empire would not have been destroyed 100,000 years ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the family is about to be completely cut off? Hillary collapsed to the ground because she could see many black figures with terrifying auras flashing around her. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying white figure pounced over. As if it was a signal, more black figures pounced over. Hillary was so frightened that her entire body was trembling. Because under these terrifying auras that were at least at the Empyrean realm, her cultivation base of stepping on the Empyrean realm was not even worth mentioning. Just as the white-furred figure was about to pounce on her, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on her body. In an instant, those pouncing sounds seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing as they turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, the flickering black figure had completely disappeared. Hillary looked at her surroundings in a daze. What was going on? Where were those figures just now? Could it be that the elder god of Black Mountain has agreed to protect me? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, those things just now would definitely have killed me. Hillary's face was filled with tears. She thought that she had guessed the reason. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. Lei Luo's gaze was indifferent. At his level, having lived for so many years, he knew it would not be so cheap. Perhaps it was just for the sake of having more decorations for his cultivation life in the future. Lei Luo read for a while more before turning around and walking into the inner world. Half a month later, Lei Luo finished his cultivation and came out to get some fresh air. Senior, there's an extra little girl here, said the moon god, Delina. She knew that this place was very special. Even an ordinary god would not survive in that place. In the past 100 years, there had been a few where people broke into and entered the forbidden area. Without exception, all of them died in the forbidden area. But the little girl was still alive. She knew that it must be because of the senior's protection. It must be the descendant of that zombie. She was chased and forced into this place. Seeing how pitiful she is, I temporarily let her stay here, Lei Luo said with a smile. The moon goddess, Delina, thought for a moment and said, Senior, I think her talent is quite good. Why don't we take her in? We'll see, Lei Luo said. The moon goddess knew what Lei Luo meant. She probably wanted to test this girl's character and tenacity. So she didn't say anything more. After taking one last look at the little girl, the moon goddess followed Lei Luo into the inner world. She had already considered herself to be Raylo's wife, although Raylo had never explicitly said so. Chapter 243. Someone from the Galaxy God Sect. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. It was a very peaceful 300 years. Hillary had long gotten used to every blade of grass and tree in the Black Mountain. However, there was a place that seemed to contain a maze. She had never been able to get close to it. She knew that that place was a place that she could not explore. In this forbidden land, there were countless unimaginably powerful monsters. These monsters were very similar to zombies. Perhaps it was because of the protection of the ancestor of Black Mountain. Because those zombies would run away whenever they saw her. However, as time passed, some of the weaker ones would be brazen enough to attack her instead. She began to feel a little miserable. How many times had she been attacked? How many times had she been injured? The corpse aura of this kind of zombie was dangerous, and the damage to her body was very obvious. Fortunately, in this forbidden land, although the corpse aura pervaded the air, the elemental aura was abnormally dense. She could also see natural treasures from time to time, which was why she was able to persevere and had already entered the supra sky realm. However, she had a conviction in her heart. Once she became stronger, she would go out and take revenge for her family. It didn't matter whether it would take her 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 10,000 years, or 20,000 years. As long as there was a possibility, there would definitely be hope. In the Firefly region in the Galaxy Divine Sect, a gigantic palace floated in the sky. A resplendent river of starlight revolved around it, making it seem like a dream. Lord Sect Master, the whereabouts of the Divine Sparrow Pearl have been found, said a powerful god as it bowed to the black-robed old man who was sitting cross-legged. Where is it? Above the black-robed old man's head, there seemed to be a strange light path that connected to the river of starlight that surrounded the palace. He opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. This was because the search for the Divine Sparrow Pearl had been going on for more than 100,000 years. There had been no news. It should be in the Black Mountain forbidden ground in the vast region, this god hurriedly said. More than 100,000 years ago, the Dali Empire was destroyed, and the whereabouts of the old ancestor of the Dali Empire were unknown. The founding emperor of the Dali Empire had once entered when the West King's divine palace was opened. After that, we investigated all the people who had entered, but only this founding emperor of the Dali Empire missed out. Why did we miss it at that time? Why have we found out just now? The black-robed elder asked in a deep voice. If not for the Divine Sparrow Pearl being too important, the Star River Divine Sect would not have pursued it for more than 100,000 years without giving up. This person should have learned the magic of condensing a corpse, and he managed to hide it from our detection. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that we discovered the soul summoning wall and found a very shallow soul shadow on it. However, we were unable to find out who this person was. Therefore, for the past 1,000 years, we have been matching the soul shadow. It wasn't until some time ago that we finally matched the soul shadow in the vast region. This person came from a mage family called Heaven City. Later on, the family was destroyed. Through the soul search, we found out that it was a descendant of Dali. Furthermore, the Lord of the Black Mountain is a powerful general. It should be that person who failed to learn the forbidden magic related to corpses and turned into the General Emperor of Dali. The god hurriedly explained the entire situation. This Black Mountain Lord's strength may be of a level 15 god, and he has a zombie body. He is very difficult to deal with. However, if the Divine Sparrow Pearl is in the hands of this zombie, then it must be taken back, the black-robed elder said in a deep voice. The Galaxy Divine Sect's strongest expert was only a level 16 god. It would not be easy to defeat the Black Mountain Lord. However, he could not give up. After all, the Divine Sparrow Pearl was too important to the Galaxy Divine Sect. Without such an item, it would be impossible to open the Divine Sparrow door. This Divine Sparrow door was left behind before the era of natural disasters. From the restrictions set up, it should contain a huge opportunity that surpassed a level 20 god. If the Galaxy Divine Sect could excavate it, their strength would definitely increase greatly, and they would have a chance to become one of the superpowers of the 13 eastern regions. Soon, the Galaxy Divine Palace gathered more than a dozen gods above level 12 and headed towards the vast lands. At the entrance of the cave abode, Lei Luo was playing Go with the moon god. He was playing Go. However, the rules had long been messed up by Lei Luo, and were thousands of times more complicated. After all, normal Go was nothing to powerful existences like them. Only by increasing the difficulty would it be interesting to move. Senior, how long do you plan to test her? The moon god, Delina, suddenly asked curiously. Isn't this very good? Lei Luo said with a smile. The moon god didn't quite understand. Delina, you have to remember one thing. We are just passing by. Don't interfere too much in the affairs of this world, Lei Luo said indifferently. If one interacted too deeply, there would often be a bond. How could everything be heartless? Lei Luo couldn't do it either. Therefore, he could only interact as little as possible. The moon god came to a realization. 3 months later, more than 10 powerful figures appeared outside the Black Mountain's forbidden ground. They were the gods from the Galaxy God sect of the Firefly region. The leader was the Chaotic Star God Lord, the sect master of the Galaxy Divine Sect. His cultivation level was as high as a level 16 god. Following them were all the Supreme Elder level gods of the Galaxy Divine Sect. There were 8 level 12 gods, 3 level 13 gods, 2 level 14 gods, and 1 level 15 god lord. This place had gathered more than 70% of the Galaxy Divine Sect's power. If not for the Divine Sparrow Pearl being too important and the Black Mountain Lord being too powerful, they would not have dared to take such a huge risk. If they lost too much here and did not obtain the Divine Sparrow Pearl, the Star River Divine Sect might fall into a huge predicament. The black-robed elder, Chaotic Star God Lord, lightly shouted, "Set up the array!" Immediately, more than a dozen level 12 Supreme Elders surrounded Chaotic Star God Lord. Many strange array patterns appeared and quickly formed a strange river of light in the surroundings. It revolved 6 times in all directions and was extremely strange. And the Galaxy God Sect's more than a dozen powerful gods were within this river of light. And then they flew directly into the Black Mountain's forbidden ground. Boom! As these powerful gods entered, the entire forbidden ground seemed to boil. Countless corpse puppets soared into the sky, and some even reached the terrifying level of level 12 or level 13 gods. In a cave, Hillary was hiding in cultivation. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Sensing the restless corpse puppets, she hurriedly rushed out. She saw that in the distance, ghosts were wailing and gods were howling, and the corpse puppets' roar shook the heavens and earth. A powerful enemy has broken in? Hillary looked up, but she didn't dare to reveal any aura. A battle at this level wasn't something she could interfere with. Watching from the sidelines was the wisest choice. Chapter 244, The Trembling of the Chaotic Star Master. She could sense that the aura in the sky was extremely terrifying. The intruders were extremely powerful. After staying here for more than 300 years, she often felt as if she were intruding. However, in the end, she was killed by the corpse puppets, and a few would become part of them. She was the only exception. Therefore, she believed that she was protecting the ancestor god of Black Mountain. Another intruder. This time, it doesn't seem to be ordinary. Lei Luo was reading a book, and he was a bit surprised. The existence of a level 16 god, within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, definitely belonged to the peak of existence. The other side of the Black Mountain forbidden ground was only at the peak of level 15. Because of the special and polluting nature of the zombie body, It could threaten a level 16 god. However, the arrival of these people could really threaten that zombie. Lei Luo couldn't be bothered. As long as they didn't disturb his leisure training, it would be fine. Soon, an intense battle erupted outside. In the end, even that zombie was lured out. Lei Luo watched the show for a long time. After witnessing an abnormally intense battle, that zombie was finally suppressed. Of course, the price was also very heavy. 5 of those people had died, and the remaining people were all injured. Moreover, the poison from the corpses was very difficult to remove. Where's the Divine Sparrow Pearl? Chaotic Star Master searched through the Black Mountain Master's nest, but did not find the existence of the Divine Sparrow Pearl. His expression became incomparably gloomy. After spending such a great price, if he could not find the Divine Sparrow Pearl, what use would it be even if he flattened the Black Mountain Forbidden Land? Could it be that the Divine Sparrow Pearl is not in the hands of the Master of Black Mountain? Someone said. Impossible. The Master of Black Mountain does not have any consciousness. It should be because the Divine Sparrow Pearl is suppressed by the power of the trapped god, causing it to be unable to give birth to a will. Moreover, there is a special power within its body. It definitely came into contact with the Divine Sparrow Pearl, unless someone took it away. The Chaotic Star Master shook his head and said, even if we have to turn the entire Black Mountain Forbidden Ground upside down, we have to find the Divine Sparrow Pearl. The Star River Divine Sex people began to search the Black Mountain Forbidden Ground that had been mostly cleared out. Very quickly, the Star River Divine Sex people discovered a strange region at the very center of the Black Mountain Forbidden Ground. However, they did not discover the hidden Hillary. Naturally, it was Lei Luo who had deliberately hidden it. An expert from the Star River Divine Sect said, Chaotic Star Sect Master, this place is too special. It's like a maze. There's no way to enter. Chaotic Star Sect Master's expression became very grave as he said in a deep voice, this place should be locked by a restriction. It's very likely that there's an even more powerful existence hidden here. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. If it was an existence even more powerful than the Black Mountain Master, then it would be very difficult for them to deal with. In the open space outside the inner world. Divine Sparrow Pearl? Is it shining on this thing? Lei Luo was lying on a chair, playing with a transparent pearl in his hand. One could vaguely see a white sparrow flying within. He had studied the bead carefully. There was a set of complicated and strange restrictions inside. The white bird was the soul of a powerful divine sparrow above level 20. The specific purpose was hard to explain. However, the soul of the divine sparrow was enough to make these people pay attention to it. Right. There is no written record of information before the natural disaster. However, did the people of this world do some targeted research? For example, after excavating the ruins, some information can be obtained. However, for certain reasons, it cannot be recorded in the written records and can only be kept secret through another method? Lei Luo's heart skipped a beat. He was very curious about what had happened to the catastrophe in this great world beyond the heavens. Why did the invasion of the great world beyond the heavens become so miserable? Just like the native races of this world, even if the extraterrestrial emperor and the 3 other gods of the insect-human race had all perished in the end, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. The greater possibility was that there was an even more powerful external force involved. However, it did not make sense from the timeline. Although he did not need to delve into the history of the extraterrestrial great world, there was always a human's curiosity, and Lei Luo was no exception. Now that there was a local god who had come to his doorstep, he could ask him about it. Right? Hence, Lei Luo decided to go out and meet with the people outside. The Star River Divine Sex Chaotic Star Master and the others repeatedly studied this strange region. But they could not find any entrance. Every time, they would walk back to their original spots. It was very strange. At their level, it was extremely difficult to use magic-like illusions to confuse them. However, it was as if their minds had been blinded. The more they felt that there was a powerful existence in this place, the more their hearts pounded. It was just that they had suffered such a huge loss this time and did not gain anything. If they retreated directly, it would not be worth it. However, at this moment, the strange place in front of them changed. A distorted light figure walked out from it. Soon after, they found that they couldn't move. Right. They couldn't move. Their bodies seemed to be frozen by some power. Even the Chaotic Star Master was no exception. They felt an intense fear in their hearts. Are you looking for this thing? Lei Luo said indifferently. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a strange pearl appeared in his palm. The Chaotic Star Master and the others didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, they grew even more terrified. This was because such an item would definitely be impossible to obtain in the hands of such a powerful existence. Furthermore, their lives were in grave danger. Once they all died here, the entire Star River Divine Sect would be completely finished. Speak! Lei Luo pointed at the most powerful god that had brought them over. Sir! Sir! We're not looking for this thing, the Chaotic Star Master said against his will. I don't like people who lie, Lei Luo said calmly. In front of the elemental eye, no lie could escape his research. Sir! We were originally looking for this thing. But since it belongs to you, it's definitely not what we're looking for. The Chaotic Star Master's desire to survive was very strong. Then what's its use? Lei Luo asked. Although he was about to use the soul-absorbing codex to obtain the information he wanted. This was a very cruel codex. Unless it was against an enemy, he wouldn't casually use it. My lord, this is called the Divine Sparrow Pearl. It's the key to opening a small world, the Chaotic Star Sect Master said honestly. In order to survive, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Of course, he was even more worried that if he spoke the truth, would this mysterious and powerful existence kill him to silence him? That small world before the natural disaster? Lei Luo was a bit surprised. Chaotic Star Master hurriedly said, Yes, my lord. Chapter 245, The World of the Divine Sparrow Pearl. The Divine Sparrow Pearl was the key to opening up a small world. If Lei Luo wanted to raise his ability to a higher level, he had to enter this small world. He didn't know how many years had passed, or how much power he had obtained. Perhaps it was only for an instant. Or perhaps it had already been 10,000 years. Lei Luo opened his eyes. He finally woke up. But where was this? Everything around him was gray. But there was nothing. He himself had become a ball of light. This was his world. So everything here had to be created by himself. Lei Luo began to slowly study the basic laws of this world. From then on, all kinds of big explosions began to occur in this chaotic world. After countless years, Lei Luo finally created a world that lived with life. He finally learned how to control the laws of this space. And he was no longer alone. While Lei Luo studied this world, he also discovered his special ability. That was decomposition and recombination. Lei Luo could decompose any material into the most fundamental chaos, and then according to his own spiritual will, he could also reassemble it into what he wants. He created a continent in this world, surrounded by oceans. When the world was created, it's time to create life. Lei Luo created a flying island. Make this your own palace. Then, in this world, Lei Luo began to seriously create his own body. This process took 10 years. And he finally created a handsome young body. When his spirit entered this perfect body, he suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light burst out from his eyes. 12 pairs of silver wings suddenly spread out on his back. The wings were made of a kind of metal material flowing with a beautiful metallic luster. He lowered his head and looked at his tall and mighty body. He turned around and looked at his gorgeous wings. A wave of arrogance suddenly spread out. It was as if the world was beneath Lei Luo's feet. From then on, he would be the most powerful existence in the small world of the Divine Sparrow Pearl. He would pass through the barrier of space and arrive at the continent that he had created with his own hands. Right now, the continent was also in a crude state as it had just been built. There was nothing but water and rocks on it. There was nothing he could do about it. So he could only modify it. He activated his special ability, Light of Disintegration. In the blink of an eye, rays of yellow light shot out from Lei Luo's body. The places that were swept by the light turned into powder. The potholes on the ground were all flattened by the Light of Disintegration. Then, Lei Luo activated his special ability that made him sad, Recombination. Lei Luo's body began to emit a rainbow-colored light. The places that were swept by the light began to change. Some became grasslands. Some trees appeared. And some rivers appeared. After an unknown period of time, the entire continent was covered in green. Lei Luo flew high into the sky. Looking at the product of his hard work these days, he saw that the entire continent was full of vitality. But it was too quiet. What else is missing? Lei Luo said to himself. Oh right. There is still a lack of life. There was no other way. So Lei Luo could only continue to work hard. He began to use the light of reorganization to create animals. He randomly assembled all the animals he could think of. He created a bunch of magical beasts, similar to unicorns, griffins, and dragons. But at this time, Lei Luo thought again. Why not create some mythical beasts? Just do it. Then let's create phoenixes first. Lei Luo waved his hand. And 3 creatures that looked like phoenixes came out. They flew around Lei Luo. It's hard to tell them apart like this. looking at the three identical phoenixes in front of him. Lei Luo frowned as he thought. With a wave of his hand, the three phoenixes' bodies changed. One of the phoenixes had a red flame burning on its body. Lei Luo added a fire regeneration and healing ability to it. The other phoenix had a black flame burning on its body. A wave of death power was born. He added a fire regeneration and the burning of vitality to it. The last phoenix made Lei Luo very worried. What ability did he add to it? Forget it. With a wave of his hand, he gave the last phoenix an ability to be reborn from the flames and to have an extremely high temperature. Immediately after, the third phoenix's body lit up with a pure white flame. A wave of heat hit him. This was an extremely high temperature close to the heat of the sun. Looking at the three phoenixes in front of him, Lei Luo was very satisfied. In the future, he would leave the creation task of the Phoenix clan to them. The light from the recombination shone on their bodies, and the three phoenixes began to have their own consciousness. Greetings, Master! Three voices rang out at the same time. In the name of Lei Luo, the power of the God of creation, I will bestow upon you the power to give birth to your descendants. The Holy Snow Phoenix, the Undying Blood Phoenix, and the Evil Death Phoenix. The three of you will be responsible for the survival of the Phoenix race. In my name, I will bestow upon you the power of a grade 1 godly monarch. From now on, you will be the gods of this world's phoenixes. Thank you, Master. The three phoenixes thanked him. The three phoenixes began their mission to give birth to their descendants. Lei Luo looked at the three phoenixes dancing in the sky. With phoenixes, there should be dragons. Lei Luo gathered countless magical elements in his hands, and the image of a golden dragon slowly appeared. Lei Luo felt that it was quite good, looking at the dragon that was emitting a holy light. A thought suddenly occurred to Lei Luo, and his heart moved. The body of the holy dragon that had been created flashed with a golden light. After the golden light, a beautiful woman with golden hair appeared in front of Lei Luo. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Lei Luo did not have the mood to look at the beautiful body. He had already forgotten how many years it had been since he had seen anyone. Lei Luo began to awaken her consciousness. A blue light entered the blonde beauty's brain. The blonde beauty opened her eyes, and the 6 pairs of ascending dragon wings slowly spread open. The blonde beauty looked around. When she saw Lei Luo, she lowered her head and knelt. Greetings, Master. From now on, your name is Kana. In the name of Lei Luo, with the power of the Creator God, I will confer you the title of Great Dragon God King, one of the 8 great sovereign gods. You will be responsible for the creation and reproduction of the dragon race. Lei Luo said solemnly. Yes, Master, Kana replied. Only now did Lei Luo have the chance to properly size up this beauty. Kana. She was about 1.8 meters tall. She was only a little shorter than him. And her long, lake blue hair that draped over her shoulders emitted a blue radiance that was as azure as the sky. Her pretty snow-white face that was like a bright moon flickered with a sacred radiance. Under her slender blue eyebrows were a pair of golden eyes that were as deep as the ocean and a straight nose. She had a beautiful nose. Her facial features were so seamless. Lei Luo's mind moved. Kana was given set of golden soft armor. This time, Kana was even more attractive. Chapter 246, The Playful Alanis. Under Kana's fair neck was an infinitely beautiful body. She was wearing a dazzling golden soft armor. This soft armor was exquisitely made and had a unique style. It was as if a golden long skirt was wrapped around Kana's perfect body. Her tall, slender waist and floral school uniform made people daydream about her slender figure against the soft armor. Master, Kana said softly. Her head could not be lower. At this moment, Lei Luo noticed that he had lost his composure. He had been staring at Kana for a long time. He had not seen a beautiful woman for a few years, so he could not control himself. Kana, come dress me. Kana's beautiful golden eyes were secretly looking at Lei Luo with a red face. She did not say anything but nodded gently. One night later, Kana was sleeping on the bed at the side. Lei Luo had no choice but to get up from his beautiful body. He sighed and felt the condition of his body. Ever since he used the divine sparrow pearl to open the core world, he had been fusing with this world all the time. Now, the fusion was almost complete. But his spiritual power had been consumed too much. The current spiritual power was not as good as before. It was almost like falling into a deep sleep. Lei Luo thought that he had to speed up his world work. He turned around and had a good sleep. When he walked out of the room, the door closed automatically. The previous day, Kana was too fierce. And as a result, he still could not get out of bed. Let her have a good rest. Leiluo said to himself. It seems that one is not enough. As he said that, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Thus, the hall began to flash with colorful lights again. Looking at the three beautiful women in front of him, Leiluo was very excited. He spent a day to create 3 more goddesses. But he could not enjoy them for the time being, because Leiluo knew that he did not have much spiritual power left. He had to hurry up and finish the task of creating the world. He thought for a long time between reason and lust. He could only temporarily put down the thoughts in his heart and continue to create the world. These 3 entities were all very beautiful. One of them was an elf. She had green hair and very big eyes. They were watery and beautiful. She had a delicate nose and bright red lips. She was so cute that it was as if water could drip out of them. However, the most special thing was her pointy ears and 2 pairs of transparent and nimble thin wings on her back. In my name, Leiluo, the power of the god of creation. Alanis, the king of elves. Use your power to create your people. Wake up! A green light entered Alanis' forehead. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. When she saw Leiluo, she shouted, Master! Before Leiluo could speak, Alanis slipped to his side and shook Leiluo's hand. She said coquettishly, Master, I just woke up and don't know anything. Can you take me out to play? Alanis said excitedly. Hearing what Alanis said, Raylo shrugged. He was the god of creation of this world. Why was someone treating him like a big brother? Forget it, since she was also created by him. He took Alanis to the human world to see the scenery. After arriving in the human world, Leiluo realized that bringing Alanis was a huge mistake. She was simply a troublemaker. He did not know why she was interested in his power. Hence, she experimented with magic everywhere. But she did not know the severity of her attacks. Boom! Another mountain was flattened by magic. Leiluo could not take it anymore. This was a world he created himself. Alanis, give me your assistant! Leiluo roared in the atmosphere. Alanis slowly flew over and looked at the angry Leiluo, lowering her head pitifully. Look at what you've done. The world I've worked so hard to create has been destroyed by you just like that. I'm sorry. Master. Alanis lowered her head and said softly. Her eyes were already starting to turn red. Seeing Alanis' pitiful look, Raylo also calmed down. With a gentle smile, he touched Alanis' face and sighed. He gently said, Don't be so careless in the future. Got it! Alanis showed a smiling face with encouragement. Seeing Leiluo doubt himself, he wondered if he had been deceived. There was no other way. Leiluo's body emitted a 7-colored light of recombination, and the places that were illuminated by the light immediately returned to their original state. Ah! Master is so powerful! Alanis' eyes sparkled with admiration. Leiluo had not been happy for long when Alanis turned her head and muttered in a low voice. You can play to your heart's content in the future. Leiluo was speechless. But looking at her appearance, he did not know how to control her. He had no choice but to take her back. When Leiluo returned to the temple, Kana had already woken up. She smiled as she watched Leiluo fly back. Seeing Kana, Leiluo felt much better. But before he could say anything, Alanis immediately rushed forward and asked, Master, who is this sister? This is Dragon God King Kana, Leiluo said. Here is Elf God King Alanis. After Leiluo finished speaking, he found that the 2 of them had already run to the side and started chatting. And they both left Leiluo to the side. Leiluo was a little stunned. He was wondering if creating Alanis had become a mistake. Ha ha! Kana's laughter rang out loudly. Leiluo walked over and hugged Kana in his arms. What are you laughing at? Kana? Kana blushed and said, Master, is it fun to go to the human world today? Leiluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. Fun? I almost died from exhaustion. Next time, you can go with Alanis. I won't go anyway. Ha ha. The 2 girls laughed together. Leiluo realized that the 2 girls were actually getting along quite well, and that their relationship was blossoming. This wasn't good. He had to leave as soon as possible. Leiluo came to the hall. He had almost forgotten that there were still 2 goddesses that had yet to awaken. He hoped that the next ones wouldn't be like Kana and Alanis, and that what had happened earlier wouldn't happen again. In the name of Leiluo, the power of the god of creation, the goddess of earth, Dia, and the goddess of life, Audrey, awaken! As Leiluo chanted the incantation, the restrictions on the 2 goddesses gradually disappeared. Dia and Audrey woke up. When the 2 goddesses opened their eyes and saw Leiluo, they immediately bowed respectfully. Audrey, goddess of life, pays her respects to his majesty. The Lord God King. Dia, Goddess of Earth. His Majesty, the 100-year Lord God King. That wouldn't be wrong. Leilua smiled and walked over. He reached out and pulled the two goddesses into his arms. Their faces immediately turned red. Audrey, the goddess of life, even had slightly pink skin. Seeing this, Leilua couldn't help but feel proud. These two goddesses were very obedient. Chapter 247, 8 Sovereigns. Master! You're bullying your two sisters again! Sisters, come over here and ignore this big pervert! Just as Leilua was fantasizing, he heard someone say this, and he was not sure whether to laugh or to cry. Kana came over at this moment. What made Leilua even more depressed was when he heard Kana say that. Dia and Audrey really ran behind Kana. They secretly looked at Leilua with blushing faces. Alanis, on the other hand, laughed without restraint. I'm the god who created you, Leilua said helplessly. How did I become a pervert? Kana and Alanis laughed. Dia and Audrey also secretly covered their mouths and laughed. All right. Kana walked over and held Leilua. She whispered in his ear, Can't I spend more time with you tonight? Leilua perked up when he heard that. There's no need to wait until tonight. We can do it now. Leilua pulled Kana over. He carried Alanis and brought Dia and Audrey to their room. One night later, they didn't expect Alanis to be the craziest one last night. However, they didn't feel good either. They probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for even a day. After that night, it proved once again that Dia and Audrey were gentle little beauties. They thought back to how shy they looked last night, and they found it amusing. Although they were having fun, work was still necessary. Then, they should continue to create their subordinates. They couldn't just create beautiful women, or else they would lose their balance between yin and yang. Now that the continent was bustling with activity, there should be something in the sea. Since that was the case, they should create a sea god. In my name, Leilua, the power of the god of creation, the god of the sea. Use your power to create your people. Awaken. See Emperor Boston. A handsome man appeared in front of Leilua. Although he was not as handsome as Leilua, he was still quite good-looking. However, Leilua could sense a slightly disloyal aura from him. Forget it. He would not bother about it for now. Neptune, you will live in the sea from now on. Use your power to fill the sea with life. It was better to let him stay away from him. He always felt that he was too gloomy, so it was better if he could not see him. Yes! Boston turned around and passed through the spatial barrier, heading to the sea of the human world. Master, I feel that he doesn't seem to be very loyal to you. Aren't you a little too? Kana's voice came from behind. I have the same feeling. Regardless of him. With me around, he wouldn't dare to do anything even if I gave him the courage. Leilua turned around and continued to create the main god. In my name, I, Leilua, create the power of this god. God Emperor Alpha. Demon King Lucifer. Come out! Two male angels, one black and one white, appeared. These two gods were created by Leilua intentionally. They were born enemies, and Leilua had already made plans. He would let these two restrict each other to prevent a situation like the Sea Emperors. Godly Emperor Alpha pays his respects to Master. Demon King Lucifer pays his respects to Master. The two of them spoke in unison. Then, they glared at each other and turned their heads to the other side. All right. I will now give you 2 spaces to create your own race. Seeing the expressions of these two people, Leilua really wanted to laugh, but he held it back in the end. I'm dying of laughter. As soon as they left, Leilua couldn't hold it in anymore. Kana also laughed from behind. The two of them were bound to have a battle. After laughing for a while, Leilua was done laughing. Then, he continued to work. There was only one more person left to finish. In my name, Leilua, the power of the Creator God, the ruler of death, the Emperor of the dead. Merrick Clark, show yourself. Then, a black fog appeared in the temple. At the same time, an aura of death was emitted. Kana frowned. She didn't like this aura of death. The black fog gradually gathered into a human figure. A handsome man appeared. The Emperor of the Underworld. Merrick, greetings. Leilua was listening to the Emperor of the Underworld, Merrick, when he suddenly stopped. Underworld Emperor Merrick greets you. Boss! Leilua felt that this Underworld Emperor Merrick was a little different, and he smiled. Underworld Emperor Merrick, from now on you will be in charge of death. Go to your underworld and create your own. Wow! Boss is great. Thank you. Boss! Underworld Emperor Merrick turned into a black mist and disappeared. The gods today were really a little strange. At this point, they were composed of the Underworld Emperor Merrick, the Earth Goddess Dia, the Underworld Emperor Boston, the God Emperor Alpha, the Demon King Lucifer, the Elf God King Alanis, the Dragon God King Kana, and the Goddess of Life Audrey. Other than the God of Creation, the creation of the 8 most powerful God Kings was finally completed. The creation of the 8 main gods was completed. Lei Luo's spirit was also running out. They had to hurry up. Today, Lei Luo had also contacted the 8 sovereigns and the 3 phoenixes to discuss how to create life on Earth. That's it. The phoenix race has already taken shape. The rest of you have to create at least 1 race each. Alpha, Lucifer, Merrick, the 3 of you create in your own space. The rest of you will create in the human world. Try to bring the sample of the race over these few days so that I can have a look. Okay, everyone. Let's go! There was no other way. Lei Luo had to finish all these things before his spiritual power ran out, and he fell into a deep sleep. A few days later, Lucifer? What is the big meatball that you created? Is this the race that you created? Disgusting. Go back and create it again. Alanis? What is this little thing? An elf? Why is it so small? I can't even see it clearly. Make it bigger. Not bad. Audrey's creation isn't bad. But isn't it a little short? It's not even half my height. Just make it a little taller. Kana, isn't the dragon race that you created too fat? What? Fatter and cuter? Do you think it can fly? Alpha, what kind of birdman did you create? To think that you're a divine emperor, your people are too ugly. What do you mean they're not bad? Are you talking back to me? Mina? This is a skeleton. Have you really studied it? Why do you seem to have lost a few bones? Why are the vampire's teeth 1 long and 1 short? Are you really serious about doing it? What are you not done yet? Show me when you're done. Dia? What is this thing? A goblin? How are you going to enjoy the hybrid species created by Lucifer? Alanis? And Audrey? Did you combine the things made by 3 people together? Don't be too lazy. Boston? What is this? A whale? This is too big. Redo everything. The mission that was supposed to be completed in a few days had been delayed by a month. But after Lei Luo's knowledge, the 8 gods finally created a race that Lei Luo was satisfied with. Chapter 248, The War of the Worlds. Alpha created the angel race, also known as the god race. They were the holy representatives and had an innate ability to sense light magic. Lucifer created the demon race, also known as the demon race. They were the representatives of power and advocated violence. They had an innate ability to sense dark magic. Merrick created the skeletons, vampires, and ghosts. These were all known as the undead race. They were naturally immune to physical damage, proficient in undead magic, and worshipped darkness. Dia created the fairies and goblins. The fairies were proficient in spiritual magic, while the goblins were proficient in natural magic and earth magic. Boston created the sea tribe, also known as the mermaids. The mermaids were natural water mages. They had beautiful singing voices, and their speed in the water was faster than any other race. Alanis created the fairies. The fairies had unparalleled beauty, and they were the spokespersons for beauty. They were born to be archers. They had natural magic senses, love peace, love nature, love music, and worship beauty. Audrey had created the human race. Although the human race was the weakest of all races, they were the only race that had strong learning and creative abilities. Kana had created the spirit race, whose strength even surpassed that of gods and demons. The dragons were naturally immune to magic and had incomparably strong bodies. Their unique dragon language magic was much stronger than ordinary magic. With the addition of the original Phoenix race, the life forms in the world had taken an initial form. Alright. The task of creating has been completed successfully. In order to encourage everyone, I have added a new type of power to the spatial laws, the power of faith. When there are many lives who worship you, a portion of their power will be added to your body. In a short while, I will fall into a deep sleep. After that, I will leave the management of the world to you. There will inevitably be wars in this world. However, there is a principle. The 8 gods are not allowed to personally participate in the conflicts of the world. Otherwise, your power will be too dangerous. You can choose a spokesperson to carry out your orders. When I wake up next time, I will see who has the best race. There will be rewards. Alright. Meeting adjourned. It was finally completed. There was still a month before Lei Luo would fall asleep. This month, Lei Luo would have a good time. All the goddesses will be waiting for me. The moment they returned to the temple, Lei Luo pulled the goddesses and began playing every day and night. This month had been awesome. However, although it was comfortable, Lei Luo didn't forget about the important matters. Kana, Alanis, Audrey, and Dia, you have to pay attention to the development of the various races. Be careful to maintain the balance between the races. I'll leave you with something. Don't forget to use it when you need it. After Lei Luo finished speaking, the 4 blue balls of light entered the foreheads of the 4 goddesses. The goddesses suddenly felt as though something had appeared in their minds. This is the call of the creator god that belongs to me. If you encounter anything that you cannot handle, use this to wake me up. Lei Luo was still worried, so he made sure to keep an eye out. He wanted to prevent the world he had created from being inexplicably destroyed. Since he had accomplished everything, it was time for him to fall into a deep sleep. After bidding farewell to the 8 gods, Lei Luo entered the Temple of Creation. He controlled the temple to enter a sealed space. Lei Luo planned to enter a deep sleep here. He thought about how the 4 goddesses had cried as if they were going to die when he left. He really missed them. He didn't know how long Lei Luo would be in a deep sleep. Forget it. He didn't think too much. He just wanted to go to sleep. The god of creation entered a deep sleep. A great war was slowly forming in the world. After the 8 main gods created the world, the god of creation fell into a deep sleep. The various races also began to develop rapidly, and the 8 gods also began to create religions. They developed their own believers in order to obtain the power of faith. However, due to the problem of doctrine, the races began to have friction, and the 8 gods began to have differences. During the period when the god of creation fell into a deep sleep, the Protoss and the modular units, the 2 enemies, had countless battles. Because the world between gods and demons was the human world, every war between the 2 races was fought on the continent. The continent was riddled with holes. But after all, it didn't cause too much harm to the races on the continent. And nothing happened. Until one day, a bearded dwarf elder held an axe and roared, "We dwarves declare war on the elf race." Respected leader of the dwarves. "What happened?" asked a beautiful female elf. "Your elven god destroyed our altar." The leader of the dwarves said loudly, "Impossible. Our elven god wouldn't do that." The elf retorted angrily, "It is. Your god is so full of bullsh*t. He causes trouble every day. Who doesn't know that?" The leader of the dwarves said angrily. This sentence angered the elves. Although Alanis was mischievous, she was still the god of the elves. "How dare you insult the elf god? We elves accept your declaration of war." Just like that, the war between the elves and the dwarves broke out. At this time, the demons and the gods invaded the human world. All the major races thought that this was a good opportunity to expand their territory. So they all joined in. In the history of the continent, the cruelest, bloodiest, most participating races, and the largest scale, the World War, had begun. The assassin, Alanis, was in the temple, receiving the scolding of the earth goddess, Dia, and the goddess of life, Audrey. "Alanis, you're too naughty this time. This has triggered a world war. If Master finds out, let's see how our Master will punish you." Dia was really angry this time. In a war between worlds, the fairies suffered the greatest losses. This was because the fairies were naturally proficient in spiritual magic and were roped in by all the races. In the end, the fairies declared neutrality and did not participate in the war. However, all the races were afraid of the fairies' spiritual magic, so they agreed to deal with the fairies together before starting the war. In the end, the fairy race suffered heavy losses under the siege of all the races. It was as though their race had been exterminated. Only a small portion of them had escaped into the mountains to hide. "Alanis, you've really gone too far this time." Audrey also sighed helplessly. This time, Alanis had really gotten herself into big trouble. She had no way to absolve Audrey. She only hoped that she could minimize the losses. He couldn't let his master get angry. After more than 100 years of fighting, each race had suffered heavy losses. The war gradually subsided. The demons were defeated and retreated to the demon world. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 249, The Last Trump Card. Just when Alanis and the others were relieved, Neptune Boston, who hadn't participated in the war, rebelled. He led the Sea Clan and 2/3 of the God Clan to attack Alanis. Audrey, Dia, and Kana, God Emperor Alpha, and Demon King Lucifer were injured in the battle and were in seclusion to recover. Yama King Mirik remained neutral. Alanis, Audrey, Dia, and Kana had all suffered great losses in the Battle of the 100 Races. The power of faith had also been greatly reduced. They were helpless against Sea Emperor Boston and gradually fell to a disadvantage. Sister, we can't go on like this, Kana said anxiously. Sea Emperor Boston had already occupied most of the regions. If this continued to develop, Boston might be able to monopolize the divine realm. I know as well. But Boston now has the support of most of the gods. By relying on the power of faith, he can already resist the four of us. In addition, Alanis has just recovered from her serious injuries and is completely unable to continue fighting. Our various races have suffered heavy losses. In addition, the Sea Emperor, Boston, has killed and invaded the human world, forbidding the development of our teachings. The power of our faith has also been greatly weakened. Our current strength is inferior to his, and the god race's troops are also unable to do so. Audrey sighed helplessly. Don't be so discouraged. We still have an ace in our hands. Dia walked in with a smile and said something that Kana and Audrey didn't understand. Sister Dia, do we still have a chance? Audrey asked hurriedly. Of course we do. It's the trump card that can instantly turn the tide of the battle, Dia said mysteriously. She then sighed. I just don't know what will happen after we win. Dia, don't tell me you're talking about the call of the god of creation? As expected of the big sister of the goddesses, Kana immediately understood what Dia had said. Indeed, the call of the god of creation could indeed turn the situation around. But what were the consequences? What would happen if Master woke up and saw the current situation? Anyway, as the person who had caused all of this in the first place, Alanis would definitely be punished. The four goddesses had a very good relationship with each other, and they couldn't bear to see Alanis being punished. Sis, if we use the call of the god of creation, what will Alanis do? Master will definitely not forgive her, Audrey said worriedly. This is our last resort. Other than the four of us, the other gods probably don't know that Master left this move behind. So, there was no need to continue. The three people present understood. On one side were good sisters, and on the other side was victory. These two difficult choices made them hesitate. Alanis looked at them and said, Sisters, this is the trick. Right. Don't worry about me. If Master is angry, I'll take the blame. After all, I'm the one who caused this. Just as everyone was hesitating, Alanis's voice rang out. Sister, your injuries have just recovered. Why did you come out? Hurry up and go back. Audrey hurriedly helped Alanis up. Alanis shook her head to prove that she was fine. Then, she continued, everyone, please don't fail because of me. If we fail, Sea Emperor Boston will not let us off. Alanis nodded and said, All right, sister, we understand. You can go back and rest first. Audrey helped Alanis back to rest. Kana and Deja looked at each other. They nodded helplessly. The war continued, but the situation was still one-sided. Soon, Kana, Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and less than 30,000 angels were forced into the temple of the four goddesses by Neptune Boston and the 400,000 angel army. Goddess, the traitor Boston is currently stationed 30 kilometers away from the temple. Please give us your instructions. A female angel reported. Kana sighed and said, Ace, if we lose, what will you do? Boston will not let you go. Ace was the commander of the remaining 30,000 angel troops. Although she was not yet old, she was very talented in military affairs. She had won many battles with fewer victories. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, Ace will always follow the goddess. Alan said firmly. All right. Ace, gather all the angel corps immediately. Retreat to the temple and open the defensive barrier at the same time. Don't worry about the energy consumption. Turn the defense to the maximum. Kana gave the order. At the same time, Audrey, Dia, and Alanis nodded resolutely before turning around and entering the temple. The goddess? What is this? Ace didn't understand Kana's intentions. There wasn't much energy left in the protective barrier. If it was used to its maximum, it wouldn't last long. If the protective barrier had no energy left, then the war would be over. Kana didn't answer Ace directly. She could only smile and say, Don't worry. We still have a trump card that can turn the tide of the war. It's time. Boston, you wouldn't believe that we have this trick. Right? Ace couldn't understand either. What trump card could turn the tide of the battle? At this moment, Kana said, Ace, come here and protect the four of us. Ace followed Kana to the center of the temple. This was the forbidden area of the temple, and no one had ever come here before. After Ace entered, she first saw a huge silver statue. It was a very handsome man with 12 pairs of silver wings on his back. 12 pairs of wings! Ace wasn't shocked at all. She couldn't help but scream. That's right. This is the statue of the god of creation. Audrey looked at Ace and said. Only then did Ace realize that Audrey, Dea, and Alanis were all here. There was also this huge blue magic array in front of her. Greetings, my three goddesses. Only then did Ace notice that she hadn't bowed yet. She hurriedly went forward to pay her respects. All right. There's no need to go too far. Guard the door, and don't let anyone disturb us. Sisters, let's begin. Kana went forward and stood at a corner of the magic array. Ace was extremely curious. What kind of magic was it that required the four goddesses to cast it together? And could it turn the tide of the battle? Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and the others didn't care about this. The four of them activated the magic array. Endless space. A spatial barrier that can resist everything. We shall abide by the ancient agreement. Please tear a crack in space. Convey my will over. Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and Kana chanted the surrounding spells together. A black hole appeared in the middle of the huge magic array. Ace was stunned by what she saw. Chapter 250, The Call of the God of Creation. Following that, Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and Kana began chanting again. In the name of Kana, the dragon god king, in the name of Audrey, the goddess of life, in the name of Dea, the goddess of earth, in the name of Alanis, the elven god king, please, master of the world, awaken the great god of creation from his slumber. If the first sentence had stunned Ace, the last sentence was even more astonishing. At the same time, in another sealed space. Huh? This is, in the temple floating in the air, a silver ball of light began to change. The silver ball of light split open from the middle, and a silver-haired man walked out. The ball of light formed 12 pairs of silver wings behind him. Leiluo slowly opened his eyes. Kana and the others had used the call of the god of creation to awaken Leiluo. What had forced them to use this move? Forget it. Let's go take a look first. At this moment, Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and Kana were quietly waiting for the results in the temple. They were very anxious, and their magic power was rapidly being consumed. Threads of silver thread emerged from the black hole. Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and Kana immediately revealed ecstatic expressions. Ace was also watching from the side. This was something that Ace had never expected to happen. The silver thread quickly pierced into the foreheads of the four goddesses. Ace turned pale with fright and hurriedly slashed her sword at the silver thread. However, Kana waved her hand to stop her. She smiled to indicate that she was fine. Leiluo read from the minds of Audrey, Dea, Alanis, and Kana about what had happened after she fell asleep. Leiluo had never expected that Alanis would be the cause of the world war, nearly destroying the world he had created. This time, Leiluo made up his mind to give Alanis a deep punishment. Ace watched nervously as more and more silver threads poured out of the black hole. Gradually, they weaved into a silver ball in the magic array. Then, the magic array on the ground began to dim. The black hole also slowly collapsed and disappeared, leaving only a silver ball. The silver ball of light began to change. The silver ball of light split open from the middle, and a silver-haired man walked out. The ball of light revolved around 12 pairs of silver wings behind him. Instantly, a rush of energy burst forth. Ace could not stand under this kind of divine might at all. She fell to her knees with a plop. The sound alarmed everyone. Leiluo turned around and saw an angel kneeling beside her. From Kana's memories, she was an angel. Leiluo knew that this was the current commander of the angel army. She was a pretty good little girl. Hence, with a thought, a silver thread extended over. Ace was kneeling there, unable to move at all. As a result, she was almost suffocated by the pressure. Although he was an angel commander, his strength could only be considered a low-level angel with a pair of wings. In front of the supreme god of creation, she could only resist bitterly. At this moment, a silver thread reached out and pierced towards Ace's forehead. Although Ace instinctively wanted to dodge, under this divine might, she couldn't move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the silver thread pierced into her forehead. A pure light energy entered Ace's body. Her strength instantly increased exponentially. Suddenly, Ace felt a sharp pain in her back, and 2 pairs of wings burst out of her body. Ace had evolved. Ace understood that this was a gift from the Lord God of Creation. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Thank you for your grace, Lord God of Creation." Leiluo looked at Ace and waved his hand carelessly. As the commander, how could she be so weak? He turned around and looked at the 4 goddesses, Audrey, Dia and Kana looked at Lei Luo with tears in their eyes. Alanis, on the other hand, lowered her head and looked at Lei Luo timidly like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare to speak. All right. Let's wait until the war is over before we talk. Let's find a place to discuss the current situation. Looking at the four goddesses' sorrowful eyes, Lei Luo felt a headache. He could only change the topic. At this moment, Boston did not know that his plan would never be realized. In the temple, the six of them were discussing the issue of the war. What about the angels who have defected to Boston? I am confident that I can destroy them in an instant. But this will cause too great a loss to the Protoss. Lei Luo had always been troubled by this problem. No one could resist his light of disintegration. However, most of the Protoss troops were in Boston now. It would be a great loss if he could destroy all of them. After all, this was a world he had created. He valued every living creature in this world. Lei Luo wanted to reduce his losses when it was not necessary. If there was one less angel in this world, Lei Luo would feel that he had lost something more than just an angel. I can't think of anything either. It would be great if someone could persuade them to surrender. Kana sighed. At this moment, Ace's body suddenly trembled. Everyone's eyes turned towards her. Reporting to my lord, we just received news that Boston led an army and started to attack. Ace said worriedly. All right, then let's teach them a small lesson first. Lei Luo was calculating his own plan. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled into an evil smile. He felt a little uncomfortable looking at Audrey, Dia, Alanis, Kana, and Ace. If he angered the god of creation, then Boston would be finished. Ace, gather all the angels and gather in front of the temple. Yes. Ace turned around and gathered the troops. Lei Luo turned around to Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, who had puzzled looks on their faces. He said, I'll show you a perfect battle where we win by numbers. Lei Luo walked out of the temple and arrived in front of the square. At this moment, Lei Luo had already returned to a silver ball of light. The 30,000 angels below knelt silently. They obviously knew Lei Luo's identity. Lei Luo didn't say anything either. He waved his hand and cast a God's protection. The 30,000 angels knelt quietly, not daring to make a sound. Just now, Ace ran out happily and shouted, We can defeat Boston! At first, the angels didn't know whether to believe it or not. Ace ordered all the angels to gather. Everyone thought that the time for the final battle was coming. However, at this moment, Isa said something that shocked all the 30,000 angels. The god of creation had awakened. This time, all the angels were filled with sheer excitement. The fear in their hearts immediately disappeared. It was the god of creation. How could Boston defeat the god of creation? The 30,000 angels immediately knelt down and quietly waited for the arrival of the god of creation. Chapter 251, God's Protection. At this moment, a powerful aura pressed down on them. It was an aura that was 100 times stronger than the 8 great gods that appeared on everyone's bodies. Fortunately, this aura did not have any malicious intent. Otherwise, all the angels would have exploded and died. Just as everyone was panicking, a white light shot out from the front. All the angels seemed to be covered in a layer of white gauze. At this moment, a bright voice rang out. All angels will battle for 2 hours. You will not be harmed for the next 2 hours. Now! Set off! Everyone raised their heads, wanting to see the appearance of the god of creation. However, everyone was disappointed. They only saw a shiny silver ball of light above the 4 goddesses. After a short while, everyone felt relieved. How could everyone see the god of creation as they wished? They had just seen Ace's sorrow and 2 extra pairs of wings. Perhaps she had already seen the real god of creation. While Boston was resting, he suddenly received a notification. The protective barrier of the temple suddenly opened. And it was obviously open to the maximum. Boston felt strange. The energy stored in the temple was not much anymore. It was impossible to waste energy for no reason. Was this their last struggle? Boston felt that this was a good opportunity. So he ordered 2/3 of the angel troops to attack the temple. Just as Boston was about to reach the temple, something strange happened. The protective barrier suddenly closed, and countless angels flew out. Boston smiled. It seemed that the 4 goddesses were ready to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Boston could not help but speed up. But the more he flew, the more he felt that something was not right. The angel army that guarded the temple was shrouded in a layer of white light. What made Boston even more uneasy was that these angels all had smiles on their faces. They looked as if they had already won. However, in this world, there was no time for Boston to think. The 2 armies soon met. Boom! As soon as the two armies met, Boston knew that something was wrong. These angels couldn't be beaten to death. They were invincible. At this moment, Leilua was drinking fine wine in the temple. Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, the four goddesses, sat opposite Raylo. As for Ace, she sat directly in Leilua's arms. Ace was both shy and afraid. Ace was flattered that she was being held in the arms of the Lord God of creation. However, Ace was still a little girl and had never touched a male's body. Now, under the influence of the strong male aura, Ace felt extremely shy. In addition to the fact that he was the god of creation, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. At this time, Leilua couldn't care less. He took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Now, Boston must be very angry. He can't imagine that I'm already back." The four goddesses immediately imagined when Boston met those invincible angels, and they all laughed at the same time. Indeed, just as Leilua and the others had expected, Boston was now fighting while running away in a sorry state. These damn angels were obviously sent flying by his Neptune trident. However, they charged back as if they weren't injured. Moreover, they were all fighting with their lives on the line. On his side, he didn't have such an absolute defensibility. Even his body was covered in countless tiny wounds. Not to mention the ordinary angels. The angels on the temple's side were getting more and more courageous as they fought. They didn't need to care about their strength at all. All they needed to do was to charge forward with their weapons. All the pent-up anger that had been bottled up in their chests these past few days had been vented out. When they saw that one of the 8 great sovereign gods, Boston, was injured, they attacked even more fiercely. They had to fight to their heart's content. Boston was incomparably furious. The enemy was flying around in front of you, but you just couldn't injure him. When Boston's angel army found that they couldn't do any harm to the enemy, they simply didn't do much. They flew around in the sky, trying their best to avoid the attacks of these invincible angels. Immediately, Boston's angel army was in chaos. 2 hours passed quickly, and the angel army of the temple reluctantly retreated. Almost all the angel army in Boston fled. The battle was finally over, and the angel army in Boston suffered a crushing defeat. With 170,000 casualties, the angel army of the temple won a great victory. They had 0 casualties. Neptune Boston returned to his camp with a murderous look on his face. The losses of this battle were too great. He had no idea what was going on. What trump cards did the four goddesses, Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana have? After all, ever since they were created, as the first 4 goddesses to be created, they had never used all of their powers. No one knew if this was a special power given to them by the Creator God. They had planned for 4,000 years to provoke a war between gods and demons when Alanis started the World War. Then, he would take advantage of the time when Alpha and Lucifer were injured and in seclusion to launch a rebellion. He would seize the highest authority while the God of Creation was sleeping. He would force the 4 goddesses to tell him where the God of Creation was. He would destroy the God of Creation. This was all Boston's plan. In order to make up for his lack of power, he would kill the followers of the 4 goddesses in the human world. He publicized his power, and used it to obtain the power of faith to supplement his power. However, the appearance of the invincible angel army had made his plan out of his control. Only then did he realize that his plan was wrong. Therefore, Boston began to panic. "Men, quickly contact the spies of the temple army and find out what happened." Boston, who had finally calmed down, immediately sent someone to find out what had happened. "But Lord Boston, the protective barrier of the temple has always been open. The communication crystal can't transmit the information," an angel said carefully. Anyone could see it. This lord was in a terrible mood. "What? The protective barrier of the temple should have been used up long ago. How can it be open all the time?" The poor angel trembled under Boston's anger. "Okay, you can go down first." Boston said these words with difficulty. The angel immediately abandoned the tent as if he had been granted amnesty. Not long after he walked out, he found that the tent was covered by a barrier. And then the magic elements inside began to go berserk. The angel secretly shivered. Without thinking, it was obvious that Boston had already started to go berserk. His current mood should be extremely angry, which led to the elemental riot. It was a close call. Boston was famous for being temperamental. If he was still in the tent just now, the angel would have already died. Chapter 252, Twilight of the Gods. The defensive barrier was always open. Of course, it was Leiluo's idea. Leiluo didn't want Boston to know that he had woken up. He was still prepared to play with Boston. In the past few days, Lei Luo had been thinking about the reason for the outbreak of the war. In the end, Lei Luo confirmed that it was because the forces of the four goddesses, Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, were too weak. This gave Boston an opportunity. For this reason, Lei Luo had Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana create their own strength after the battle. More secondary gods could be developed to prevent such a situation from happening in the future. The Protoss and gods were also different. The Protoss were only a race created by Alpha. When a creature possessed a divine spark, it could be called a god. A divine spark was equivalent to a spiritual brand. These past few days have been really fun. Boston, you actually dared to betray me. You will definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Lei Luo drank the red wine and laughed. These past few days, Lei Luo had sent the Angel Corps with the protection of God to Boston's military camp to cause trouble. Boston was so angry that he would throw a tantrum every day. Lei Luo was extremely happy when he imagined Boston being angry. Poor Boston still did not know the truth and could only be played like a monkey. Master, can I discuss something with you? Dia sat in Lei Luo's arms. What is it? Dia lay on Lei Luo's body and softly said, Master, this war has been going on for so long. Can you let it end as soon as possible? My people have suffered great losses. As soon as she finished speaking, Dia thought of the almost extinct fairy race, and her eyes started to turn red. All right, Dia, don't be sad. I will let the war end. Through Dia's memories, Lei Luo knew the reason why the fairy race had been exterminated. Someone! Lei Luo shouted at the door. Immediately, a female angel flew over. This angel was Ace. She knelt respectfully in front of Lei Luo, as if she was listening to his teachings. Send someone to send a message to Boston. Tell him that the temple will fight to the death with him the day after tomorrow. Yes. Ace turned around and flew out. Just as she stepped out of the door, she heard a sentence from behind. Ace, after you finish your mission, go to my room and rest for a while. When Ace heard this, she flopped and almost fell from the sky. Then, she flew away with a red face. Master, why do you only know how to bully innocent little girls? Dia laughed softly in Lei Luo's arms. What? Are you jealous? Let me comfort you, Lei Luo said as he carried Dia into the bedroom. 3 days later, the angel legions from both places gathered in the sky one after another. Only the angels in Boston were obviously much more than those in the temple. However, Boston also had a headache. Although the enemy's angel army was only 30,000 strong, each angel had a layer of white gauze-like radiance on their bodies. This meant that within 2 hours, there would be a one-sided massacre. Boston secretly decided that within 2 hours, he would first protect his troops. However, in the blink of an eye, 4 figures flew out and broke his plan. Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, the 4 goddesses, were his sworn enemies. Boston flew forward and said, The day of the final battle has finally arrived. Do you have anything else to say? The 4 goddesses looked at each other and smiled. Of course. I want to tell you that you will lose miserably this time. Boston couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Why were they still talking and laughing at this time? Was there something that he had overlooked? Therefore, he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, What right do you have to say that? Do you have to rely on this kind of unharmed magic? Dia smiled lightly and stepped forward. Of course not. Don't you want to know what our real trump card is? What trump card? The unease in Boston's heart gradually grew. It's the magic that Master left for us, the call of the God of creation. Kana said something that shocked all the angels. That is to say, Boston's eyelids began to twitch uneasily. He began to feel a familiar aura. That is to say, I have woken up from my slumber. A voice sounded from midair, and a bright silver ball of light appeared from the void. Immediately, the Boston army was thrown into chaos. Those who don't want to die, surrender and stand aside. Lei Luo shouted at the Boston army solemnly. Lei Luo didn't want the Protoss to suffer too much losses. As soon as he finished speaking, half of the angel army immediately flew away from the battlefield and hid far away. Seeing this, Boston couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The remaining people were his trusted aides and some new generation Protoss, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They had never seen the glory of the God of creation. I never thought that you would love them so much. How could you not leave something behind to protect them? All right. Today is the day you either die or I live. Everyone, attack together. Boston used all his strength and brandished the Neptune trident to stab at Lei Luo. The remaining angel troops followed behind. All right. Goodbye. Boston! Lei Luo shook his head and said regretfully. After all, he was a subordinate that he created himself. Although it was a pity, Lei Lu would never forgive betrayal. Gods of Dusk! Instantly, Boston and the remaining angel troops were enveloped by a layer of yellow light. All the angels were fixed in the air, including Boston himself. What made the angels even more terrified was that their bodies were being disintegrated. Some of the weaker angels had already turned into powder and disappeared into the void. What twilight of the gods! Its essence is the light of disintegration. Right, Boston said with difficulty as he stabilized his body. That's right. Things have already come to this. What else do you have to say? Lei Luo said emotionlessly. Boston laughed bitterly for the first time and helplessly said, When I started this war, I also thought that this would be the result. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Boston sighed deeply. Now, I only hope that you can look at the past and let go of my daughter. She's a good girl. This war has nothing to do with her. Okay? All right. I promise you. Lei Luo nodded. Boston might not have been a good subordinate or a kind god, but at the very least, he was a good father. When his life was about to end, the first person he thought of was his daughter. That's great. Now I have no regrets about dying. Her birthday is coming up soon, so I'll have to trouble you to give her the Emperor Trident. Chapter 253, Seal Atlantis. Boston dispersed his power and stopped resisting. His body began to disintegrate into powder and scattered in the void. I will deliver it. Lei Luo sighed. No matter what, he had to agree to it for the sake of his father's love. After Boston disappeared, the twilight of the gods was fully activated. Boston's remaining angel core instantly turned into dust and disappeared into the void. This time, the true destruction. The soul and body were all disintegrated. Lei Luo was also relieved. He turned around and said to the angels, Retreat! Returning to the temple, Lei Luo's mood was still somewhat sad. After all, he had personally destroyed his subordinates. Kana and the others were also in a bad mood. After all, Boston had worked with them and created this world together. They had also been brothers and sisters. All right, Master, don't be sad. We still have a lot of things to do. Kana sat beside Lei Luo and leaned gently on his body as she spoke to him. Yes, there are still a lot of things to be dealt with. It's time to end this war. Go and call Atlantis over. It's time to consider punishing her like this. Lei Luo clutched his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After the war, there were still many things to deal with. However, Atlantis was the main culprit. It was better to deal with her first. Master, can you spare her? The losses in this war are already huge. Boston just died, and Atlantis has always been like that. Let her off this time. Otherwise, our sisters will be very sad. When Kana heard that she was going to punish Atlantis, she immediately became anxious. Atlantis has to bear a lot of responsibility in this war, so we can't let her off. However, I'll do my best to reduce her punishment and call her over. Audrey and Dia will also be called over. Lei Luo decided that he would be ruthless and punish Atlantis this time. If he didn't teach her a lesson, her character wouldn't change. Who knew how much trouble she would cause in the future? All right. Kana sighed helplessly, turned around, and walked into the temple. A moment later, Audrey, Dia, Kana, and Atlantis walked over. Lei Luo motioned for Audrey, Dia, and Kana to sit beside him. Atlantis could only kneel on the ground. Atlantis, do you know that you're wrong? Lei Luo said expressionlessly. It was as though he didn't know Atlantis. Audrey, Dia, and Kana all had a bad feeling. This meant that their master was very angry. Atlantis was crying in her heart. At this moment, she felt lonely and regretful. She really regretted everything she had done. I know that I'm wrong. Lei Luo drank a mouthful of wine and leaned against the throne behind him. He looked at Atlantis and asked, If you know you're wrong, then you should change. Tell me, how should I trigger you? Atlantis didn't know what to say. After all, she had never experienced such a thing. Ever since she was created, she had always been mischievous. She thought that her master would like her too, but she had never expected that she would cause so much trouble. This was a seriousness and sullenness that she had never felt before. That kind of anger made Atlantis feel afraid. When Lei Luo saw that Atlantis was about to cry, he also sighed helplessly. Then I'll seal you temporarily. When you've finished reflecting, I'll let you out. Do you have any objections? I don't have any objections. Atlantis' tears fell one by one. Audrey, Dia, and Kana were also extremely distressed. Kana gritted her teeth stood up, and knelt in front of Leiluo. Master, Alanis already knows that she's in the wrong. Please let her go. Seeing this situation, Audrey and Dia also knelt in front of Leiluo. Seeing this, Leiluo felt even more troubled. Leiluo could only pretend to be angry. What are you trying to do? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Get up. This is the lightest punishment. Seeing this, Alanis didn't want to implicate her sisters. She hurriedly said, Get up. Sisters, get up. This is the punishment that Alanis should receive. Do you want to make Alanis feel uneasy? When Kana and the others heard what Alanis said, they could only stand aside. Alanis turned around and said, I am willing to accept the punishment. All right. Leiluo sighed. In my name, the power of the god of creation, Elven god Alanis accepts the seal. A green light shot out from Alanis' body, and her body slowly turned into a green light. Seeing this situation, Leiluo couldn't bear it. He secretly transmitted his voice to Alanis. All right. Don't cry anymore. Reflect on yourself. When you come out next time, you'll still be my good Alanis. Hearing this, Alanis' mood immediately improved. She originally thought that Master would abandon her from now on. But now it was different. She could still be with Master in the future. In the blink of an eye, Alanis turned into a green light and disappeared. At the same time, in the human world, a battle of trapped beasts was taking place on the ground. Dozens of orcs were surrounding 8 female elves. One of the elves was holding an emerald green longbow. Hand over the elf divine bow quickly. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. A tiger-headed orc shouted. At the edge of the cliff, there were 8 elves. The orcs were covered in blood, but it could not hide their beauty. The female elf holding the elven divine bow said angrily, The elven divine bow is the holy item of our elven race. It must not fall into your hands. Humph. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let's attack together. The orcs waved their hands and began to fight again. In a moment, the 8 elves were forced to the edge of the cliff. There were cliffs on both sides. Behind them was the cliff. This time, there was really no way out. The 8 elves looked at each other and sent the remaining power to the female elf who was holding the elven divine bow. After the female elf obtained the power, she pulled the elven divine bow with force. An emerald arrow appeared on the divine bow. The orcs also stopped attacking and huddled together to defend. Everyone knew that this was a desperate fight between the elves. They didn't dare to be careless. After all, they had experienced the power of the elven divine bow. If they weren't afraid of the power of the elven divine bow, these 8 elves wouldn't be a threat at all. At this tense moment, an elf suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, Look! A meteor is coming towards us! Everyone looked up and saw a green meteor directly smashing towards them. However, no one could react in time. The meteor directly smashed into the female elf who was holding the elven divine bow. Instantly, that elf felt an unimaginably powerful force surging into her body. Chapter 254, Sea God Trident. The green arrow on the elven divine bow also rapidly expanded. The female elf felt that her body was about to be broken by this power. At this moment, she only had one belief. That was to use this power to destroy the enemy in front of her. Thus, she poured all the power in her body into the elven divine bow and used all her strength to shoot this arrow. Boom! The ground shook and the other elves fainted. It had been a long time since they woke up. The elves woke up slowly. When they woke up, they looked around and were shocked. There were no more cliffs around. Everything within a kilometer was flattened. Everyone looked at the female elf holding the elven bow and saw a green grass mark on her forehead. The mark glowed green. The female elf holding the elven bow woke up and found that she had adapted to this terrifying power. The green grass was the mark of the elven god. The meteor was Alanis. From then on, Alanis was sealed in the elven bow, and the female elf became the spokesperson of the elven god. Her name was Ing. After sealing Alanis, Audrey, Dia, and Kana all looked at Leiluo with resentment. Leiluo was very depressed. He felt that they were giving him goosebumps. So he had no choice but to divert his attention. Men! Leiluo shouted at the door. In the blink of an eye, Ace flew in. Ace greets the Lord God of creation. Ace bowed to Leiluo. There was nothing she could do. Although Ace was already one of Leiluo's men, she didn't dare to face Leiluo directly like Kana and the other goddesses. Ace, gather 200,000 angels. We're preparing to head to the human world to attack the mermaids. We're going to wipe out all the participating factions in Boston. Leiluo stood up and turned into a silver ball of light once again. Kana, Dia, you guys stay here and organize the surrender Jude and Audrey, and I will make a trip to the human world. In the blink of an eye, Ace had gathered 200,000 angel core. They had all been blessed with the protection of God. At the same time, they had opened a spatial door to the human world. Let's go! With Lei Luo's order, 200,000 angel core surged into the spatial door. After all the angels entered, Lei Luo and Audrey entered and closed the teleportation passage. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea in the human world, Miss, don't worry so much. His Excellency is fine. His Excellency Boston is many times stronger than the 4 goddesses. A mermaid woman was trying to persuade a woman beside her. From the surrounding environment, it was obvious that this woman was noble. Then why did my father's aura suddenly disappear? I was afraid that father would fail. This woman's name was Shuer. She was the daughter of the Sea Emperor. Boston. It's probably because your father is fighting with the 4 goddesses. So he temporarily hid his aura. The maid speculated. Is that so? I hope father will be fine. You know what? Actually, I don't agree with this war. The casualties are too great. Before Shuer could finish, a mermaid warrior rushed in and said, Miss, something bad has happened. A large-scale teleportation array has appeared on the surface of the sea. Countless angels have gathered outside and are coming for us. Instantly, the worry in Shuer's heart became even more intense. It was almost time for the final battle. How could the 4 goddesses still have the strength to attack her? However, worrying was futile, and she still could not lose her cool. Shuer thought for a moment and immediately gave the order. Gather all the mermaid warriors. Follow me to the surface of the sea to take a look. At this moment, Lei Luo was making his final preparations on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, countless merfolk warriors emerged from the sea. As expected of the people of Poseidon, they all used tridents as weapons. Among the heavy merfolk, there was one girl that stood out. According to Audrey, this was the daughter of Poseidon, the princess of the merfolk tribe. Her name was Shuer. Her temperament was extremely noble. Surrounded by countless mermaids, she was also incomparably beautiful. Shuer looked at the sky, her mood growing heavier. The 4 goddesses didn't have this many troops. Could it be that her father's army had rebelled? At this moment, Shuer saw a familiar figure. It was the goddess of life, Audrey. However, there was an existence besides Audrey that she was even more worried about. It was a silver ball of light. Shuer could only tell that there was a person inside. Furthermore, it was an absolutely terrifying power. This was because Shuer realized that when she faced that silver ball of light, she would always feel inexplicable fear and reverence. Sister Audrey! Where's my father? Shuer summoned her courage with great difficulty and asked Audrey, although it wasn't the right time to ask this question. Your father. Audrey was also worried. Shuer had a good relationship with the 4 goddesses, but her father was bent on rebelling. Should she tell her directly that Boston was dead? Audrey couldn't bear to do so. What happened to my father? Did something happen to him? Seeing Audrey stutter, Shuer became even more anxious. A voice came from the silver ball of light. Your father was killed by me because of a rebellion. What? Immediately, the mermaids were in an uproar. Shuer refused to believe it. Nonsense! My father is so powerful. How could he be killed by you? Audrey suddenly said sternly to Shuer. Shuer, don't be disrespectful to the Lord God of creation. Ah! The mermaids were shocked once again. They had suffered too many blows today. Shuer's tears fell one by one. She asked in tears, Sister Audrey, is what he said true? Audrey nodded helplessly. Shuer couldn't help but cry out. Lei Luo didn't like to see such a scene of crying. After the order was given, the 200,000 invincible angels behind him swarmed forward and began fighting the mermaid warriors. There was already a difference in numbers. And with the price rising, the angels by the river had been blessed with the protection of God. The situation was even more one-sided. It was simply a one-sided massacre. When Shuer saw this situation, she hurriedly ordered the mermaids to dive into the sea. This time, the angel corps was in a difficult situation. It was difficult for them to fight underwater, so they could only look at Lei Luo for help. Lei Luo gently landed on the surface of the sea. He took out Boston's Sea Emperor trident and gently cut across the surface of the water. Instantly, the sea rolled and receded to both sides, revealing the mermaid palace at the bottom of the sea. The 200,000 angels rushed down again. Chapter 255, Heart of Darkness and Light. Shuer attacked with all her might, but she couldn't harm the other party at all. She could only watch as her own clansmen died. They were friends who had grown up with her and played with her. Those elders who loved and cared for her all died under the other party's attack. The silver ball of light was even more terrifying, constantly emitting rays of yellow light from within. No matter how powerful the merfolk warriors were, as long as they came into contact with the yellow light, they would immediately turn into dust and disappear into the air. Tears blurred Shuer's eyes, and blood dyed her clothes red. After a while, she was the only one left of the merfolk warriors. All the merfolk warriors had died in battle. Her physical strength could no longer hold on, and under the circumstances of unwillingness, she helplessly knelt down. Lei Luo gazed out into the open and asked, "Ace, how's the result of the battle?" "My lord, all the warriors of the mermaid tribe have been wiped out. Only the old and the young are left." Ace knelt down on one knee. "No, don't kill anymore. Please don't kill anymore." Hearing Ace's words, Shuer hurriedly crawled in front of Lei Luo and begged. Lei Luo looked at Shuer, who kept kowtowing, and sighed heavily in his heart. He placed the Neptune trident in front of Shuer. He said softly, "Boston might not be a good god, but he's a good father. This is the birthday present he entrusted to me at the last moment of his life." Lei Luo turned around and nodded at Audrey. Then he turned around and flew into the sky. All the angels followed him and left the battlefield, leaving Shuer holding the trident and crying silently. At this point, the battle that had lasted for hundreds of years was finally over. The elven god king had been sealed. The fairy race was on the verge of extinction. The demon race had suffered heavy losses in the battle, and the strength of the rebellion of the god race had been greatly reduced. The Sea Emperor, Boston, had been eliminated, and the mermaid race had been massacred. In this war, humans relied on their unique ability to learn and create, rapidly rising to become the masters of the continent. The remaining forces in Boston were also eliminated. Audrey, Dia, and Kana all went to the human world to help their races. Kana also helped Atlantis' elf race, and peace gradually returned to the continent. As for Lei Luo, he had nothing to do. If he had time, he would check the space laws to see if there were any loopholes. He would also strengthen the space barrier from time to time. It was laughable when he thought about it. The biggest beneficiary of this war was the Hell Emperor, Merrick. Countless lives were lost in this war. Naturally, Merrick had received countless souls. After the war on the continent had finally subsided, the relationship between the races on land had changed a lot. The demon race had been driven back to the demon world because of their defeat. Even the space passage between the human world and the demon world had been sealed countless times. The fairy race was almost wiped out. They were forced to move into the deep mountains. Dia had set up a huge protective barrier so that the fairy race could slowly recover. In this war, the dragon race had suffered a lot of damage. As a result, Kana ordered all the dragons to retreat to the valley to recuperate. They were not allowed to participate in the battles between the secular world. With the help of Audrey and the other goddesses, the human race developed rapidly. As a result, the human race had become the ruler of the continent. At the same time, Audrey had obtained the most power of faith. However, with the rapid development of humans' ambitions, greed, and other negative emotions also came out. As an assassin, Lucifer the Demon King was very satisfied. This was because he could obtain a certain amount of power from the negative emotions of humans. Therefore, Lucifer sent demons to lure humans into depravity. Because of their beauty, the elves were known as the spokespersons for beauty. However, due to humans' greed, elves were often caught and forced to sign master-slave contracts. As a result, the relationship between the elves and the humans deteriorated rapidly. Finally, with Kana's help, they set up a barrier in a forest in the center of the continent. At the same time, they helped all the elves to migrate to the elf forest. The barrier that Kana set up could only be passed by the elves. Other races could not pass it. During the massacre of the mermaids, the young lost all their strength. Only the old and the young were left. Fortunately, the mermaids did not have a long lifespan, and they had been hiding at the bottom of the sea to recuperate. It was estimated that they would not be able to recover in less than 1,000 years. After the Emperor of the Hesitant Sea, Boston, was destroyed, the mermaids were known as the race abandoned by the gods. Shuer also slowly recovered from the blow and now ruled the mermaids. The gnomes also gradually merged into the lives of humans. Gradually, they were assimilated by humans, and the pure goblins were rare. Now, the Protoss had encountered a lot of trouble. When Boston made his judgment, they lost a lot of their main forces. And then, they lost hundreds of thousands of angels in the twilight of the gods. They began to slowly recover. The God King, Alpha, was still recovering from his serious injuries. He seemed to have comprehended a new power, and was in seclusion to study it. In short, All the races were recuperating. The continent was temporarily in a short period of peace. All the races were working hard to develop their economy. Under the trend of common interests, all the races began to trade with each other. After waking up this time, Lei Luo discovered a terrifying problem. That was, almost all of his power had been developed. But at the same time, he comprehended the heart of darkness in thousands of years. As Lei Luo's personality began to develop into the dark side, he later comprehended the heart of light. Thus, he suppressed his dark personality. However, he found that he couldn't merge these two personalities. Therefore, sometimes he was kind and sometimes evil. After discovering this situation, he felt that he could not continue like this. If he was unable to fuse the two personalities, then he might split into two people. A god of creation, who was in charge of light and creation. A god of destruction, who was subject to darkness and destruction. Lei Luo did not want to be with all of them, because that might lead to mutual destruction. After careful study, he found that as long as he experienced a series of emotional changes, the two different personalities could possibly fuse. Moreover, the heart of light and the heart of darkness had to grow at the same time. When the two powers reached their limits, it was possible to fuse. In the process of dealing with matters, both the heart of darkness and the heart of light would affect his way of doing things. When he was slaughtering the mermaids, the dark side of Lei Luo took the lead. Then, under Shuer's pleading, the heart of light gradually overpowered the heart of darkness. That was why Lei Luo did not continue slaughtering the remaining mermaids. After thinking about it, Lei Luo decided to sleep again and accumulate spiritual power for future fusion. Chapter 256, World Experience. After waking up again, Lei Luo had to go to different worlds to experience. Only when he tried light and darkness could all the emotions fuse. During this time, Lei Luo carefully studied fate. Because in a fortuitous study, Lei Luo found that there was fate in this world. And through the existence of fate, a person's future can be predicted. But Lei Luo's fate found his own fate in it. According to fate, every living creature has a fate. Even gods have the same fate. But here, there is no fate. It's a little strange. But in his own world, he can change the fate of any living creature in this world. This required a huge amount of spiritual power. Lei Luo also studied spatial laws carefully. If Lei Luo's world was like a game that he had created, then spatial laws were like the rules of the game. As the supreme god, Lei Luo could change spatial laws. At this point, Lei Luo also comprehended a new power, a domain power. When a life form obtained a divinity, he could change certain spatial laws within a certain area. Dia's domain power is nature. Audrey's domain power is life. Atlantis' domain power is magic. Alpha's domain power is energy. Lucifer's domain power is devour. Hell Emperor Miric's domain power is death. Kana's domain power is pure power. The domain power of the three fire phoenixes is fire. Lei Luo's domain power is simulation and control. In other words, Lei Luo could simulate any domain. Furthermore, he could control everything, including his own and others' domains. These were the highest level domains. There were also some low-level domains that level 1 and level 2 gods had comprehended. After a lot of him, Lei Luo once again entered the slumber of the three goddesses, Audrey, Dia, and Kana. But this time, they said that when they were done, they would also enter a deep sleep to recover their powers. We agreed to meet again in 2,000 years. A few days before Lei Luo went into a deep sleep. He had fun with all the goddesses for a few days. Finally, Lei Luo returned to the island he had created. He turned into a silver ball of light and fell into a deep sleep again. Audrey, Dia, and Kana entered a deep sleep 6 years after Lei Luo slept. They were used to recover the energy consumed in the battle of the gods. After the god of creation went into hibernation, the god clan and the module gradually recovered their vitality. However, Alpha and Lucifer agreed that neither of the two gods could personally come to the battlefield. They could only command from behind the scenes. Thus, a great war between gods and demons broke out on the continent again. However, with the support of the human race, the god clan gradually suppressed the demon clan. In the end, the demon race was defeated. While the god of creation was sleeping, the continents began to separate, gradually forming 5 continents. The central continent, the northern continent, the eastern continent, the western continent, and the southern continent. Among them, the southern continent was connected to the central continent. The other continents were separated by the ocean. Each continent had its own kingdom. The central continent had 2 empires, and the southern continent had 1. But the southern continent still had an orc empire. The western continent didn't have an empire, and there was only chaos. The northern continent had been unified, and the eastern continent was still in chaos. This situation had continued for 2,000 years. Lei Luo yawned as he muttered, "Ah! I'm finally awake! 2,000 years have passed so quickly." At the same time, he released his divine sense. He discovered that Audrey, Dia, and Kana were still in a deep sleep. It seemed like they had been quite busy after the Battle of the Gods. Since that was the case, he could only play by himself first. Alright, let's set off. Their goal was the human world. The space in the temple distorted as Lei Luo's figure disappeared into the void. In the central continent's magical beast forest, there was a person who was walking with difficulty. If one looked carefully, it was a very beautiful woman. Her long fiery red hair hung behind her back. Her curvaceous figure was even more attractive. It was just that the large and small wounds on her body ruined the overall beauty. But she looked delicate and pitiful. The girl walked through the forest with difficulty, but her swaying body showed her weakness. After a long time, the girl finally passed through the forest and came to a lake. But the girl could no longer hold on to the lake, and her movements became slower. Her vision became more and more blurry, and blood flowed down her arm. She staggered a few steps, and her body went limp. She fell to the lake and fainted. At this moment, no one saw that the space behind the girl began to distort. Countless silver lights emerged from her back. This was because Lei Luo didn't know where he should go to experience the experience of the heart. Then, he could only teleport randomly. After passing through the spatial barrier, Lei Luo came to the human world. At first glance, it was all beautiful lake water. However, after taking just 2 steps, Lei Luo discovered the beautiful girl who had fainted by the lakeside. After reaching out to flip her over, he discovered that she was actually a great beauty. This was also a very coincidental coincidence. Lei Luo thought to himself how he had just arrived in the human world and was still not familiar with it. It just so happened that he needed a tour guide. Then, Lei Luo cast the light magic. Healing light! A white ball of light shot out from Lei Luo's hand and entered the girl's body. The wounds on the girl's body, big and small, were gradually healing. Not a single scar was left. But because the girl's body was too weak, although the wounds on her body had healed, she still needed to rest. Looking at the sleeping girl, Lei Luo set up a barrier around her, then turned around and walked into the forest to search for food. At this time, the girl who had fallen into a deep sleep woke up in a daze. Her first consciousness was very blurry, and her head was very dizzy. What followed was confusion. Where exactly was this place? She did not know if she had escaped or not. The girl's name was Neili Mayanis. She was a student of the Central Continent's Magic Martial Academy. She was one of the top 10 beauties who had the title of Fire Phoenix. A disciple of an aristocratic family had taken a liking to her, but she hated that lecherous person. Hence, she rejected him without any hesitation. However, he had actually killed all her family members when they were caught off guard. He had even forced Neili Mayanis to be his woman. Neili had managed to escape with the strength of an intermediate swordsman after much difficulty. In the end, she was still being hunted down. With great difficulty, she managed to run into the forbidden area, the Magic Beast Forest. The people who were chasing her were afraid of the magic beasts inside, so they did not follow her in. Neili would rather be eaten by the magic beasts than be captured and brought back. Am I dead? This place is, Neili said in a daze. But suddenly, the fragrance of meat drifted over. Her stomach immediately growled. She was hungry. Then, she realized that she was not dead yet. Chapter 257, 3 Divine Artifacts. Neili sat up and looked around. The sky had completely darkened. The stars in the sky were constantly twinkling. It was so beautiful. Neili could not help but be mesmerized by it. After Lei Luo discovered the girl, he helped her to heal her injuries, and then went to the forest to look for food. After a while, he discovered that there were countless wolf-like magic beasts surrounding him. Lei Luo looked at the wolves in front of him with fierce eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Thus, a massacre began. Lei Luo didn't use any magic, and punched the wolves one after another. Whether it was wolves, trees, or rocks, everything was blasted away by Lei Luo. Seeing this, the wolf pack quickly retreated. Only a few wolf corpses were left. After putting the dead wolves into his space bag, he turned around and returned to the lakeside. The girl was still not awake. Lei Luo went to the lakeside to wash his hands and wash off the blood. Looking at the blood on his hands, it was time to consider making a weapon. Sitting on the grass, Lei Luo began to use his recombination ability. The magic elements around him were constantly broken down into molecules and atoms. Then, they formed all kinds of metals again. Gradually, a long sword appeared in front of Lei Luo. After the long sword was fully formed, a thin black line appeared on the blade of the long sword. It was made of collapsed space and carried an absolutely sharp power. This way, the sword would have absolute damage and be able to cut through everything. Holding the sword in his right hand, Lei Luo casually waved it in the air and memorized it. Looking at the large and small spatial cracks drawn by Lei Luo, he smiled in satisfaction. Following that, Lei Luo made a pair of silver gloves. These gloves began to possess the power to control time. With a wave of his hand, a patch of grass became blurry. The grass sprouted and grew rapidly, before quickly withering and disappearing. His left hand could speed up time, while his right hand could reverse time. Just as Lei Luo was carving the magic array of the armor, Nayli suddenly said something in her sleep. In the end, her hand was accidentally drawn askew. The magic array was declared a failure. She sighed helplessly. The armor had failed. Then, she threw it into the spatial rift. Forget it. A sword and a pair of gloves were enough. Lei Luo washed the dead wolf's body clean and began to roast it. Lei Luo suddenly saw the girl next to him move and quickly sit up. She raised her head and looked at the quiet headband in the sky. Lei Luo also followed her gaze and looked up. Seeing the stars in the sky, he couldn't help but sigh at how beautiful it was. However, after the wolf meat was cooked, Lei Luo saw that the girl was still wearing her headband. He could only helplessly remind her. "Miss, are you eating or not?" Lei Luo still didn't know that it was already a mess outside. On the 12 divine weapon records, 3 divine weapons made by Lei Luo appeared at the same time. The divine weapon records were created by 8 sovereign gods to test the divine weapons in this world. They could also test the effects of the divine weapons. Even if the armor failed, it was created by the god of creation himself. It was a sword of order that could cut through everything. It was an armor that was immune to all magic. And it was blessed by the elements. It also had a terrifying pair of hands that could control time. All the countries and races were searching for the 3 divine artifacts. However, at this time, as the creator of the divine artifacts, Lei Luo did not care at all. He was looking at Nayli. Nayloi stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, a voice pulled her back to reality. Nayli was shocked. When she had just woken up, she had clearly not felt anyone around her. She turned around and saw a silver-haired man looking at her. Nayli stared blankly at the man. He was really perfect. He was the most perfect and handsome man she had ever seen. After Lei Luo called out to Nayli, Nayli turned around and stared blankly at Lei Luo. Could he have bewitched her? "Hello? Miss, do you want to eat something?" Lei Luo repeated himself and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Ah? Nayli immediately blushed. Was she thinking of staring at someone else in a daze? She tried her best to calm her emotions and sat beside the bonfire. In the end, Lei Luo handed her a piece of barbecued meat and thanked her before starting to eat. Lei Luo looked at the woman in front of him as she slowly ate the barbecued meat. He could not help but think that she must be a wealthy lady from some family. She was always so refined when eating. Lei Luo saw that she was almost done eating. So he asked, "What's your name?" Nayli finished the last bit and raised her head to reply. "My name is Nayli. Nayli Mayanis. My name is Lei Luo. Nayli, how did you suffer such heavy injuries?" Lei Luo introduced himself after he got hold of her name. He really did not know how a girl like her could suffer such heavy injuries. "Injuries?" Nayli quickly checked her body. Other than the bloodstains all over her body, there were no wounds at all. She tried to circulate her combat aura, and it was very smooth. She closed her eyes and used her combat aura to sense the situation around her. Phew, she did not discover the enemy. She had finally escaped. There was no one around her. Suddenly, Nayli opened her eyes and looked at Lei Luo in disbelief. However, she could not sense her aura. It was as if she did not exist. In other words, he had perfectly blended into nature. If her eyes were not open, Nayli would not have believed that there was someone in front of her. Nayli tried her best to calm her beating heart. She knew that she had met an expert. However, could he help her take revenge? The other party's background was the #1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Empire. They had the protection of the god of Phoenix. No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible for them to fight against a god. At the thought of this, Nayli could not help but let out a deep sigh. Lei Luo looked at Nayli strangely. At first, he was shocked. Then he was very excited. Then, he was sad. Then he was filled with hatred. And finally, he was disappointed. It was hard to imagine that a girl's face could reveal so many emotions. He really did not know what she was thinking. "Nayli, are you all right?" Leiluo could not help but ask. Nayli took a deep breath and gave Leiluo a bitter smile. "I was just thinking about some sad things." It was not appropriate for Leiluo to continue asking about such things. He did not have much interest in asking. He could only lie on the grass and admire the beautiful stars. Suddenly, Nayli turned around and asked Leiluo, "Do you believe in fate?" "Yes," Leiluo answered without hesitation. He had studied fate before he fell asleep. Nayli was stunned. She did not expect Leiluo to answer so quickly. She pondered for a moment, then continued to ask Leiluo, "What exactly is fate? Why can someone predict the future?" Leiluo thought for a moment and answered, "Fate is like a river. People want to say that a small fish in the river swims along the river. Those who can predict the future are just fish jumping up from the river. They can only see a short distance ahead." Chapter 258, Changing One's Fate. Nayli smiled. "What an interesting insight. But it is quite vivid. Then, can you tell me what God is? Can God change a person's fate?" "God?" Leiluo thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "God is just a bird flying in the sky. When it brings a fish from this river to another, then the fish's fate will be changed. Could it be that this is my fate?" Nayli's eyes were filled with sorrow. "What's wrong?" Leiluo looked at Nayli. She must have met with some trouble. "Are you very strong?" Nayli suddenly asked Leiluo. "Me? I'm all right." Although he did not know why Nayli asked him this, Leiluo still answered. This was a joke. In this world, he was the supreme god. If he was not strong, who was? The corners of Nayli's mouth twitched. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she did not say it out loud. "Have you not taken your revenge?" Leiluo thought of the hatred in Nayli's eyes and asked tentatively. "Yes." Nayli nodded. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said helplessly, "All my family members have died. I was the only one who escaped. Why didn't you take revenge?" Logically speaking, she should have gone back to take revenge. "It's useless. No one can defeat a god." Nayli smiled bitterly and tears fell again. "God?" Leiluo was shocked. This could not be God. Right? God was not allowed to interfere in matters of the human world. Leiluo tentatively asked, "Is God your enemy?" "No." Nayli gave Leiluo an unexpected answer. "My enemy is the #1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Empire. However, the ancestors of the #1 aristocratic family had once helped the evil Death Phoenix of the 3 gods of the Phoenix during the Battle of the Gods. So the evil Death Phoenix had left a summoning crystal for their family. When their family was in danger of being exterminated, they could summon the evil Death Phoenix. So, Nayli was already crying. Dead dark evil Phoenix? So it's her? Leiluo smiled. He remembered that he had not seen her for a long time. He turned around to see how she was doing. If it's the dead dark evil Phoenix, I really have a way to help you get revenge. Nayli answered unconsciously. She suddenly turned around and looked at Leiluo in disbelief. You can help me take revenge? You can defeat God? Hee. I don't have to fight her to take revenge for you. I can make her give up on protecting that so-called aristocratic family. Leiluo was 100% certain of this. Then, can you help me? Nayli turned around and knelt beside Leiluo, pleading. Why should I provoke an aristocratic family? Leiluo looked at Nayli, who was looking pitiful in front of him. He could not help but have mischievous thoughts. Nayli lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She bit her lips, as though she had made a decision. If I were to become your female slave, would you be able to help me take revenge? After saying that, Nayli's face turned red. She then lowered her head deeply. This time, it was Leiluo's turn to be stunned. Leiluo did not expect her to say such a thing. Now that he carefully examined Nayli's words, he realized that she was indeed a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as the 4 goddesses, she was definitely one of the top beauties in the human world. However, since she was the one who raised this condition, Leiluo naturally would not reject it. It was likely that not many men would reject such a good thing in front of them. All right, I will help you take revenge, Leiluo said solemnly. Thank you. Nayli heaved a sigh of relief. Nayli became Leiluo's first woman on the mainland. After hearing Nayli's words, Leiluo understood what had happened. However, what Leiluo did not expect was that an aristocratic family could actually live in an empire. This is really interesting, Leiluo thought to himself. He had not seen Sanfeng and the others for a long time. so he decided to go and greet them. Lei Luo was prepared to help Neili take revenge first before going to school to learn. Right now, Lei Luo had great power, but he was not good at using it. Other than light magic, he was fine, but he did not know anything about other magic. However, Lei Luo's martial techniques were completely useless. He had never learned them before, even though these techniques were not very useful in the battle between gods. At the moment, Lei Luo could only use pure energy attacks. The power of these attacks was too great, and they were not suitable for use in this world. Actually, there was another purpose for going to the Magic Academy, and that was to undergo the necessary training of the heart. Up till now, Lei Luo's Heart of Darkness and Heart of Light had not shown any signs of activity. Many things would happen in the academy. Lei Luo thought quietly as he looked at the night sky. Suddenly, he realized that he had not finished speaking to Neili. Neili, do you wish for you to take revenge yourself? Or do you wish for me to take revenge for you? Lei Luo suddenly thought of a plan, so that Neili would never leave his side. At this moment, Lei Luo did not notice that his Heart of Darkness was showing signs of movement. Of course, I wish that I could kill my enemy with my own hands, but my power is too weak. Neili started crying again as she spoke. That's right. If she had been stronger, her family would not have died. In terms of power, scolding me will allow you to temporarily reach a very high level, Lei Luo said to Lina. Really? Lina asked doubtfully. After all, she hoped that she could take revenge herself. Lei Luo chuckled and did not answer her. Only his fingers continued to draw in the air. They left streaks of greenish-silver light in the air. After a while, a complicated magic array appeared in the air. This is? Even though Neili did not know much about magic, she could tell at a glance the complexity of this spell. This is a sacrificial spell. Through it, you can borrow my power, Lei Luo explained with a smile. Lei Luo had found this spell when he was searching through Daya's memories. He had felt that it was fun and had memorized it. Sacrificial magic? Lina looked at Lei Luo in disbelief. Isn't this magic already lost? Neili was already shocked enough today. There were too many mysteries surrounding the man in front of her. Neili knew the function of this magic, which was to sacrifice herself to a god or demon. From there, she could temporarily borrow the power of a god or demon. Neili made up her mind. No matter what Lei Luo was, even if he was a demon, as long as he could help her get revenge, it did not matter what she had to do. Chapter 259, Sacrificial Contract. Do you want to sign it? Lei Luo looked at Neili's uncertain expression. She must have known the consequences of this spell. Once she signed it, she would never be able to leave her master. It would be with her master. As long as her master did not die, the contestant would not die. The spokesperson of the 8 major gods in the human world had signed this contract with the major gods. Alright, I'll sign it, as long as I can get my revenge. It doesn't matter what I have to pay, Neili firmly said as she took a deep breath. Alright, in my name, Lei Luo, God of Creation, sign a sacrifice contract with the life in front of me as the master. I allow the life in front of me to borrow my power. The contract will be completed. Since Neili had agreed, the rest of the matters would be easy to handle. Lei Luo immediately activated the magic array. In my name, Neili, I am willing to offer everything I have to the life in front of me. Sign a sacrifice contract with me as a slave. The contract is complete. Just as Neili finished speaking, the silver light of the magic array intensified. A small hexagram shot out from the magic array and imprinted itself on Neili's forehead. Let's try it now, Lei Luo said to Neili. After all, this was the first time he had signed a sacrificial contract. Neili walked to the side and circulated all the power in her body. Immediately, bright red combat aura gushed out of her body, making her look even more beautiful. The small hexagram on her forehead looked even cuter. In my name, Neili, I follow the ancient contract and ask my ID's master to bestow power on your servant. Neili began to borrow power from Lei Luo according to the contents of the contract. Suddenly, Naizi felt an unimaginable power gushing out from the hexagram on her forehead. Her combat aura immediately turned a solid golden color. This time, by borrowing the power of Lei Luo, she had already grasped the power well. This was the maximum that Neili's body could withstand, unless she helped Neili transform her body in the future. Grand Sword Master! I have reached the rank of Grand Sword Master, Neili said excitedly. Grand Sword Masters were practically invincible on the mainland. They were only the spokespersons of the 8 great gods. How is it? Is the power enough for revenge? When Lei Luo saw Neili's excited look, he thought that she must be very happy. It's enough. It's definitely enough. I must make them pay for what they have done. Nayli's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at the golden combat aura all over her body, her red face illuminated by the bonfire, and her curvy figure. All of this made Lei Luo's interest soar. Nayli suddenly saw Lei Luo's originally black eyes turn blue. A strong desire was revealed from within. Seeing this, Nayli could not help but blush. She walked over timidly and sat beside Lei Luo, slowly moving closer to his embrace. Seeing this, Lei Luo could not help but laugh. Naisi would definitely belong to him tonight. At this moment, Lei Luo's heart of darkness revealed his emotions. In a huge villa far away from here, the people there did not know that their fates had been decided by someone else. Since Naisi knew of Lei Luo's intentions, he did not hide it anymore. He hugged Nayli in his arms and hugged her soft body. It was extremely comfortable. However, Nayli was so embarrassed that she could not raise her head. Lei Luo smiled smugly and lowered his head to block Naisi's red lips. Moo moo! Moo! Nayli's body stiffened and her small hands struggled wildly. It was obvious that she had no experience. Slowly, Nayli's eyes began to lose focus, and her body began to collapse. In the end, she broke through her defenses. It was an extremely satisfying sex. In order to get Lei Luo to help her take revenge, Nayli did not care that it was her first taste of the forbidden fruit and only satisfied Lei Luo. She only ended it when she could not take it anymore. Nayli quietly crawled into Lei Luo's arms to rest. She was exhausted. She looked at the stars that were still twinkling in the sky. At that moment, Lei Luo's heart of darkness could not help but start to beat. Nayli moved uneasily in his arms before she fell asleep again. Lei Luo lowered his head and kissed Nayli's forehead gently. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Lei Luo opened his eyes and looked at Nayli in his arms. He smiled and kissed her forehead. He gently patted Nayli's smooth buttocks to wake her up. Naisi opened her confused eyes and looked around blankly. She had no idea that her expression was so alluring. Lei Luo could not help but feel excited again. He picked Naisi up and gently patted her parish. The slave calmed himself down from the lust that Nayli had aroused. Naisi used her sword to pacify him. It was obvious that he was relieved. He lay in Lei Luo's embrace and said faintly, Master, Nayli is really out of strength. Can we wait until tonight? Lei Luo kissed Nayli's red lips and said softly, Little fool. Of course. I will take care of your body. Oh yes. Master. Nayli seemed to have suddenly discovered something very interesting. How can your eyes change color? Thinking of this question, Lei Luo could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, Kana had suggested that they add this special function to Lei Luo's eyes. Different colors would reflect different emotions. That way, their clothes would be more thoughtful. Even if Naisi did not mention it, Lei Luo had almost forgotten about it. Of course, blue represented lust. My eyes can reflect my different emotions. Each color represents a different emotion. Lei Luo patiently explained to Nayli. There really is such a thing. Nayli tried to get up, but the moment she moved, she immediately let out a painful cry and fell onto Lei Luo's body. All right. Have a good rest. Lei Luo could only smile bitterly. He knew that Nayli would never fall in love with him. She had worked so hard to please Lei Luo only because she wanted him to help her get revenge. However, Lei Luo had never fallen in love with her. Lei Luo only wanted to have someone on the mainland who could accompany him. As for their relationship in the future, he was unsure. They could only take things one step at a time. Maybe in the future, Nayli would become his woman. Master, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Nayli looked at Lei Luo in a daze and could not help but ask. Nothing. I am just thinking about my past. Lei Luo would not tell her his true thoughts. Oh right. How should we take revenge? Speaking of revenge, Nayli's eyes were filled with hatred once again. We will pass through the magic beast forest, then head north, around the magic dragon valley, and then to the first mountain village. After taking revenge, we can head west to the capital of the Misty Wind Empire. The Magic Martial Academy is there. Magic Dragon Valley? Are there dragons there? Didn't Kana order the dragons not to be allowed to participate in the battles of the human world? Why would dragons appear there? There is a demonized black dragon there. It was sealed by the spokespersons of the 8 great gods. Because the dragon was too powerful, the spokespersons of the 8 great gods were unable to destroy it. So they had to seal it. Nayli explained. Chapter 260, Meeting the Princess. The spokesperson of the 8 sovereigns? Lei Luo asked curiously. Don't you know? The 8 sovereigns have all chosen a spokesperson in the human world. However, ever since the death of the Sea Emperor, Boston, his spokesperson's powers have been greatly reduced. However, it is not something that people like us can withstand, Nayli explained to Lei Luo. However, she had always been curious as to why Lei Luo did not even know the basics. I did not expect so many things to happen after a nap. Lei Luo could not help but sigh. Suddenly, he realized that Nayli was looking at him curiously. He suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly changed the topic. This time, we will pass through the Magic Dragon Valley directly. I will go and meet the Magic Dragon. Okay, but be careful, Nayli said. However, various thoughts were running through her mind. From what Lei Luo said, she knew that he must have been in a deep sleep for a long time. He must have been in a deep sleep for more than 1,000 years. Otherwise, there was no way that he would not know about this. Either he was not from this world, and the people here could not possess such powerful powers. Then who exactly was he? Lei Luo and the rest rested quietly by the lake until the afternoon when they began their journey. Boom! 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 Damn it. Why are there so many magic beasts here? We can't even finish them off. Lei Luo grumbled as he casually killed the magic beasts. Nayli followed behind Lei Luo silently as she continued to collect the magic nuclei from the magic beasts' corpses. Nayli could not help but feel a lingering fear as she looked at the various magic beasts in front of her. She really did not know how she had been so lucky that day. She had not encountered a single magic beast when she was passing through the magic beast forest. Lei Luo did not know how long he had been killing them. Anyway, he had used an energy bomb when he saw the magic beasts coming out, and that entire area had been blown to smithereens. After a long time, the two of them finally walked out of the magic beast forest. Phew, the battle is finally over. Nayli, take a rest before you leave. Lei Luo looked at Nayli and felt a little tired. After all, she had just recovered from her injuries. Yes, Master, there's no need. If we continue walking, we can reach a large city near the Magic Dragon Valley before nightfall. We can rest there at night. Nayli shook her head and replied obediently. Lei Luo stretched and muttered. Then let's continue walking. I am penniless now. I hope those magic beast nuclei can be exchanged for some money. Behind him, Nayli broke out in a cold sweat. There were at least a few hundred magic beast nuclei, and they were all high-grade magic beast nuclei. There were more than a dozen grade 9 magic beast nuclei. It was estimated that selling these magic nuclei would be comparable to the wealth of a country. On the way, Lei Luo and Nayli chatted for a while, gradually understanding the situation on the mainland. At dusk, a huge city appeared in front of them. Looking at the bustling city in front of them, Lei Luo asked, Is this the city? Yes, this is it. Let's sell the magic nuclei quickly and find a place to stay. Nayli seemed to have more travel experience. When Nayli took out a pile of magic nuclei that was as tall as a small mountain, not only were the merchants buying magic nuclei, even the surrounding passers-by were shocked. How many magic beasts had they killed with so many magic nuclei? Even with these, the merchants could not eat them. They only bought half of them and gave Nayli 10 amethyst cards that could be used without restrictions. Whoever had an amethyst card would be rich enough to rival a country. This time, they had 10 at once, mainly because of the contribution of the grade 9 magic beasts. The magic nuclei of the grade 9 magic beasts were things that could only be found by chance. How could a dozen of them not drive people crazy? However, in this city, they had actually met Nayli's classmate. Hey, Nayli. Just as Nayli and Lei Luo were walking on the street, a girl's voice sounded. Lei Luo turned around curiously and realized that it was another little beauty. Fortunately, Lei Luo was used to looking at the 4 goddesses and did not show any signs of being distracted. However, it was different for passers-by. When the girl shouted, everyone's attention was drawn to her. The people who were petrified along the way were shocked by the beauty of this girl. Ah! Your Highness! Nayli could not help but exclaim. Princess? Lei Luo could not help but be puzzled. This petite blue-haired beauty in front of him was a princess? Don't call me a princess. Who is this? The little beauty sized up Lei Luo curiously. He is. Nayli did not know how to answer this awkward question. Lei Luo turned around and smiled. He gave Nayli a reassuring look and introduced himself. My name is Lei Luo. I am Nayli's boyfriend. Ah! The little beauty covered her mouth in surprise. You are so capable. Nayli is famous in our school for being hard to woo. You still dare to say. Nayli blushed and started to fight with the little beauty. Alright. Alright. I will stop playing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bing, the princess of the Blue Moon Kingdom. I will not say my full name. It is too long, the little beauty said. Lei Luo knew this name. The Blue Moon Kingdom was a name that was added up from generation to generation. It was unknown how long it would be in this generation. The three of them found an inn to stay in together. After eating, the three of them chatted in the house. Oh right. Nayli, I heard that your house was attacked. Is that true? Bing asked curiously. When Nayli heard about this, she could not help but cry again. Lei Luo quickly hugged Nayli to comfort her and explained to Bing, who was panicking. Nayli no longer has any relatives. Oh? Bing was stunned when she heard the news. After a long while, she came back to her senses and comforted her. Nayli, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't cry. Nayli tried her best to calm herself down and lifted her tear-stained face. She smiled bitterly and said, It's all right. I'm fine now. Nayli, who is so cruel? Bing asked through gritted teeth. It's Lancet, Nayli said hatefully. Him? Bing said in surprise. Everyone on this continent knew that the #1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Kingdom was guarded by the god of Phoenix. Bing took a deep breath and said, Nayli, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. It doesn't matter. I already have an idea. This time, I am going to the manor of the first family. By the way, Bing, what are you doing here? Nayli asked curiously. I am going to look for the magic dragon. Bing brought out a piece of news that stunned him. Magic dragon? Little girl, you are not going to die. Are you? Lei Luo could not help but look at Bing strangely. You're the one who's going to die. She rolled her eyes at Lei Luo. I signed a contract with the magic dragon. A master-servant contract. Nayli looked at her in surprise, while Lei Luo looked at her strangely. He could not see how she could defeat the magic dragon. That's what it is, Bing said proudly. But then her face turned red and she said, Magic Dragon Master. My servant. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lei Luo laughing recklessly, Bing said angrily, If you have the ability, go and subdue the demon dragon. Chapter 261, Sealed Magic Dragon. Lei Luo looked at the red face of Bing and could not help but laugh. He then said, If I subdue the magic dragon, what will you do? I. Bing stuttered and then said in a fit of pique, If you subdue the magic dragon, I will become your woman. Ha ha ha. This time, not only Lei Luo laughed, Nayli burst out laughing too. Bing suddenly realized what she had said. She could not help but bury her head in Nayli's embrace and say coquettishly, You guys are bullying me. I know why Bing is called a mage killer. I think your magic immunity is inherited from the magic dragon, Nayli said. After signing the contract with the magic dragon, my body will be immune to magic, Bing said. Hey, don't forget our bet. We are going to the Magic Dragon Valley tomorrow. Don't go back on your word. Lei Luo teased her with a smile. Oh, Lei Luo bullied me. Bing blushed again. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed all over the inn again. Bing, do you think there's really a magic dragon here? After walking in the dense forest for half a day, they didn't even see a shadow. There's no mistake. The magic dragon is in the valley ahead, Bing said seriously. Until now, we haven't seen a single magic beast. Is there really a magic dragon here? Lei Luo couldn't help but mutter. Bing rolled his eyes at Lei Luo and said, The magic beasts here either escaped or were eaten by the magic dragon. How could you see it? Lei Luo couldn't help but smile awkwardly. That's right. How could I possibly meet a magical beast here? Oh right. Bing, why weren't you eaten by the demon dragon at that time? Nayli asked curiously. Bing couldn't help but sigh and said, A few years ago, I ran out to play and met an adventuring team. They said that they were going to the Demon Dragon Valley to slay the dragon. I followed them out of curiosity. Bing couldn't help but show a terrified expression. But when we met the demon dragon, we realized how childish our thoughts were. The adventurer team evaporated under the dragon's breath. At that time, I was the only one left. After the demon dragon found out that I was a princess, it forced me to sign a master-servant contract with her and asked me to bring it a large number of magic nuclei every year. Oh, that demon dragon is really strong, Lei Luo said with her hand supporting her chin. And this is in a sealed state. It can only use 1/10 of its power. Bing spoke with some lingering fear. Oh right. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger this time? Since I dare to go, I'm fully prepared. Lei Luo said confidently. But Bing, don't forget our bet. You? Sure enough, this bet became her weakness, and Bing's little face immediately turned red. After walking for half a day, they gradually approached the valley. Lei Luo finally stopped smiling, because he could already feel a powerful dragon's might. Indeed, such a level of dragon's might was indeed rare in the human world. No wonder even the spokesmen of the 8 great gods were unable to destroy it. The closer they got to the dragon's might, the greater it became. This did not affect Lei Luo much. But Neili and Bing were already trembling. Lei Luo could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful aura of darkness!" Before the magic dragon was demonized, it was already the #1 expert of the dragon race. Then, for some unknown reason, it betrayed the Dragon Valley and went to the darkness to be demonized. Bing led the way and said, after it was demonized, its power skyrocketed. Then, it came to the Dragon Valley for a big battle. However, it was outnumbered and was heavily injured. It returned in defeat. On the way back, it encountered people who had laid an ambush. Although it killed all the people who had ambushed it, its injuries worsened. In the end, it flew here and met the spokesperson of the 8 great gods. It was sealed here. Oh, no matter what, it was still defeated by the wheel tactic. Lei Luo cupped his chin. At that moment, Bing realized that the draconic aura had no effect on Lei Luo at all. She and Neili had no choice but to channel their combat aura to resist it. The draconic aura was only effective against life forms that were much stronger than the dragon itself. Could it be that Lei Luo's strength could really defeat the magic dragon? Neili was surprised. In the months since her holiday, her combat aura had already risen to orange. She had probably reached the level of a high-grade swordsman. Bing did not know that this was the effect of Lei Luo and Neili having a good time. But when she thought about the bet, her heart started to race. After turning a corner, the dragon's might suddenly increased. The group finally saw the legendary magic dragon. It was dozens of meters tall, covered in pitch-black scales, and had purplish-red eyes. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, Neili and Bing were already kneeling on the ground, trembling. Only Lei Luo was still sizing up the magic dragon with his shining eyes. This time, the magic dragon could not help but feel happy when he sensed his servant coming over. The magic beasts in this valley had long run dry, causing him to starve every day. Fortunately, he had taken in a princess as a servant a few years ago, so he could eat a lot of magic nuclei every year to recover his strength. This time, he discovered that his servant had brought 2 humans. One of the women was like an ordinary person, trembling under his draconic might. However, that extremely handsome man was not affected at all, and his eyes were shining as he sized himself up. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Very cool. Very impressive. Lei Luo could not help but praise it. The magical dragon could not help but become proud, and he had a good impression of Lei Luo. But the next sentence made him fly into a rage. It's just right to be my little brother, Lei Luo said with a smile. Roar! The magic dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Seeing this situation, Lei Luo knew that the only way to subdue it was to defeat it. He turned around and cast a God's Protection and Absolute Defense enchantment on Neili and Ice before flying into the sky as well. Despicable human. Go to hell! A high-temperature flame spewed out of the magic dragon's mouth and engulfed Lei Luo in an instant. The 2 women below let out a low cry. But the purple light within the flame suddenly triumphed. Lei Luo grinned as he appeared. But the amethyst combat aura that was constantly flashing on his body reminded the demon dragon of the danger he was in. Ah! Official move Marcel you add. The demon dragon spat out a bunch of strange words. This was the dragon language spell. Dragon language spell, Black Dragon Flame. A large mouthful of black flame was spat at Lei Luo. Seeing this flame, Lei Luo's expression finally changed. This was formed by the high-temperature flame and the flames of hell. If Lei Luo was spat at, although he would be fine, he would still suffer for a while. Non-elemental spell, Mirror of Reflection. Instantly, Lei Luo was surrounded by a layer of silver barrier. The black dragon flame hit the barrier and shot back in its original trajectory with a bang. The magic dragon was caught off guard and was hit directly. It was sent flying to the cliff behind it, but it immediately flew up. Brother Lei Luo, the magic dragon is immune to all magic outside of the forbidden spell. Bing couldn't help but say when she saw this situation. Forbidden spell? Ha ha. The heavens are on my side. Lei Luo only knew forbidden spells. Chapter 262, All Forbidden Spells. Fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment. A scorching white fireball instantly appeared in Lei Luo's hand, and quickly struck the demonic dragon's body. The demonic dragon screamed and fell to the ground. The demonic dragon had just gotten up when another forbidden spell was already prepared. Water-type forbidden spell, Absolute Ice Seal. A blue magic array immediately appeared under the demonic dragon's feet. With a crisp creak, the demonic dragon was sealed into an iceberg. Boom! The demonic dragon broke free from the iceberg. Due to the uneven heat and cold, the demonic dragon's body was already riddled with many wounds and purple blood was flowing out. The pitiful demonic dragon did not even have time to recover before it was beaten down by the next forbidden spell. Thunder-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Thunder Destruction. Wind-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Light-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Sun Sword. Earth-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Spirit-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Spirit Storm. Space-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Spacetime Storm. Nature-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Life Destruction. Death-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Death Spirit Country. Dark-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Hell Calamity. Neili and Bing were stunned by what they saw from within the barrier. Neili was even more in awe of Lei Luo's strength. At the same time, she was more confident in taking revenge. Bing watched in disbelief as the forbidden spells were released from Lei Luo's hands. At the same time, she thought of the bet between them and could not help but feel worried. The demon dragon was really depressed. He was feeling really unlucky. He was originally prepared to eat the magic core, but he met a human who dared to disrespect him. He wanted to teach him a good lesson. But that human released forbidden spells as if they were free. And all the forbidden spells from different elements were thrown at him. Even the spiritual and spatial forbidden spells that he had never heard of appeared. The spirit storm almost shattered his soul. And his powerful body was almost torn into pieces by the spacetime storm. If it wasn't for the fact that he could absorb the dark-type forbidden spell, he would really have died here today. Satisfying. It was so satisfying to watch. Lei Luo looked at the pitiful demonic dragon and drew out a stream of silver blood from his fingers, which landed on the dragon's forehead. In my name, Lei Luo, I am willing to sign an unchanging contract with the life in front of me. The contract is compulsory and belongs to the master and servant. The contract is completed. Lei Luo could not be bothered to ask for its consent and directly used the compulsory contract. The demonic dragon's spiritual power had been greatly damaged by the spiritual storm. It was unable to resist the enormous spiritual power, and the contract was successfully completed. In the future, you will be my mount. Work hard. I will reward you, Lei Luo said arrogantly. This was called carrot and stick. It was meant to strengthen the dragon's heart. The demon dragon greets master. The demon dragon only obeyed experts. Thus, Lei Luo was able to successfully gain the respect of the demonic dragon. Ha ha! Lei Luo's laughter rang out throughout the entire demon dragon valley. At this moment, the outside world was in a state of chaos. All the experts could sense the changes in the Magic Dragon Valley. The spokesmen of the 8 great gods were rushing over. Lei Luo did not know that this battle had attracted the attention of the demons and gods. Of course, this was something for later, so he did not bring it up for the time being. Here! This is my welcome gift to you. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a large pile of top-grade magic nuclei swarmed out. The magic dragon and Bing were stunned when they saw this. It was not easy to obtain so many top-grade magic nuclei. Neili, where did he get so many magic nuclei? Bing asked softly. When Neili heard this, she could not help but smile wryly and say, We got lost in the magic beast forest and ended up wandering around randomly. We killed our way through and ended up like this. There was still something that Neili did not say in her heart. But she had killed a bunch of them with a single punch. The magic dragon was so happy that it started eating. After it finished eating, it said pitifully, Master, can you remove the seal on my body? I'm too lazy to go. Besides, your power is too weak and small. It's not enough for you to be considered to be my underling, Lei Luo said as he raised his hand. Black light kept gathering in his hand until it formed a black bead the size of a basketball. He waved his hand and threw it to the demon dragon. This is the energy gathered from the 20 hellish catastrophes. There is still some of my power inside. After you absorb it, your power will increase rapidly. The demon dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the energy pearl. The wounds on its body quickly healed, and its body was covered by a layer of dark aura. After the dark aura dispersed, a huge black dragon egg appeared in front of it. Lei Luo waved his hand and added a protective barrier around the dragon egg. He turned around and said to the 2 girls, who were still in a daze, She is transforming now. We don't need to care about it. Lei Luo winked at Bing and teased her. Our bet? Oh. Bing's face was flushed red as she lay in Neily's arms, not daring to look at Lei Luo. Ha ha! Are you going to fulfill your bet? Lei Luo continued to tease Bing. Bing raised her head after a long while and said in a low voice, So what if I fulfill it? What's the big deal? If it was not for Lei Luo's extraordinary hearing, he would not have been able to hear what she said. Lei Luo looked her up and down. Then with a serious face, said, Your face is okay. Your figure is good too. Not bad. Not bad. I am very satisfied. Woo, you bully me. Bing threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and used her pink fists to beat him continuously. Ha ha. Lei Luo laughed out loud proudly. Alright. The magic dragon still needs some time to finish absorbing it. Let's continue on our journey. Alright. Let's go! Neily pulled the red-faced Bing from Lei Luo as they walked towards the other end of the Magic Dragon Valley. 10 days after Lei Luo left, the 4 representatives of God came and were at a loss as they looked at the huge magic dragon egg. They were unable to break through the enchantment on the outside. In the end, they had no choice but to work together to add an early warning enchantment outside and build a teleportation portal in a hidden place. They were prepared to wait for the magic dragon to wake up before making any plans. After walking for 10 days, they finally came across a large city. The manor of the number 1 noble family was not far away. Neily, do you have anything you need to prepare? Bing and I will find a place to stay, Lei Luo said. Although they had not obtained Bing's body in the past few days, they had already made a lot of money from Bing. Bing had signed a contract with the magic dragon, and Lei Luo had signed a contract with the magic dragon. In the end, it was the same as signing a contract with both Bing and Lei Luo. Bing could not resist any orders from Lei Luo, and it was only a matter of time before he obtained Bing's body. At noon, Lei Luo, Neily, and Bing were having lunch upstairs in a restaurant. He was also very interested in the food there. It seemed like he had not eaten food for many years, so he naturally wanted to have a good taste of the available delicacies and meals. Chapter 263, Pretty Boy. Just as Lei Luo was enjoying his meal, a man dressed as a servant came over and said, Ladies, my master invites you to have a drink. Lei Luo could not be bothered to speak and continued to focus on his food. Neily and Bing saw that Lei Luo was not speaking, so they could not be bothered with him and continued to eat and chat. The servant stood there alone, neither standing nor sitting. He was extremely embarrassed. The surrounding diners covered their mouths and snickered. At this moment, a more handsome man walked over and spoke respectfully to Neily and Bing. Ladies, would you be so kind as to share a cup of wine with me? Bing and Neily ignored him completely. In the end, the people on both sides laughed even more fiercely. The man's face turned green when he suddenly saw Lei Luo looking at him with a faint smile. He immediately vented his anger on Lei Luo and scolded. You gigolo! What right do you have to eat with 2 beauties? Who are you scolding? Lei Luo, a god of creation, was actually scolded by a gigolo. His eyes were immediately filled with killing intent and turned silver. When the man saw his silver eyes, he had just felt bad when he was sent flying from the 2nd floor by the flashing lightning in front of his eyes. I have to teach you a lesson. With a wave of his hand, he cast a level 3 spell, Thunderstorm. If he didn't die, he would most likely lose half his life. Although it was a level 3 spell, the lightning element had the highest damage of all spells. In addition, it was equivalent to a high-level spell in the hands of the god of creation. Lei Luo. Looking at everyone staring blankly at Lei Luo, he suddenly remembered something terrifying. It seemed like humans were unable to gather lightning elements. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo came up with a plan and spoke to the people around him. What are you looking at? If you have the ability, go catch a lightning elf yourself. The people around him immediately exclaimed at my good luck. Elves were already very rare, and lightning elves were even rarer. The servant of the young man ran out in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, You dare to attack the 2nd young master of the 1st family? Just you wait. When the people around him heard this, they immediately quieted down. Neily immediately wanted to rush downstairs and kill them, but was stopped by Lei Luo. Lei Luo said in a low voice, Don't be impatient. We will destroy their villa tomorrow. Neily took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down her anger. She sat down and continued eating. Bing was also looking coldly at the people who were discussing. After eating, she bought her weapons and rested in the inn, waiting for revenge to come the next day. However, Lei Luo was not idle. He spent the entire afternoon with Neily in the inn. The next morning, they were surrounded by the city guards the moment they finished eating. They are really efficient. Lei Luo could not help but say softly. As expected, these people were here for the second young master of the first family, who was injured yesterday. Lei Luo did not resist directly, and went to the first villa with him. I say, your guts are not bad. You actually beat up the second young master of the first family into a cripple. I admire you. I admire you. On the way, a captain-like person beside Lei Luo started to speak. Hee. Who wants him to be so arrogant? Lei Luo also felt bored and started chatting with this captain. How is that trash doing? Brother, you're awesome. I heard the kid is going to be lying in bed for the rest of his life. The squad leader revealed a look of admiration. But he started to worry for Lei Luo. Brother, what are you going to do? If this continues, you'll definitely die. You don't have to worry about that. Lei Luo smiled as he patted his shoulder. I had a good impression of this squad leader, so I couldn't help but start chatting with him. Brother, what's your name? My name is Shalak. I'm a squad leader of the city guard army. However, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to join the army after a while, Shalak said angrily. I've long since disliked those people who bullied the commoners. However, brother, you've really helped everyone vent their anger this time. That brat should have been taught a lesson long ago. Lei Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. So what if he didn't like it? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. In the hearts of all people. Even gods were no exception. Wasn't he the best example? During the 100 million years of creating the world, loneliness had eaten into Lei Luo's heart every day. Even now, he still felt some lingering fear. In that kind of lonely environment, he actually didn't go crazy. So much so that after he created Kana, he ruthlessly vented the emotions he had accumulated over the years on her. He tormented Kana until she cried and begged him to let her go. Thinking of this, Lei Luo could not help but feel excited. Looking at her exquisite figure, his eyes gradually turned sky blue. Nayli turned around and saw his sky blue eyes. She could not help but think of the madness from yesterday afternoon. And her pretty face turned slightly red. Bing, who was at the side, noticed that Nayli had suddenly lowered her head, and her face was slightly red. She turned around to look at Lei Luo strangely. She noticed that Lei Luo's originally black eyes had turned into a bright sky blue color. What was left behind could not help but remind Bing of what Nayli had said about Lei Luo's eyes. Now, Bing understood what Lei Luo meant, so she tacitly allowed the visual assault on her. Bing had originally been forced to stay by Lei Luo's side because of the bet and the master-servant contract. However, Lei Luo did not directly take over his body. Instead, he took care of him along the way. Her heart also slowly accepted this handsome new master of hers. Lei Luo naturally did not know about Bing's thoughts. He only stared at the two women's alluring figures from behind. Suddenly, Shalak said to them from beside Lei Luo, "We have arrived at our destination." Lei Luo raised his head to take a look. Wasn't that right? The huge villa in front of him was actually comparable to a palace in the divine realm. At that moment, Nayli could not hold it in any longer. Her body was trembling slightly, and her killing intent was constantly surging outwards. Some attentive people had already noticed her. Lei Luo hurriedly walked forward and placed his hand on Nayli's shoulder. A wisp of ice-cold air surged into Nayli's body. Nayli's entire body trembled. The killing intent immediately dissipated and her entire body relaxed. Seeing this, Lei Luo could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. The corners of Nayli's mouth twitched twice, and she forced a bitter smile at him. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, Lei Luo saw the fellow who had been sent flying by him yesterday. At this moment, he was lying on a wheelchair, looking at Lei Luo with hatred. It was just that the large pile of bandages on his body looked somewhat nondescript and quite funny. "Second uncle, it was that brat who beat me up like this. You have to stand up for me." At this moment, the second young master was sobbing and crying to a middle-aged man beside him. Lei Luo watched this scene with amusement. The soldiers escorting him behind him tried their best not to laugh. That expression was as comical as it could be. Chapter 264, Crystal Phoenix. At this moment, the middle-aged man walked out and glared at the soldiers behind him. Immediately, the group of soldiers quieted down. "You are the one who beat him up?" the middle-aged man asked Lei Luo with a cold face. "That's right. I was the one who beat him up," Lei Luo said nonchalantly. "How dare you beat up the second young master of the first family? What should I say?" the middle-aged man said angrily when he saw Lei Luo's indifferent expression. "Second uncle, quickly catch him. I want to ruthlessly punish him and let him experience all the sufferings of the world's prosperity." That reckless second young master was still shouting crazily. Lei Luo fiercely glared back. That second young master instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was unable to speak. Lei Luo then turned to the middle-aged man and said, "So what if you're the second young master? This is what happens to people who dare to flirt with my woman." The middle-aged man's face instantly turned red. He had already guessed what had happened. There was an 80% chance that the second young master had gone to bully another girl. But in the end, he was severely injured by this man. Now, the #1 aristocratic family was in a terrible state. A month ago, the first young master had sent people to kill a group of people and snatched a girl back. However, that girl had run away in the end. At that time, he had also felt a sense of comfort. After all, he did not wish for such a pitiful girl to fall into the eldest young master's mouth. Isn't that? When the middle-aged man was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a trace of killing intent. The years of practicing martial arts had instantly made him a little wary. When he looked towards the direction of the killing intent, he was greatly shocked. He discovered that the other party was actually the girl that the eldest young master had once captured a month ago. However, the hatred on the girl's face gave him a bad feeling. The change in the middle-aged man's mentality had not escaped Lei Luo's mind-reading ability. Seeing that he still had some sympathy for Nei, he decided not to kill him for the time being. "Aren't you?" the middle-aged man blurted out. Nei walked up to him with a murderous look and asked, "Where is Lancet?" The middle-aged man calmed himself down and asked, "He went to school. What do you want? To school?" A flash of anger appeared in Nei's eyes. She then asked, "Is the head of the first family around?" Although the middle-aged man did not understand why Nei was asking this, he still answered, "The old man has not returned from the palace. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly." Nei turned around and looked at Lei Luo. Lei Luo obviously knew what she meant. He nodded and said to the middle-aged man, "I am here to destroy the first family and avenge my woman. Spatial seal." Before anyone could react, Lei Luo had already sealed the space around the villa to prevent any fish from falling into the net. "In my name, I will abide by the ancient contract. Please, great master, grant your servant the power." Nei began to borrow power from Lei Luo according to the contents of the contract. Looking at Nei, whose entire body was emitting golden combat aura, the middle-aged man realized that the first aristocratic family was in big trouble. "Sacrifice magic," the middle-aged man explained. The people around sucked in a breath of cold air. What they were afraid of was not the power of that great grand sword master of hers. If it was a sacrifice magic, then her power would come from the god or demon in the contract. Hence, she would not be able to use up all her power. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he gave a signal to the person behind him. Following that, a servant took advantage of the fact that we were not paying attention and left quietly. "Miss, the things that my young master has done do not have to involve our entire villa." "Right." The middle-aged man tried his best to put on a friendly expression as he spoke to Nei. "When I saw my parents being killed with my own eyes, I swore that I would kill all of Lancaster's family no matter what." Nei pulled out her long sword and spoke angrily. "But," the middle-aged man wanted to say something. Suddenly, the long sword in Nei's hand shook, turning into powder and disappearing into the air. "Hiss!" The people around sucked in a deep breath. It was obvious that the long sword could not withstand Nei's power and was shattered. "Nei! Take the sword!" Lei Luo waved his hand and threw the sword of order to Nei. Nei took the scabbard and pulled out the sword of order. Suddenly, the swords of the people around them roared. This was the sword submission to a king. The golden combat aura that was circulated on the sword of order immediately turned green. The people around them felt dizzy. What was this? This was a green combat aura that only the legendary god of swords could possess. Waves of murderous aura spread out in all directions with Nei as the center. Everyone's faces turned pale. The people who had escorted Lei Luo here had long hidden far away. "Looks like we won't be able to hide today. I have one last question for you. Miss, is the long sword in your hand the sword of order? One of the two hottest super divine artifacts right now?" The middle-aged man forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. The people around them did not react to this. What had happened today was too outrageous. A hint of doubt flashed across Nei's eyes. She looked at Lei Luo, hoping that he would answer her. Lei Luo took a step forward and asked curiously, "How do you know about the Sword of Order?" "The Sword of Order and the two super divine weapons in the hands of time appear in the divine weapon records of the various races and countries. Every adventurer's union is looking for them," the middle-aged man explained. "Oh, I see. Then I shall not disturb you. Continue." Continue. Lei Luo smiled and took a step back. Miss, can we really not have a proper discussion? The middle-aged man was making his final struggle. Nayli shook her head gently. The people around her were terrified. That second young master was so scared that he had wet his pants. Then I'm sorry. I will discipline the first young master properly, the middle-aged man said regretfully. The people around them were secretly puzzled. Why had the situation suddenly reversed? At this moment, the middle-aged man took an exquisite box from the hands of a servant behind him. The people around all stared at the box. The smart ones had already guessed what the middle-aged man wanted to do. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. The middle-aged man took out a black crystal phoenix from the box. The people around sucked in a breath of cold air again. Following that, everyone became excited. Everyone already knew that the crystal phoenix was the communication crystal that summoned the god of phoenixes, the evil death phoenix. No one cared about whether it was dangerous or not. If they could see God in their lifetime, it would be worth it even if they died. Miss, are you still not willing to give up? The middle-aged man's heavy tone already carried a hint of threat. When she saw the crystal phoenix, a hint of fear flashed in Nayli's eyes. But she still looked at the middle-aged man firmly. After making his intentions clear, Lei Luo took the opportunity, when everyone was on the crystal phoenix, to quietly approach a tree and hide himself. When the middle-aged man saw this, he gritted his teeth and threw the crystal phoenix to the ground. Suddenly, the crystal phoenix broke into pieces and gradually disintegrated into powder, disappearing into thin air. Chapter 265, Evil Death Phoenix. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was carefully staring at the broken phoenix crystal. Ice had also come into contact with the dragon's might, so she was the first to react to the phoenix's divine might. It's coming! Ice stared at the west. Everyone's gaze followed Ice's gaze as they looked to the west. The more they twisted their fingers, the more they started to tremble. There was an oppressive aura coming from the west, and there was a death energy within it. Plop! No one knew who knelt first, but the people around them followed suit. Only a few of them were still using their combat aura to resist. At that moment, Lei Luo realized that Ice's combat aura had a certain magic attribute. The ground around the ice began to freeze. Gradually, other than Nayli, everyone else could not hold on any longer and knelt down. Nayli had put in a lot of effort to resist. Nayli finally understood the power of the 8 great gods. Just by relying on her status alone, she was able to suppress her own sword god level combat aura until she was dizzy. She could only hold her breath and hold on. A black dot in the west was rapidly expanding. When it reached the people nearby, they were shocked once again. A huge black phoenix descended above the mountain villa. Not bad, little girl. A light voice came from the black phoenix's mouth. When the evil death phoenix felt the crystal shatter, it quickly flew out of Phoenix Mountain. When it reached the mountain villa, it realized that there was actually a girl who could hold on to its divine might. It could not help but become interested and strengthened its divine might once again. This time, Nayli cried. Her divine might had already reached its limit. Suddenly, the phoenix's divine might doubled again, and she could no longer withstand it. She knelt down with a plop. Hee hee. The evil death phoenix laughed happily. The image of a mischievous girl appeared in the hearts of the surrounding people. What are you all thinking about? The evil death phoenix suddenly spoke. There was a hint of anger in her words. I'm not young anymore. Why do you still treat me like a child? The surrounding people once again muttered in their hearts. This was clearly a child acting coquettishly. However, they did not dare to think about it anymore, afraid that they would anger the evil death phoenix. Master really is too much. He keeps asking us to create the Phoenix clan and manage Phoenix Mountain. Yet he doesn't come to visit us. The evil death phoenix lamented. I miss Master so much. The surrounding people tried their best to suppress their thoughts. Was this the evil death phoenix? It seemed like a girl was complaining about her boyfriend not coming to visit her. It seems like I really should go and visit them, Lei Luo muttered in his heart. Forget it. I'll go and visit them while I'm playing in the human world. Alright. If you have anything to say, just say it. The evil death phoenix finally returned to normal. She said to the person who summoned her seriously, just tell me who you want to kill. I'm playing with my sisters. Today was the first time everyone had seen a phoenix. They had finally seen the image of the evil death phoenix. However, everyone was shocked. It was too different from what they had imagined. The middle-aged man quickly pointed at Nayli. When she had summoned the evil death phoenix, she seemed to be playing around. They had better not disturb her. Girl, consider yourself unlucky. Someone wants to kill you. Goodbye. The evil death phoenix opened her mouth and spat out a huge black fireball. Hellfire! This terrifying name flashed through the minds of the surrounding people. The hellfire that came from the depths of hell possessed the power to burn one's life force. Once it was touched, it would not be extinguished until one died. Nayli looked at the fireball that was getting bigger and bigger in fear. She realized that the fireball seemed to have fused with the surrounding environment and was unable to tell the direction of the fireball. Nayli once again lamented the difference in power between a god and a human. In the end, Nayli was still unable to avoid the black hellfire. Sensing the power of death within the fireball, Nayli closed her eyes helplessly. However, the hellfire that was supposed to be here did not arrive. Nayli opened her eyes and realized that the silver-haired man in front of her was blinking gracefully. The black hellfire ball was jumping up and down in his hands. Seeing the situation in front of her, Nayli was even more in awe of Leiluo. Ice was also staring blankly at the fireball in Leiluo's hands. She felt a little uneasy. Ice already knew clearly that the owner of the sacrificial contract that Nayli had signed was Leiluo. However, Ice was still a little worried. If Leiluo was a god, that would not be too bad. But if Leiluo was a demon, then what should she do? Ice had been educated by the temple since she was young, and she couldn't help but feel a mess in her heart. Dark flames danced in Leiluo's hand. The people around him were all stunned. A fireball shot out by a main god was caught just like that. But no one would doubt the power of the evil Death Phoenix. After all, everyone could feel the terror in the fireball. Leiluo looked at the shocked faces around him with satisfaction. His little vanity was slightly satisfied. He raised his hand, and the black fireball was absorbed just like that. The people around him were stunned again. Some people even wanted to boldly try and absorb the power of a god. How great would that be? Woo! The evil Death Phoenix let out a long cry. This cry clearly contained a kind of surprise and a kind of joy. Seeing this situation, Leiluo quickly flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he used water curtain sky flower to envelop the entire villa. Leiluo could not reveal his identity. Water curtain sky flower was the only defensive barrier with offensive properties. However, it had another function, soundproofing. Since Leiluo didn't know how to use a soundproofing barrier, he could only use the level 9 water-type spell Water Curtain Sky Flower as a soundproofing barrier. The people on the ground were shocked. He could cast the level 8 spell Air Dance without chanting. There was also the level 9 spell Water Curtain Sky Flower. This was something they had never heard of before. They had treated Leiluo's flight as a flying spell. This was a spell that allowed people to fly freely in the sky. But only sorcerers could use it. But to Leiluo, it was just a casual flight. Master! It's really you! I'm so happy! The evil Death Phoenix said happily. I'm happy to see you too, Leiluo said with a smile. Well, Master, you haven't come to see us for thousands of years. Our sisters miss you a lot, the evil Death Phoenix said aggrievedly. Okay, I got it. Feeling the evil Death Phoenix's sad expression, Leiluo could not help but feel a little headache. This time, I'm going to have a good trip in the human world. When the time comes, I'll go and see you guys. Chapter 266, Revenge is a Success. Great! It's a deal, said the evil Death Phoenix happily. When the time comes, we will give Master a surprise. What surprise? Leiluo could not help but be curious. Keep it a secret. Like a child, the evil Death Phoenix slyly said. When Master comes to see us, we will tell Master. Good. You're good. When the time comes, you must give me a nice surprise. Leiluo smiled helplessly. Oh right. Evil Death Phoenix. Leave the matters here to me. But Master, I promised them that it's not good to break my promise to others, the evil Death Phoenix said hesitantly. Leiluo remembered that the evil Death Phoenix seemed to be set on the evil faction. Would she care about these things? Forget it. Forget it. Are you disobedient? Leiluo deliberately put on an angry face. I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. I must listen to you and forgive me. Seeing that Leiluo was angry, the evil Death Phoenix hurriedly apologized to him. Leiluo put on a helpless look and said in a low voice, All right, I'll forgive you this time. But you have to be obedient in the future. Yes. Yes. I'll definitely listen to Master obediently, the evil Death Phoenix said firmly. Leiluo nodded. There's nothing else here. You can go back first. I'll go over to see you guys later. Yes. Goodbye, Master. The evil Death Phoenix turned around and flew west from the manor. The people below were all shocked. After that mysterious silver-haired man flew into the sky, he started to talk to the evil Death Phoenix. But because of the barrier, the people below couldn't know what they were talking about. But seeing that they were both very happy, The evil Death Phoenix showed a hesitant expression. Then, that man showed an angry expression. After another round of conversation, the evil Death Phoenix suddenly left. Lei Luo slowly landed on the ground. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with respect. Lei Luo just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't care. Everyone also admired him. They all thought that Lei Luo had tricked the evil Death Phoenix with his sweet words. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was the most varied. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He had clearly summoned the god, but he had been deceived and taken away. He saw the woman slowly get up from the ground. Green battle chi that belonged to the sword god level shot out from the surroundings once again. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh as he pondered on how fate really knew how to play tricks on people. Battle chi was divided into 7 levels from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The highest level that humans could reach was green, which was the sword god level. There were other races that could cultivate to a higher grade, but only the gods and demons could cultivate to the ultimate amethyst combat aura. Alright, Nayli, you can continue. Revenge for revenge. Revenge for revenge. Lei Luo smiled as he slowly climbed onto a tree, his figure slowly fading away. Eventually, he disappeared as well. Everyone was shocked again. Was that the invisibility spell? That was a terrifying spell that only existed in legends. Everyone felt dizzy again. Anyone could blow up the invisibility spell, as it was the best spell for assassination. Once an assassin learned the invisibility spell, that would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. Nayli raised her sword and walked forward step by step. With every step, the killing intent grew stronger. The people in the villa could already feel the god of death beckoning at them again. Nayli looked at the enemy in front of her, who was so close. She finally could not hold it in any longer. She brandished her sword and charged into the villa. Immediately, a bloody glow appeared. Others only saw a flash of green light. Then, in the villa, the heads of all the family generals immediately flew into the sky, bringing with them a bloody mist. Wretch! The people outside the villa could no longer stand the bloody stench, and they began to vomit. Even though Bing's face was pale, she managed to hold it in. However, she still did not feel good. Was this the sister that she usually played with? At this moment, Nayli was slaughtering in the villa like a bloodthirsty killer. Was this her sister? Could hatred really change a person so much? Lei Luo watched all of this coldly. It was only right and proper to kill someone. However, Lei Luo had a faint feeling of excitement in his heart. At the same time, a wave of killing intent surged in his heart. He really wished that he could personally go up and kill everyone one by one. He felt the various expressions of people when they died, but he felt the rush of blood boiling. A cold wind blew past, and his mind suddenly became clear. Lei Luo could not help but break out in a cold sweat for his own thoughts. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Otherwise, there would be no living beings within 100 miles of this area. What on earth was going on? Lei Luo could not help but feel puzzled. He thought for a long time, but there was no result. Forget it. Forget it. He could not figure it out, and he did not want to think about it. It was better to continue looking at the beautiful scene in front of him. As Lei Luo was in the state of invisibility, no one saw the blood-red glow in his eyes. After a while, Nayli walked out covered in blood. Lei Luo was puzzled. He could clearly sense that there were many life ripples in the villa. Nayli! What is going on? Lei Luo slowly revealed himself and asked Nayisi. Master, I can't do it, Nayli said hesitantly. Lei Luo walked in and saw that they were all women and children. It was no wonder that Nayli could not do it. However, other than many female companions, there were also many ladies and madams inside. Lei Luo did not have a good impression of those rich ladies. Since they were going to settle it, they should settle it thoroughly. Lei Luo smelled the bloody smell in the air and could not help but become excited again. He felt like he was boiling, because his back was facing the crowd. No one saw Lei Luo's eyes. His eyes had turned bloodthirsty red. However, those women all saw that the murderous intent in his eyes was different. Those women immediately went crazy and ran around, causing the scene to become chaotic. Lei Luo was thin, and the fireball that he had absorbed first appeared in his palm. No! Before Nayli could finish her sentence, the black flames of hell began to spread among the crowd. Suddenly, a series of screams rang out. After a while, the voices gradually died down. There was a pile of corpses lying on the ground. Although the corpses were intact, the life force within them had already been burned out. Seeing this, the killing intent in Lei Luo's heart finally subsided. He turned around and said to Nayli, All right, we are done here. Let's go! Yes. Neili nodded. But she was puzzled. She seemed to have seen a flash of red light in Lei Luo's eyes. Chapter 267, Elemental Energy Body. Lei Luo turned around and greeted Bing, who slowly walked over. However, Lei Luo noticed that there were many more things in Bing's research. Space transfer! There was a flash of white light. Lei Luo and the other two disappeared. A group of people was left dumbstruck. Beside a large river, there was a flash of white light, and 3 more people appeared. Neili, go and wash off the blood on your body. Lei Luo looked at Neili's body covered in blood. It did not look good, so he decided to let her wash it off. Neili nodded. She had already taken revenge. She no longer had a goal. From now on, she could only follow Lei Luo, her master. Thinking of this, Neili could not help but take a deep breath. She took off her clothes and walked into the river, beginning to wash off her proud figure. Bing walked to Lei Luo's side and saw that he was frowning slightly. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Ask whatever you want to ask. Lei Luo had also guessed that after the battle just now, Neili might not have felt anything. The observant eye of Bing noticed the problem. Are you a demon? Bing finally summoned up the courage to ask Lei Luo this question. Why do you ask? What's wrong with the celestial race and the demon race? Because the rumors say that the demon race is brutal. Bing finally said this after a long time. Ha ha. Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. It seems like Lucifer's reputation in the human world isn't that great. But you are wrong. Bing! I am not a demon. Not a demon? Bing said in surprise. She was surprised, because she had witnessed how Lei Luo killed people without hesitation. On top of that, he was so powerful. She had to ask Lei Luo because he might be a high-level demon. But at this moment, Lei Luo said that he wasn't a demon, which surprised Lei Luo. Are you a god? Bing asked in confusion. Ha ha. Lei Luo shook his head gently. He looked at Bing with a face full of question marks. Then what race are you? Are you a dragon? I remember that only these 3 races can cultivate amethyst battle chi. Bing asked in a probing tone. Ha ha. Lei Luo laughed dryly. Bing! Actually, I don't know what race I am. Whether it's the god race or the demon race. They are just different in body composition. My body is made of pure energy. So, Lei Luo turned around and saw that Bing had already opened her mouth in surprise. She looked at him in disbelief. Seeing this, Lei Luo quickly lowered his head and kissed Bing's delicate lips. Woo! Bing immediately came back to her senses and kissed Lei Luo shyly. She had long forgotten about the unpleasantness of the massacre just now. I almost suffocated to death. Bing used her soft little hands to massage Lei Luo's body in dissatisfaction. However, with Lei Luo's strong constitution, this could only be considered as a massage. What a surprise! You are actually a body made of pure energy. However, how can you be like a real person? This situation in the past is completely different. Bing muttered. Lei Luo couldn't help but feel shocked. Bing! Could it be that someone has done such an experiment before? Yes, but they all died in the end, Bing said with a regretful face. That's not right. If the body is made of pure energy, it should be immortal, right? Lei Luo asked curiously. Yes. He committed suicide, Bing said. The person made of pure energy was seriously injured, because he had yet to take revenge. He accepted an alchemist's experiment when he was about to die. Later, more than 100 mages worked together to cast the fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment, and compressed the enormous fire elements into his soul. In the end, he became a life made of pure energy, because his body was the best weapon. It caused a moment of panic, but in the end, after taking revenge, because he couldn't come into contact with others, he finally committed suicide. After listening to the story told by Bing, Lei Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! What an idiot! My body is made up of 8 elements, namely thunder, wind, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and darkness. How can a single element be so perfect? The person who wanted to use pure elements to form a body was really an idiot. However, it was still surprising that someone could do this. It seemed that there were quite a number of interesting people in this world. 8 elements? Bing was dumbfounded again. Lei Luo grinned and moved his mouth closer. Bing immediately moved away shyly. That alchemist is really muddle-headed. An energy body made of fire elements is of course a fireman. A fireman, just thinking about it is laughable, Lei Luo said as he shook his head. Hee hee. Seeing Lei Luo's expression, Bing also laughed. Today would pass just like that. After that, Lei Luo and the other two set off once again, arriving at the capital of the Misty Wind Empire, Lane City. Nayli! This is the capital of the Misty Wind Empire. Lane City? This was one of the two empires in the central continent. It was such a large city. It was extremely prosperous. And there was an endless stream of merchants coming and going. There were also many novelty items placed on the roadside stalls. There were adventurers coming and going, some carrying swords on their backs, and some wearing heavy-plated armor. It was very much like the atmosphere of the capital. Yes, Master. The Devil Martial Academy is in Lane City. Nayli answered obediently. Lei Luo had Nayli and Bing address him as Master. Before he truly fell in love with them, it would be better for them to address him as Master. As they walked on the wide street, the three of them attracted the attention of countless people. There was no need to mention Lei Luo. He had spent a long time creating a perfect body, without any flaws. As long as it was a normal woman, they would not miss the gaze. All the women looked at Lei Luo with affection. This was the trouble with being handsome. Needless to say, Nayli and Bing were both passionate and cold. They were also very eye-catching. The three of them first found a restaurant and went to eat something. Although Lei Luo did not need to eat anything, he only needed to absorb the magic elements in the air. However, Nayli and Bing were different. They had been hungry for an entire day. If not for the fact that they were quite shy around Lei Luo, they would have started devouring the food. This restaurant was quite famous. It was called the Forest Restaurant. Rare herbs could be seen everywhere here. It was a good place for couples to meet for dinner. This restaurant looks pretty good. Lei Luo looked at his surroundings and could not help but sigh. Of course. This restaurant has existed for more than 100 years. It was opened by a couple. Look, it's this couple. I really don't know how they managed to maintain their looks for more than 100 years, Bing said longingly. Don't worry, Bing. When you become my woman, you can also maintain your youth, Lei Luo said with a smile. Chapter 268, Angels and Demons. Really? Bing asked excitedly. Who wouldn't care about their looks for a beautiful girl? But, you have to be my woman. Lei Luo pinched Bing's little nose and teased her. But at this moment, Lei Luo was observing the couple. The husband and wife were really handsome, and the wife was especially beautiful. They were a good match. But Lei Luo felt that something was wrong. This man was too handsome, and the woman was too beautiful to be human. A thought suddenly flashed in Lei Luo's mind. Could it be that they weren't human? No wonder they could live for so long without aging. He released his spiritual sense and quickly scanned the area. The result surprised Lei Luo. It turned out that the woman was a four-winged angel of power. The man was actually a four-winged demon. An angel and a demon, together? This angel was called Lucille. During the great war between gods and demons, she met her current husband, the demon Kuyata. During the great war between gods and demons, the two began to fight without a word. In the end, one of them was seriously injured and fell into the human world. Because of the serious injuries, in order to save their lives, the two had to help each other heal. And then, they slowly developed feelings for each other. Finally, they became husband and wife and hid from their kind. They didn't come out until the last few hundred years. Lucille was sitting at a table with her husband and looking at the restaurant full of customers. Kuyata, it's better here. We can live happily every day. I didn't expect the human world to be so interesting, she said. Ever since she and Kuyata went there to open a restaurant, their lives were no longer so boring. He gradually fell in love with this kind of life. Yeah, I didn't expect the life here to be so interesting. But I can't find how long this kind of beautiful life can last, Kuyata said with some worry. Don't worry. We have sealed our powers and used secret techniques to change our auras. Unless it's a high-level angel or demon, no one will notice. Besides, even if it's a high-level angel or demon, they won't notice this small restaurant outside, Lucille said. But suddenly, their expressions changed. Just now, another divine sense had swept past them. Lucille instantly felt her mind go blank. From that divine sense just now, the newcomer definitely had the strength of a grade 1 god. This meant that she had already been exposed. That was a grade 1 god. Ever since the dusk of the gods, grade 1 gods had either been killed or had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption of power. Even in the entire deity world, there weren't many grade 1 gods left. Now, there was actually a grade 1 god in his restaurant. A grade 1 god. But he, Kuyata, didn't even have the chance to escape. A warm hand held his little hand. It was cold from fear. Lucille raised her head and saw that Kayata was looking at her with deep affection. Instantly, her heart felt warm as well. That's right. When she had first married Kayata, didn't she already know that such a day would come? Thinking of this, Lucille felt relieved. The only thing they could do now was to wait and see. Before a rank 1 god, it was impossible for him to use force. The two of them looked in the direction where their divine senses had been sent out. There was a man and a woman eating at a table over there. The two of them immediately sensed that the person who had sent out their divine senses was that silver-haired man. At this moment, he was looking at them with a faint smile. A cold sweat had already formed on Lucille's hand. No matter how hard she tried, she could not find that there was actually life there. If he had not seen it with his eyes, he would have really felt that there was no one there. Lucille turned to look at her husband. He was still as calm as when she first met him. When she turned around, she found that the man had spoken a few words to the two girls opposite him. Then, he got up and walked over. As the man got closer and closer, Lucille's hands trembled more and more. It wasn't easy for her to live a happy life with Kayata. Was this what he had to do? If Kayata hadn't held her hands tightly to express his love, Lucille would have collapsed. Suddenly, Lucille thought of a terrible problem. It was fine if he was a god, but at most, he would die. But Kayata was a demon, and the hatred between the two races had never been eliminated. If Kayata had fallen into the hands of this grade 1 god, he probably wouldn't even have been able to die. No, this couldn't happen. No matter what, she had to protect Kayata's life. The two nervously looked at the silver-haired man who had decided their fate. What would happen to their lives? No matter what, the two of them decided to be together. Even if they died, it would still be the same. At that moment, the two of them decided to accept this fact calmly. The two of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the silver-haired man. After Lei Luo scanned them with his divine sense, he believed that they had already noticed. Lei Luo looked at the two of them, whose expressions were uncertain, and could not help but smile. Nayli! Bing! Take your time to eat. I will go and have a chat with the two bosses. After saying that, Lei Luo stood up and walked towards the angel and demon couple. As Lei Luo walked, he could clearly see that the angel's hands were trembling non-stop. However, the demon had a calm expression on his face. In the end, the two of them stood up together and walked towards Lei Luo. It seemed that they were quite loving. Lei Luo smiled as he walked forward and said softly, "This is not a place to talk. Let's find a quiet room and chat slowly." The angel smiled faintly and turned around to lead Lei Luo towards a sealed room. As soon as he entered the room, Lei Luo activated his domain. He could clearly see that the bodies of the two people in front of him shook. After Lei Luo entered the room, he sat on a chair with his hands on his head. He leaned back and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lei Luo. I am a level 1 divine attraction. Please introduce yourselves." The two looked at each other. The angel came forward and said, "My lord, I am Lucille, an angel of power. This is my husband, Kayata. He is a 4-winged demon. Tell me about the two of you." Lei Luo said casually. Lucille sighed and began to tell their story. This story was very old-fashioned. In the war between gods and demons, they didn't know each other until they fought and finally got together. "Lucille, don't you know that angels and demons cannot be gathered?" Lei Luo asked expressionlessly. "But sir, we are really in love," Lucille said excitedly. "No, Lucille, since you are a Protoss, I can spare your life as long as you return to the deity world immediately." Lei Luo was very interested in the couple story and thought he should play with them. Chapter 269, Composite Magic. "No, I want to be with Kayata." Lucille hugged Kayata tightly. Kayata also turned around and hugged her tightly. This was to express their determination. "That won't do. You decide. Only one of you can live. It's your choice," Lei Luo said coldly. This was really interesting. It was quite fun. The two of them looked at each other, stood up, and took a few steps back. The sealed power in their bodies was instantly released. Lucille spread out 4 pure white wings. Kayata spread out 4 fleshy wings, and 2 horns appeared on his forehead. "Looks like we can't have a proper discussion. Then let's do it," Lei Luo said with a chuckle. "Sword of Light. Dark Magic Sword." The 2 elements, one black and one white, quickly merged into one and formed a long sword. However, the fusion of light and darkness made the power of the long sword increase exponentially. In an instant, it reached the strength of a forbidden spell. "Sword of the Gods, go!" Lucille commanded the long sword at the front, while Kayata maintained the supply of power at the back. looking at the long sword flying over. Lei Luo could not help but smile. He didn't expect these two to actually create a compound magic that was comparable to a forbidden spell. But who was Lei Luo? He was the god of creation. If he could be killed just like that, then he wouldn't have survived for so long. Shield of disintegration! Lei Luo's eyes flashed, and a pale yellow shield immediately appeared in front of him. This was formed from the light of disintegration, just as Lei Luo had expected. After the elemental sword collided with the shield of disintegration, it was immediately disintegrated into the original magic elements. Lucille and Kiyata also vomited blood and flew back. This was because Lei Luo had used a special method to break down the composite magic. This caused them to suffer the backlash of the magic, and both of them were seriously injured at the same time. I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and return to the divine realm, Lei Luo said sternly to the angel. No, I don't want it. Lucille smiled miserably and climbed up to the demon's side. Even if we die, we still want to be together. Then you can go to hell. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a sword of light that was brighter than before rushed up to Lucille. But at this time, something unexpected happened. The demon Kiyata suddenly jumped up and knocked Lucille away. But he was nailed to the wall by the powerful impact of the sword of light. No! Lucille screamed in pain. She desperately climbed to Kiyata's side and used all her strength to cast the healing spell in the water magic. But no matter how hard Lucille tried, she could not stop the loss of Kiyata's life. No! No! We finally had a happy life. How can it disappear just like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not true. You have to answer me. Kiyata, answer me. Lucille shook Kiyata's body desperately, but Kiyata still did not move at all. Lucille was about to break down immediately. Lei Luo walked forward. I've said before that only one of you can live. If you want him to live, you have to give up your life. I'm willing. As if she was holding onto a life-saving straw in the water, Lucille hugged Lei Luo's legs and begged. As long as I can bring Kiyata back to life, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing this situation, it was time for the show to end. Lei Luo could not help but smile and say, Congratulations. You passed the test. Lucille was puzzled, and Lei Luo raised his hand. A ray of black light entered Kiyata's body. Immediately, the wound on Kiyata's chest began to heal. Kiyata's injury also stabilized. Lei Luo turned around and gave Lucille a level 7 spell. Light of healing. This time, Kiyata also woke up. With Lucille's help, he stood up and quietly waited for Lei Luo's explanation. Ha ha! Don't worry. I don't have any prejudice against the demons. But after all, there is no precedent for the combination of an angel and a demon. So I could only test your feelings, Lei Luo said with a smile. Lucille and Kiyata couldn't help but feel a lingering fear after hearing this. They had almost been beaten to death just now, yet he was only testing their feelings. This god's personality was truly casual. However, congratulations on passing the test. You can continue to live together. This can be considered my compensation to you. Lei Luo waved his hand, and 2 spiritual imprints entered the foreheads of Lucille and Kiyata. Ultimate shape-shifting technique? After Lucille and Kiyata experienced the spiritual imprints, they both shouted in astonishment. That's right. It's the ultimate shape-shifting technique. With this technique, you can completely change your constitution and become human. Although your strength will decrease, it's still better than being discovered. Believe me, other than the 8 sovereigns, no one else will be able to discover you. Thank you, my lord, the 2 said excitedly. With the ultimate shape-shifting technique, they could finally stop living in fear. He did not expect that he would be able to benefit from this misfortune and learn the ultimate shape-shifting technique. Ha ha! Live a good life in the future. I wish you all the best. This was a blessing from the god of creation. It was absolutely effective in this world. After saying that, Lei Luo laughed and walked out. He had finished his business there. He hoped that he would encounter such an interesting thing in the future. During this trip to the human world, Lei Luo came with great expectations. What did you do? Bing had noticed that Lei Luo and the owner of the restaurant had entered a room and had been in there for some time. When they came out again, the couple clearly looked tired. Nothing much. Just a fight, Lei Luo said casually. It was as if he had done something insignificant. However, Nayli and Bing's reactions were more intense. What exactly happened? Bing could not help but ask. Even Nayli could not help but perk up her ears and listen carefully. About that, I will tell you guys later. Have a good meal. Tomorrow is the registration time. Let's find a place to stay first. Lei Luo reached out and scratched Bing's little nose. Okay. Bing continued to eat the rest of the food. Lei Luo turned around and gave the god and devil couple a beautiful smile. Their feelings really moved Lei Luo. He hoped that they could live a happy life. After eating, Lei Luo and the other two went shopping for the whole afternoon. It was unknown which prophet said it, but women were born with the instinct to shop. With the amethyst card that Lei Luo gave them, they wanted to buy everything. They didn't feel tired after shopping in the market for a whole day. As expected of a pair of good sisters, their tastes were surprisingly the same. It was also because Lei Luo had a space bag that could carry all the things they bought into it. Lei Luo is also looking at the world of goods and transactions. It's also fun to go shopping with two girls. Chapter 270, Holy Star Devil Martial Academy. At night. Nayli! Bing! You are both in the second grade now. Right. Lei Luo was lying comfortably on the bed in the inn. Nayli and Bing were massaging Lei Luo's body together. It was extremely comfortable. Yes. I am in the second grade martial arts class A. Bing replied obediently. Lei Luo gently kissed Bing's soft lips. Looking at the shy Bing, he said, I hope that you can be demoted and enter grade 1's magic martial arts class. Aw? Bing was puzzled. Nayli could not help but stop what she was doing and listen carefully. I am prepared to let you learn magic, because as long as you become my woman, you will be able to cast forbidden spells. It would be a pity not to learn magic. Lei Luo patted Bing's little buttocks slightly and smiled as he looked at Bing, whose face was flushed red. He turned around and hugged Nayli in his arms, caressing her body. He smelled the fragrance in Nayli's hair. He said softly, Nayli, why are you still unable to let go? Nayli only said one word before she could not continue. Her body began to tremble slightly. Bing then remembered that Nayli didn't seem to make him very happy. She needed comforting. All right. You can cry if you want. It's best to cry in this situation. Hearing this, Nayli could not help herself. She then cried out all her grievances. It has truly been too difficult for her. A girl who wanted revenge. Others don't know how much she has been through. How much she has been wronged. And now she was finally letting it out. Think about yourself. Do what you want to do. By the time Lei Luo came to his senses, Nayli was asleep in his arms. Turning his head, he saw that Bing fell asleep next to him too. Tomorrow. It's a new beginning. He hoped that he would encounter something more interesting. It would be best if someone could fight with him. Early the next morning, Lei Luo and the other two woke up early. Today was the registration date for the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy. After eating breakfast early, the three of them quickly arrived at the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy. This school was really big. It was probably comparable to the Imperial Palace. Nayli had mentioned that the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy was a training base for human elites during the War of the 100 Races. It was later changed to an academy, so students from all races on the continent could be seen here. Arriving at the registration counter, Lei Luo had not expected so many people to arrive so early in the morning. However, it was clear that there were two factions. One faction was dressed in gorgeous clothes. They were most likely nobles. The other faction was simpler. They were the commoners. Nayli! Just as Lei Luo and the others were about to line up, a voice rang out. Nayli appeared to be very happy. As she walked forward, Lei Luo followed Nayli's line of sight. A rather handsome boy ran towards Nayli. Hey! Hi, Rui! It's been a while! Nayli went forward to chat with him in an overly friendly manner. Yes! Nayli! I've missed you so much! Hi-Rui grabbed Nayli's hand excitedly. A blush flashed across Nayli's face. She quickly pulled her hand back. Seeing this, Lei Luo felt that something was wrong. He asked Bing beside him. What is the relationship between this kid and Nayli? He is Nayli's friend, Bing said hesitantly. In his heart, he was secretly worried for Nayli. Nayli, don't forget that there were still people watching over this place. Just friends? Lei Luo felt the change in his mood. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Hi-Rui carefully. He is Nayli's friend. Bing was a little hesitant. She knew that with the master-servant contract, nothing could be hidden from their master. She could only continue to tell him the truth. Hi-Rui is from an aristocratic family. If that incident hadn't happened, he would be the person most likely to become Nayli's boyfriend. Before the holidays, their relationship had basically been tacitly accepted. Is that so? This kid actually tried to snatch my woman? He's really courting death. Bing was even more anxious. This was because Lei Luo's eyes had already turned silver. She and Nayli were well aware of this. Lei Luo was already filled with killing intent. If they do not stop him, Hi-Rui would be dead for sure. Hairui was actually very fond of Neili. He was also a longtime friend of Bing. Bing, of course, did not want Hairui to die here. Bing hurriedly called out, "Hairui! Long time no see." At this moment, Hairui realized that Bing was behind Neili. Neili turned around and saw Lei Luo's silver eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! How could she have forgotten her identity? She was still a slave under Lei Luo's contract. But seeing the situation before her, it was obvious that her master had the intention to kill her companion. No. He had to be stopped as soon as possible. Neili did not want Hairui to die in Lei Luo's hands either. "Ah! I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't notice that you were here." Hairui walked over and spoke with a face full of guilt. "Humph! I'm afraid that all of your attention is on Neili." Lei Luo sneered indifferently. Only then did Hairui notice that this man was also very close to Bing. If they didn't look at him, they wouldn't know. But when they saw him, they were shocked. This man was way too handsome. He didn't notice that there were already girls surrounding him. But he was too arrogant. He actually used such a tone to talk to Hairui. Hairui's Sea Dragon family was quite a big family in the country. How dare someone talk to him like that? However, seeing that he was closer to Bing, he decided not to argue with him. However, there was also a hint of lichens in his eyes. Could it be that he misunderstood that he was going to snatch Bing away from him? At the very least, he only liked Neili. Forget it. Forget it. Neili was too anxious when she understood the situation. Suddenly, she saw Bing winking at her. Her longtime friend had made her and Bing feel the same way. With just a glance, she could understand what the other party meant. Neili quickly stepped forward and leaned against Lei Luo. Ignoring Hairui's shocked gaze, she said, "Hairui, this is my boyfriend and Bing's boyfriend, Lei Luo." Lei Luo thought to himself, not bad. Lei Luo felt that Neili's move could be considered a smart one. Let's forget about it this time, he thought. A smile finally returned to Lei Luo's face. Neili and Bing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The silver in Lei Luo's eyes had also disappeared. Hairui would be fine for the time being. "What's going on? Neili, are you telling the truth?" Hairui grabbed onto Neili's shoulders excitedly. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Lei Luo sent Hairui flying. How dare he touch my woman? Chapter 271, Magic Test. The crowd gathered around to watch the show. When they saw Lei Luo send Hairui flying, Neili was even more excited. If Bing had not held on to her, she would have rushed forward to see what was going on. If she really rushed forward now, it would only make the situation worse. She could only look at Hairui anxiously. Hairui raised his head with difficulty and asked in a desolate tone, "Neili, are we really done?" In the past, Neili would have rushed over to support Hairui and cared about his safety. But this time, he had clearly fallen so heavily. He did not see Neili coming over to help him. "I'm sorry." Neili did not dare to look into Hairui's eyes. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her feelings. Neili's love for Hairui was not to the point of being inseparable. Back then, she only had a good impression of Hairui and could not resist Hairui's pursuit. That was why she tacitly agreed to their relationship. But the situation was different now. If she could not control herself, she might bring death to Hairui. So, she had no choice but to be ruthless and speak her mind. "Is there really no hope for me?" Hairui was still unwilling to give up. "I'm sorry, but I'm already Brother Lei Luo's man. That's why there's absolutely no hope for us." Neili finally made up her mind. "Ha ha! So it was just my wishful thinking." Hairui let out a bitter laugh, turned around, and dragged his injured body away. His back looked so sad. Neili buried her head deep into Lei Luo's arms. Lei Luo knew that Neili was not feeling well. He could only pat her back gently to comfort her. He did not expect to encounter such a thing early in the morning. He felt that he should go and register for work. "All right, Neili, let's go!" After a while, Neili gradually calmed down. The three of them began to line up. Seeing their surroundings, Lei Luo suddenly felt a headache. All the princesses and young ladies were affectionate towards Lei Luo. However, all the men from the noble families were filled with hatred. Lei Luo also felt that there was nothing he could do. He had not even started school yet, and he already felt that he had so many love rivals. He was really depressed. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Lei Luo's turn. After receiving a form, he looked at the notice on it and carefully filled it out. His name was Lei Luo. As for his study direction, it was the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. His hometown address was just a random town near the magical beast forest. That was all he knew. After filling it out, the school staff brought Lei Luo to a house in the school. After entering the house, he found that there was only a white-bearded old man inside. There was also a magic device in front of him. Put your hand on the crystal in the middle. The white-bearded old man had a calm expression on his face. It was likely that this old man had a high status. Lei Luo looked at the strange magic device carefully. There was a transparent crystal ball in the middle. There were 6 different colors of beast essence cores around. They were white, black, red, blue, yellow, and green. This should be a test of magic attributes. Lei Luo put his hand on it and carefully controlled the magic elements in his body. Lei Luo had all the magic elements in his body. He didn't want to be regarded as a monster. When Lei Luo placed his hand on the crystal, he felt a slight suction force from the crystal. The magic elements in his body immediately entered the crystal ball. The surrounding red, white, and yellow magic beast cores immediately lit up. The white-bearded old man stared at Lei Luo in shock. His gaze made Lei Luo's hair stand on end. It seemed like he should seal off 1 or 2 more magic elements. Ha ha! Genius! To be able to have 3 magic elements at the same time. Kid, study hard and don't embarrass me. The old man suddenly burst into laughter and patted Lei Luo's shoulder vigorously. Lei Luo thought, what is this old guy doing? Are you not my teacher either? Although Lei Luo thought so, he still nodded slightly. He turned around and left the house. Lei Luo looked at the registration form in his hand. There was a tick on the back of the magic attribute column. It stated that he had 3 types of magic elements. Master, how is it? Lei Luo looked up and saw that it was Bing. In the end, Bing handed him a fruit. After taking 2 bites, he said, I almost gave myself away. Luckily, I sealed off my own magic elements. Why isn't Nayli with you? Lei Luo looked around but did not see Nayli. She's in a bad mood. I told her to return to the hotel first, Bing said hesitantly. Lei Luo thought of Hairui and felt a little angry. It must be because of Hairui. Don't let me run into you again, or you'll be dead for sure. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed across Lei Luo's eyes. On the side, Bing became depressed again. Seeing the hint of silver in Lei Luo's eyes, she immediately felt a headache coming on. It wasn't easy for their master to forget about this matter. Now, things were about to go wrong again. Master, it's time to test the strength of the magic. Bing hurriedly diverted Lei Luo's attention. Seems like it. Lei Luo's attention was indeed diverted. Looking at the road sign, Lei Luo came to a square. There were already quite a number of people here. Good. Immediately, a wave of cheers attracted Lei Luo's attention. Magic strength 30. Hit 60, said the examiner at the side. Then, another examinee walked forward. Water element in the air. Please listen to the summons. Borrow your strength to go to the enemy in front of you. Ice arrow skill. Instantly, 3 ice arrows hit the target 20 meters away. Good. There's another wave of cheers around. Magic strength 25. Hit 80. After a while, it was also Lei Luo's turn. He reached out his hand and handed the form to the examiner. Huh? You actually have the talent of 3 elements? The examiner looked at Lei Luo in surprise. Not bad. Is there a problem? No. No problem. The examiner calmed down. The examiner regained his composure. First, use your best fire element magic to attack the target in the distance. Lei Luo thought to himself. Best at? It seemed to be a fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment. No. How could he use a fire-type forbidden spell in the academy? He could only temporarily use fireballs to fill in the numbers. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a small fireball flew towards the bull's eye. The surroundings immediately booed. But immediately, there was no sound, because in the middle of the bull's eye, where the fireball hit, a small melted hole appeared. The examiner was stunned for a long time before he announced, Next, let's proceed with the light element test. This was easy to handle, as Lei Luo knew many light magic spells. Elements in the air. Please listen to my summons, and use your strength to destroy the enemy in front of you, the Sword of Light. Chapter 272, Defeat the Test Teacher. The light elements around Lei Luo continued to gather. They condensed into a long sword. Originally, Lei Luo didn't need to chant. But now, he didn't seem to be able to use many level 7 light magic spells without chanting. Go! The Sword of Light instantly pierced through the bull's eye. The surrounding people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Each bull's eye was made of solid crystals. Now, they were actually broken one by one. It was really unbelievable. The examiner was stunned again. But this time, he quickly recovered his expression and continued. Continue testing the earth element magic. Immediately, the surrounding people were shocked, looking at Lei Luo as if they were looking at a monster. Earth element in the earth. Please listen to my call. Descend the giant rock and destroy the enemy in front of you. Meteor strike! Boom! The sky and earth cracked, and smoke filled the air. When the people saw the situation clearly, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Zhong Jiajia in the square was smashed into a big hole by Lei Luo's meteor strike. Fire magic hit 80. Strength 80. Light magic hit 80. Strength 70. Earth magic hit 60. Strength 90. For unknown reasons, the strength of the magic is extremely high. The examiner announced the result. Too strong, the surrounding people said in unison. Lei Luo shrugged to show his helplessness. Under the strange gazes of the surrounding people, he took the examination form and left the testing field. As soon as Lei Luo left, the examiner announced to everyone, because the testing ground has been destroyed, we need to go to another testing ground. The surrounding people looked at the ground that had been smashed into pieces by the meteorites and could not help but nod their heads in agreement. Lei Luo happily walked towards the testing ground. This time, he really showed off his might. Next, it was time to test his martial arts. Lei Luo had passed the magic test. As long as he passed the martial arts test, he would be able to enter the school. When he arrived at the arena, there were already many people there. Lei Luo looked at the competition in the arena, and his mind kept thinking of warriors. However, Lei Luo quickly understood. The martial arts moves in this world were really simple and crude. They were completely not as exquisite as the countless ones he had seen before. Lei Luo looked at the fights on the stage and felt that it was too boring. He should go back and train Bing and Nei Li properly. At this moment, there was a candidate taking an exam on the stage. He had been beaten so badly by the teacher that he could not fight back. He had lasted less than 20 moves before surrendering. The teacher simply said that he did not pass. Then he walked off the stage. Another teacher continued to test the next student. Lei Luo could not help but secretly nod his head, thinking that it was reasonable. Otherwise, if the teacher did not have enough physical strength, then the examinees would have a huge advantage. Very quickly, these more than 10 examinees finished their exams. Only 4 or 5 people could pass. And it was finally Lei Luo's turn to go on stage. Lei Luo walked onto the stage and solemnly bowed to the test teacher. This was the most basic courtesy, and it was necessary to show it. The test teacher also nodded in response. Alright. Come please. Lei Luo casually took out the sword of order and held it in his hand. He did not have any imposing manner. Standing there, he was an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. However, the test teacher's pupils suddenly contracted. His entire person also assumed a defensive posture. Even the teacher outside the arena revealed a surprised expression. This was because Lei Luo was just casually moving. But he couldn't find any flaws. This is a terrifying expert. The surrounding people all thought the same thing. At this moment, Lei Luo didn't notice that a girl below the arena revealed a shocked expression after seeing the sword of order in his hand. Please, Lei Luo said. Then, his body quickly retracted his aura. Instantly, it made people feel that Lei Luo's current position was actually a blur. Good. After the test teacher praised him, he began to attack. He raised his sword and charged towards Lei Luo. His speed was so fast that even his figure was blurred. Lei Luo could not help but squint his eyes and sigh. This was really too slow. Compared to the magical beasts in the magical beast forest, it was far inferior. Lei Luo casually raised his sword and stabbed forward. Ding! The sword of order pierced the tip of the test teacher's sword. The test teacher only felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt that he had attacked at full speed, but he had crashed into a wall. He only felt that his chi and blood were churning, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The people watching outside the arena were also extremely shocked. This was especially so for the students who had competed against Zhang Wei. They were the ones who were the most clear about the strength of the test teacher. Even if it was their own, they would at least be forced back a few steps. But this student in the arena didn't even shake his body. Then wouldn't his strength be too terrifying? Teacher, is it my turn to attack? Lei Luo said leisurely. When the test teacher heard this, he hurriedly pulled himself together and assumed a defensive stance. Come! Lei Luo waved his sword and immediately charged forward. He was still using the basic sword techniques that he had learned before. This was a chain sword technique that focused on speed. But with the assistance of Lei Luo's tyrannical strength, It was also like a chain slash that focused on strength. It was just that Lei Luo used it more casually. He didn't intentionally form any sword chi, and it was enough as long as it had lethality. Under this kind of attack, the test teacher was really suffering beyond words. One move after another. One move after another. Each move was faster than the previous one. Each move was heavier than the previous one. Soon, the test teacher was suppressed until he was in a sorry state. He was completely unable to retaliate. This round of sword skills and attacks under the ore powder spell made everyone below the stage dumbfounded and shocked. Just when the teacher was about to give up and admit defeat, Lei Luo suddenly retreated and withdrew his sword. Then he leisurely stood to the side. He looked at the teacher, who was panting and had many sword wounds on his body. Lei Luo said indifferently, "Teacher, did I pass?" Only then did the crowd below the stage remember that this was a test. Immediately, there was a burst of cheers from outside the stage. There were even some busybodies who actually whistled. The teacher wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said with a bitter smile, "You passed. You're very outstanding." After saying that, he walked down the stage dejectedly. "Thank you." Lei Luo bowed and then walked down the stage. Under everyone's envious gazes, he left the place. Only the girl from earlier looked at Lei Luo strangely. However, Lei Luo did not see it at all. At the final registration area, the staff member gazed at Lei Luo and said, "First grade dual cultivation advanced class. Tuition is 1,000 gold coins." Chapter 273, Assassin's Attack. The classes were allocated according to the strength of the students. The students in the higher classes would naturally be able to learn more excellent knowledge. However, the cost was also higher than that of the ordinary classes. For example, the top class cost 1,000 gold coins a year. One had to know that even 100 gold coins was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live comfortably for a year. Seeing that Lei Luo didn't reply, the staff of the academy continued, "If you don't have enough money, choose a lower class or find a school to borrow money." "Oh, then I'm really sorry. I was distracted." Lei Luo smiled embarrassedly. He handed the amethyst card to the staff of the academy. When the staff card saw the amethyst card in Lei Luo's hand, he was instantly stunned. One must know that the amethyst card could be used indefinitely. Even the supreme ruler of a kingdom might not have an amethyst card. But although the amethyst card could be used for unlimited tips, the amethyst card had a time limit. Lei Luo's amethyst card was effective for 3 years. When the time was up, he had to think of a way to increase the time limit. "Hey! Hey!" Lei Luo waved his hand in front of the staff member's eyes. Why was he suddenly stunned? "Ah! I'm sorry. This is your dormitory number and the student handbook." After the staff member regained his senses, he collected 1,000 gold coins and handed a booklet and a crystal to Lei Luo. The small crystal was engraved with 02310, which should be the room number. Lei Luo took the booklet and walked out of the school with the crystal. Bing was already waiting for him at the school gate. But Lei Luo was surprised to find that Neili was there too. Hadn't she already returned to the hotel? Why was she here again? When Bing saw Lei Luo, she ran over hurriedly and said, "Not good! Master! Something has happened!" Due to Bing's voice, she did not pay attention to its size, and was also very anxious. In the end, many people heard Bing call Lei Luo "Master." Immediately, it also caused the surrounding people to discuss animatedly. "Sorry, Master, I didn't pay attention." Bing lowered her head and constantly used her eyes to secretly look at Lei Luo. And she spoke very carefully. She really looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Lei Luo couldn't get angry even if he was angry in his heart. He could only console her softly. "It doesn't matter. Someone will find out sooner or later anyway." "Oh right. What happened? Why are you so flustered?" "It's like this. The news of the first family being destroyed has also spread to the capital. The clothes of Lancelot, the current king's prime minister, has already sent people to the hotel to capture Neili," Bing said excitedly. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Lei Luo walked quickly to Neili's side and asked with concern. "Neili, are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Master," Neili said. In reality, Neili's heart was not at peace. From the attack just now, she had learned once again that revenge could not be done without Master's power. As for Hai Rui, she could only say that she was sorry. Thinking of this, Neili felt relieved. Her mood immediately improved. Her eyes were once again filled with vitality. All of Neili's psychological changes could not be hidden from Lei Luo's research. However, Lei Luo was very happy that she had chosen him. After all, no one wanted their woman to have someone else in her heart. Nayli, what happened back then? Lei Luo could not help but ask. Nayli smiled and replied, It's like this. Nayli's memories followed. It turned out that after Nayli returned to the hotel, she had been tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was constantly exchanging the faces of Lei Luo and Hai Rui. What should I do? What should I do? Na Yisi muttered. To her, Hai Rui's feelings were very clear. It was already good enough before the holidays. If nothing unexpected had happened, she definitely would have become Hai Rui's woman in the future. However, today's incident would definitely be a huge blow to him. She could not bear to see it happen. But what should she do about Lei Luo? His revenge wasn't over yet. With the contract, there was no way for her to leave Lei Luo. Was there no other way to break the contract? Perhaps Hai Rui could help her exact her revenge. But what about the contract? It seemed that only if he was stronger than Lei Luo, the creator of the contract, would he be able to forcefully make contact. What should she do? At that moment, Nayli felt a murderous aura. She turned around and left the bed quickly. In that instant, the 4 long swords stabbed into the bed. Nayli could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, her reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, she would be dead for sure. Who are you people? Why are you here to kill me? Nayli questioned. These 4 people were all very strong. He needed to understand them before he could escape. You are Nayli, the one who destroyed the first mountain village? You don't look very powerful. We were invited by the Prime Minister to kill you, a masked man said. You? Although Nayli was angry, she did not take action. Indeed, if she did not borrow the power of Lei Luo, any one of them would be able to kill her easily. At this moment, Nayli relaxed a little. The 4 of them immediately raised their swords and stabbed at her. Nayli was shocked and twisted her body forcefully. She narrowly avoided the attack. However, the 2 swords brushed past her skin. 2 of her clothes were torn open. The 4 of them turned around. 2 of them slashed down with force, while one of them stabbed towards Nayli's abdomen. One of them attacked Nayli's legs. Nayli immediately lifted her body and dodged the long swords that were stabbing at her feet. The orange combat aura around her body intensified, and she twisted her waist. The long sword pierced through Nayli's clothes and slid past Nayli's abdomen. Feeling the long sword sliding past her abdomen, Nayli felt a lingering fear. If she was a little slower, she would definitely be heavily injured. However, after Nayli dodged the 2 long swords, she was already in the air, facing the 2 long swords coming from above. She could not avoid them. She could only take them head on. Dang! There was a loud sound. Nayli spat out blood and fell backwards. Fortunately, there was a combat aura that blocked a lot of the power. Na Yisi only suffered a little injury. But now, she could not even take 2 attacks from 4 people. How was she going to use her power to take revenge? In my name, Nayli, I shall abide by the ancient contract. Please, Great Master, grant your servant the power. Nayli had no choice but to use this method that she had not planned to use. Ka! The long sword in Nayli's hand shattered into pieces again. Looks like I need a good sword. Chapter 274, Changing Fate. Nayli threw away the hilt of her sword and kicked at the man in black. When they saw Nayli chant an incantation, a terrifying phrase flashed across the mind of the man in black. They instinctively jumped out of the window. But the other 3 did not react. However, when they saw the golden combat aura coming out of Nayli's body, they began to curse at the bastard who had escaped. However, it was useless. Nayli jumped up almost at the same time. Just her own strength and not her sword skills were enough to kill them. The 3 of them were sent to the underworld by Nayli with 1 kick. What a bunch of troublesome fellows. I've finally gotten rid of them. Nayli wiped the sweat off her forehead and sat on the ground to heal her injuries. With the help of her golden combat aura, Nayli's injuries healed quickly. Seeing the fragments in the room, Nayli sighed helplessly. Her strength was still too weak. It seemed like she couldn't leave Lei Luo anymore. What was the relationship between her and Lei Luo like in the past? It was undeniable that Lei Luo had a perfect appearance. He was simply too attractive. If she didn't know Hai Rui, she would have accepted Lei Luo by now. But what should she do now? She was already one of Lei Luo's women. Furthermore, Lei Luo was a very proud person. He would never allow his woman to have sex with another man. If Bing hadn't stopped him in time, Hai Rui would have been dead on the spot. What a headache. What happened today must have dealt a huge blow to Hai Rui. He hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to be friends with Hairui anymore. Let's not talk about how much damage Hairui had suffered today. Lei Luo was afraid that he wouldn't be able to interact with Hairui anymore, even if it was just a normal conversation. Now that the incident at the villa had been exposed, she was afraid that her life would no longer be as peaceful as before. She had already avenged himself. She couldn't die like this, even if she continued to be Lei Luo's slave. There was nothing she could do about it. This must be my fate. She imagined himself as the little fish that Lei Luo was talking about. Lei Luo was like a goshawk in the sky. He had originally been swimming in the small river that belonged to him in an unknown direction, and might eventually die suddenly. But Lei Luo's appearance changed her, and also changed her fate. He pulled her out of the irreversible river, and he jumped with her into the wider river. Lei Luo was the person who had changed her fate. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll take one step at a time. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to truly accept Lei Luo in my heart. Nayli observed her surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, she jumped out of the window. If she stayed there any longer, she might be surrounded by the people behind her. After jumping out of the window, Nayli rushed towards the academy. At this moment, inside the Sea Dragon family home, Hairui was constantly smashing things to vent his emotions. He was too angry and unwilling. Why? Why? Why did you suddenly betray me? Didn't we have an agreement? That man! Damn you! Nayli, why did you suddenly jump into someone else's arms? Why did you do that? Hairui roared like he was going crazy. He ignored everyone's attempts to stop him, and continued to smash everything in front of him. Wait, could Nayli be hiding something? After venting his anger, Hairui gradually calmed down. He began to think about the reason for Nayli's betrayal. Could it be because, is the news of her family being massacred true? But, Nayli shouldn't have betrayed me. Right. Hairui had been racking his brain. Why did Nayli change so much during the summer vacation? Could it be that someone used mental magic? Impossible. This was impossible. Most mental magic had already been lost. According to ancient records, only the fairies on the continent used mental magic. But, during the 100 Race War, the fairies were the first to be attacked. They were practically wiped out. The fairies that were left behind were few and far between. Most of the mental magic had already been lost. As Hairui thought about this, he unconsciously drew a hexagram on the ground. Without realizing it, he drew a hexagram. Hairui lowered his head and looked at the hexagram he had drawn. He was immediately stunned. Hexagram? Did I get it because of the hexagram on Nayli's forehead? Hairui mumbled. Suddenly, Hairui's face was filled with anger. He suddenly remembered many things. He seemed to have seen a similar hexagram in ancient books. He immediately remembered. Hexagram! This is a master-servant contract. As expected, you are a despicable person. You actually dared to use a master-servant contract on Nayli. No wonder Nayli left me. Nayli, don't worry. I already know. I will definitely help you break this contract. Guards! Hairui walked out of the room and began to prepare for the rescue plan. Then, the scene of Lei Luo coming out happened. Due to Bing's loud voice, everyone in the academy heard it. As a result, word of mouth spread among the students. In addition to the incident with Nayli, the entire school exploded. In the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy, the 10 most beautiful, Fire Phoenix, Nayli and Mage Killer, Bing were both bound by a master-slave contract. For this reason, the students even organized a rescue alliance of their own accord. Interesting. Lei Luo found it very interesting. It was only the beginning of the semester, and there were already so many things happening. Lei Luo also knew about it, and he smiled to himself. Hopefully, it will become more interesting in the future. This was because in order to come into contact with a master-slave contract, only when the slave's power far exceeded the master's could the contract be forcefully removed. Of course, there were exceptions. There were also some unknown methods in magic that could remove the contract. However, this was too difficult for a mortal. Nayli, are you all right? Bing asked worriedly. At this moment, Bing and Nayli had just completed the demotion procedures. They had also been assigned to the first grade magic martial class, which was the same class as Lei Luo. Is there something wrong? Nayli asked in puzzlement. Bing sighed and said, Do you know, it's very dangerous for you to go back without informing Master. Master is already a little angry. You have to be careful. Chapter 275, Space Seal. Bing could not help but feel a little depressed. The matter between Nayli and Hairui was really a headache. Age? I'll be more careful in the future, Nayli said in surprise. Bing could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Nayli's expression. You're still as careless as ever. In the future, you have to observe Master's eyes more often. His eyes will be able to reflect his mood very well. You'll know when you pay more attention in the future. Bing thought carefully and felt that she should resolve Hirui's matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if anything were to happen in the future, it would be troublesome. Nayli, what are you thinking about now? What should I do about Hirui's matter? When Nayli heard Bing ask about the matter that she did not want to think about, she could not help but feel a headache. My heart is in a mess. I don't know what to do either. Seeing this situation, Bing was also worried for her good friend. She said sincerely, Nayli, you have to understand that you are no longer a free woman. It is impossible for you to think about Hirui. Hurry up and forget about him. Bing, you also know that a girl's first love cannot be easily forgotten. Furthermore, Hirui did not do anything wrong to me. Nayli felt a little guilty and didn't know what to do. But Nayli, you don't have a choice right now. It's best if you try to fall in love with Lei Luo. That way, you can gradually forget about Hirui. Also, you have to be careful in front of Master in the future and stop acting recklessly. I'm afraid that if Master activates the soul control spell in the contract, you won't be yourself anymore. Nayli could not help but shudder at the thought of the soul control spell. As long as one had sufficient mental strength, the Master in the Master-Slave contract would be able to activate the soul control spell. The soul control spell allowed the Master to use it on the slave, thus ensuring the slave's absolute loyalty to the Master. As long as the spell was activated, the slave would no longer be able to resist any orders from the Master, and everything would be under the Master's command. The greatest benefit of the soul control spell was that it did not have to erase one's thoughts. They could be controlled by the soul control spell under a clear-headed situation. I understand. I will try to fall in love with Lei Luo. Nayli sighed. It seemed like this was the only way. She hoped that she could fall in love with Lei Luo as soon as possible. This way, she would be able to get rid of the pain of being entangled. At the same time, Lei Luo followed the dormitory number and came to the door of his dormitory. Building 02. Third floor. Number 10. Lei Luo pushed the door open and entered. He realized that there were already 3 people inside. Lei Luo was not the first one to arrive. It seemed like he was the last one to arrive. Hello. My name is Jack. I'm in the martial arts class. A slightly thin young man smiled and greeted Lei Luo. My name is Xingchen. I'm in the magic martial arts class. Lei Luo also introduced himself. I admire you. I admire you. It's very difficult to get into the magic martial arts class. Now it seems that there are 2 people in our dormitory who are in the magic martial arts class. Jack smiled. I say, Jack, don't be so hypocritical. I've never seen you so polite before. A fat man said with a mocking smile. Then he turned around and said to Lei Luo, You don't have to care about that kid, Jack. As for me, my name is Haite. I'm from the magic martial arts class. I'm still unmarried. Stop. Stop. Stop for a moment. Lei Luo felt that something was not right. I'm too used to saying it. Haite scratched his head in embarrassment. The other 2 people had already gone under the bed laughing. The last person stood up and said, My name is Lelo. I'm not as perverted as Haite. I'm from the magic class. This Lelo was obviously a magician. He wore a black robe. But even though it was a loose black robe, one could see that he was extremely thin and weak. Haite! Are you from the Sea Dragon family? Hearing Haite's name, Lei Luo couldn't help but ask. Haite was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied. That's right. I am the young master of the Sea Dragon family. What can I do for you? Lei Luo shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Who is that Hirui to you? Lei Luo threw his things onto his bed and began to make his bed. Hirui! It's my little brother. What's wrong with him? Did he offend you? Haite asked in confusion. Lei Luo replied casually. It's nothing much. It's just a small conflict. Oh right. He's quite good. I never thought that you'd be able to join the magic martial arts class. Of course. Look at who I am. The bloodline of the Sea Dragon family is a natural talent. Haite laughed as he bragged about himself, looking extremely confident. Jack, who was beside him, immediately mocked. I remember who was beaten up like a pig's head by the teacher during the test. In the end, it was the teacher who felt sorry for you and gave you a pass. Hearing this, Haite immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He chased Jack around the house and beat him up. What nonsense are you talking about? Ha ha. The others were also laughing like a ball. In the dormitory, Lei Luo chatted with them for a very long time. The rules of this academy were very simple. The strong were respected. Whoever was stronger would have the right to speak. The rules of this dormitory were also like this. In the end, based on strength, Lei Luo became the boss without any suspense. Because Lelo was the strongest among everyone. Haite was second, although he barely passed the test. But after all, he was able to enter the magic martial class with his strength. Jack was ranked third. Lelo was fourth. The strength ranking of the dormitory was determined just like that. Just when Lelo and the others were chatting happily, a dangerous model suddenly flashed in Lei Luo's heart. After a careful analysis, Lei Luo's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly bid farewell to the 3 people in the dormitory and ran to a place where no one was around. Then, he used spatial transference. With a flash of white light, Lei Luo's figure disappeared into the void. Lei Luo discovered that the spatial barrier of this world had just been torn open by a powerful spatial turbulence. This was a fatal danger. Lei Luo did not wish for monsters from other worlds to come to this place. This was Lei Luo's own small world. In this world, he was the unrivaled god of creation. When Lei Luo arrived at the location of the spatial rift, it was as if the world had come to an end. A huge black hole in the sky continuously spewed out all sorts of spatial energy. The surrounding mountains and rivers had long been turned into dust by the powerful spatial turbulence. Spatial seal! Lei Luo opened his hands and condensed a huge white ball of light. He raised the huge ability ball with both hands and rushed towards the black hole. Under Lei Luo's spatial seal, the spatial crack was gradually closed. Then, Lei Luo used his own energy to strengthen the spatial barrier once more, to prevent such a thing from happening again in the future. It's finally done! I'm exhausted. Lei Luo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Then, he turned around and returned to the campus. Chapter 276, came to the library. Lei Luo, what did you do just now? Lei Luo smiled and returned to the dormitory with a tired face. Jack and the other 2 asked him with great concern. Nothing. I just went to take care of some things. Lei Luo sat down on the bed, lay down and fell asleep. He did not expect that this was only the first day of school, and he was already so tired. Tomorrow would be the official start of class. Anyway, he had to get a good sleep first. A vague thought flashed through Lei Luo's mind. And the day of school officially began. Early the next morning, Lei Luo was woken up by Jack, who was overloaded with energy. Boss, you should get up soon. Go to class early so that you can find something to do. Jack ignored everyone's objections and forcefully pulled the 3 of them up. Of course, he was also blamed by everyone. I was kind enough to ask you to get up, but you still said bad things. Sigh, what exactly am I after? Jack pitifully wiped his tears behind his back and pretended to cry. Lei Luo and the other 2 smiled but didn't say anything. Lei Luo and Haite walked into the first grade's magic martial arts class together, and almost a third of the people had already arrived. It seemed that Jack was right. They had to come here early and fight for a good seat. The moment Lei Luo walked into the class, he was immediately stared at by a group of girls with sparkling eyes. Haite muttered from behind. Boss is so handsome. What am I going to do in the future? Bang! Lei Luo turned around and kicked Haite out. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Nayli and Bing were in the back rows. There was even a special spot between the 2 of them. They were quite thoughtful. There was no need to say who this spot was reserved for. Lei Luo walked forward quickly and sat between the 2 of them without holding back. Within a short period of time, the surrounding boys were filled with hatred. The female students were extremely jealous. Boss, you're really too ruthless. I only muttered a few sentences. He limped into the classroom and suddenly stared at Lei Luo carefully. Lei Luo felt goosebumps all over his body. Wow! Boss, you're really amazing. In just a short while, you sat between 2 beautiful women. I'm impressed. Haite rushed over quickly. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating. He was very thick-skinned and started to praise Lei Luo. Stop! 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 If you don't stop, I will drown in your saliva. Lei Luo quickly interrupted his flattery. Nayli and Bing were already laughing their heads off. Haite! You are still so humorous. Ha ha! Nayli laughed loudly. Only then did Haite notice that it was his brother's good friend. Nayli. Haite! You should know each other. Right. These 2 are my future wives. Bing and Nayli. Lei Luo laughed as he spoke. Haite was taken aback. These two are both your wives. Lei Luo stretched out his hands and pulled Bing and Neili into his embrace. He smiled as he said to Haite, "If they aren't mine, are they still yours?" Haite immediately noticed a hint of sadness in Neili's eyes. Although Haite was a humorous person, this did not affect his analytical ability at all. As the eldest young master of the Sea Dragon family, he had received all kinds of training since he was young. From what he had just Haite immediately knew about the conflict between Lei Luo and Hai Rui. However, even though Haite knew, his EQ was very high, so he would not reveal these things. That was because the gloomy look in Neili's eyes just now meant that there was something else that he did not know about. Before Haite fully understood something, he would not make any conclusions. It's a pity that no one wants a handsome guy like me. This is so embarrassing. In the future, boss will still have to teach me how to pick up women. I will find one too. Haite continued to speak with a cheeky smile. If you want to pick up women, you should first. The surrounding people were stunned as they listened to the two discuss their love experiences. Bing and Neili would join in the discussion from time to time to share the opinions of the girls. The morning classes were so boring. They were all about how to increase one's mental strength through meditation. These classes were completely useless to Lei Luo, because Lei Luo's spiritual power was almost limitless. He was the god of creation of this world. It was impossible for this world to have spiritual power that was stronger than Lei Luo's. Lei Luo had practically used spiritual power to create everything in this world. He had come here to take lessons so that his heart of darkness and heart of light could experience it. Therefore, these lessons were trash among trash to Lei Luo. These mortals did not understand the essence of magic at all. However, this knowledge was still useful to those teenagers and girls. The teaching method of the magic martial arts class was completely different from the other classes, because those who could come to the magic martial arts class were all geniuses. It didn't matter if you came to class or not. As long as you could pass the test, there was no problem at all. If you couldn't pass, you could only go to other lower grade classes to study. When Lei Luo heard the news, he skipped class that afternoon and left. He ran to the school's library alone and relied on books to understand the knowledge about this world. Compared to those few old men who taught in class, it was much more efficient. It's really grand. A library is actually built so big. Lei Luo came in front of the academy's library and could not help but sigh. After walking into the library, his thoughts became even more obvious. There were 5 floors in the whole library. There were about tens of thousands of books on each floor. What's the point of building so many floors? Where's the money? Lei Luo was trying to figure out what each floor of the library did. He found a girl like a librarian and asked, I would like to ask, why does this library building have so many floors? You mean the library? Yes. Because this is the largest library in the entire central continent, with a total of more than 500,000 books. The types of books in the library are also the richest in the continent. The books that are built on more than 5 floors have different functions. The first floor is for entry-level people to read. They include books that are needed by beginner-level mages, beginner-level warriors, and others. The higher the level, the higher the level. Oh, there are so many floors. Is there such a use? Yes. If you want to go to a higher floor, you have to have different abilities. For example, if you go to the second floor, then your ability must be magic or combat aura. You have to reach the level of an intermediate mage or an intermediate swordsman. That's because the passage to the next level is personally set up by the dean. If you haven't reached a certain level, you won't be able to go up. Chapter 277, The Arrogant Man. Oh, is that so? Then, thank you. By the way, can I ask your name? Lei Luo asked with a smile. No need to thank me. My name is Shui Ling, and I'm an intermediate magician. If you don't mind, you can call me Shui Linger, the girl said. My name is Lei Luo, and I'm in the first grade magic martial arts class. After introducing the intermediate level, they immediately heard a rather unpleasant voice. A first grade person dares to come here? You're really good. Don't you agree, Miss Shui Ling? A slightly handsome youth ridiculed arrogantly. Where I want to go is my business. I don't need you, a bastard who only knows how to shout, to control me. Right. After hearing the voice, Lei Luo immediately began to retort. If he wasn't in a good mood, he would have been struck to death long ago. Who are you calling only knows how to shout? I'm a high-level swordsman. Who's talking? I'm just talking about who. And you said your level out loud? Are you trying to show off in front of a beauty? Say it again. I told you already. And this is the library. If you want to fight, let's go outside and practice. Okay. Let's go! Who's afraid of who? After saying that, he walked out. After the boy walked out, Xuelinger, who was standing next to Lei Luo, said to him, You have to be careful. He has the strength of an advanced swordsman. If you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Advanced swordsman? I don't even care about him. After saying that, Lei Luo turned around and walked out. At this time, Xuelinger also followed out curiously. After they walked out, the masked woman who had appeared in the test field also quietly followed them out. People always like to be lively. Once something happened, it would definitely attract a large number of people to come and watch. Today, Lei Luo also thoroughly experienced this point. As soon as he heard that there was a duel, the square was immediately filled with people. Lei Luo and the man stood opposite each other. The arrogant man drew his long sword and made an offensive posture. Lei Luo was more relaxed. He just casually stood there. He looked at the other party arrogantly. The arrogant man was immediately angered by Lei Luo's disdainful attitude. He brandished his sword and stabbed forward. This sword strike was steady and fast. From this sword strike, this arrogant man's basic skills were also very stable. He still had some strength. However, compared to Lei Luo, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Fireball Barrage! Fireball Barrage was a grade 3 spell, but it was only an enhanced version of the fireball spell. At the same time as he said this, a series of small fireballs flew out from Lei Luo's hands. The arrogant man did not mind at first. With his combat aura, he was able to resist it. However, when he saw the sand on the ground being hit by the fireballs, Poochie, it turned into water. The other party immediately tried his best to dodge. He did not think that his body was stronger than a rock. The more the arrogant man dodged, the angrier he became. Fireball Barrage could at most shoot out more than 30 fireballs. But Lei Luo had already shot out more than 100. He could not receive them head on either. The feeling of having no place to use his strength was unbearable. Lei Luo looked at the arrogant man jumping left and right, and the people around him laughed. But they were more surprised. How could Lei Luo's magic be so powerful? As soon as Lei Luo stopped, there was no more fireball in his hand. The arrogant man stopped and panted heavily. The people around him laughed again. The arrogant man's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. He knew that he really couldn't win today. He wouldn't be able to stand among his classmates in the future. The arrogant man circulated his battle spirit again and used all his battle spirit to increase his speed. As long as he could get close to the magic stone, it would be much easier. This time, the arrogant man's speed was indeed fast enough. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim in admiration for Lei Luo. When the arrogant man saw that Lei Luo did not move, he thought that Lei Luo had used up all his magic power. He immediately put in more effort and increased his speed to a rapid speed. Just when he thought that he was about to succeed, a mud wall suddenly stood up on the ground. At such a high speed, the arrogant man had no time to slow down. The result was obvious. Bang! There was a loud sound. The arrogant man was embedded on the mud wall. The surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. Fortunately, the arrogant man fainted from the impact. Otherwise, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Lei Luo smiled elegantly and turned around to leave. He ignored the astonished gazes of the others and walked towards the library. He had charmed countless girls in this duel. Wow! He's handsome and strong. He's really a top-notch husband. Forget it. I heard that someone like you is a student of the magic martial arts class. If I can be his girlfriend, it would be worth it if I die. At this moment, behind an uncle, the figure of the masked woman in white appeared. She looked at the piece of paper in her hand and muttered. Name, Lei Luo. Mysterious identity. Shocking magic power. Strength unknown. Possesses the mystical sword of order. Suspected divine weapon. The hand of time. Is also in the hands of this person. He was the first to appear near the forest of magical beasts and annihilate the first mountain villa. He is acquainted with the god of the phoenixes. The evil death phoenix. His race is unknown. Who is this person? This won't do. I have to report this to the higher-ups. With a flash of white light, she had already disappeared. If there were any high-level mages present, they would definitely be so excited that their mouths would be agape. This was a long-lost spatial teleportation spell. When Lei Luo returned to the library, the girl named Xuelinger was still staring at Lei Luo in a daze. She probably didn't expect that Lei Luo would win so easily. Xuelinger, where are the magic books? Such a big library. Where should I go to find them? Over there. Xuelinger pointed at a few rows of huge bookshelves and spoke. Thank you. Lei Luo spent the entire afternoon in the library. The first floor was basically filled with level 1 to level 3 spells. This place was very simple. One would basically be able to learn it after reading it once. However, Lei Luo was very interested in the summoning magic. After studying it, Lei Luo finally understood. The summoning magic used magic to summon a summoned beast from the Beast Mountain in the alternate dimension to help him in battle. However, as a summoned beast, it needed to pay a certain amount of spiritual power to the summoned beast. Beast Mountain? Lei Luo was a little confused. He didn't remember creating this space. He tried it according to the method in the book and couldn't help but feel helpless. It turned out that the so-called Beast Mountain was created by Lei Luo. At that time, he randomly created some strange things and threw them into a space. Chapter 278, I Want a Duel with You. To put it simply, the Beast Mountain was a garbage disposal station for failed products. After tens of thousands of years of fusion and battle, the magical beasts that had been thrown into it already had their own system. Who would have thought that the garbage disposal station, which had been created to create magical beast snacks in the past, would now become the birthplace of the summoning element? Lei Luo carefully read the magic book on the summoning element. It turned out that the power of the summoning beast was closely related to the spellcaster's spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the monster that was summoned. Lei Luo did not know what kind of magical beast would be summoned if he summoned it himself. Lei Luo felt a little curious. It was likely that he would summon some kind of super divine beast or super magical beast or something like that. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. Lei Luo spent the entire afternoon reading through the 6 elements of wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness, all from level 1 to level 6. To Lei Luo, these spells were too simple. However, what interested Lei Luo the most was the composite type of magic. Using different magic stacking together could produce different effects. Compared to a single magic power, if the different elements were combined well, the effects produced by the composite magic would be quite powerful. The afternoon passed just like that. Lei Luo felt that class was about to end. He left the library to fetch Neili and Bing. At the agreed-upon square, Lei Luo saw Neili and Bing surrounded by everyone. Something seemed to have happened. Make way. Lei Luo used his combat aura and forced a path through the crowd. Of course, this made the people around him very unhappy. However, when they saw that it was Lei Luo, they immediately made a path for him to pass through. This made Lei Luo feel very strange. Lei Luo walked to the middle and immediately understood what was going on. It was that annoying Hairui again. This time, he actually dared to continue pestering Neili. Neili's actions made Lei Luo feel a little better. He only saw Neili hiding behind Bing and did not show any signs of intimacy. Lei Luo walked to the middle of the stage and waved his hand. Neili and Bing obediently walked over. They stood on both sides of Lei Luo. Hairui saw Lei Luo and immediately said with hatred, "You bastard. You actually dared to force Neili to sign a master-slave contract with Bing." Hearing this, the people around them burst into an uproar. No wonder Fire Phoenix Neili had left Hairui. Immediately, the people around them looked at Hairui with sympathy. On the other hand, Lei Luo's gaze was filled with anger. He sensed the thoughts of the people around him. They were probably jealous. Everyone thought that they wouldn't care if they snatched Neili away. She was already taken. But this fellow had actually snatched away Bing. The goddess in his heart had been forced to sign a master-slave contract. This was something that could not be forgiven. That's right. Neili and Bing had indeed signed a master-slave contract with me. But this was their own wish. What can you do about it? Lei Luo said disdainfully. Hairui was also fuming with anger. I want to duel with you. If you lose, you will let Bing and Neili go. When the people around them heard this, they immediately gave way to an empty space. Lei Luo waved his hand, telling Neili and Bing to retreat. This was another duel. But he did not expect it to be one wave after another. Lei Luo sighed. It seemed like his time on campus was not that calm. However, this was also what Lei Luo wanted. Didn't he come to the human world just to experience this kind of emotion? This was the real life of the human world. It would be too boring to stay in the divine realm all the time. In the elegant campus, there was a scene that completely contradicted this place. Several students were standing in the square with a lively atmosphere. They stood in a mess and scattered everywhere. This ruined the beauty of the entire school. Of course, Lei Luo was one of them. But there was no suspense to this challenge. There was no way Hairui would be able to defeat Lei Luo. This duel would only increase Lei Luo's reputation in the school. Speaking of which, Hairui's strength was considered pretty good compared to ordinary people. in addition to his status as the second young master of the Sea Dragon family. This was enough to attract the attention of all the beauties. No wonder Neili liked him. The Sea Dragon family was the second aristocratic family in the empire. However, if he angered Lei Luo, the Sea Dragon family would disappear from this continent as well. Hairui used his pale orange combat aura and looked at Lei Luo warily. Although he had never personally witnessed Lei Luo's strength, there were no weaklings in the magic martial arts class. The magic martial arts class meant that you were the strongest of the strong, the genius of the geniuses. Lei Luo decided to test his magic in this battle. Fireball! Lei Luo waved his hand, and a fireball the size of a basketball flew past him. Hairui swung his sword with all his might, and a powerful sword energy broke through the fireball. Immediately after, Hairui rushed to Lei Luo's side, and swung his sword towards Lei Luo's vitals. From the look in his eyes, and the way he used his sword, Lei Luo could tell that he hated Lei Luo to the core. Fire shield! Clang! The fire shield helped Lei Luo block these attacks. Hairui was once again shocked. The fire shield was a level 6 fire-type defensive spell. Lei Luo didn't even need to chant a spell to cast it. His talent in magic was definitely not simple. Hairui waved his sword and retracted everything. He turned around beautifully, and arrived beside Lei Luo. The weakness of the fire shield was that it could only protect one direction. This was the blind spot of the fire shield. However, this situation didn't exist for Lei Luo. Shield of Light! Clang! Another beautiful barrier appeared. The Shield of Light appeared in front of Hairui. To him, it was an impenetrable wall. But the audience still had high hopes for Hairui, because he had the initiative to attack on stage, while Lei Luo was only defending. However, Lei Luo was only experimenting with magic. It wasn't that he didn't know how to attack. Hairui once again used a beautiful move to circle behind Lei Luo. He swung his sword at Lei Luo. But this time, Lei Luo did not block. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a white light flashed. In an instant, he had moved 10 meters behind Hairui. Teleportation! The surrounding people gasped in surprise, because teleportation and blinking were different. Blinking could only allow the caster to move within a 20-meter radius, whereas teleportation could allow the caster to move around with any object or person. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. A spell created by Lei Luo flew out of their hands. Exploding Fireball! Chapter 279, Mirror of Reflection. A golden fireball about the size of a pearl rushed towards Hairui's back. The exploding fireball compressed a large number of fire elements into a special fireball. No one knew what was happening behind them. But, as a fighter, Hairui's sharp instincts told him that he needed to escape. Without hesitation, Hairui charged forward. At the same time, he channeled all of his battle spirit onto his back to defend himself. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded as smoke filled the air. After the smoke dispersed, a large crater appeared in the center of the arena. Hairui stood unsteadily at the bottom of the crater. His armor was almost completely shattered. His back was a bloody mess. Blood continued to ooze out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. The outcome of this match was self-evident. Lei Luo glanced at Neili from the corner of his eyes. Neili did not make any big movements. This made Lei Luo quite happy. As long as they were his people, they would never be able to leave Lei Luo. Get lost! Hairui walked out of the pit with great difficulty. Everyone around him opened up a path for him sympathetically. Just as Hairui was about to walk out of the crowd, he turned around to take a look. But this one look made Hairui feel even more sorrowful. Neili did not even look at him. She was smiling as she spoke to his enemy. He had lost this match because he was not strong enough. Hairui swore to himself that he would definitely win against Lei Luo. He wanted Neili to return to his side. After Hairui left, Lei Luo realized that the students around him were looking at him menacingly. The way they looked at him was as if Lei Luo had stolen their wives. It was as if they wanted to attack Lei Luo together. At this moment, someone shouted, "We have more people! Don't be afraid of him! Everyone! Attack together! Save our goddesses!" They were still misunderstanding the situation. They thought that Lei Luo had forced Bing to sign a contract with Neili, which was why they had listened to them. That was why most of them had a sense of justice in their hearts. They felt that they had to save their goddess. Hence, they all dispersed in a hubbub. At that moment, there was a clamor. Countless fireballs and wind blades flew over. Lei Luo hugged Neili and Bing. They were also pulled up into the air and flew to his side. As the saying goes, if people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, heaven and earth will destroy them. Non-elemental spell, Mirror of reflection. A semicircular silver light barrier blocked all the spells and bounced them back. The crowd was in a mess. Earthquake spell. Boom. The ground began to shake. The surrounding students lost their balance and fell to the ground. Let's go! Lei Luo pulled Neili and Bing up. With a flash of white light, they moved out of the encirclement and left the place. He sent Neili and Bing back to their dormitory. Then, Lei Luo teleported back to his own dormitory. Just as Lei Luo entered the dormitory, 3 figures immediately pounced on him. Lei Luo instinctively flashed, and the 3 figures that pounced on him all fell to the ground. Hi Tay! You're on the wrong person! Jack, who was at the bottom, said with a sad face. Aw? You made me excited for nothing. Haite moved his fat body away, and Jack, who was underground, was almost squashed. Boss, you are really amazing. All the students in the school are trying to kill you. Lelo laughed. Jack simply stood up and mumbled. It seems that everyone in the school is saying that whoever can defeat you can be together with Neili and Bing. Is that true? Lei Luo was speechless. However, the power of rumors was too strong. Lei Luo could not help but smile bitterly and said, It seems that I have become the public enemy of the entire school. Jack walked to Lei Luo's side and whispered, Based on past experience, you should be careful in this aspect. You should be careful of being poisoned while eating. Be careful of being smashed while walking. Be careful of being killed while sleeping. And be careful in class. He saw Jack counting his fingers and telling him the things he should be careful of. Lei Luo was also speechless when he saw him. Was he so hated on campus? It seemed that if he stayed in this dormitory, he would probably end up just like Jack said. He had to be careful everywhere. In order not to implicate others, it seemed that he had to move out. However, it was interesting to be treated as the enemy of the whole school. The power of the masses was indeed great. In the next week, no matter where Lei Luo went, there would be a crowd of people crowding around him. However, those people were also students. Lei Luo had no intention of hurting them. Usually, if he met them, he would teleport away. However, many of the students were still unrepentant. Instead, more and more students gathered. Did they really think that he was a tiger that did not show its might? And that he was a sick cat? At this moment, Lei Luo was surrounded by a group of people. Lei Luo, Neili, and Bing were surrounded. After being shaken off by Lei Luo many times, many of the students learned to be smarter. The swordsmen were in the front, the mages were in the middle, and the magic warriors were at the back. In addition, no one knew who had created a space-sealing magic scroll to block teleportation. Although this magic scroll was useless to Lei Luo. But it was better not to appear too shocking. Such an interesting campus life was something that they couldn't wait for. Non-elemental magic, mirror of reflection. When the students saw this move again, many mages felt helpless. This defensive barrier could actually reflect magic? Many students suffered a great loss in front of this magic. Seeing this situation, they also responded accordingly. The magic immediately ended, and many swordsmen swarmed forward, using pure force to launch an attack. The mirror of reflection that reflected physical attacks was far less effective than casting magic. Even so, everyone's palms were still numb from the shock. At this moment, everyone was staring at the 3 people in the arena. Normally, at this time, the 3 of them would use teleportation to escape. But at this time, it was different from what everyone thought. Fire Dragon Dance. 5 fire dragons emerged from Lei Luo's hands and grew bigger and bigger. The Fire Dragon Dance was modified based on the Fire Dragon spell. After Lei Luo's modification, not only was its power stronger, but its range was also greatly increased. The crowd had never seen such a spell before, so they were all stunned for a moment. The surrounding swordsmen were all heavily injured. All of them fell to the ground, feeling very sad. The students who were not injured were all dragged to the back to be treated. This time, Lei Luo was going to make an example of them. He did not care whether the others were injured or not, as long as no one died. Chapter 280, Hand of Time. Light Assault Cannon. A huge white light shot out from Lei Luo's hand. Countless people on the opposite side were immediately blasted away. Lei Luo changed directions, and once again used a level 7 fire-type spell. Fiery Rain Meteor. Countless fiery meteors whistled out from the sky. Countless fiery meteors shot out from the sky towards the densely packed crowd. This time, everyone was doomed. They had never thought that Lei Luo would counterattack. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, this attack was a high-level spell. Instantly, countless people were heavily injured. Meteorite impact. A huge meteorite with a long flaming tail rushed down. Looking at the situation, the combination of fire and earth elements was no joke. If they were hit, there was no chance of survival. Boom! The flaming meteorite smashed down, and smoke immediately filled the air. Countless people were sent flying by the shockwave when the meteorite hit the ground. Those who were not injured had long run far away. They did not dare to provoke Lei Luo anymore. He was too abnormal. Everyone, come on. He cast so many high-level spells. He must have no more magic power. Everyone, attack! Someone shouted again, and the rest of the people swarmed forward. Lei Luo felt really helpless, and his hands lit up. A pair of silver-white gloves were put on his hands. Time freeze! The silver light on his hands flashed, and instantly, everyone realized that the world around them had lost its color. It had become a world of gray and white. Any color. At the same time, everyone realized that other than being able to think, they were unable to do anything else. Some of them were even directly pushed into the air, and all sorts of magic were frozen in the void. When Lei Luo's hands touched Neili and Bing, the two of them immediately regained their ability to move. Lei Luo held one person in each hand. Under everyone's terrified gazes, they left the place. 10 minutes after Lei Luo left, time suddenly recovered. The people in the air and magic were all in time and space. The scene was even more chaotic. Many people were injured, because there were too many students who were seriously injured this time. The school specially made an investigation into this matter. Finally, the results were given, as Lei Luo did not initiate the attack, and he tolerated it many times. There were no huge consequences. Therefore, Lei Luo did not receive any punishment. However, the students who took the lead were very miserable. They had to bear the main responsibility. However, at the moment, Lei Luo did not care about this. Lei Luo was choosing his own house. He walked around the school for a long time. In the end, he chose a luxurious house. This house was a luxurious villa. Lei Luo, Neili, and Bing walked into the villa. They were greeted by a green garden with a large lawn. There were also many man-made artificial mountains and an artificial lake. It was said that this artificial lake was connected to underground water, so there would not be any sewage. Walking to the front of the house, Lei Luo carefully admired the 3-story tall villa. The walls were pure white, and the roof was dark blue. It was obvious that the craftsman had spent a lot of effort to build this villa. After entering the house, Lei Luo realized that the floor was made of pure crystal, and the interior was extremely bright. Neili and Bing were stunned. They had never seen such a luxurious villa before. Lei Luo looked around again. He was satisfied with the entire villa. The floor was almost paved with crystals. The pure white walls looked so pure. When Lei Luo found out the price of the villa, he could not help but be shocked. It was 100,000 purple crystal coins. One purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins. However, for Lei Luo, he had plenty of money. Therefore, he did not hesitate to buy this villa. Master, we still need to buy some servants to clean this place. If you have time, go to the slave market and take a look. After seeing the entire villa, Bing suggested to Lei Luo. Lei Luo scratched Bing's small nose and said with a smile, "Of course, I still hope to be able to move in as soon as possible. That way, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." Upon hearing this, the clever Bing immediately understood what Lei Luo meant. She immediately blushed in embarrassment and hid behind Neili, saying plaintively, "Master, how can you joke with Bing like this? Ha ha." When Lei Luo saw Bing's shy expression, he could not help but laugh out loud. Neili laughed softly as well. The setting sun shone on Neili's body, making Neili's figure look pink with affection. In addition, Naisi's smile was so charming, as though she was about to become one with the heavens and earth. The surrounding people stared at the goddess. Neili, in a daze. What's wrong with all of you? Neili suddenly realized that the people around her, as well as Lei Luo, were staring at her blankly. She could not help but feel a little uneasy as she asked. Lei Luo reached out and carried Neili up. He whispered into Neili's ear, "Neili, do you know how beautiful you were just now?" Bing also said, "Neili, you were so beautiful just now. You were just like a goddess. So beautiful. Is that so?" Neili could not help but blush. But the joy on her face could not be hidden. Which girl did not like others to compliment her looks? Neili was no exception. Lei Luo blew into Neili's ear and said, "I can't help but want to give you." Neili's face was flushed red from Lei Luo's blow. She lay quietly on Lei Luo's body. Lei Luo also hugged Neili and held Bing's hand As they walked together, the passers-by looked at Lei Luo enviously. Neli leaned against Lei Luo's broad chest, and could not help but sigh. It would be very good if such a life could continue. Bing skipped along, while Neli quietly leaned on Lei Luo. At this moment, the three's hearts were closer than they had ever been before. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the three of them very, very long. It was as if a beautiful oil painting had been left behind in the city under the setting sun. The next morning, Lei Luo, Neli, and Bing went to a slave market in the southwest corner of the city. The slave market was by the river. The outer wall of the city hall was covered with reliefs of the river. It was a scene from a long time ago. Children were playing by the river. Women came to the river with clay pots to fetch water. Fishing boats floated by on the river. Men were standing at the stern, dragging their nets. Flocks of fish jumped out of the water. A lively scene. But this was what the river used to look like. This river was occupied by the slave markets. The upper reaches of the river were still clear and quiet, but the lower reaches became noisy and dirty. The people living on both sides of the lower reaches were the lower-class citizens of the city. They were prostitutes, criminals, and even pagans. Chapter 281, Slave Markets. In places like this, the upper classes don't bother coming. Only migrants from the provinces and other countries do so. They don't have the right to vote in the town hall or go to mass in the cathedral. When the sun shines on the Tiber River, it's the liveliest place in the city. Children wake up and cry, and women carry the batons to the river to be washed. The narrow, winding streets were filled with the stench of toilets and the smell of toast. The girls in the attic put away the dry petticoats. The hard-working men, clutching their disheveled hair, walked together to the dock. It was also the liveliest place in the city when night fell. The sweaty Anna gathered drunkenly in the small bar. The small merchants, who had just come from the capital with their goods, were washing the animals in front of the inn. The woman with the seductive figure and the charming face was twisting her soft waist, looking at whether there were any men in expensive clothes passing by the door, trying to pull them in. When night fell, the place was completely dark. There were almost no street lights, and the street was rough. Very few people could walk in the dark without stumbling. Every house and every door was locked. No one answered no matter how many people knocked on the door. Trust did not dare to leave the road and walk into the alley. Occasionally, there would be a pair of bright eyes in the darkness of the street corner. But when you looked carefully, there was nothing. There were often legends of people being killed and their bodies being dumped here. Every time, the bodies would be thrown into the river. The city hall also did not want the big shots to accidentally see a body rising and falling with the river in the early morning. Hence, they paid a boatman to search the river in the middle of the night. When he encountered a body, he would bring it into the cabin. The moment Lei Luo, Bing, and Neli arrived, an unpleasant stench assaulted their nostrils. Lei Luo and the other two immediately covered their noses. They had come in a carriage. The carriage stopped by the stone bridge by the river. It was not far from the bustling streets. However, there were very few pedestrians. The angel sculptures that stood on both sides of the stone bridge were already old, and their surfaces were peeling off layer by layer. The areas that had been eroded by the rain had turned grayish-black. A towering stone wall separated this area from the bustling streets. Not far away was the bustling avenue of life. It was cold here, and even the wind felt cold. A skinny man at the door walked up and said respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to buy?" Lei Luo impatiently said, "Quickly take us to a clean place. It stinks here." At the same time, Lei Luo took out the amethyst card and shook it. The man was stunned. And then he said even more respectfully, I'm sorry. Please follow me." 3 distinguished guests. The man led the way, taking Lei Luo, Neli, and Bing across the stone bridge. The opposite side of the bridge was lined with tall walls. The sky was clipped into long thin strips. It was an abandoned house. Before this area became a cemetery, there were people living here. Then they all died of a plague. The most convenient way to clean up was to bury them on the spot. So this area was turned into a cemetery. The survivors were all moved away. The only people who occasionally appeared here were the poor and destitute vagrants, because the abandoned houses could be lived in for free. They had no rent to pay. After walking past the high walls, the dusty iron windows that had not been opened for hundreds of years silently opened up a small crack. Behind every crack, there was a look of unease. The man leading the way was very familiar with this area. He took Lei Luo, Neli, and Bing through a narrow alley without any signposts. They turned into a fork at a corner that was easily overlooked. Just as Neli felt like she was about to lose her way completely, they stopped in front of a huge abandoned building. "It's practically a castle," Nayli exclaimed. More accurately, it looks like a deformed monster, Bing said. To be more precise, Bing's description suited the overall feel of this building. It was huge, complex. It was twisted and wanton. It was built from irregular limestone. It was not a building. Rather, it was a village made of many stone houses. At a glance, there were countless roofs, countless entrances, countless windows, and countless external walls. When the sun shone on it, there were countless shadows. It was definitely not the work of any esteemed designer. This was because no designer could bear this kind of madness. Its pattern was completely unrestricted. An arc-shaped iron window appeared out of thin air in this direction, and a small house appeared out of thin air from the external wall in midair. The winding staircase was like a long snake resting in this building, but one could not see the end. This was a crazy thing. It looked like a deformed baby with many arms, many legs, and many eyes. It was very uncomfortable to look at, but it was also very awe-inspiring. This was the largest slave market. Lei Luo and the other two followed the skinny man into the slave market, and the outermost area was filled with men. The slaves there were all naked. Nayli and Bing held on to Lei Luo's hand tightly. They did not dare to look at him. They only lowered their heads and walked forward with blushing faces. After crossing a threshold, the people who appeared in front of Lei Luo were no longer humans. Most of them were beasts. Nayli and Bing looked around curiously. They had never seen beast slaves before. It was inevitable for them to be curious here, so they could not help but look around. At this point in time, Lei Luo could not see any signs of resistance from the slaves. All of the slaves were willing to accept their current situation, and did not have any thoughts of resistance. They worked diligently, and carried out their mission dutifully. Here, the slaves who had been enslaved had already lost their sense of self. There was no hope in their eyes, and they were just like marionettes. After passing through a few more door sills, Lei Luo and his two companions soon entered a room. In a fan-shaped room, Lei Luo, Nayli, and Bing were sitting on a comfortable sofa. Opposite them was a fan-shaped table. At the outermost circle was a bright platform. Many slaves would come in a moment, and they would be offered to Lei Luo for him to choose from. After sitting down, the slave market service staff warmly welcomed them. After asking Lei Luo what kind of goods he wanted, they directly left. First of all, Lei Luo selected the maids. Of course, household hygiene, cooking, running bath water, washing clothes, and so on were all top priorities. These things could not be put off, and Lei Luo could not be bothered to do them. Chapter 282, Buying Female Slaves. Not long after, the sound of rustling could be heard from outside the door. Soon, a group of women wearing only a black veil entered from both sides of the door. Lei Luo, Nayli, and Bing immediately sat up. They looked carefully at the hundreds of women standing on the stage. For a moment, they were dazzled by the sight. The salesperson at the side clapped his hands. In a moment of sand, the hundreds of women released their black veils at the same time. Suddenly, the stage was covered in white, and all the women were standing there naked. Ah! Nayli and Bing looked at the hundreds of naked women on the stage in disbelief. They were beginning to wonder if they were dreaming. They had more or less heard their classmates talk about the scene of the slave trade. However, they had always felt that it was all exaggerated. It was those boys who had deliberately said those things to make them shy. Now they finally knew that what those people said was not exaggerated at all. They were still telling the truth. So it turned out that all of it was true. The salesperson with a charming smile ran over, nodded, and bowed. 3 customers. You can walk up to the stage now and take a closer look. Hee hee. These are all high-quality goods. Their bodies or looks are not bad, if it was based on what Lei Luo had seen in the past. These women were indeed good. However, after coming to this world, the beauty of the 4 goddesses that Lei Luo had first created was definitely something that could only be found in dreams. Bing and Nayli were also 2 beauties. In Lei Luo's eyes, these female slaves were just ordinary beauties. Seeing this, Lei Luo could not help but frown. He said unhappily, "Hey, these goods don't seem to be very good either. Could it be that this is the only standard you can provide here?" Lei Luo flashed the amethyst card in his hand. This time, not only the salesperson was shocked, even the female slaves on the stage were surprised. The salesperson's eyes followed the amethyst card in Lei Luo's hand, which was moving up and down. However, the salesperson quickly came back to his senses and ran over with an embarrassed look. He smiled apologetically and said, "These are indeed just ordinary goods. Most of them are returned after use. I express my sincerest apologies to you." We will immediately exchange them for higher quality goods. Lei Luo waved his hand and said, Replace them. Go and replace them immediately. We only want the best. Money is not a problem. Go and replace them. The salesperson quickly brought over 100 women away, leaving only Lei Luo, Nayli, and Bing behind. These people's lives are very miserable. Nayli sighed. If I had not met you back then, I might have been sold here. Nayli patted her chest and spoke with some lingering fear. These people are so miserable. They don't have any freedom at all, Bing said with some sympathy. Lei Luo hugged Bing on his lap and said with a smile, This is how the world is like. Your sympathy is useless. Perhaps after 1,000 years, a savior or something will appear to eliminate the slave society. But this has nothing to do with the present. In comparison, I am much happier, Nayli said as she leaned against Lei Luo. Lei Luo looked at Nayli's beautiful face with a smile. Seeing her coquettish expression, he could not help but want to kiss her slightly pouted lips. Nayli closed her eyes shyly, even though Lei Luo had already understood her body thoroughly. However, Nayli was still a young girl after all. After completely accepting Lei Luo, the little girl's mentality was gradually revealed. Just as Lei Luo and Nayli were kissing each other, rustling footsteps could be heard from outside the door again. Nayli was so frightened that she hurriedly separated from Lei Luo. Lei Luo knew that the next batch of female slaves had arrived. Figures flashed and more than 30 beautiful women with slim figures walked in one after another. What was different from before was that they were all wearing beautiful clothes. Their manners were also more well-behaved. One look and one could tell that they were quite ordinary goods. The peddler jogged to Lei Luo. He chuckled and said, These are female slaves who just arrived today. They are definitely virgins. However, the price is much higher. Each of them costs 400 amethyst coins. Lei Luo looked at those female slaves carefully and said in puzzlement, These women don't look simple. Each of them looks very cultured. Where did they come from? The peddler took out a certificate from his pocket and handed it to Lei Luo. These are all from countries that were destroyed not too long ago. They are the top beauties among the children of the nobles. After they were enslaved by the slave association, they were sent here. There is absolutely no problem. Lei Luo also knew about this. Recently, the Mistwind Empire had started to expand and destroyed many small neighboring countries. It seemed like a big battle was about to break out. Lei Luo and the other two walked up to the stage and examined them carefully. The quality of this batch of female slaves was indeed much better than the previous batch. And it wasn't just one level better. After looking at them for a while, Lei Luo noticed 4 girls. They were also clearly much more beautiful than the other girls. The 4 girls seemed to be very cultured. The main thing that Lei Luo was concerned about was that one of the girls clearly had the temperament of a princess that was as noble as Bing. The other 3 girls were leaning close to the girl. It seemed like they knew each other. Leave the 4 of them here. The rest can leave. Lei Luo decided to take the 4 of them. After paying, Lei Luo left with Nayli, Bing, and the 4 female slaves trailing behind him. However, at a corner, just as Lei Luo turned a corner, a short figure bumped into him. The short figure was immediately knocked to the ground, but there was a black mark on Lei Luo's white magic robe. Lei Luo looked down and saw that the short figure was a dirty little girl. A pair of watery eyes looked at Lei Luo in fear. When the peddler at the side saw this, he immediately ran out and slapped the little girl. He shouted angrily, Get lost. A trace of red blood was left at the corner of the little girl's mouth. The peddler turned around and put on a flattering face, saying, I'm sorry, sir. This is a small accident. I'm really sorry. This is our VIP card. In the future, you may avail of a 30% discount when you avail any single slave from our slave associations. Lei Luo took the golden card and threw it into his space pocket. Chapter 283, Xiaoyer. He turned around and continued to size up the little girl. He saw that the little girl stood up with difficulty. She was walking with flimsy steps and was staggering. Lei Luo's spiritual power quickly scanned the girl's physical condition. Martial arts aptitude, excellent. Magic aptitude, excellent. Spiritual power, excellent. Future appearance, excellent. Lei Luo did not expect that this dirty little girl would actually be such a good seedling. He could not help but feel a little tempted. Lei Luo quickly walked forward, ignoring the little girl's dirty clothes. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. What's your name? Don't be afraid to tell Big Brother. Lei Luo patted the little girl's body. The little girl raised her head and looked at Lei Luo for a long time before saying timidly, They all call me Little Yer. Lei Luo turned around and said, Nayli, by this little girl. He turned around and caressed little Yer gently, saying, "Be good. Don't be afraid. No one will bully you in the future." Little Yer was very surprised because no one had spoken to her in such a gentle manner before. No one had ever been so kind to her. From the memories she had, everyone looked down on her. No matter where she went, she was met with a fierce expression. She was abandoned and unwelcome. She would be beaten up at any time. When she approached others, everyone would show a disgusted expression. Only the person in front of her would pick her up. It turned out that the feeling of being hugged was so good. It felt so comfortable and so beautiful. Little Yer could not help but cry out in happiness. "Be good. Just cry it out. Just cry it out," Lei Luo said gently. Naley and Bing looked at their master strangely. It was as if they had never seen Lei Luo treat anyone so well after meeting him. Naley and Bing were secretly envious of the girl in Lei Luo's arms. Bing carefully discovered that the girl called Little Yer had a rather attractive and unique temperament. Little Yer would definitely be doted on in the future. After all the procedures were completed, Little Yer had already fallen asleep in Lei Luo's arms. Looking at Yer's expression as she slept peacefully, Lei Luo actually had a feeling of wanting to love her. Now that he saw Yer, the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He did not expect that the first girl that Lei Luo truly liked in the human world was actually bought from the slave market. Naley and Bing were surprised to find that the moment Lei Luo looked at Xiaoyer, his eyes had turned golden. There was a caring and loving feeling in them. Naley and Bing looked at each other and saw what the other was trying to say. "This Yer is amazing." By the time Lei Luo carried Yer back home, she was already fast asleep. Lei Luo gently placed Yer on the bed. He covered her with the blanket. He walked out of the room. The 4 new female slaves were still there, waiting for Lei Luo to assign them work. Lei Luo, Naley, and Bing were all sitting on the sofa. Opposite them were 4 girls who had just been bought. They were looking at Lei Luo and the others nervously. They did not know what would happen next. They were once the daughters of rich families. They knew how tragic it would be for women at this stage. They had seen countless times that their father or brother would invite their good friends as guests after they bought the female slaves. Then, they would enjoy the fresh virgins that they had just bought. However, they would never have thought that they would have such a miserable day. They looked at the 3 people who could decide their fate in front of them. The 4 beautiful female slaves that they had bought. And their hearts kept beating. Their father and brothers laughed wildly when they were torturing those slave girls. And the shrill screams of those slave girls seemed to echo in their ears again. "Now, each of you can tell us what you are good at. Start with the first one on the left," Lei Luo said calmly. Soon, the 4 women recited their specialties, as if they were reciting a book. Seeing that they were answering the questions skillfully, Lei Luo guessed that this was probably something that they had to memorize during the slave guild's training. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not pause at all. Lei Luo nodded slightly, and said to the purple-haired girl on the far left, "From now on, you shall be called Zier. Your main task is to be responsible for the 3 of us, our bedroom hygiene. In particular, every night, prepare the bathwater for us on time." Lei Luo paused for a moment, then turned to the second blonde girl on the left and said, "From now on, you shall be called Jeaner. Your task is to be responsible for the cleaning of our clothes." Lei Luo turned his head again, paused slightly, and said to the remaining 2 people, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who you are. You are definitely not ordinary young ladies from rich families. Your temperament cannot be hidden from me." The 2 women who were huddled together trembled. This made Lei Luo confirm his guess. The red-haired girl said, "I'm Yanni, the princess of Lana Duchy. But we're just daughters now. She's my personal maid." "Lure. Lana Duchy? I've never heard of it," Lei Luo muttered. Bing explained from the side. "Lana Dukedom is a small country at the border of the Lan Feng Empire. It only relies on the extraction of crystals for export as its main source of income. It isn't very powerful, so it's not very famous." "Oh," Lei Luo nodded in realization. "I don't care who you were in the past, but you have to listen to me here. Lure, you'll be responsible for taking care of little Yer, and Yanni will be responsible for cleaning the floor." The 4 girls bowed and accepted the task. Lei Luo continued, "What I said just now is only your main work. After you finish your work, you must not be idle. You have to clean every corner of the house diligently. Don't worry. As long as you work diligently, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. But if I find out that anyone is slacking off, don't blame me for punishing you mercilessly." The 4 girls' bodies trembled violently. How could they dare to disobey such a small matter? After all, slaves did not have any freedom. The only outcome of resisting their master was death. After Lei Luo finished speaking, he instructed them on what they should say and the relevant positions. Soon, the 4 girls began to take action, and they started running the bathwater. The one who was assigned to clean the bedroom started cleaning, and the one who was assigned to prepare the meal started to cook. They all got busy quickly, and it seemed that the slave guild had trained them well. Chapter 284, Trying on Clothes. Big Brother Lei Luo. Big Brother Lei Luo. Little Yur's crying voice could be heard. Lei Luo hurriedly rushed to the bedroom. The moment Yur saw Lei Luo, she immediately threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Why are you crying? Xiao Yur? Lei Luo caressed Yur lovingly. Yur raised her weeping face and said, When I woke up, I didn't see Big Brother Lei Luo. I thought that Big Brother Lei Luo didn't want me anymore. Lei Luo pinched her delicate nose and said with a smile, How can I not want Yur? Unless Yur doesn't want Big Brother anymore? Yes. Yes. Yur wants to be with Brother Lei Luo forever, she said confidently. Lei Luo carried Yur to the living room and said, Does he take Yur to take a bath and find a new dress for her to wear? As he spoke, Lei Luo was about to put Yur down. Who knew that Yur would not let go no matter what? She cried and said, Brother Lei Luo, I don't want to leave you. Lei Luo smiled and put her down. He comforted her. Be good. After the bath, let's go shopping for clothes on the street. Okay? Yur immediately broke into a smile and immediately cheered happily. Okay, Brother Lei Luo, I'm going to shower first. Wait for me. After Yur finished speaking, she skipped off to take a shower. When Lei Luo saw this situation, he could not help but lament. You're still a child. Neli and Bing still had classes, so they left immediately. This afternoon, Lei Luo was still preparing to skip classes. The classes that he studied in the academy were completely useless to Lei Luo, besides going to history class to learn about the things that had happened in the last few decades. Yur had almost finished her bath. After washing off the dirty stucco on her body, her delicate skin was revealed, because her skin had been covered with dust for many years. After the dust had been washed off, her skin was even whiter when it had not been exposed to the sun. Plus it had been soaked in hot water. Her face was bright red, and she looked adorable. Furthermore, her hair was a rare snow-white color. Lei Luo opened his arms, and Yur flew over and directly jumped into his arms. Xiao Yur is so cute. Lei Luo kissed her red face. She immediately lowered her head shyly, because she grew up in the slave market. Her heart matured very early. She even knew a lot about men and women. This was something that Lei Luo didn't expect. Here, this is a gift from your brother. Lei Luo took out an amethyst card and gave it to Yur. Although Yur didn't know the value of the amethyst card, she definitely knew its use. Thank you, Brother Lei Luo, Yur said. Lei Luo stood up and dragged her out to go shopping. The little girl had never seen the market before. She liked everything she saw. She was especially excited when she took out the amethyst card to pay for it. All the shop owners stared at the amethyst card with shining eyes. They desperately wanted to stuff all the good things into Yur's hands. Yur was so scared that she hid in Lei Luo's arms and didn't dare to poke her head out. When many merchants saw this situation, they immediately formed 2 lines and let Lei Luo choose from the gap in the middle. After a series of purchases, Lei Luo finally came to a conclusion. That was, women were born with the instinct to shop. Even a little girl like Yur was very interested in shopping. Who didn't like the joy of shopping? If Lei Luo didn't have an infinite space bag, he really didn't know how to take back so many things he had bought. After a long time, Lei Luo and the others arrived at the destination of this shopping trip, a clothing store. Buying some clothes for a little girl, Lei Luo said to a fat woman. The female boss was so proud of herself now. Just now, because she was too fat. She couldn't squeeze into Lei Luo's group. She didn't expect the little girl to come directly to her shop. Please come to our fitting room. Sir! The female boss led Lei Luo and the others into a bright room. This room was especially used for those rich young masters to buy clothes for their handmaidens. There were a few large mirrors in the room. One could also directly see the various perspectives of the handmaidens. After the handmaidens in the shop poured a cup of tea for Lei Luo, they brought over a large pile of gorgeous clothes, facing all kinds of beautiful clothes. Little Yur was simply dazzled. Little Yur looked around. This one was also very beautiful. And that one was also very good. Which one should I choose? Seeing how little Yur wanted it, Lei Luo could not help but laugh. Yur immediately threw herself into Lei Luo's arms, pouted her lips, and said resentfully, Big Brother Lei Luo is laughing at me. Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yor still refused to let go and twisted her body in Lei Luo's arms. At the same time, she used her little pink fist to lightly pound Lei Luo's body twice. Ha ha! Let big brother Lei Luo choose. Lei Luo looked around and chose a white dress for little Yor. He also bought a pair of white leather shoes. Little Yor took off all her clothes shyly. Lei Luo could not help but be stunned. Although little Yor did not have Nayli's curvaceous body. Compared to Nayli, little Yor was more like a green apple. Little Yor looked at her figure and said sadly, "Am I very ugly?" Hearing this, Lei Luo could not help but be stunned. Then, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! You are so cute. You are definitely a great beauty. Hee! Hearing Lei Luo say this, little Yor also laughed happily. After wearing the clothes that Lei Luo had chosen, little Yor became even cuter and cuter during the spring festival. After Lei Luo paid the bill, he carried Yor and continued shopping. He did not know how many things he had bought, but he just bought whatever Yor liked. They only left when Nayli and the others were done with school. Let's go! Let's go pick up the two sisters. Lei Luo carried Yor to the entrance of the academy. The students immediately began to point at Lei Luo. Look! That's the #1 pervert in the academy. He won't even let such a cute little girl go. This is too much. It's useless for you to say that. Humans are so powerful. Let's go quickly. Don't let him hear us. Lei Luo was a little embarrassed when he heard that. He did not expect that he would be called the #1 pervert in the academy. It was quite troublesome. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Lei Luo had already seen Nayli and Bing walking over. Let's eat first. Chapter 285, The Shadow Clan. The imperial city of the Lan Feng Empire was also known as Lan Feng. This city was almost the largest and most prosperous city in the central continent. However, no one knew that this city would be destroyed in a year's time. Lei Luo, Nayli, Bing, and Lil Yor were eating in a restaurant. The conversation between two people caught Lei Luo's attention. Brother, is what you said true? Will the first family be exterminated? The people around them immediately surrounded them. They listened carefully. The people were very curious. The man took a sip and whetted everyone's appetite. Then, he said slowly, a few days ago, when we were on a mission, we passed by the villa. When we arrived there, the villa was already full of dead people. There wasn't a single living person in the villa. Nonsense! Since even the Prime Minister knew about it, why didn't he arrest them? There's going to be a war, and we can't leave. However, the Prime Minister's younger brother didn't die. I heard that the person who destroyed the #1 aristocratic family was just a little girl from Devil Marshal Academy. You must be joking. A little girl can destroy the first aristocratic family? Most people chose not to believe it. That's true. I have a cousin who is a guard in the palace. I heard that the little girl gave her soul to the devil and obtained the power of the god of swords. Moreover, that girl has the most powerful divine weapon in her hands, the Sword of Order. The soldier said proudly to show that he was well informed. But, isn't the first aristocrat family protected by the Phoenix god? How could they be destroyed? Hearing this, the soldier didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say anything for a long time. I know the reason. Lei Luo drank another mouthful of wine. Seeing everyone's anxious expression, he felt slightly proud. No wonder so many people like to keep others in suspense. On the day the first family was destroyed, I happened to be taking a walk with my woman near the mountain villa. I also know the cause of the incident very clearly. It seems that the eldest young master of the first family led his men to kill all the relatives of a girl. At the same time, he also wanted to sexually humiliate that girl. But that girl secretly ran away. When she returned to take revenge, she already had the strength of the sword god. Therefore, the first family was destroyed because of that eldest young master. After hearing this, everyone understood and nodded. They suddenly remembered the Phoenix god. They hurriedly asked Lei Luo about it. Lei Luo slowly drank a mouthful of wine. After satisfying everyone's appetite, he slowly said, Actually, the Phoenix god appeared. Hearing this, everyone started to ask Lei Luo what a god looked like. Calm down! Everyone, listen to me. After the second villa master used the guardian crystal, a strong pressure came. Everyone was forced to kneel on the ground. Then, a phoenix covered in black flames flew over. That phoenix was the size of the entire villa. Almost everyone couldn't look directly at the god. But later, the god found out the whole story and left in anger. The result is that the #1 aristocratic family is going to be unlucky. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss animatedly. But most of them still praised the Phoenix god's fairness. Lei Luo also thought of the evil Death Phoenix. He had helped you build a good reputation in the human world. Let's see what kind of surprise you will give me when the time comes. Suddenly, Lei Luo felt Bing touching his feet secretly. Lei Luo looked up, and Bing kept glancing at Neili. Lei Luo saw that Neili was quietly lowering her head to eat. He could vaguely see that her eyes were a little red. Lei Luo reached out to touch Neili's little face. Neili hurriedly woke up and said, "I'm fine. It's just that there's sand in my eyes." "Alright. Don't be sad. I think there will be trouble soon. You should believe in how to complete your revenge." Lei Luo comforted her, and Neili nodded. She took a deep breath and felt slightly better. Bing tried her best to comfort her, with little Yer as an adorable little girl. Neili soon broke into a smile. At that moment, Lei Luo suddenly felt a wave of mental power spying on him. Lei Luo sighed helplessly. It was probably another evil person, or someone who came for money. Among all of them, the most dangerous person was little Yer. It seemed like he would have to teach little Yer some martial arts in the future. Lei Luo's conviction moved, and a wave of mental shock washed over him. Lei Luo did not use such force. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson. In a hotel opposite Lei Luo, a woman in a white cloak suddenly spat out a large mouthful of golden blood. Cough, 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 that was close. The woman could not help but feel relieved. It was also fortunate that Lei Luo did not have any ill intentions. She did not expect him to be able to detect such a subtle spiritual fluctuation. It was truly amazing. Who was he? No matter how hard they searched, they could not find this person. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Could he be a sealed demon? Or was he an expert who had survived the twilight of the gods? The white-clothed woman thought. But there was no result. After Lei Luo finished his meal, the four of them strolled around the streets again. By the time they reached home, it was already night. After everyone entered the house, Lei Luo stood alone in the courtyard, looking at the reflections of the flowers and trees. Lei Luo suddenly had an inspiration, and he smiled. Then he stretched out his hand, and a series of 7 colored balls fell into each of the shadows. Immediately after, the shadows of the flowers and trees changed. In each of the shadows, a black human-shaped shadow stood up. Lei Luo looked at these shadows and said, "In my name, Lei Luo, with the power of the Creator God, I will give you life. I will name you the Shadow Clan." More than 20 shadows moved in front of Lei Luo in the blink of an eye. They bowed to him and said telepathically, "Greetings, Master." Lei Luo waved his hand and said seriously, "All of you are responsible for protecting this courtyard. Those who trespass without my permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes." More than 10 shadows returned to the darkness. They squatted down and slowly sneaked into the shadows of the trees. Lei Luo waved his hand again, and the 2 shadows turned into small black balls and flew into his hands. Lei Luo turned around and returned to the house. As soon as he entered the house, he saw one of the girls cleaning the floor. It was ridiculous to think about it. Who would have thought that a princess would clean the floor here? Lei Luo hesitated slightly. "Yanni, you should go to school tomorrow too. I see that your posture is pretty good. If you don't learn magic, it would be a waste of your talent." Yanni immediately stood up happily, covered her mouth, and said happily, "Thank you, young master." Chapter 286, Making Artifacts. Lei Luo just smiled and went back to his room. At this time, Yer had already fallen asleep. It seemed that today was not easy for her. Lei Luo gently stroked her waist-length hair and gently kissed her forehead. He put 2 black shadows into Yer's body. After doing all this, Lei Luo covered her with a quilt and turned to go to Bing's room. Lei Luo quietly walked into Bing's room and found that Bing was already waiting for him on the bed. Lei Luo smiled and sat by the bed. He stretched out his hand and directly held Bing in his arms. Early the next morning, after Lei Luo woke up, looking at Bing's peaceful sleeping appearance, Lei Luo could not help but gently kiss Bing's forehead. He did not expect Bing to have woken up. Looking at Lei Luo's gentle gaze, Bing shyly shrunk her body, and her small face was already red from embarrassment. Lei Luo hesitated slightly, looked at Bing, and said gently, "Bing, you can call me Lei Luo from now on. You don't have to call me master." Hearing this, Bing immediately became happy. This meant that she already had some status in Lei Luo's heart. She was temporarily free from her status as a female slave. This was a good thing for Bing. Lei Luo actually liked Bing's gentle personality. At the same time, Lei Luo also admired Bing's calm and careful personality. After careful consideration, he temporarily raised Bing to the status of his woman. After Bing fell asleep, Lei Luo stretched himself and walked out of the room. Nayli had already gone to class and looked at little Yer. She was still sleeping soundly. When she was sleeping, she even drooled. As she slept, she was still mumbling in her sleep. MMM. Delicious. So delicious. Brother Lei Luo. I still want to eat. Lei Luo smiled. He did not expect her to still think about eating when she was dreaming. From then on, she would have nothing to worry about. Lei Luo walked out and spoke to Yer, who was dressed in clothes. Go get some bath water. I want to take a bath. Then, Lei Luo walked out of the house and came to the courtyard. At this time, there were 5 masked corpses in the corner of the courtyard. Lei Luo didn't care who they were. With a light of decomposition, the courtyard was immediately cleaned. After entering the bathroom, Yer had already put in the hot water. The steam filled the air, making Lei Luo feel a strange excitement. Yer helped Lei Luo take off his shirt. But then her face turned red. With her face full of sweat, she used her trembling little hands to reach for Lei Luo's belt. It was a simple button, but Yer's little hands were shaking too much. It was impossible to complete this simple action. Seeing this situation, Lei Luo said impatiently, If you don't work hard, I'll have to exchange you back. Although I lost more than 10 amethyst coins, and your fate will be completely changed because of this. In the future, you can only become a prize for the groom or the servant. Think carefully. Master, it's Yer's fault. Yer won't change. Don't trade Yer back. Yer is willing to do anything. Yer seemed to have understood. She suddenly raised her head and cried loudly as she begged Lei Luo. Yer was also very clear that if she were to be traded back, then she would directly fall into hell's treatment. Her status was also the lowest of female slaves. It wasn't that no one bought them, but even if someone did buy them, they were also regarded as the dirtiest and most abused slaves. They would not have a good place to go either. Usually, servants who became servants and coachmen were even worse than prostitutes. Since you know you have to repent, then why are you still standing there? Hurry up, Lei Luo said impatiently. Under Yer's trembling little hands, Lei Luo's clothes were finally taken off. Sliding into the hot water of the bath, Lei Luo stretched his body comfortably. He felt that his entire body was unobstructed. Seeing Yer standing at the side, Lei Luo smiled sinisterly and hooked his finger at her. Yer, take off your clothes and come wash with me. Yer's entire body trembled and her face turned red. She hesitated and refused to take off all of her clothes. Lei Luo could not help but say with a cold face, Yer, do you want to be punished? No. I'm sorry. Master. Yer shed tears of humiliation. She gently took off all her clothes. Suddenly, a dainty body exuding the delicate fragrance of a virgin was completely exposed in the air. Yer also slowly walked into the bath. She sat next to Lei Luo fearfully. After the bath, Lei Luo stood up comfortably, put on his clothes, and prepared to go out. He came to the courtyard, and Yer ran over happily. Her hands flashed with a colorful light, and all kinds of weapons came out. There were long swords, a pair of short swords, long knives, long whips, daggers, and these weapons. Yer, what weapons do you like? Lei Luo pulled little Yer to the pile of weapons and asked her with a smile. I. Little Yer looked at this and pinched that. In the end, she picked up a dagger. I'll choose this one. Lei Luo reached out and held the dagger in his hand. He said, Look carefully. With a wave of his hand, he quickly waved a series of movements in the air. Because he was too fast, he only left an afterimage. Did you see it clearly? Lei Luo asked Yer. Yer shook her head gently and spoke with some resentment. Brother Lei Luo, your movements are so fast. How can I see it clearly? Lei Luo could not help but smile. The dagger was rolling up and down on the tip of his dagger finger. How many aspects do you think you need to use the dagger? Aspects? Yer was puzzled. She thought for a while. Then she said hesitantly, You need to be fast. Yes. And flexible. Xiao Yer looked at the dagger that was rolling up and down in Lei Luo's hand. Lei Luo looked at Yer with appreciation. Yer's talent was indeed quite top-notch. Just by looking at Lei Luo's gestures, she could understand the key to the dagger. Next, Lei Luo told Yer about the vital parts of the human body, and which parts could make people lose the ability to move. Okay. Yer, you did well. Lei Luo did not expect that Yer would remember everything after he only said it once. Okay. Yer, you can practice here. Here? How do I practice here? Yer looked at Lei Luo in puzzlement. This was an empty space. How could she practice here? Lei Luo walked to the side and condensed a huge rainbow energy ball with his hands. This was the light of Lei Luo's reconstruction. The magic elements in the air quickly gathered. All the magic elements within 1,000 miles were sucked dry. At this moment, Lei Luo's attention was on creating a divine artifact for Ur. But he had never thought that doing so would have any effect. In the end, within an hour, all the magic elements in the surroundings had disappeared. The mages in the city would be in trouble. All magic could not be used. And as a result, there would be revenge everywhere. Chapter 287, God and Devil's Dagger. Within an hour, the magic elements were restored. All the magicians who were being hunted immediately turned around to hunt down the others. The city was instantly in chaos. Lei Luo drew a circle on the ground, motioning for Little Ur to stand in the circle. Little Ur, drop a drop of blood on it. Lei Luo handed the newly created god weapon to Little Ur. This divine artifact was a weapon that could restrain the gods and demons. It was named the God and Demon's Dagger. After Little Ur dripped a drop of blood on the god and demon's dagger, the dagger turned into a silver ray of light and entered Little Ur's body. Lei Luo reached out and placed a small ball of light on Little Ur's forehead. It contained the method to use the dagger, the basic moves to use the dagger, and the training plan for this time. Alright, let's begin! Summon Shadow Clan. In physical form, 3 to 4 black figures immediately appeared beside Little Moon. This time, the Shadow Clan appeared in physical form. Hence, they could be attacked by Little Moon. However, the damage to Little Moon could be ignored. Only at this point did Lei Luo remember the consequences of what he had done. After thinking about it carefully, he decided not to bother about it. He casually cast a barrier to seal the entire courtyard. It was better to let Little Ur practice properly. Holy Maiden, what do you think about this matter? In a large church in Misty Wind City, there was a middle-aged man beside the Pope and a female character discussing it. The beautiful woman who the Pope called the Saintess closed her eyes. A 7-colored necklace around her neck suddenly emitted a 7-colored ray of light, pointing straight at Lei Luo's courtyard. The Saintess suddenly opened her eyes and said excitedly, Quickly bring the divine weapon treasured record over. Another divine weapon has appeared. It's in the city. Soon, a huge book made of metal was brought up. After the Pope opened it, there was indeed an extra page in the book. A black and white dagger appeared on it. The 3 of them immediately came over. Read it together, and read it at the same time. The God and Devil Dagger has the power to seal the gods and demons. It can activate the ordinary domain. In the domain, other than the wielder, everyone else will lose their power. This divine weapon has already recognized its master. The 3 of them looked at each other for a long time. The Pope and the King could not help but tremble. This divine weapon is too powerful. Even the Saintess nodded. I must get this divine weapon, the King thought to himself. Then, he nodded and continued. The 2 of you, I still have some things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After the Pope watched the King leave, he seemed to believe in it thoughtfully. Then, he said to the Saintess, As the spokesperson of the Goddess of Life, you must have also discovered other things. The Saintess sighed. As expected of the only Pope in history who has reached the peak of the priest class. Have you also discovered it? At first, I thought it was just my illusion. When I was using the divine artifact necklace of life just now, I discovered that there was a level 1 god in the place where the divine artifact was born. The Pope's old face suddenly changed. The Pope, whose face was full of wrinkles, gradually turned into a handsome young man. The young man said proudly, Don't forget, I am the only holy light war god who has reached the top of the night class. I have an intuition that surpasses ordinary people for danger. My intuition is constantly reminding me not to go to the place where the god equipment was born, and not to provoke the owner of the god equipment. The Saintess suddenly said, If it weren't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have chosen a priest. Moreover, you've probably already broken through to the holy light war god. The young man looked at the Saintess with deep affection. It doesn't matter. For you, I'm willing to do anything. The Saintess slightly avoided the young man's burning gaze. She said, I'm sorry. I've already given my life to the Goddess of Life, so I can't. The young man still stubbornly said, It doesn't matter. I can wait. It doesn't matter if I keep waiting until I reach the end of my life. Until the day I pick up the girl of life. I'll tell her personally. The Saintess didn't respond to the young man. Instead, she silently looked into the distance in the direction of the Magic Dragon Valley. In the Magic Dragon Valley, it was supposed to be a sunny day, but it wasn't a good day for the people near the Magic Dragon Valley. The entire Magic Dragon Valley was covered in dark clouds. Even those who didn't know magic could feel the oppressive aura coming from the valley. The surrounding magic beasts had all run away. But there were still many people who came to the Magic Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon List in the Magic Dragon Valley was emitting a purple evil light. The evil aura was so strong that it almost spread out of the valley. Around the valley, 8 people formed a large magic array. 6 women and 2 men were among them. They came from 8 different races. They were the representatives of the 8 main gods. Behind them, there were thousands of people. All of them were troops and mercenaries from different countries. Everyone wanted the title of Dragon Slaying Courage. Everyone waited quietly. There was only the sound of the wind around them. Crack, crack. The sound of the magic dragon egg breaking was extremely loud. It was as if the earth's crust had shattered. Everyone began to tense up. The mages also cast defensive barriers around them. The priests also added blessing-type spells to the warriors to increase their attack and defense. Just as everyone finished their preparations. Boom! The magic dragon egg exploded into pieces. A large ball of purple flames appeared in the middle. Roar! A muffled dragon's roar rang out. The entire flame was shattered. The defensive barrier around the magic dragon disappeared at the same time. Many people who were underground were shaken to the point that they bled to death. The entire face of the demon dragon was revealed. After seeing the face of the demon dragon, everyone was extremely shocked. Was this still the same demon dragon from before? The black scales were even darker. However, on the body of the demon dragon, a set of silver-white metal armor appeared, covering all the vital parts of the demon dragon's body. Even its head was covered with a helmet, and its huge horns were revealed, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. The black eyes of the demon dragon had also turned into an evil purplish-red color. The demon dragon was now more powerful than ever. Chapter 288, Hell Demon Dragon. This is one of the 5 great ancient demon dragons. The Hell Demon Dragon. It was unknown who had shouted this from the crowd. The surrounding people immediately became restless. Everyone knew that the 5 great ancient demon dragons were comparable to first-grade gods in terms of pure strength. That wasn't a strength that these mortals could contend against. Before anyone could react, the heavy draconic might pressed down. 2/3 of the people lost their combat strength on the spot, and they were unable to move under the heavy draconic might. The representatives of the 8 great sovereign gods were also secretly complaining. If it really was a hell demon dragon, they should have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. But it was still a demon dragon before. So how did it suddenly become a hell demon dragon? Ha ha ha, you puny creatures! You dare to stop me? The great master has already helped me to return to the form of a hell demonic dragon. You will all die today. Dragon Flame! The hell demonic dragon laughed arrogantly, casually spitting out a mouthful of purple dragon flame in one direction. She! Everyone in that direction, as well as the rocky ground, was reduced to dust. Seeing this, everyone was finally certain that the person in front of them was truly the infernal demon dragon. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Those with power and status simply couldn't stand up in front of the heavy draconic might. They could only use their 4 limbs to desperately crawl out of the valley. Roar! The magic dragon flapped its wings and was about to take off. The spokesmen of the 8 major gods all rushed forward to attack. The magic dragon only gave them a contemptuous glance. It flapped its wings, and countless wind blades flew towards the spokesman of the 8 gods. It forcefully suppressed the spokesman of the 8 gods. The magic dragon took this opportunity to quickly fly high into the sky. When it reached a sufficient height, it looked at the entire Magic Dragon Valley. The magic dragon also made the final judgment of destruction. Dragon language magic! Kill magic dragon wave! A mouthful of purple energy shot out from the magic dragon's mouth into the valley. Rumble! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. After the magic dragon wave hit the ground, it quickly spread out in all directions. It did not stop until it was 100 miles away. Everything within 100 miles suffered a devastating blow. By the time the smoke dissipated, the entire valley had turned into a pile of thick powder that spread everywhere. Master, you are too great! I can finally take revenge! The more the demonic dragon's strength increased, the more it could discover the strength of its master. Back then, it had also relied on the tiny amount of divine power left behind by its master. Not only had the demonic dragon recovered the memories of its previous life, but it had also restored its body to the form of a hell demonic dragon. Its strength was even stronger than in its previous life. It turned out that the demon dragon's previous life was the hell demon dragon, which represented one of the 5 great ancient demon dragons that had been destroyed. Later on, it fell in love with a dragon race woman. However, the hell demon dragon was the most evil dragon in the eyes of dragons in the Dragon Valley. Therefore, the entire Dragon Valley had set up a sneak attack on the Hell Demon Dragon. That battle was so intense that the sky and earth turned dark. In the end, after the Hell Demon Dragon was ambushed, it was heavily injured. In the end, he was truly no match for the Infernal Dragon. At the cost of his own life, he used the forbidden spell, Reincarnation of the Dead. He used this to escape a calamity and reincarnate into the next life, hoping to take revenge for this blood feud. This was the memory that the Infernal Dragon had awakened. However, he had just awakened it, so he did not dare to act rashly. Forget it. Let's go find Master first. Master is so powerful. He will definitely help me take revenge. The Demon Dragon was currently anxious to find its master and express its loyalty to its master. Thus, it was also anxious to sense its master's position. In the end, it used the master-servant contract to determine its master's line of defense, then flew north. Not long after the Demon Dragon left, the thick powder on the ground gradually dispersed. The 8 spokesmen of the main gods were all abolished from within. As soon as they appeared, the 8 of them immediately sat down on the ground, using their own methods to heal their injuries. Although the dragon flames of the Infernal Demon Dragon had been blocked by their combined efforts, they had still suffered serious injuries. After a long time, the 8 of them all stood up. They glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they flew in 8 different directions. Although they didn't talk to each other, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. They had to quickly tell everyone the news of the birth of the Demon Dragon, and the news of the Demon Dragon evolving into a Hell Demon Dragon. They also had to immediately start looking for the master of the Demon Dragon. Soon, people from all races knew the news of the birth of the Demon Dragon. All the races were on high alert. All the dragons in the Dragon Valley were panicking. Patriarch, give the order! In a cave, more than 10 people were discussing, but strictly speaking, they weren't human. They were only in human form, and each of them had a different horn on their head, and they also had tailed. I didn't expect that because of my mistake back then. I would bring so many disasters to Dragon Valley. The damage from that battle hasn't fully recovered yet. Hell Demon Dragon. Perhaps I really misunderstood him back then. Sigh, when he used the forbidden spell, Reincarnation of the Dead, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. An elder of the dragon race said sorrowfully. Ahem. Ahem. Everyone moved together. Go to various places, and wake up all the ancient ancestors in the sleeping place. Our dragon race has already reached the most critical moment. All the members of the dragon race nodded, and were ready to leave to take action immediately. Right. Call Longling over. It's time to tell her about her background. At this moment, the magic dragon had already turned into a level 3 magic beast. The moon eagle was sleeping soundly under an uncle in the forest. However, something would soon happen here, because not far away from here, there was already a figure that was stealthily hiding. And on the other side, every robust figure was flying over. On the branches of the forest, a moon eagle was sleeping soundly. In the distance, a knight wearing white armor was riding a horse, galloping towards where they were. But what was surprising was that although the horse was extremely fast, it looked smooth and steady. Not even a single speck of dust flew up from its face. If one took a closer look, they would discover that this mark was not an ordinary horse. On the horse's head, there was a small silver horn. It turned out to be a level 5 magical beast. A unicorn. It ran quickly and steadily. When they saw the person on the horse's back, they were surprised to find that the person wearing white armor was actually a woman. Chapter 289, The Ambush Begins. Her beautiful black hair fluttered behind her, and the snow-white armor missiles did not cover up her alluring curves. It also revealed her moving silhouette without a doubt. Her bare snow-white shoulders were outlined with delicate and lovely curves by the darkness. Her soft waist was tightly wrapped by a pale golden belt, and her pale blue eyes could be seen through the gaps of the armor. Her lively and charming eyes gave people a feeling of loneliness. If one observed carefully enough, one could also find traces of anxiety, helplessness, and pain in her eyes. The unicorn gradually entered the forest and ran quickly in the forest path. Suddenly, the unicorn stopped in an unnatural position and jumped back. It landed more than 10 meters away. At this moment, 3 black figures attacked separately, but they failed because of the unicorn's alertness. The woman's expression also shifted slightly, but she immediately returned to her calm state and jumped down from the unicorn. When the attackers saw that their sneak attack had failed, they immediately retreated more than 10 meters like ghosts, trying to block the woman's way forward. Ha ha ha. As expected of Miss Yuna, who is known as the Flower of Nights. She actually dodged our fatal blow. The man in black who was standing in the middle spoke in a hoarse voice. The woman also replied coldly, "Humph. It seems that there are quite a number of people who want my life. If you hadn't released your killing intent earlier and been detected by the unicorn, perhaps you would have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are still not ready." After saying that, Yuna took off her helmet. What greeted her eyes was a beautiful and exquisite face. She was so beautiful. Her entire body did not carry the slightest trace of the mortal world. She just sat quietly on the horse's back. Her entire figure seemed to be embedded between heaven and earth. Like an illusory figure. The cold air on her face made her even less like a living person. She was truly an ice-cold beauty. The person in the middle who looked like the leader smiled and said, "Although you were lucky enough to escape the attack, you should also know that we have never failed. You should end it yourself." Yuna calmly looked at the three people in front of her and said, "Did the king send you here? It seems that she has to kill me too? I didn't expect that the king, who has already obtained the land of the central continent, is still not satisfied. He actually wants to study that kind of thing. Don't you want to know what important secret the king has for me to know?" Yuna said indifferently while secretly putting her hand behind her back and drawing something in the void. "Isn't it just the fusion plan? This plan has already been completed," the leader said calmly. "What? It's already completed?" Yuna couldn't help but recall the contents of the plan. The fusion plan was a plan that forcefully combined humans and magical beasts into one. At the same time, it allowed people to live with the power of magical beasts. Moreover, the power would be multiplied. According to this method, as long as the ordinary people fused with the magical beasts, they could also become gods. However, the bloodlines of humans and magical beasts had a natural repulsion, and a person could only fuse with 6 magical beasts at most. Otherwise, it would bring irreversible damage to the fused person. At the same time, the fused person would also go crazy because he could not withstand the crazy spirit of the magical beasts. However, this kind of thing was not common sense, and once it appeared in reality, it would definitely be exterminated by the gods, or until they themselves were exterminated. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Yuna risked her life to steal the plan. She wanted to use this to seek the help of the Radiant Temple, but she did not expect that this plan was actually something that had already been completed. Just as Yuna was lost in thought, 3 people immediately rushed up. Yuna turned pale with fright and jumped back. The unicorn cast a spell, and a lightning net appeared out of thin air to stop the 3 people. The 3 people immediately retreated to their original positions after missing their first attack. After landing, Yuna's body swayed, and she stabbed the knight's sword at the person in the middle. The unicorn set up an electric net towards the 2 people on both sides to prevent them from coming to the rescue. The person in the middle suddenly smiled. Yuna was shocked. It was not good to be fooled. A black longsword suddenly appeared in the black-clothed person's hand. He did not defend at all and directly stabbed towards Yuna. Yuna hurriedly turned around. Relying on the flexibility of her body, she forcefully moved her body by half a foot. Clang! Yuna's long sword stabbed towards the black-clothed man's body, actually making a sound of metal colliding. Yuna was even more shocked. It must be that the black-clothed man's body had a soft armor with high defense. Just as the old force had just left, and the new force had yet to be born. The black-clothed man's long sword came one after another. Yuna had no choice but to return her sword to block. Clang! Yuna was sent flying back. She landed beside the unicorn. Yuna stood up with difficulty. Her right hand had already been shattered by the shock. The blood on her hand kept falling. Yuna sighed faintly. She had finally experienced the king's royal assassination team. Their strength was really extraordinary. It seemed that only by using a summoned beast could she have a chance to reverse the situation. Yuna quickly chanted an incantation. A ball of light suddenly flashed in her hand. She stretched out her hand and threw the ball of light into the air. The ball of light stretched out in the air, and a 1-meter-long magic circle appeared. In the name of Summoner Yuna, I summon the Guardian of the Dragon. The Spirit of the Dragon. Come out! The magic array expanded rapidly around Yuna. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the magic array. Although it was very blurry, one could still vaguely recognize that it was a winged dragon. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a white flying dragon appeared. The 3 members of the Dark Demon Hunting group didn't panic at all. Under Yuna's puzzled gaze, the 3 of them began to summon at the same time. Come out! Guardian of Hell, Hell Demon Hound. 3 three-eyed Hell Demon Hounds appeared in the magic array. Their green eyes emitted a terrifying ferocity. As long as their master gave the order, they would not hesitate to pounce on their target. This was a Hellhound. Level 6 magical beasts. They liked to move in groups, and they had fierce personalities. They were very terrifying magical beasts, and they liked to hunt all kinds of magical beasts for food. Chapter 290, Hellhound. Legend has it that when three hellhounds meet with life-threatening danger, they could fuse together and evolve into a grade 8 magical beast, the Cerberus. Cerberus was a grade 8 magical beast. Its entire body was covered in black flames. It was a high-level magical beast that could use hellfire. 3 heads could use different types of magic at the same time. It was a type of magical beast that was agile, violent, and extremely terrifying. Hellhound? You can actually summon them? Yuna's face became even paler. She leaned weakly against the unicorn's body. She was already feeling a little hopeless, because the dragon spirit was not a real dragon. They were only a kind of magical beast with the appearance of a dragon. But their strength was much weaker than a dragon. They were both level 6 magical beasts like the hellhound. However, the dragon spirit that he summoned could only block one hellhound at most. He and the unicorn combined could only deal with one hellhound. But now, not only were there 3 hellhounds, he was also seriously injured. Based on the current situation, he did not even have a chance to escape. The man in black in the middle seemed to be very satisfied with Yuna's panicked expression. Prepare to die. Hellhound, go! As he said that, the man in black pointed his finger at Yuna. The hellhound that was on standby immediately pounced on Yuna. Yuna was now in complete despair. She seemed to be able to see that death was using his giant black scythe to take her life. At the last moment of her life, Yuna did not panic. On the contrary, her heart was so calm. It was as if death was nothing to her. It was so small that it was almost negligible. Yuna gently closed her eyes. She was quietly enjoying the peace before death. At that moment, Yuna felt a weight on her back and fell to the ground. Then came the sad cry of a unicorn. Yuna's heart jumped. She opened her eyes and found that she had fallen to the ground. 3 fireballs flew over her forehead and landed on a 100-year-old tree. The tree turned into black dust and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the dragon spirit also flew forward and fought with the hellhound. It turned out that the moment the hellhound pounced on Yuna, the unicorn sensed its master's danger and jumped to the side. Yuna narrowly avoided being bitten by the hellhound. The attack of the hellhound made it difficult for the unicorn to take care of its injured master. In order to protect itself and its master, the unicorn fought with the hellhound. The man in black shook his head while taking care of Yuna. It seems that I overestimated you. I thought that with your strength as a high-level summoner, you wouldn't be unable to withstand the attack of the hellhound. But look at you. You don't even have the strength to dodge. You don't need me to attack anymore. Wait until my baby eats that low-level magical beast of yours. Then I'll let them finish you off. At this moment, the spirit of the dragon let out a mournful cry. With a flash of white light, the spirit of the dragon had to return to the underworld because of its heavy injuries. The 3 hellhounds immediately turned their attention to the unicorn. The battle pressure on the unicorn instantly doubled. It had to face the attacks of the 3 hellhounds at the same time. Countless wounds were quickly added to its body. Yuna did not care about her own strength at this time. She rushed forward and resisted the attacks of the hellhounds together with the unicorn. The 3 people saw Yuna go forward and also joined the battle with a sneer. It seemed that everyone wanted to focus their attacks on the unicorn. Soon, the unicorn was covered in wounds. Yuna was desperately resisting the attacks of the unicorn. However, the difference in strength could not be made up by simply numbers. Dong! The sword in Yuna's hand was sent flying by the hellhound. She was also sent flying by a hellhound. With a wail, the unicorn was also pounced on by the 3 hellhounds. The 3 men in black stood proudly on the unicorn and showed their power to Yuna. Yuna shouted at them. Let go of Lisa! Don't hurt it! The man in black seemed to like seeing Yuna's expression. He said proudly, It seems that you cherish this unicorn very much. How am I going to punish it? Ha ha! As the man in black spoke, he kept drawing bloody marks on the unicorn's body. No! Don't hurt her! Let her go! Yuna struggled to stand up and shouted at the 3 of them. The unicorn seemed to have heard its master's voice. It turned around and looked at its master. It used its gentle and beautiful eyes to look at Yuna, showing her its determination to protect its master. At this moment, Yuna was also looking at it silently. The unicorn's beautiful and gentle eyes were filled with reluctance and sorrow. He remembered that when he was very young, his father would often hold his little hand and play in the backyard. But his mother would always wear beautiful clothes and lean against the door. Her eyes were happy as she watched him and her father play. From time to time, she would gently exhort, Yuna, girls shouldn't be naughty, Mom will worry. Yuna, The floor is very dirty. Girls should be clean and beautiful. You can't just sit anywhere. Just like all ordinary families, she lived a simple and happy life. Her father was serious and kind, and her mother was kind and beautiful. Everything was so warm and peaceful. However, these days changed as her father's status continued to rise. One day, her mother passed away. Since then, Yuna never held her father's hand again. She never looked at Yuna properly. She didn't even smile at Yuna once. Apart from teaching Yuna to be loyal to the Empire, every day was hard training. In order to protect the most powerful person in the world, the Emperor of the Empire. But was he worth protecting? I remember when I was very young, my mother gave me this unicorn. At that time, when I got it, I was so happy. But my mother said to me, "Child, from now on, I will let Lisa play with you. You have to live well. I hope you can get your own happiness." At that time, Yuna still did not understand why she said this to me now. And my mother died in the palace the next day. Yuna, who was still young, did not understand what death was. Nor did she know how her mother died. She only remembered that her mother had asked Lisa to accompany her in her place. She must live well. She must live. Chapter 291, Forced Summoning. Ever since her mother's death, Yuna had never felt any warmth towards her family. Lisa, the unicorn, had become Yuna's best friend and family. Suddenly, Yuna remembered something. She quickly took out a magic scroll that her mentor had given her before she died. The name of this scroll was Forced Summoning. As the name implied, forced summoning meant that the most powerful magical beast would be forcefully summoned from within 1,000 miles. However, the caster had to unconditionally summon the creature as the master and himself as the slave. Of course, the summoned creature also had to help the caster complete the purpose of the summoning. At this moment, Yuna no longer had any other choice in order to save Lisa. She did not mind choosing a magical beast as her master. Yuna took a deep look at the unicorn. With her last hope, Yuna opened the magic scroll and ran into the air. The magic scroll emitted a bright light. And after the magic dragon came out of the valley, it had been immersed in the pleasure of greatly increasing its strength. During the process of transformation, the demon dragon unexpectedly discovered that there was a hidden seal in the depths of its soul. At that time, the demon dragon felt extremely puzzled. All these years, it had never discovered that there was actually a seal on its body. This seal was also abnormally strong. Even if it was not injured, it was impossible to break it. At this moment, the demon dragon didn't care about anything else. It directly used the power that its master gave it to break the seal. Crack! The seal within the demon dragon's body was completely broken. The demon dragon was just surprised at its master's strength, but it was overwhelmed by the information that poured out from the seal. After a long time, the demon dragon gradually absorbed this information. So this was his previous life. His previous life was actually one of the 5 great demon dragons of the immemorial era. The Hell Demon Dragon. He was ambushed by the dragon in the Dragon Valley. He was seriously injured and was about to be sealed. The arrogant demon dragon used his eternal life as the price and used a forbidden spell. Reincarnation of a dead soul. What he wanted was to take revenge in the future. At that moment, the demonic dragon used the memories from his previous life. Using the power given to him by his master, he continuously transformed his body until he returned to the appearance of his previous life. The thing that puzzled the demonic dragon the most was that in the memories of his previous life, there seemed to be a faint shadow of his current master. That was absolutely impossible. Right? How many tens of thousands of years had passed since his previous life? How could there be a shadow of his master? It was better not to care. He had to find a suitable gift for his master first, since his master had given him freedom. The demon dragon was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had to properly express his loyalty to his master. However, the demon dragon had always been sealed in the Demon Dragon Valley and rarely came into contact with humans. He could not think of what to give his master. In the end, he could only turn into a moon eagle and find a random forest bell to sleep in. At this moment, Yuna threw out her summoning scroll. Ha ha ha! I thought this was some powerful summoning beast. So it's just a low-level trash moon eagle? The leader laughed out loud. Yuna was truly in despair at this moment. She didn't expect that the strongest magical beast within 1,000 miles was actually just a moonhawk. If this was in the magical beast forest, it would probably be another ending. Right? Only that this moonhawk would be buried along with her. But very quickly, everyone realized that something was wrong. After seeing the moon eagle, the 3 hellhounds immediately gave up on surrounding the unicorn. They formed an inverted triangle defense formation. The 4 of them were immediately stunned. This was what the hellhounds would do when they encountered an enemy that was much stronger than them. Yuna also realized that even her unicorn was retreating in fear. Retreating to her side. What exactly was going on? Needless to say, this Yuing was the magic dragon. Just as the magic dragon was sleeping comfortably, it was suddenly forcefully summoned by a powerful magic power. How could the magic dragon be in a good mood now that its rest was interrupted? It was ready to wreak havoc on the spot. Just as the four of them were feeling puzzled, the moon eagle slowly opened its eyes. Everyone noticed that the moon eagle's eyes were a strange purplish-red color. When the three hellhounds saw the purplish-red eyes, they retreated behind their master in fear. The three men in black looked at the summoned beast in fear. They had never expected this to happen. At this moment, the moon eagle suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of purple flames. When the three hellhounds saw the flames, they immediately attacked each other. They relied on the impact of the energy explosion to shock themselves. When the three men in black saw that the hellhounds were using such a self-harming method to escape, they immediately gave up on resisting and quickly dodged away. Poochie! The forest was cleared of a wide path by the flames out of thin air. All the trees in the area had been turned to dust. The four of them sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, the moon eagle turned around and looked at the person who had summoned it. From the process of being summoned, the demon dragon knew that it would have a new servant. It did not care at first, but when it saw Yuna's face, it felt a burst of joy. The demon dragon was worried that it could not find any gifts to show its loyalty to its master. He also did not know what humans liked. But if it was a woman, its master would definitely not refuse. So the demon dragon made a smart decision. He wanted to offer the woman in front of him to its master. Just as Yuna was surprised, she suddenly realized that a sharp gaze was sizing her up. Faced with such a gaze, Yuna's heart was very uneasy. She could not guess at all why the master of the magic dragon would ignore the magic dog in front of him and look at her again. Suddenly, the moon eagle flapped its wings and stopped in midair. It raised its head and let out a long cry. Yuna could clearly feel that the moon eagle's heart was filled with joy. When the demon dragon turned around and roared, the three hellhounds saw that the demon beast had let down its guard and immediately ran together. The two hellhounds lay side by side, while the other hellhounds were afraid to be on the backs of the two hellhounds. The three hellhounds roared at the same time, attracting the attention of everyone present. This is Chapter 292, Cerberus. Yuna saw the scene in front of her and immediately thought of an impossible situation. This is the fusion evolution! Just as Yuna thought, after the three-headed Cerberus roared, a ball of fire appeared on the ground and enveloped the Cerberus. This was the true hellfire. Yuna revealed a terrified expression. The hellhounds actually fused and evolved. This was a skill that only the hellhounds had no choice but to use in a life-and-death situation. There was danger in fusing and evolving. Once it failed, even one soul would disappear. What kind of magical beast did she summon? The hellhounds actually chose to use this forbidden skill without even fighting. Roar! A low and deep sound was heard, and a 3-meter-tall Cerberus appeared. The unicorn's body began to tremble. It also revealed a strong sense of unease. Yuna used one of her hands to gently pat the unicorn to comfort it, telling it to stay calm. She also looked in the direction of the demon dragon. But what made Yuna dumbfounded was that the moon eagle stared at the Cerberus, saliva continuously flowing from the corner of its mouth, as if it had seen some delicious food. At this moment, the demon dragon was extremely happy. It had been starving for a long time, but it had never encountered any food that caught its eye. This Cerberus was very good. The demon dragon immediately prepared to finish off the food in front of it. At this moment, the Cerberus suddenly felt a chill in its heart. It shook its head in confusion. It was prepared to kill this demon beast that had made it feel fear before it evolved. I didn't expect that it would actually let our hellhound evolve. Thank you very much, Miss Yuna. As a thank you, I will leave a complete corpse for you. The three men in black spoke very happily. Roar! The moon eagle suddenly let out a deafening roar. The surrounding trees were continuously being roared by the sound waves until they did not even know what was going on. However, the four people in the field were desperately covering their ears to resist this deafening roar. The demon dragon's body gradually rose into the sky. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a huge creature appeared. Hell, demon dragon? These four people were also summoners. In order to become a summoner, one had to understand the habits of all the demon beasts. The demon beast in front of them was clearly one of the 5 great demon dragons of the immemorial era. The Hell Demon Dragon. Roar! Before anyone could react, the hellish demonic dragon swallowed the Cerberus with a speed that was completely incompatible with its own body. looking at the green blood flowing out of the demonic dragon's mouth. Yuna felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. She hurriedly turned her gaze to the unicorn. At this time, the demonic dragon had already eaten the monster. It turned its head and took a breath, vaporizing the three men in black. Then, the general came to Yuna's side and stared at the unicorn. The unicorn hid behind Yuna in fear. Yuna looked at the bloody mouth that was right in front of her and the magic dragon's gaze that looked like it was looking at food. She ignored the fear in her heart and stood in front of the unicorn and said loudly, "Please don't hurt Lisa. If you want to eat me." The magic dragon stared at Yuna for a long time. Just as Yuna was about to collapse under the dragon's pressure, the magic dragon raised its head, and there seemed to be something special in its eyes. The magic dragon turned back into the moon eagle again. It grabbed Yuna and the unicorn with its claws and flew up. It needed to find a good place to rest so that it could find its master as soon as possible. On the other side, "Why are there so many people in the courtyard recently?" Lei Luo looked at the rows of corpses on the ground and spoke with emotion. Bing also came to Lei Luo's side. "Is it because the divine artifact you got for little Yer has been known by others?" Lei Luo tilted his head slightly. It seemed that there was indeed no other reason other than this. If that was the case, then he would just blow things up a little more. Lei Luo was ready to create another miracle. With that thought in mind, he turned around and returned to his room, starting to imagine the appearance of the new divine artifact. "Nayli, feel better. It's not like we can't get revenge. It's just that we can't find him now." Bing comforted him from the side. Up until now, Lancelot had never come to school. There was no movement in the palace either. It felt like a calm night before a storm. After a few months of study, Nayli and Bing had mastered a lot of magic. Yanni, Nayli, and Bing had become good friends. The three of them were inseparable. With her noble princess temperament, Yanni was considered a top beauty in school. At this moment, the magic elements in the air disappeared once again. This was not the first time this had happened. Suddenly, the classroom in the academy was in a mess. Everyone was discussing the disappearance of the magic elements the last two times. Only Nayli and Bing sighed at the same time. They knew in their hearts that another divine artifact was about to be born. Bing suddenly noticed that the new Holy Maiden in White was not flustered at all. She did not look surprised either. She just quietly stared in the direction of Lei Luo's courtyard. This Holy Maiden in White rarely let others see her appearance. But those who had seen her appearance all said that she was definitely the most beautiful woman in the academy. And her Shenfei was also very mysterious. No one could clearly say where she came from. The whereabouts of those who had once harassed her were still unknown. This time, it was relatively short. After half an hour, the magic elements gradually recovered. However, both Bing and Nayli felt a sense of pressure. They felt a sense of nervousness as if a storm was about to come. After school at noon, Yanni returned to the courtyard and found that everyone was gathered together. They seemed to be chattering non-stop, and it was as if they were discussing something. Yanni also went up and immediately heard a burst of happy voices from everyone. "Little Yer is so amazing! She passed another test. Of course, I dare say that little Yer is the best among all of us. But I'm an exception." Seeing that her master, Lei Luo, was also here, Yanni gave up on the idea of squeezing in to take a look and obediently stayed at the side. Lei Luo turned around and found that Yanni was also there. Then he said to everyone, "Let Yanni try." Hearing Lei Luo's words, everyone made way for Yanni. Yanni curiously walked to the table and finally saw the relationship that everyone had been discussing for a long time. There was a transparent crystal on the table. The entire crystal was inlaid with a hexagram. It was a strange hexagram. The hexahedron in the middle was purple. The 6 corners were red, yellow, blue, green, white, and black. Chapter 293, Elemental Heart. This is? Although Yanni didn't know what this was, she could still sense some strange magical fluctuations from it. Seeing Yanni's puzzled expression, Bing smiled and said, "This is the divine artifact. Elemental Heart. You can use it to contact the elemental elves. If you're lucky, you can even meet an elemental sovereign god. As long as you pass the elemental elves' approval, you don't need to chant spells to use spells from level 1 to level 8. In addition, you only need to use 1/3 of your normal mana." Yanni widened her mouth in surprise. As a wind magician, she knew what this meant. As long as she passed the test, her strength would not be increased by just 1 level. Immediately, Yanni followed the instructions and placed her hand on the green horn, injecting magic power into it. Yanni only felt her vision go black, and she had already arrived at another place. Where is this? Yanni found herself in a green space. In this void, there was nothing but wind. Seeing the situation here, Yanni couldn't help but feel afraid. She began to run in all directions. However, in terms of how long she ran, other than the change in the size of the wind, the surrounding scenery still didn't change. Yanni couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew Yanni down. This made Yanni calm down. She remembered her goal. Wasn't it to get the approval of the wind element? Then why should she be afraid of the wind element? At that moment, Yanni closed her eyes. She felt the wind element around her. As Yanni's consciousness slowly went deeper, Yanni could finally feel the wind element around her. She felt the ethereal wind, the violent wind, and the formless wind. That's right. This is the wind. At this moment, Yanni felt that she had an unprecedented understanding of the essential power of the wind element. Just based on this, Yanni would be able to learn more easily in the future. Congratulations! You have passed any of the wind elements. When Yanni opened her eyes, she suddenly realized that there was a green elf in front of her. You are the wind elemental elf? Yanni curiously looked at the 3-inch-long elf in front of her. If not me, who else could it be? The wind elemental laughed softly. Then, with a serious expression, he said, How did you come to the elemental space? Other than the wind elemental elf that was born here, it is impossible for others to come here. In the past, there were people who received the elemental elf's approval. But in reality, it is 100 times harder than here. Before you, there was a little human girl who passed. That little girl is really amazing. I heard from other sisters that she passed in less than 5 minutes. The approval of the wind, fire, and light elements is really amazing. Hearing this, Yanni also knew that the little girl was little Yer. She didn't expect little Yer's aptitude to be so good. Yanni immediately said, I entered this place through the elemental heart. That elemental heart is a divine artifact. Hearing this, the wind elemental elf frowned and muttered, Could it be because of the elemental heart that we inexplicably have an additional ability that can give life elements recognition? Who is it? Could it be? The wind elf suddenly thought of something, but he did not say it out loud. He suddenly realized that Yanni was also beside him. He hurriedly said to Yanni, You have already passed the recognition. I hope that you will study hard in the future. Goodbye. Before Yanni could react, her vision turned black. Yanni realized that she had already returned. After Yanni left, the wind elemental anxiously said, Other than a grade 1 god, no one has given us such an ability. I am moved to report this to the 6th elemental god. After the wind elf finished speaking, the space distorted and the elemental elf's figure slowly turned into a gust of wind. After Yanni returned, Nayli said from the side, 7 minutes. Yanni's talent is not bad either. Yanni was embarrassed by her words. I am not that good. I am far inferior to little Yer. Don't be modest. I will give it a try too. After saying that, Nayli placed her hand on the red crystal. With a flash of red light, Nayli's figure disappeared. Lei Luo looked at Bing's impatient expression. If you want to give it a try, then give it a try. When Bing heard what Lei Luo said, she placed her hand on the blue crystal as well. Then, with a flash of blue light, she disappeared as well. When Yer saw this, she immediately ran over as well. When Lei Luo wasn't paying attention, she placed her hand on the black crystal. Then, she disappeared. When Lei Luo saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yer is really addicted to playing. Don't you know that it's very difficult to pass through the heart of darkness? However, just as Lei Luo finished speaking, a black light flashed and little Yer's figure appeared. An energy ball made of dark elements appeared in her hand. Wasn't this too fast? Lei Luo could not help but look at little Yer, who was playing happily. He secretly made a decision in his heart. He decided to completely transform little Yer's body. At that moment, a red light flashed, and Nayli's figure appeared. Nayli waved her hand, and a ball of fire appeared in her hand. One moment, she had become a dragon, and the next moment, she had become a human. Nayli was having a great time. However, after 10 minutes, nothing appeared. This made people feel worried. After a while, still nothing. Nayli began to get anxious. She looked at Lei Luo with anticipation. Lei Luo also realized that something was wrong. Based on the talent of Bing, it should be easy for her to pass. But what was going on? Lei Luo felt a little worried. With a thought, he transformed into a silver light and entered the blue crystal. After entering the heart of elements, there was a land of ice and snow. When he arrived here, he heard the sound of Bing. Why didn't you let me out? What was going on? What happened? Lei Luo's body swayed, and he immediately arrived at the scene. He found that Bing was surrounded by 7 to 8 water elements. And there was a blue-clothed, blue-haired woman by the side. As soon as he arrived here, the blue-haired woman immediately sensed him again, and turned to look at Lei Luo in the blink of an eye. The first time Lei Luo saw her, he felt that he was very cold. He was like an ice-cold beauty. Lei Luo used magic and immediately teleported to Bing's side. Bing saw Lei Luo and hurriedly hugged him. "What's going on?" Lei Luo asked the blue-haired woman. "You created the elemental heart and gave the elemental sprite this special ability," the blue-haired woman asked coldly. "So what if I did?" Seeing her cold attitude, Lei Luo felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 294, The Goddess of Ice and Snow. Don't you know that creating a divine artifact on your own is a violation of God's commandments? In addition, you've interfered with the responsibilities of the elemental sovereigns outside. Now, you must immediately follow me to see the Deity King. It turned out that she was one of the 6 elemental sovereigns, the goddess of ice and snow, who was in charge of the water element. What if I don't go? Seeing her appearance, Lei Luo felt annoyed. What was with that cold face? I'll teach you a lesson later. Then all you have to do is use force. The ice goddess immediately pulled away, and a blue magic array appeared beneath her feet. Godrealm Domain, Land of Ice. Instantly, an intense snowstorm began to blow around them. This little snowstorm was nothing to Lei Luo, of course. But to Bing, it was completely different. Under the domain of a Grade 1 god, even Bing found it very difficult to breathe. The domain of the Land of Ice had a temperature that could reach absolute zero. Even the air might be frozen. Lei Luo casually added a divine protection to Bing to resist all damage. Watch carefully. This battle will be very helpful to you. At this moment, the snow goddess had already unfurled the symbol that represented a level 1 god. Those were 5 pairs of blue wings. She rose into the sky and looked down at Lei Luo from afar. Lei Luo smiled. Just you wait. There will definitely be times when you regret it. Lei Luo leaped up and instantly flew into the air. He hesitated for a moment. Only 5 pairs of silver wings were spread out on his back. This time, they were real wings. They were not the metal wings of the past. Looking at the wings on her opponent's back, the snow goddess was slightly surprised. She immediately withdrew her contempt. Her opponent's strength was on par with hers. However, it was not difficult for her to defeat her opponent within her domain. The snow goddess waved her hand, and countless icicles appeared out of thin air. The icicles grew larger and larger, gradually becoming like snow mountains. The snow goddess pressed her hand down. Countless icebergs pressed down on Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled, and his body began to blur. The snow goddess only saw countless icebergs pass through Lei Luo's body. But in the eyes of the snow goddess, it wasn't that simple. The opponent would always dodge the icebergs before they could get close. If they could dodge 1 or 2, they would be considered lucky. But to dodge nearly 100 at once would take more than just a matter of luck. To be able to do so easily in the midst of the dense icebergs, it was definitely not simple. The snow goddess waved her hand once again, and a huge ice barrier sealed off Lei Luo's movement space. At this moment, several more ice dragons swept down. Seeing this situation, the snow goddess drank a few more cups. The other party was not so easily injured. Suddenly, the snow goddess felt a sense of unease in her heart. She wanted to tease him, but without thinking, she set up layers of ice shields behind her. Her body also flew forward at high speed. Crash! The ice shields behind her instantly shattered. A strong gust of wind brushed past her back. Even her skin felt a faint pain. The snow goddess had no choice but to once again pay attention to this silver-haired man. There had clearly been no magic fluctuations just now. How could he suddenly appear behind her? She was a rank 1 sovereign, and aside from the 8 sovereigns, she had the highest divine seat. Who exactly was this man? She couldn't even see through him. Lei Luo gave her a cold smile, and something that shocked the snow goddess appeared once more. God's domain, simulated devouring. The surrounding space immediately became extremely dark. The ice and snow domain was immediately devoured by the dark space. Are you Lucifer? The ice and snow goddess turned pale with fright. She quickly withdrew her domain. The domain of a Lord God was incomparable to the domain of a level 1 god. The ice on the ground was also shocked. Could it be that Lei Luo's real identity is Lucifer? Lei Luo shook his head lightly. His next move once again shocked the ice and snow goddess. Divine domain, simulated energy. The surrounding space was filled with destructive white energy. This is the domain of the divine Emperor Alpha. How can you have the domains of 2 sovereigns? The snow goddess asked in astonishment. But what greeted her was an entire domain. The snow goddess had no choice but to spread out her domain within a meter of her, using it to offset her opponent's domain. How is it? Doesn't it feel good? This is the price you pay for underestimating me. Lei Luo smiled as he watched the snow goddess struggling to resist her domain. At this moment, the snow goddess no longer had the ice-cold breadman from before. She was only using all of her magic power to resist the domain's oppression. And she was looking pitiful. Lei Luo saw that he had almost finished teaching her a lesson, and the power of his domain was beginning to weaken. He was prepared to withdraw his domain. The snow goddess also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party only wanted to teach her a lesson. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Lei Luo was about to withdraw his domain, something unexpected happened. The power of the two of them gathered uncontrollably into the domain. The snow goddess and Lei Luo's expressions couldn't help but change. Their domains were entangled together. Seeing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, they had accidentally gone too far. Now, they were in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them died. In this situation, the probability of this happening was 1 in 10 million. The last time Lucifer and Alpha fought, the same thing had also happened. This wasn't a good thing. The two of them hadn't fully recovered from their injuries. Fortunately, their sovereign-level deities had only suffered serious injuries. But for a rank 1 deity, that was a different matter. If one side couldn't hold on, the other side would definitely crush them into pieces. Seeing this, Lei Luo hurriedly sent Bing out of the elemental space. Lei Luo didn't want Bing to know his true identity. He would definitely transform completely in a moment. And then, he would be exposed. Lei Luo still didn't want Bing and the others to know that he was a creator god. What are you going to do? Lei Luo naturally wasn't flustered. He smiled and said to the snow goddess, because if this situation continued, Lei Luo would definitely win. The snow goddess was crying bitterly in her heart. How could things have suddenly developed to such a state? She could only smile and fight with all her might. The snow goddess reached out and removed the necklace that was shaped like a water droplet from her neck. The water droplet-shaped gemstone immediately turned into a ball of water and flew over without being affected by the domain. Ball of pure water! Change! The snow goddess shouted. The blue ball of water quickly became sad and turned into a water dragon that attacked Lei Luo. Chapter 295, Transcendent Artifact. Lei Luo hadn't expected that the other party would actually make such a move. He hadn't expected that this was also an intermediate rank artifact. When such a domain was entangled, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed. If others were to encounter such a situation, they would be doomed. But Lei Luo was different. The artifact Lei Luo had created was a transcendent artifact. A divine artifact created by a sovereign was an upper-grade divine artifact. A grade 1 divine artifact was an intermediate-grade divine artifact, while a grade 2 divine artifact was different one. Any god below grade 2 didn't have the ability to create a divine artifact. Lei Luo's hands flashed with silver light, and a silvery white hand of time appeared in his hands. Time freeze! The space around the ice dragon immediately turned grayish-white, and the ice dragon was pushed into the air. A transcendent artifact! The snow goddess looked at Lei Luo's hand in surprise. This deity world had been searching for a transcendent artifact for several months. A few months ago, the godly monarch discovered that 2 transcendent artifacts had appeared in the world. According to the divine weapon treasured record, these 2 artifacts belonged to a transcendent artifact. The godly monarch immediately determined that this was a transcendent artifact left behind by the god of creation. For this reason, he had searched all over the divine realm. However, he had yet to discover anything about the strongest. It was a power so powerful that it was suffocating, and it pulled the snow goddess back. The snow goddess was also surprised to find that the temperament of her opponent had clearly changed. That feeling, which she had not been able to understand before, had now become high and mighty. What made the snow goddess even more surprised was that the wings on the back of that man began to emit a silver light. The originally soft feathers began to give off a metallic luster as well. All of this indicated that the opponent was a sovereign. However, the subsequent shock had already numbed the snow goddess. The pair of wings on the man's back once more spread out, and there were actually more than 12 of them facing off against each other. God's domain, my world! After completely transforming, Lei Luo immediately used his most powerful domain. Everything within this domain would change according to Lei Luo's will. Lei Luo waved his hand, and the domain that was originally entangled together immediately disappeared without a trace. The snow goddess pays her respects to the Lord God of creation. After the snow goddess was momentarily absent-minded, she immediately reacted. The other party was the god of creation. She knelt down and paid her respects with incomparable respect. Her heart was also in a mess. She had been in a very bad mood because of some things recently. Thus, after receiving the elemental elf's report, she immediately came over to take a look. She wanted to capture the god who had violated her authority. But she never expected to meet the god of creation. Moreover, she had just overestimated herself by attacking the god of creation. What punishment would she receive next? Lei Luo looked at the ice goddess, who was feeling uneasy, and he smiled helplessly. He then said in a low voice, "Let's forget about this matter. Other than the king of the 6 elemental sovereigns, you are not allowed to tell the other gods that I have awakened. Otherwise, I will personally destroy all of you. Yes, Lord God of creation." The ice goddess finally calmed down. The Lord God of creation did not blame her. "All right. If there is nothing else, I will leave now." Lei Luo's body swayed and disappeared into the air. The powerful pressure immediately disappeared as well. The goddess of ice and snow stood up and muttered to herself, "Hurry up and tell the other elemental gods. Otherwise, such a situation will happen again." Lei Luo had just returned from the elemental space when Bing went up to ask Raylo about it. "Is everything alright?" Nayli looked at Lei Luo with concern. Little Yer threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and cried, "I thought Brother Lei Luo didn't want me anymore. Look, I'm back. Right? Oh right. Little Yer, how many tests have you passed?" Lei Luo comforted Little Yer. Hearing Lei Luo's question, Little Yer said happily, "Other than the one in the middle, Little Yer has passed all of them." Upon hearing this, Lei Luo was slightly surprised. He gave Little Yer a tender kiss on the cheek. Little Yer immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Upon seeing this scene, Nayli jokingly said, "Little Yer, do you also want to be Master's woman?" Upon hearing this, Little Yer did not seem very happy. Instead, her eyes turned red, and she said with some sadness, "I am not worthy of Big Brother Lei Luo." Yer felt a deep sense of inferiority when she thought of her slave background. Although she liked Big Brother Lei Luo and was willing to do anything for him, Yer felt that she was not good enough for Lei Luo. Hence, she did not dare to have such extravagant hopes. Yer could not help but cry when she thought of this. Lei Luo did not expect Yer to think this way, but it was time to enlighten her. Lei Luo reached out to touch Little Yer's tears and said with a smile, "Little Yer, do you know what the conditions are for you to become Big Brother's wife?" "Of course it's... Little Yer did not know how to express it. "It's what?" "It's that you have to be very beautiful. Then you have to be very good. And you have to be very smart. Also, you have to be very obedient." Little Yer said hurriedly, "Then how many items can Little Yer achieve now?" Little Yer's face darkened, and she sobbed as she said, "Little Yer has not achieved any of them." "Who said that? Little Yer is so cute now. And she will be even cuter in the future." Nayli continued. "And Little Yer is also very smart." Bing said from the side, "Will Little Yer not listen to me?" Lei Luo asked. "Yes." Little Yer said hurriedly, "Little Yer is the most obedient. That's good enough. As long as she is powerful, there is nothing that she is not worthy of." Lei Luo said with a smile. "Yes." Little Yer nodded heavily and said firmly, "I will definitely become even more powerful." "All right. Then Little Yer will continue to practice her martial arts after obtaining the approval of the lightning element." Lei Luo turned around and hugged Nayli and Bing in his arms, giving them a kiss each. He saw that Yanni was also at the side. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yanni into his embrace, giving her a heavy kiss. At that moment, Yanni was so embarrassed that she could not raise her head. "All right. Everyone should not go out for the time being, because there will be trouble soon." Lei Luo sighed slightly, but he was a little happy in his heart, because there should be something fun to do recently. The next day, Lei Luo went to school for class, because it was already halfway through the semester. He seemed to have heard that there was another exam. Lei Luo planned to go over and listen. Once in class, everyone looked at Lei Luo as if he was a monster. Lei Luo glanced at them disdainfully, and his fierce gaze made them lower their heads. "What's so good about this? Isn't he just a little more handsome than you guys?" A young female teacher walked into the class and said, Why is it so quiet today?" As everyone's gazes hinted, the female teacher saw the rumored top beauty in school. Chapter 296, The Auction. When school had just started, the female teacher had heard that the most handsome man in her class had arrived. However, she had not expected that he would skip class that afternoon. There was nothing she could do about it, according to the rules of the class. As long as she could successfully pass the exam, it did not matter. However, looking at it today, it really lived up to its reputation. He was really handsome. The students below looked at the teacher and stared at Lei Luo. They all sighed at the same time. Another woman was drugged. In comparison, Lei Luo appeared very depressed. This teacher came and kept staring at him. What was going on? Lei Luo still wanted to know about the exam. Lei Luo stood up and asked, "Teacher, can you tell me about the exam?" "Yes. Yes." "Ah?" The teacher came back to her senses this time, and her face turned red instantly. This was in the classroom. As a teacher, how could she behave like this? The boys below were also used to it, because the girls around were all like this. They even stared at Lei Luo with more infatuation than the teacher did. The teacher also managed to calm down after much difficulty. She calmly said, "The exam is in 3 days. This exam is different from the other exams. This time, the royal family is specially organizing it to select talents. The exam venue is also at the royal family's martial arts arena. When the time comes, please come to school on time." Lei Luo smiled slightly. It seemed that there would be fun this time. This exam should be very lively. "Thank you, teacher," Lei Luo said politely and sat down. In the end, it made the teacher enter a state of fantasy. This class ended when the teacher was distracted many times, and the female students kept turning their heads. After the class ended, Lei Luo said, "Nayli, Bing, I'll be going back first." "So soon? It's only the first lesson," Nayisi said in surprise. Lei Luo smiled casually and said, "I'm going to buy weapons for you." Due to the special circumstances of Bing and Nayli, normal weapons would not be able to withstand their power. Lei Luo was going to find a good weapon. After leaving the school, Lei Luo walked around and did not find anything good. He walked until he reached an auction house. This auction house seemed to be quite famous. From the introduction of the auction items at the door, there were quite a lot of things. This is too bad. This isn't too good either. 2 large pure amethyst ores? This one isn't bad, I'll take it. Lei Luo happened to be forging 2 crystal swords. And, a female elf with a lightning attribute? She looked pretty, but she was actually an elf princess. The humans nowadays were really bold. They even dared to capture an elf princess. That's right. With this elf princess, they could freely use thunder magic without being suspected by others. Lei Luo decided to buy these 2 items. Lei Luo bought a ticket to enter. This ticket was quite expensive. A special class ticket actually cost 70 gold coins. Because it was a special class ticket, he sat in the first row. There were fruits and fine wine beside him. Lei Luo looked around and saw that the people in the first row were all nobles. He was the only one who was particularly eye-catching. The atmosphere in the venue was also very lively. It was so lively that it made people feel a little fake and impetuous. Finally, when everyone felt a little impetuous, a clear knocking sound was heard on the auction stage. "Welcome to the auction house. On behalf of the auction house, I would like to express my utmost respect to all the distinguished guests." The blond man who thought he was in his 20s stood on the stage, and Cloudy said, "Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to our Business Alliance's triennial auction. Thank you." After bowing, he continued, "My name is Charles Lowell, and I am the host of this year's auction. Now, please welcome our first auction item, and we will begin today's auction with it." Lei Luo nodded his head in appreciation. This Charles had indeed performed well. He had a generous manner and was well spoken. He did not show his cowardice in front of the many nobles. To be able to hold his own at such a young age, his future was certainly limitless. It was a pity that Lei Luo did not have any ambition to dominate the world. However, he was a person that could not be missed. After thinking about it, Lei Luo was a little distracted. He actually thought of recruiting talents. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. The first item to be auctioned was a set of jewelry made by dwarves. There were a total of 5 pieces, and the workmanship was very exquisite. They also had additional defensive abilities. They could defend against 4 types of magic, and elemental magic attacks below level 3. This was a rare quality item. This set of jewelry was called Arawesti in the language of the dwarves. It meant the protection of the gods. Therefore, most people on the continent called it the protection of the gods. It was said that this set of jewelry was made famous by the master of the dwarves, Penhakria de Reichland, 100 years ago. However, 30 years ago, its previous owner disappeared after his death. It was unexpected that it would appear at this auction today. It could be said that many people today were determined to get this jewelry, because although this jewelry's defense was not low, there were many equipment that were more powerful than it. For example, in Dyriclin's later years, there were many pieces that surpassed it in terms of additional attributes. The reason why it received so much attention was mainly because of its exquisite workmanship and perfect compatibility. It was very suitable to be used to please girls. Although the defense effect isn't that great, it looks pretty good. Buy it and give it to Nelly, Lei Luo muttered. At this moment, the highest price on the stage had risen from the initial starting price of 50,000 to 170,000. Moreover, there were still people who continued to increase the price. 500,000! Before his voice had even faded, it had already stirred up the entire stadium. How could this set of equipment be worth 500,000? It was already considered pretty good to be able to reach 200,000. Standing on the stage, he was also shocked when he heard this bid. However, he had also gone through training and had a good host. So he quickly came back to his senses. At the same time, because Zaras had seen the amethyst card that Lei Luo had returned, he understood. People with amethyst cards did not care about how much an item was worth. Are there any higher bids? Are there none? The auction hall was silent. Good. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Sold. The mallet in Zaras' hand knocked on the board. And the hammer was the final word. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Guardian of the Gods. Zaras motioned to the service lady beside him to bring the silver tray with the jewelry to Lei Luo. After Lei Luo paid the money, he casually put it into the spatial bag. Next, the second volume of the auction items. 2 amethyst ores. According to the inspection, these 2 are pure crystals. The starting price is 500,000. Now, the auction begins, Zaras said. Chapter 297, The Elven Princess. However, there was no price below, because everyone knew that although the amethyst had the effect of enhancing magic, it was extremely hard. What was the use of these 2 amethysts? 550,000. Lei Luo announced his price. Since no one wanted it, he would buy it himself. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher? No. That's good. 550,000 going once. 550,000 going twice. 550,000 going thrice. Sold. Zaras struck the mallet in his hand, once again making the final decision. All right. Now it was time to wait for the final item, the Elven Princess. Although the atmosphere in the auction was lively, there was nothing that Lei Luo wanted. Finally, Zaras said, all right. Now, the final item of this auction. A beauty from the elf tribe. As soon as Zaras finished speaking, he saw an elf whose hands were bound by magic chains being pushed up. With purple eyes, long purple hair, and white skin, every part of her body was filled with beauty. She was much more beautiful than Bing and Nelly. Her peerless beauty only belonged to the fairies, the most beautiful race. She is a rare lightning elemental elf, and she is also a princess of the elf race. Be it for her own use, giving her away, or even exchanging benefits with the elf race. She is a very good choice. The starting price is 1 million. You can start the bidding. From the moment the elf princess appeared, the scene began to boil. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Very quickly, the elf princess's price was raised to 9 million. However, this elf princess, Lei Luo, was determined to get it, no matter from which aspect. This elf would bring him great convenience. 10 million. Following Lei Luo's bid, many people were shocked. If this man was determined to get a beautiful woman, then they would probably return empty-handed. After all, no one dared to say that they could casually take out tens of millions. Therefore, although the bid was not yet made, some people had already chosen to give up. For an item that had no hope of getting, wasting time was meaningless. 11 million. A crisp voice of a young girl was heard. The people in the crowd turned around and saw that it was the bid of 4 people wearing black magic cloaks. This young lady's bid is 11 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Zaras said. 12 million. The voice of another man was heard. Lei Luo turned around and saw that it was a noble who had shouted. However, he was staring at Lei Luo fiercely, as if he was threatening him. Lei Luo completely ignored him. What Lei Luo was more concerned about were the 4 cloaked people. This was because Lei Luo realized that they were all members of the elf clan. It seemed that this elf was really their princess. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to come here. However, no one could snatch the item from Lei Luo's hands. Young Master Lancelot is bidding for 12 million. Is there any higher bid? This name caught Lei Luo's attention. Was this fatty Lancelot? Lei Luo took a closer look and realized that he looked really ugly. It was no wonder that Nayli did not like him. Almost everyone at the auction knew the identity of Lancelot. Hence, no one would be willing to make enemies with the first family for the sake of an elf. Hence, even the organizers of the auction knew that there might not be anyone who would bid against Lancelot. However, there were people in the world who were not afraid of him. 13 million. The female elf bid again. It seemed that they really wanted to save their princess. Lancelot gave them a fierce look and continued to raise the price. 14 million. As the price of the auction continued to rise, Rhea's heart was also in turmoil. Ever since she was caught in the elf forest resisting the invasion of the humans, she had never had a good day. She knew that the elves who were captured by humans lived a very miserable life. She had thought of committing suicide, but she did not expect that the humans had already experienced it. Not long after she was captured, they placed a restriction on her body. Rhea could not commit suicide even if she wanted to. Today was the moment to decide her fate. Her heart was already dead. But when she saw the 4 people in the cloak, she almost shouted out in excitement because they were her own people. Her own people had come to save her. But she must not make a sound and let others find out. Otherwise, they would also be in danger. 28 million. Lancelot raised his voice and continued to raise the price. The 4 elves hesitated for a moment before continuing to shout. 30 million. After shouting, they also stared nervously at Lancelot. It seemed that this was their final limit. 30.01 million. Lancelot shouted proudly. A pure elf and a human were probably far from being the same. Lancelot could also see that they did not have any money. But next, it was Lei Luo's turn. 30,010,000 going once. 30,010,000 going twice. As Charis counted, the 4 elves were anxious. They also knew Lancelot's identity. It was not easy to save the princess from Lancelot. Rhea was about to cry. Was she destined to be a slave to the humans? 35 million. Lei Luo calmly stated his price. Following Lei Luo's bid, Lancelot, who had been smug a moment ago, instantly changed his expression. He was almost angered to death. There were actually so many people who dared to challenge his authority today. 38 million. Lancelot shouted loudly. At the same time, 2 guards stood behind Lei Luo and secretly threatened him. 40 million. Lei Luo looked at Lancelot provocatively. At the same time, he cast a paralyzing spell on the 2 people behind him. The 2 people were immediately unable to move. 50 million. Lancelot shouted in exasperation. The expressions of the guards on both sides suddenly changed. Lei Luo thought for a moment. And he knew why. I request to inspect their property, Lei Luo said to Zaras. The expressions on Lancelot's side all changed. This was also a legitimate request. After all, recklessly raising the price was unfair to the other customers. After the inspection, Zaras said, Lancelot's total property is 4,800 to play with. Because it violates the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Compensate this gentleman 24 million. And after a year, you are not allowed to participate in any activities organized by the Chamber of Commerce. You? Lancelot was so angry that he almost fainted. Chapter 298, Tears of the Elves. Zaras secretly wiped away his sweat. He didn't expect that someone would openly violate the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. This was too amazing. However, Zaras continued according to the procedure. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. 40 million going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for purchasing the elf beauty. The elf on the stage was led to the front of Lei Luo by the staff of the convention. At this moment, Lei Luo finally had the opportunity to carefully examine this elf princess. Purple eyes, long purple hair, white skin. There was a faint fragrance all over her body that was the fragrance of nature. The elf's eyes were slightly red. It seemed that she had cried just now. Coupled with her weak body, she looked even more pitiful. This time, Lei Luo was even more certain that he had bought the right one. The people in the hall left one after another. Lancelot led many guards to surround Lei Luo. The 4 female elves also stayed behind. Kid! Since you dared to snatch my woman, don't even think about leaving alive today. Go! Kill him for me! Lancelot roared angrily. The 6 guards raised their knives and charged at Lei Luo from 6 different directions. Humph! You're courting death! Water curtain sky flower! A blue barrier instantly surrounded Lei Luo and the elves. The 6 guards couldn't dodge in time and directly crashed into the barrier. The water curtain sky flower was an offensive defensive barrier. Everyone watched in shock as the 6 of them were sent flying by the high-speed flowing water on the barrier. When they landed, they were no longer in human form. Humph! You overestimate yourself. I will tell you. By the way, that I was the one who destroyed the first mountain villa. I will take your life at the tournament 3 days later. Avenge Nayli. Lei Luo turned around and pulled the elf princess towards the exit of the venue. The 4 elves looked at each other and walked towards Lei Luo. Do you all want to try? Lei Luo looked at the 4 elves who were walking in front of him. I'm sorry, sir. We have no ill intentions. But this elf is very important to us. We are willing to exchange other precious things with you, a female elf said. At the same time, she took out a gem in the shape of a water drop. Elven tears! Rhea screamed in surprise. After all, the elven tears were the most precious treasure of the elven race. There were only 3 pieces in the entire elven race. The elven tears contained powerful magic powers. It could allow any ordinary person to have the power of a sorcerer. This was also the reason why so many people went to attack the elven forest. It had been so many years since the enchantment that Kana had set up. And gradually, the magic power began to lose its effectiveness. It could no longer block the attacks of other races. As long as one had powerful powers, they could forcefully break through the enchantment. Fortunately, the power of other races would be reduced by half within the area of the enchantment. Otherwise, the elf race would have been destroyed long ago. Elves and the like? This is really a big deal. Isn't it the young lady of the elf race? Lei Luo smiled and spoke to the elf in front of him. The 4 people were stunned and quickly put on a vigilant posture. The female elf asked, How did you know that I'm an elf? Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but feel amused. I didn't expect the elf race to be so simple. Other than the elf race themselves, who else can bring out the elf tears? What do you want? The female elf asked warily. She didn't expect that the human race would be so cunning. From this point, she could deduce that she was an elf. Lei Luo smiled and said, Although the elf tears are a treasure that many people yearn for, they are no longer of much use to me. Your princess is much more useful than this. What? By the way, you have been targeted by someone. I think many people are preparing to capture you. Huh? How did the others know? The female elf was shocked at first and then asked. Lei Luo could not help but smile bitterly. He felt that the elves were so simple and pitiful. You have been isolated from the world for too long in the elven forest. Your personality is really immature. Just now when you were auctioning, you seemed to be in a hurry. In addition, this elf is a princess. How can no one know your identity? The 4 elves looked at each other. This was troublesome. They did not expect their identities to be exposed. Is there no other way for you to release the princess? The female elf wanted Lei Luo to release the princess, and she sounded very pleading. Lei Luo thought for a moment and then said, If you can give me your elven bow in exchange, and I will let her go. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The elven bow cannot be given to you. Rhea, who was behind Lei Luo, shouted. Lei Luo smiled slightly and reached out to caress her face. Ignoring her struggle, he said with a smile, Rhea, right. Then you can be my slave. Hearing this, Rhea was scared again. Her tone softened. Sir, can't you offer other conditions? The female elf still did not give up. Lei Luo found it funny. You should worry about your own safety first. The 4 elves stood in formation and nervously said, What do you mean? Lei Luo pointed to the door and said with a smile, There are already many teams waiting to catch you at the door. The 4 elves were shocked and their faces changed. They had indeed discovered that there were more than 100 people gathered outside the door. You should come with me. I can temporarily guarantee your safety. Lei Luo looked at the 4 panicking elves and said kindly, What are your intentions? The female elf clearly showed a look of distrust. She didn't believe that humans would be so kind. It's very simple. Help me teach a few people magic. That's it. In exchange, I'll protect you. The elves were all geniuses in using magic. It was a good opportunity for them to teach Little Moon and the others magic. The 4 female elves looked at each other. They could not come up with a better idea, so they could only accept it. The leading female elf stood up and said, Okay, we'll agree to your conditions, but you have to guarantee our safety. No problem. Come with me. Lei Luo turned around and pulled Rhea along. Behind him, the 4 elves followed him out of the door. The moment they stepped out of the door, all kinds of mercenaries were already standing outside. They were all fully armed. And there were also cavalry troops riding horses. The 4 elves immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. With their strength, there was absolutely no way for them to escape. Therefore, they could only look at Lei Luo. Rhea also looked at Lei Luo with some pleading eyes. She also did not want her own people to become the slaves of others. Chapter 299, Death to Intruders. Are you gathering here for a meal? Lei Luo smiled faintly. One of the mercenaries shouted, "You have nothing to do here. Leave the 4 elves behind you, and you can leave." The doubts in the hearts of the 4 elves behind Lei Luo disappeared without a trace. The mercenaries outside the door were obviously coming towards them. "The 4 elves behind are all my people. How dare you touch them?" Lei Luo revealed a smile, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. A mercenary raised his sword and said, "So what? Today, even if you don't want to stay, you have to stay." Lei Luo shook his head. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Hearing what Lei Luo said, the surrounding people's expressions instantly changed. The most important thing for a mercenary was reputation. If the other party threatened him and didn't retaliate, then he wouldn't be able to survive in the mercenary world. All the mercenaries on the spot rushed forward in a swarm. The 4 elves behind Lei Luo were extremely nervous. Earth Shield, Wind Shield, Water Curtain Sky Flower, Mirror of Reflection. Lei Luo waved his hand, and 4 high-level defensive spells appeared. Instantly, all the mages were unlucky. The spells they cast all followed the original path and attacked themselves. The scene was also a mess. When the 5 elves behind Lei Luo saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were elves, and they understood magic more thoroughly than any other race. They also understood the difficulty of these high-level magic spells. No one had ever seen someone use 4 high-level magic spells consecutively without even chanting a spell and casting them in an instant. Moreover, they had so much magic power. "Let's go!" Lei Luo smiled faintly. The 4 elves were stunned. How were they supposed to go? But what happened next left them dumbstruck. As Lei Luo walked forward, the 4 defensive spells also moved slowly. One had to know that other than the Mirror of Reflection, which they had never seen before, the other 3 spells could not be moved. "No, that's not right. It's not a movement that can be solved by magic. But a new magic barrier is constantly being created." Rhea suddenly screamed. The 4 elves were so shocked that they were already numb. Could it be that he was preparing to cast the spell all the way? It was also fortunate that it was the soundproof effect of the Water Curtain Sky Flower. Otherwise, the people outside would definitely be shocked to death. "He's quite smart. This way, he can also make the magic barrier move," Lei Luo said casually. The 5 elves felt a trace of lingering fear from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, those people had made the first move to let them know his strength. Otherwise, if he used force, the consequences would be terrible. "You have such strong strength. Why do you still want to buy elves?" asked one of the female elves behind him. The lightning in Lei Luo's hand flashed. "Without a lightning elf, how can I explain this to others?" "You can use lightning magic," Rhea said in surprise. "You're not human. You don't have to worry about what race I am. But I want people to suspect my identity, so I'll have to trouble you," Lei Luo said. Rhea suddenly realized it, but she didn't say anything. Lei Luo's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "We're here. Don't be surprised when you see anything in there. And don't tell anyone else, or else you won't be able to leave alive." The 5 elves didn't know what was inside, but they still nodded. Lei Luo was relieved. Elves were the most trustworthy of all races. The 5 elves looked at the luxurious house in front of them, and there was a sign at the door. "Private courtyard. Intruders will die." The 5 elves always felt that the word, die, was very special. And the more they looked at it, the more terrifying it became. It was as if they were about to fall into hell. It was difficult to walk into such a terrifying environment. They could be tortured at any time. "Don't stare at it." Just as the 5 elves were about to collapse, Lei Luo's voice suddenly sounded. The 5 elves suddenly trembled and immediately woke up. They looked at each other and realized that they had been hit by mental magic. They had not expected that there would be mental magic on this small wooden token. Thinking of the environment just now, the 5 elves secretly shivered. Then they thought of the silver-haired man who had said not to be shocked. They had not expected that they would all be shocked at the door just now. There must be something even more shocking inside. The 5 elves were somewhat curious and walked into the door with fear. The 5 elves walked into the door, but they didn't find anything unusual. The grass in the courtyard had even dried up, which made the 5 elves slightly disgusted, because elves love nature. But after the door behind them closed automatically, the scene in front of them changed. The originally dry grass had become lush and green. Many people appeared in the courtyard that was originally empty. Was it mental magic again? The 5 elves felt dizzy. As the elves who had the strongest sense of magic, they actually did not discover any mental magic twice. The second time, they were already on guard. They actually still did not discover any elven magic. "Big brother Lei Luo, Little Yer happily threw herself into Lei Luo's arms, and called out like a spoiled child. Lei Luo kissed Little Yer lovingly. Little Yer, haven't you always wanted to see the elves? Big brother Lei Luo brought back 5 elves. How about it? Little Yer looked back curiously. The 4 elves took off their cloaks, and instantly revealed 4 beautiful faces. Wow! The sisters are so beautiful! Yer said in surprise. The 4 elves instantly fell in love with this cute little girl. They also knew that such a young girl must be very simple-minded. She was not as cunning as an adult. So they were very worried about Yer. While the 5 elves were chatting happily, Lei Luo suddenly said, Shadow Clan, listen up. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who trespass without permission shall be killed without mercy. No one understood what Lei Luo was talking about. And all they saw were shadows standing up from within the atoms. They were black humanoid creatures that quickly moved near the base of the wall. What the hell is this? The 5 elves asked in surprise. Violet also knew that although they vaguely felt that there was some kind of power protecting this courtyard, but they did not know what it was. Today, they finally saw it. It was actually a shadow. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd, Lei Luo mysteriously said, This is the Shadow Race. An unknown race. They are immune to physical damage, magic immunity to level 6 and below, and are not affected by barriers. They are proficient in stealth, assassination, and can hide in the shadows. How powerful is that? Chapter 300, The Ordinary Domain. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard what Lei Luo said. This race was too powerful. If they wanted to kill someone, wouldn't it be easy? At this moment, there was a ripple at the door. 3 girls walked in. Nayli! Bing! Look! I found good weapons for you, Lei Luo said. It was Nayli, Bing, and Yanni who came in. The 3 of them had become good friends. What weapon? Nayli surrounded them happily. Lei Luo took out 2 2-meter-long amethysts from his dimensional pocket. Don't tell me you want to forge amethysts into weapons, Bing said in surprise. One had to know that amethysts were extremely hard. It could also increase the power and speed of casting magic. It was also the first choice for magic swordsmen like Bing and Nayli. However, in history, no one seemed to be able to forge an entire amethyst into a weapon. It shouldn't be a problem, Lei Luo suddenly said to himself. As soon as he said that, a strange fluctuation was felt. Everyone present quickly ran to the backyard. In between, a light cocoon emitted a rainbow-colored light. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The entire light cocoon exploded. A transparent long sword appeared from within. Lei Luo stretched out his hand and spun the long sword in a circle in the air. It returned to Lei Luo's hand. He stretched out his hand and caressed this almost transparent long sword. Not bad. The modification was very successful. Brother Lei Luo, what is this? Little Yer could not help but be the first to ask. Lei Luo caressed the sword and said happily, This is my sword of order. I just modified it a little. It has the power to control the 6 elemental magic elements. How is it? Is it beautiful? Yes, it's so beautiful, Little Yer said. She suddenly looked at Rhea who was tied up. Then she said curiously, Brother Lei Luo, why is that sister tied up? How uncomfortable is that? Lei Luo turned around and saw that Rhea was tied up by a magic chain. Lei Luo almost forgot about it. Lei Luo smiled and said, Wait until I sign the contract with her. You still won't let me go? Rhea was a little afraid. Lei Luo smiled malevolently and reached out to caress Rhea's face. You're such a good elf. How could I let you go? I bought you back. So you're mine. One of the 4 elves said. Really? Any conditions are fine. Do you think I'm lacking anything? Tell me the truth. In this courtyard, besides the sword of order in my hand, there are 3 other artifacts. Do you think there's anything else? Lei Luo smiled as he looked at the 5 elves who were getting more and more shocked. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the 2 amethyst crystals high into the sky. Lei Luo's body flashed, and he instantly flew into the sky. Then, he quickly carved the 2 crystals on top. The people below saw the crystals in the sky continuously shrink before finally falling down. Clang! The 2 amethyst swords fell to the ground. Under the sun, the crystal sword shone brilliantly. Together with the patterns on the crystal swords, they looked even more beautiful. This is a magic array. An elf suddenly screamed. Everyone took a closer look and realized that the patterns were not on the surface of the sword but inside it. Although it was beautiful, it was indeed a magic array. Immediately, everyone looked at Lei Luo in puzzlement. Lei Luo smiled and explained, This sword can increase combat aura by 70% and magic power by 130%. It can also increase the hit rate of magic. How is it? Not bad. Right? Oh right. Remember to drop a drop of blood on it to recognize the owner. That way, other people won't be able to use it. It seems that only quasi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts have spirituality, and can recognize their owners with a drop of blood. Could these two swords be? Rhea asked in surprise. Although they can't compare to divine artifacts, they definitely meet the standards of quasi-divine artifacts. Lei Luo reached out and pinched Rhea's little nose. Rhea hurriedly dodged. Yor pouted and said pitifully, Big brother Lei Luo is so biased. He didn't even give me such a good weapon. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard that. In the end, they still said coldly, Xiao Yor, your big brother Lei Luo loves you the most. Among us, your weapon is the best. Is that so? Isn't it just a dagger? Yor swayed and a half-black and half-white dagger appeared. This is a god's dagger. The four elves screamed. At this moment, the dagger flashed. Everyone immediately felt that they had lost all their power, and their combat aura and magic could not be used. Could this be the special power of the Godfiend's dagger? Rhea said in surprise. As an elf princess, she also knew some of the functions of the various divine artifacts. That's right. This is the ordinary domain, Lei Luo said with a smile. How is it, little Yor? Brother Lei Luo is still the best to you, right? Yes. I knew it was brother Lei Luo who was the best to me. I misunderstood brother Lei Luo. Little Yor stuck out her tongue cutely and shrunk her neck, looking like she was in fear. That cute look made everyone laugh. Even Rhea, who had always been frowning, smiled faintly. Come, little Yor. Let me try your martial arts, Lei Luo said. Little Yor was shocked. But big brother Lei Luo, didn't you lose your strength? Lei Luo put on a defensive posture and said with a smile. Don't worry. Don't forget that your big brother Lei Luo has an undying body. The five elves were shocked again. Only gods would have an undying body. Okay. Xiao Yor nodded. The red combat aura on her body flashed, and she quickly rushed over. Okay. Not bad. Her speed is not bad. She missed. She missed. She should have stabbed this side. Remember to be agile and not so rigid. Yeah. That's a good move. The others watched the two people in the arena toss and turn. Rhea could not help but ask, could he be a god? Everyone looked at each other, waved their hands together, and shrugged their shoulders. Bing walked to Rhea's side and whispered, you might have to follow him in the future. Remember not to make him angry. And don't lie to him about anything. You can only be obedient, or else your future life might be very miserable. However, if you can be like little Yor and make him like you, that's also very happy. Last but not least, don't ask about his identity.